And Cloud9.
Okay.
Mr. Leslie, as soon as the clip comes up, the floor is yours.
All right, have a crack at this. Oxy here going to make his way in towards the site. Dimensional drift, a lot of information at his fingertips here to pass along to Vanity, hoping to send MIBR to an early retirement here. Jake with the plant, beautiful stuff from scratch. C9 have been able to cobble together a really nice hit on towards the B side, and MIBR are forced into this retake. JZZ trying to make his way through. The flash is good. Oxy's able to find after Zine, and Oxy needs to sit in hookah behind this wall for a time. Seeker's taken down. Zephyr forced back by the molly here now, and here comes the defuse. Zephyr, he might not know about it here. Oxy's able to search forward, finds himself 3, but MIBR take the runaway, railroading Cloud9.
You've been right.
I don't think that one counts.
Dude, I was waiting for it to see how you were going to
Dude, he got caught up in it. He
so
forgot there were
many great
words
moments
to
for it,
put
and
in.
You went right at the end. How was it?
Oh
How
my
was it?
God.
Not bad, not bad. The fact that it's a full stick defuse is like a lot as well. Like all players sitting behind the utility, but I got Scratch.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
Scratch. You got Scratch. What was the other one? Retirement. You got Retirement in there.
Right off the
And you
bat.
fit Railroad. Okay, well, everyone, it's time
Shoehorned it.
time to see how
chat.
Athena
I'm gonna flashbang you.
So
Watch out.
You are gonna get
3,
Sentinel
2,
Zone.
1,
gosh.
flashbang.
Cower, Holiday, and Tempt. Remember, folks, the point of the game, she's got to organically fit
I got
these
this.
words into her
Runner-up
commentary.
eSportscaster of the year.
That's
All
it.
right, we're starting out Viper in this Viper pit. Everyone seems to be cowering outside. They're not entering, but Zeus is shutting down. Mizzino gets a triple kill out of that. He is going to be able to go on Holiday after these kills. And now left in this 1v1, it's so tempting to just peek that heaven, and he does. He's just staring at it, and the 4K for Celsius. What a crazy round.
I'm okay to give it. I'm okay to give it.
I actually give it A+ for that. Yeah.
That was good. Let's go, man. Let's go, dude. I love it.
Yeah, runner-up eSportscaster of the year, right?
No, you actually get the title now, actually. You have the trophy right there.
Well, I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that, but apparently I have to commentate
this
now.
is gonna be
And by
great.
the way, I just want to let everyone know I was not prepared for this, okay? I haven't casted Valorant since First Strike.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Whatever.
All right, we got Symptom, Sunshine,
he's
and
stuttering
Intelligence.
already.
It's
It's
G2.
easy.
All right,
There we
here
go.
we go. Let's see what the clip is, as it's G2 crew match yesterday. This is good. All right, so we're starting things off. Firstly, we got MTA here, as well as Leaf. Leaf with the op,
30
looking down.
seconds
He's
left.
trying to see if he can catch Kesnet here. Now, Kesnet has a symptom of always wanting to try and go for these big fights. But a big hit's going to come in with the rocket, not connect, but he's going to find the op shot instead. And it's looking all nice and sunny with sunshine. Maybe one more here as well. And look at the smart play that we're seeing. Leaf holding the angle, waiting to see if anyone comes around the corner. The intelligence of him to stay in that spot, knowing that the onus was going to be on the Jet to fight, and that is the round.
Ding, ding, ding.
It's looking nice and sunny with sunshine.
Yeah.
I wasn't
Solid.
gonna say anything.
You
Makes
gave
sense.
me, you can see sunshine through the other side of this bloke's head when he shot him in the face. But
Yeah, you can all see the sunshine glistening from the top of my scalp as I was sweating commentating that
you know
one.
what they say? It's always sunny with sunshine in Philadelphia, folks.
That's right. He said it. I said it first. In any case, so guys, well, thank you for entertaining us for this one. But here's how everything is going to crack on today. The winners of these matches are all going to be facing one another in a round-robin play-in. Now, this is important to note here because everyone's playing each other once, and the team that comes out on top is going to move forward to Saturday's playoffs. Then you can see the schedule right there. MIBR in the ringer, doing the first 2 games. And here's the thing. I want to get a temperature check here. Where would you prefer to be as a player?
Dude, I feel like being MIBR in this situation is literally
You like the
best case.
double?
Yeah, because you play your first game, whether you win or lose, you're literally warm for the second game as well. When you win, you have that momentum going into the second match. Whereas if you have this big gap in the middle, you kind of just sit there,
Yeah.
Yeah,
get cold.
That's fair.
Talk about your mistakes.
Okay.
Kind of think about it.
But what
too
about
much.
G2 though? I kind of feel like G2's not in the worst of spots because they'll go on the tail end back to back.
It actually
right?
depends on how the games go. Like as a decorated multi-title champion in basically every FPS title you could think of, my concern is that if you have a problem in your first match,
Yeah.
and then and it's quite critical, right? There
Yeah.
might be sort of communication issues going on, and you can't solve that in between match 1 and 2, you have a problem. So if you win that first game and you're feeling good, and maybe you're not even that fatigued, right? Like you had a comfortable roll through, you've got good vibes, then it's fine. But it can really depend.
Why is
This
it just a random
quite
banana here?
unique circumstances to put players under. It does happen
Hujin.
sometimes.
Yeah.
you have to have another level of mental fortitude here that just goes far and beyond what these regular matches have sort of required from these players. So that's something to bear in mind. This is where we see that true grit and determination that
What
can
review
force-
C9?
I mean, 'cause,
C9
correct me if
MIBR.
I'm wrong here, but not that I can
It
remember
sounded
we've ever done
painful
this
from what you
before. So this
from
is
what you
going
lot
to
were
be,
saying. So
quite the
I might
challenge
try and
for
avoid
these
that.
three teams here. Now, of course, we need to talk about the tiebreaker rules because this could come into play here if every team goes 1-1. So here's how it works. First up, all right, in the event of a three-way tie, you can see there, it's playing map differential. And if somehow, some way, that's tied, then it goes to the playing round differential. And surely it won't go to that. So if that happens to be tied as well, then it will go to a BO1 between the teams that are still tied. And by the way, all three teams can still
Wait, really?
technically tie, in which case I believe you just run back one BO1.
Is that the IMI chat beef like leaking over though?
I feel like you're just
Surely nothing can go
putting
wrong.
the biggest curse ever on this. Everyone behind
How?
the scenes is cursing at you right now.
Mitch, the odds are so low.
Right?
You've got better chances of like finding more than one brain cell between Brennan sideshows. So like it is very unlikely when we talk about like map differential and stuff like that. Like that's super granular.
Yeah.
So I think we'll be fine here.
Yeah,
but-
if you're MIBR though, and you win those two, and that is also something important to know. If you win those two, MIBR.
What even is the beef?
Right.
We don't really know. They didn't fist bump, and then Chet tweeted like, "Why is there coach saving strats or something?"
So
That's-
that's basically how it works. Hope
I
you
think
guys
that's it.
understand, but again, surely.
We also get G2 Send the ultimate banter match anyway.
Yeah.
So that is
Is it
fine.
saving
The fact that there,
timeouts or
like,
saving
may not
strats?
be as
Saving
much stakes
timeouts?
on it probably won't take away from the fact that there will be so much smack being talked, it'll
Yeah,
be worth it.
but again, MIBR
Oh, tag
needs to win
timeouts.
two
Oh,
in
okay.
a row, and then they're in. So we'll see if MIBR can do that. More on that in a little bit. But guys, we're always asking our players about agents and compositions and strategy. But today, we want to get down and dirty. We want to ask some recommendations for their favorite pieces of media. Let's go ahead and take a look at another installment of Profiles.
I would say if I could watch any show or movie and
Scream
experience
drama,
it for
yeah,
the
maybe.
first time again, I'll go with Breaking Bad.
Acho que seria Breaking Bad. Eu ainda assisto várias vezes, já assisti umas 5 vezes.
Eu assistiria filme Interestelar.
Interstellar.
I would say Interstellar, like, just my mind is blown, like, I just couldn't believe it.
Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Ese anime tiene tanto plot twist y enseñanza. Creio que, sei lá, o documentário do Jordan.
Oh yeah,
I probably
that
just
is.
want to rewatch Hunter x Hunter for the first time again.
Oh, Hunter x Hunter.
Last Dance was banging.
Complicado. Mr. Robot.
Jujutsu Kaisen again, just because I've never seen animation as good as that.
Drake and Josh for the first time again, just because that was my favorite show growing up.
Probably the K-drama Business Proposal.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine. It's my comfy show, you know? I always watch it.
Any of the big three of like One Piece, Dragon Ball, or Naruto, or Bleach.
I still rewatch The Sopranos and I love it, but if I had to, I would just rewatch that again.
Senhor dos Anéis. Eu gosto muito da mitologia do Senhor dos Anéis.
Filme, melhor trilogia de filme que eu já vi na minha vida, Senhor dos Anéis. Recomendo. Quem não assistiu, assista.
I love the idea of like, oh yeah, I'd love to experience the whole of One Piece again. Who has 10 years?
Yeah.
What would be your thing? What would be your thing?
Wow. I actually think if I could go back and watch Bakemonogatari for the first time again.
Okay.
That's my
That's
favorite
it.
anime. It's super weird and obscure. It's hella good.
Okay, what about
Oh
for
my
you?
god, that's good. Dude, I would watch Narcos again.
Narcos again. That's a good one.
'Cause, like,
Suits,
it was so
actually.
good.
Suits was good too.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Suits is good too.
Okay, I would probably.
Actually, no, I'm kidding.
I would say Star Wars Episode 1.
What?
Yeah. I went with my brother to go see that. It was one of the best experiences I ever had. So
Yeah, I had
I
my
want
face
to do that
painted
again.
as Darth Maul when I went
Yeah.
to that. I was so into
Yeah,
it.
except Jar Jar Binks. We don't talk about Jar Jar Binks.
We said don't talk about it.
Dude, he went for
Anyway, let's
episode
go ahead
1.
and move on, though. That's about as much time as he gets. We're going to, of course, take a quick break.
The fight
And then
scenes,
when
though.
we are back,
Fight
we're
scenes
gonna
are legit.
dive into our first match of the play-ins. This is going to be awesome. It's MIBR versus Sentinels. And as always, we'll see you on the other side.
Watch Suits? Bro, I haven't watched so many of the main ones that everyone says good. What haven't I watched that you lot will go mad about? Haven't watched Game of Thrones. Haven't watched Suits. What else do you lot rate? I imagine you lot rate it, and I haven't watched it. Peaky Blinders not watched. House not watched. The Office. I've seen The Office. Both EU, or UK and Americas. Breaking Bad. I've seen Breaking Bad. Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Yeah, I've watched that. The Wire not watched. Prison Break not watched. Dexter. I've watched Dexter. Vikings. Don't know what that is. I haven't watched that. Community. I've watched that. Black Mirror. Most of them. Haunting of Hill House. Yeah, banging. Lord of the Rings called. Peaky Blinders. No. Avatar. SpongeBob. Now we're talking. Mad Men. Not watched. The Boys, only the first two. Only the first two. Money Heist? Nah. Dude, I just don't watch much stuff.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 8 of the VCT America's Kickoff. Now it's time.
Yeah, at one point, I'll just binge loads, but
we got MIBR.
What's my favorite series? I don't know, man. What's my favorite series? That's hard.
The Brazilian squad needing to go back.
Something that I would watch again.
We feel like coming out the gate, having that first game is going to be great for them, just because they can get themselves warm right out of the.
Silicon Valley was banging, man. Silicon Valley is up there for me. I thought that was so funny. That's my kind of humor, that stuff, man.
Actually,
maybe that.
MIBR, we talked a lot around. Okay, well, they don't have a star player.
The movie, now the series.
Get into that. The consolation being their fundamentals are fantastic. Sentinels.
That's probably my favorite.
Yeah. Their protocols are unbelievably well drilled. They are so disciplined, and they have one of the best anchor players in John QT in all of Americas. So they are looking very, very good, and they have that gas factor.
Yeah, I actually feel like their defaults are pretty similar too.
Arrested Development.
Both teams love to work the map. They love to start off a little bit slow.
I think
and they do have those really
some
good
of it.
ground protocols.
Like 5 episodes, maybe.
Because when we've been seeing MIBR, right, you know, they took on Cloud9, you know, they've.
I think so. Someone recommended it, and I watched a bit of it.
And something that stuck out to me.
Chat, I should have taken that break to get some more water. Give me like 2 minutes.
Good fundamental Valorant when it works out for what?
I have something to say about that.
Okay, go on.
Look, listen, MIBR, they have the post plants, they have the lineups, they know how to get off a site after they plant.
Everything sounds good.
Everything sounds good. However, they're also notorious for just taking their ones. They love to just walk up short.
That's true. They did that the three-player push down.
They love to just walk up dry, no util, take their fights. And I feel like for the most part, it has worked out in their favor. Sometimes it's been a little bit questionable.
It only seems to happen when they're about 3 or 4 rounds ahead.
Yeah.
Right. Then all of a sudden, they take contact on the extremities for no good reason. Like the round you mentioned, that was on Bind, right, where they pushed 3 players up.
That was like what they were at 11.
The round before that, they literally take contact on B-Long and Showers simultaneously, and both players get pooped on.
Yeah.
You know, so it's so odd because they play so well and they're well drilled. When they get far enough ahead, they're like, stuff it.
They're just like having fun.
But I think that is, you know, as the team continues to, you know, play on this stage, I do feel like we're starting to see them develop that identity and also develop some stars as well, like one of those players. And also want to clarify, a big shout out to my boy Fraud, who gave me the inside scoop here. I misspoke and said the RGL Meister was actually the IGL, but it's actually Mazen who's been making some brilliant calls as well.
What RGL rhymes with?
IGL.
Yeah. Which he's not.
Yeah, which he's not. So that's how But that being said, though, let's talk about RGL Meister. Because one of the things that Fraud told me is that this guy is a beast. And they're so satisfied with his output. Thing is, he's going to have to do it here against, you know, some big names in Valorant.
This guy is a duelist in like a role player's body. It's crazy. You want some stats, GB? You want some numbers? 14-6. That is RGL versus Oxy in the head-to-head.
Wow.
That is wild.
And it was 9-1. 1-9 on Ascent. So absolutely rolling him. Also with like 6 3Ks over the course of the series.
Yeah.
The clutch factor is strong in this one. This guy is unreal.
He literally reminds me of like debut Nats when he was just like in his prime, going crazy on that Viper roll.
Yeah.
He is so sick. RGL, you put him in a clutch, his name literally should be Clutchmeister because every single time I'm like, oh, 1v4, he's winning.
I like that.
No
Brand it, Clutchmeister. And honestly, he's been living up to it for sure. Just continues to perform, continues to contribute to this team exponentially. We wanted a star, we have found a star, and his name is RGL Meister.
Yeah, and look, you'll notice here, look at the first kill, first death down the bottom. He's not involved in a lot of those initial engagements though, but look up the list just a little bit more. 2.5 KDA on Ascent, right? That is the kind of map that we spoke highly of C9 because we felt that defensively they had good protocols, especially in shutting down the A split. But there was a Viper wall that gets set up, and quite often C9 got forced into retake whenever they moved the third player off that site. And that was something that MIBR could identify. Whenever the A site was weakly held, they really pounded it over and over again.
And I feel like we talk a lot about RGL and his mechanics, but his rotations, like you said, he has like some of the best rotations I've seen. He has some of the best Viper play, controller play that I've seen. He genuinely, as a controller, is solid, like straight up solid. His gameplay, his aim, his mechanics, his ideas. Solid. Literally, when he takes space, his hair,
picture,
his glasses,
his GPA,
what else?
His blood pressure,
His
cholesterol levels, incredible.
Blood pressure's great. This guy's got everything in space.
Follicle count off the charts. Honestly,
honestly, can't relate. So yeah, I get it. No, but I get what you're saying though. He's got everything, and that is what this team needed. They needed someone to be a force for them. But as we pivot over to the other side, I think something that we are going to be paying attention to is the Oxy contributed a lot in that initial game against MIBR, and then when they had the rematch, they were able to take him down, which was big for them because yes, you could say like it's the rematch, they got to be a little bit more prepared, a little bit more ready, but it also just felt like they just shut him down in a very effective way, and they recognized that was one of their primary win conditions going into it, and they performed it very well.
Yeah, I feel like the Oxy we saw against MIBR was a little bit scared, a little bit hesitant, and I feel like just in general, I've been looking to see Oxy kind of flourish and be that player. And I haven't felt it that much. Neither
team's Jet Duelist had a good series, though. I'd seen there is 17-16.
Guys, he had 7 first kills on Sky.
To be fair. Oxy was playing really restrained on Ascent. He was like anchoring A Heaven.
And it's Ascent, so it's either going to be one or the other.
Right, but in the past, he had been aggressively playing forward of Omen Smokes and Util in tree to try and deny the cat rotate. That wasn't happening. And I wonder if the advice to him after their game against NRG was to slow it down, be a bit more
Dude, that's a lot of first kills in
this
Sky.
I get a sense watching him, he hit the other
playing
end,
it like a
other
duelist.
end of the spectrum because Cloud9 still needed that spark, and Oxy didn't look like he was in the mindset to provide it.
Nathan, for you, I've seen clips of that. I haven't watched the full thing. I've seen clips of it.
His entries, his pathing, his movement, everything. Like it got so predictable, and I feel like we didn't see the craziness that we normally used to.
There were some good trap plays that C9 managed to funnel MIBR into where Oxy could capitalize, like with the operator on a couple of rounds, but in general, he wasn't able to have that same flair that we'd seen from him already, that kind of, these 4Ks, these huge moments,
and that's
individual
big.
Initiative taking we didn't see.
When you're able to take a player, a young player, and you're able to kind of like shut them down like that, that speaks volumes because, he should be playing with no fear, right? But hey, that it goes to show like where MIBR thrives is being able to isolate these things, isolate these win conditions, and really hone in on them. They're going to need to do that today because can they handle Zekin? Plain and simple. Zekin has been playing some great Valorant. I think, he's really just he's finding a second gear, third gear, I don't know, but this kid.
Wait, what did I miss,
layers
Lexi?
upon layers.
Yeah, I mean, Zekin's been super explosive as a player. He takes his own timings, he fights, he goes crazy, like he gets set up by his team, and he actually does a really, really good job of entering and taking space. And I feel like just in general, when you compare that side to side to Oxy, it's a little bit.
Not the same player.
It's really hard. Yeah, they're not. They are in fact not the same player.
Well,
yes,
not
correct.
functionally
Oxy
speaking.
and Zekin are two different players.
Don't.
Corporate wants you to find the. Shazam actually made a great tweet yesterday, which Shazam's someone I think who understands how to get newer players, younger players conditioned and into playing form. And he just said, look, I think Oxy is still going to be one of the best players in the world, but he needs time. He needs time.
Yes.
This format is brutal, it's grueling, and there isn't much time in between matches. But
Robbie, I haven't ignored it. I just haven't
that phase. I mean, we
got
had
around to it.
criticism of him on XSET, for example. He's already played internationally with that team. He is young, so we forget just how long he has behind him. But this guy has been empowered to go and do his thing, and that makes a big difference. No one has to micromanage him. He just goes and does what has to be. Like that last round against Leviathan on Blind, like the guy with that double rocket kill, he looked incredible, and he looked truly unleashed.
I mean, we also need to
mention that Duelist is literally the most volatile role in Valorant for me. Like
Taylor
you have
said
to,
that when he changed, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Like you have to be able to make space for your team. You have to make good decisions. You have to use your util to delay. It's so much packed into this one agent that's also expected to top frag. It's insane.
Yeah, Zekin really continues to illustrate why this Sentinels organization has invested so much into him, and it's for good reason. He provides, he gives them what they need.
He dog walked Aspas on bind, by the way.
Not getting Kickoff and Fnatic in Madrid is killing you.
That, I mean, when you
It was always going to happen with the lollies. I do think Heretics in Madrid would be sick. Like the Spanish crowd,
I think it's pretty telling,
they're
especially
kind of
the
crazy.
first which is not something we look at.
So that would be pretty cool.
But for two duelists that are the tip of the spear, that's how you really set these two apart. And I think the stats speak.
Have
for
I checked my DMs, by the way? Probably not. Pop T. Probably not, or I might have and I forgot about it. I might have done it in a sleeping state.
He's so good already fundamentally, and then when he just picks up the op, he said he's working on it. Aspas, he's known for his op. He's known for holding the
I should have checked this as well, for sure. I could have added these.
Smart with the way that he uses his op, the way that he positions himself on every single play that they make, and I feel like
That's
he has
cool.
a really
I'll message you. I'll message you later. They look sick though. They look like really sick. If I had seen that earlier, they would have. Yeah, I would have put them on.
I really do hope
we
we
are.
end up on bind because I feel like it's just such a great
Tomorrow.
round for both of these teams.
Wait, what games are there
try out some
tomorrow?
New ideas, and I'm actually just interested to see like what we end up getting in that series layout because I think that could very well determine like who wins.
Is it only
honestly.
China
We've
tomorrow?
been seeing that play a big role in this tournament.
I mean, it was talked about yesterday in the Sentinels versus Leviathan game, how much difference a map change makes. We went to Breeze, Leviathan.
Only
very
China?
different.
Maybe
Aspas
we
had
can
that
catch them the
space
last
to control,
days.
and Sentinel won. I think when they let Leviathan into the site, when they had to play retake, they won 1 out of 10. On that particular map. I don't think they want
Lexi, what I do is I go to bed, I look
think
at the
Icebox
first game,
makes sense typically, right? So that
and
should narrow it
then
down. We might even see Sunset at the end of the series.
so I know when to
Again,
start,
this team defensively,
and
their
then
retakes, I mean,
pretty much just repeat that.
6
I
out of
never
9
try and look
retakes
too
on
far
split,
ahead.
4 out of 5, 4 versus 5 conversions. So even losing a player at the start of the round, and then won 2 out of 3 ecos.
Yeah, which when you because those rounds, right, especially with the MR12 format and how everything is, like that matters so much, right?
I mean, I really,
Yeah, so maybe we can try and do a bit of China tomorrow, but we might just sleep and then we could do some content. People have been wanting to need to rate some of the stuff as well. We could do pick'ems.
It's gonna be a toss-up.
Do pick'ems. I can rate the skins, etc. What else is there? I can do some round recaps. I got plat chat in the evening. Yeah.
I genuinely am so excited for this game.
I say in the evening. I think it's the evening.
Finish each other's sentences, finish each other's sandwiches, same difference. I'm excited though. That is, you are so right. That is going to be a
Round
really cool thing to
recaps.
see
Yeah, there's a few rounds that I want to do.
I'll tell you what. I need that nutrition.
Well, yeah, you need it. You need the grown boy. That being said, though, let's actually get a little bit of a vibe.
Yeah, I probably won't, Lexi. I think it should be fun of how it is. I bought a mouse. Thank you so much with the gifted. Thank you.
Do something quite silly.
Zeddy!
I challenge you, Zelsa's, to an arm wrestling match. Are you ready?
No, but I'm ready.
Okay, will you break you by?
Okay, don't break my arm, please.
3, 2, 1.
Please buy the Sentinels Classic bundle. Thank you.
Yo, is that young Devin Lorette out there dominating the competition? Let's go.
So I saw Elizabeth, and she was like, yeah. So like we were just playing around, and then he was like, all right, go serious. And then that's when that happened. That's amazing. Of course, folks, we're minutes away from this first match, and it's going to be great. Let's go ahead and take a look at the pools, the map pool, and see where we're going to be going here. It's going to be Split, Ascent, and Sunset.
No bind.
No bind.
Ban bind.
Oh my god.
So where were the Yoru maps?
I mean, I was thinking that they would be like VOD watchers and just be like, oh, let's go bind. Like, we know exactly how they default, but no. That is actually wild.
Okay,
Man,
well, we do
Split
get
could be
Split, which is
savage.
something that we really, really wanted to see, Athena.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of Split from MIBR.
Both these teams look so strong on Split, and again, this goes to show that MIBR's retakes on post-hunts are so good. Their post-hunts as well are sick. Sentinels, they're so active. They love taking backside. They like pushing and taking space, so they're going to deny any of these retakes.
So 2 players I want you to look out for on Sentinels on
Wait,
Split,
Keeper,
especially.
what?
On one side of the map, it's John QT. On the other, it's Sassy.
You're not the Keeper. You're not the most avid gym goer, to be
They are
fair.
so hard to shift off the site, which means that those retakes become
And
far easier.
Zolsus
Because
loves the
again,
gym.
They
already.
that by
And
the time
caffeine.
they stall. I mean, John QT
So imagine he was
1v3s,
pumped up
1v2s,
for it.
might trade himself, but always trades up in value, right? That's going to be a problem for MIBR in situations when the round timer starts to run down. They might swing
Keep it
into
civil.
a weak site, but if it's against Sassy or
Damn,
John
keeping it
QT,
civil.
they don't have an advantage even with more players
I'm also
necessarily.
curious to see what MIBR does regarding like their initial rounds as well, right? They like to group up a lot early on, and I think that could maybe be something.
I mean,
that they
I
take
just hope
advantage
they
of.
change their comp because I'm not excited to see the solo Sky. Like I
Did
think
they play KO Sky yesterday? Did they make that adaptation?
that was on Bind.
That was, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
so on Split, they like to play that solo Sky, and I feel like that's going to be so rough when you have players like Zelsis, Zekin, John QT. Like, everyone on Sentinels can kind of be that outstanding player, and I feel like they're going to have to use so much neutral to push each one of these players off of their respective spots.
Yeah, Tens also is someone to watch. You know what Sentinels are doing based on what side of the map he's on. He loves to play aggressive on defense on that A ramps.
Yeah.
A lot of teams, though, have already seen through that. They've seen the tape, and they're trying to pressure that position blind at the start of the round.
All right, well, let's hear some predictions, guys. Who do you think is going to win this? Okay, he's going for the Zaddy and the boy. He was so fast.
All right,
I feel bad because, you know, I was walking down the halls past Zelsis, and he goes for the fist bump. I didn't even see it. So I'm feeling bad. Yeah, sorry.
So you're making up for it. This is you making up for it. Send 2-1.
2-1. I think it's going to be a close game. I think it's going to be 2-1.
I went with Sen as well.
What's the score? What score do you think?
You know what? I do think that MIBR is going to take one. I agree with you on the 2-1.
Loud's Viper is too strong on Ascent.
It's
dude, it's a completely different way of playing Ascent, and teams are not used to it after like what 3 years pretty much of playing the same way.
You have to have impact on that duelist against the team with Zekin.
Okay, I couldn't agree more. This
You
is
got to
gonna be
put a lot of
massive
thought
game
behind
for
it.
both of these teams.
And I think it's a
These
nightmare.
three squads go
It's a nightmare to play against.
in this arena, but only one will make it to the playoffs. We have MIBR.
Viper is too
Sentinels,
strong on
and
anything.
G2
I mean
Esports,
that
folks.
also.
It's going to be good. Day 8 of VCT America's kickoff starts ahora.
Busca mais jogador. Opa, olha só ele, Niang. Olha só ele, Niang.
Having a dodge and Juke playing rocket. Zekan. It's monstrous.
King, get out of here.
Então, basicamente, os play-ins agora funcionam com os segundos times colocados do grupo que passar, todo mundo vai se enfrentar e o melhor time que passar vai para os playoffs.
Viper's pick rate was higher than the busted chamber. It does. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. It's just so strong.
Pretty grueling weekend, but now that, you know, we made play-in, I think we're the favorites for sure.
I don't think they're the favorites. I think everyone is very close. Stylistically, they're not that hard to play against. These people are people that we are familiar with.
Americas is using the most of it right now, right? Because they're the ones that are playing it the safest.
G2 eu acho que é um time que eles têm uma sinergia muito boa, né? Porque eles estão bastante tempo juntos e eles.
But I think they're right. I think I would be I would just carry on using it.
MIBR is kind of like, you know, a dark horse for me. You know, their team is like nothing to be messed with.
He swings and that's another Red Bull club for RGL.
I think Viper needs changes, yeah.
Vai ser um jogo bem difícil também. Eles são jogadores
It's
muito
like the only
bons.
thing. Well, it's the only thing agent-wise that I'm calling for at the moment, really.
Então, eu conheço muito
Everything
bem
else is good.
como ele pensa, ele também conhece muito bem como eu penso, então vai ser um jogo bem interessante. Obviamente é uma pressão a mais, né, que a gente não pode errar agora.
Only one spot left in playoffs. You got to come ready to, you know, just 13-0 everything and make it through.
What changes would I make? I just want to get rid of the agent. You don't want to ask me what I'd do. I get rid of everything. What is Zelsis doing, man?
E do outro lado, uma das tags mais lendárias dos esportes. Chegou a hora do MIBR!
Brasil original, nós leva a vida dura, mas sempre no alto astral. Mas é otimista, sou brasileiro, trabalhador que vai à luta, não desiste, merecedor dessas conquistas, nascidos para o mundo.
Fraud the coach, assistant coach. Yeah. Ray's Mana, how we doing with the Prime? Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate you.
Derrota é uma lição, desistir pra nós não é mais opção. Hoje mesmo busco o que é nosso sonho, nossos sonhos, nossas glórias, nossos sonhos.
NA constantly has home crowd advantage. That is true. That is true.
Matches. So they first need to overcome the Sentinels, and then they'll have to worry about G2 Esports. On the other side to that, for Sentinels, a big win here can give them a bit more calm in their minds as they prepare and get ready for the final game of this play-in, because they will be playing the first and the third. A lot of pressure on both of these teams, Uber.
Both of these teams basically permaban Icebox, which meant that MIBR essentially had a free ban, and they targeted Bind. They don't want to deal with this confusing split default style with the Euro from Sentinels. They want to play some honest Valorant
Some
here.
good, wholesome
I
Valorant.
really thought that they would just bot watch and like pick it and just go crazy, but apparently not.
It might just be a bit too much for them, but don't forget, Sentinels look very good on split, but I'm gonna say it. Levitan are cheeks on split.
Yeah, I
right
just
now.
don't know. I just not much really to extract from that, you know? Like,
Damn,
nothing.
dude.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know, I feel bad saying that, but it's just the
he's,
reality of it, you
not
know?
wrong.
So Sentinels are certainly going to be coming into this one with a bit more confidence, but I think MIBR could maybe use that to their advantage here.
I mean, I really don't want to see double duelists in solo Sky from MIBR. If they do that, I'm gonna be upset. Because I feel
They're
like
randomly catching
I feel like
strays,
they
yeah.
can go
Get
super
knocked out and
aggressive,
then they
can
get a
take that
savage
space away
stray.
from them on split, but I feel like Sentinels already does such a good job of that MIBR should stick to their strengths, which is playing together.
Who's gonna
as a
win?
team,
I have
but not just zooming in
Sentinels for
without
play-ins.
any flashes and having enough
Should be
detail
close
for
though,
those
but
retakes.
Yeah, I mean, looking ahead in this series,
they
as
just
well,
look
I don't
too
think
good.
Ascent is
But
enough
me
that
to not
Sentinels
thinking.
love to play right now. It's their second ban if they can get to it.
Yeah.
MIB, I want to pick it first, so it was almost guaranteed to come up in this particular series.
Yeah.
Again, 2 out of 3 ecos were won by Sentinels on split. And remember, in ecos right now, you are not investing. You are not getting half armor, none of this nonsense. You are full eco with some util, and then full armor buy, so you don't fall prey to the outlaw. So that's even more incredible that they're getting away with that. That means the team has a
Zelsis?
really
Oh yeah,
solid
man,
idea
he's
of
like
how to play the
perfect
game,
for an
and
org.
their protocols are
Like, if you tell Zelsis you want him to sell out, man, he will he will do it to like a whole new level where it basically becomes his personality.
So
Kind of
get
sick.
out there and support teams that support this awesome sport. Here we go though, as we start things off. Tens, Omen, doing what he's got to do.
Our GOAT.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't expect anything particularly crazy. I mean,
I don't think we're going to get much.
Jet,
Yeah.
we might get like Jet Rays still from MIBR. Like, still
I
trying
really don't want to see that.
I'm not a huge fan of it either, I'll be honest. I really like to see double initiator on a lot of these comps if possible.
I just think they're so
They're
good
doing
with
it.
their like fundamental post plants and retakes, and I feel like they
Double
struggle
duelists.
when they only have that one flash. Or Mazine has to do a really good job at saving his util every single time.
Is there an
which
option
sucks.
instead
Double
of this
duelist
guy that they could
against this
potentially
comp
use, or
normally
just
struggles.
this guy's just too
I
reliable
think a
because of the
double
info?
initiator would be cool.
You can play
We'll see.
Breach with the Rays.
I like Breach. I love Breach.
Yeah, I mean, like Breach like works really well on this particular map. I mean, there's some teams that are, you know, even bringing in KO
Normally.
occasionally
Right.
on this kind of map. Right?
MIBR have
QT
good
Cypher,
coaches.
I mean, we
MIB
see
have
a
good
very
coaches,
standard
and
proposition
Sentinels
here from Sentinels.
have shown a
I think
lot of
if Unseen
footage.
is gonna
So
pick Jet, that's fine.
there's a
I
chance
need
that it
him to
could be
impact
a lot
this year.
closer
I
than
don't
we
wanna
think.
harp on it, right?
Yeah.
And he doesn't have to be a star.
Yeah.
But if he's playing duelist, he needs the first kill.
He doesn't have to be a star, he needs to be reliable.
He's even going to struggle against the Cypher trips. Like, he's not going to be able to
Jet Ski,
properly enter
thank you so
unless
much,
they
bro.
actually
Good to see.
genuinely clear that. And I feel like that's why Raze is so much stronger, even as a solo duelist, because they can just satchel those trips and get them out of the way. But, I mean, I don't know. We'll see how this fares out.
Rod, he just had a kid.
No one's really going to change anything.
I think
up
he's a
too
little bit
much
busy.
here, and it seems like this could be. You know,
You'll see him
I
at
guess
one
you can
point.
Make the argument, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Look, if your
Keep
team
it, shut up.
doesn't have the ability ability to deal with that Cypher util, you're going to be fighting into the strong side every round on attack, which really disadvantages you and opens you up to a John QT lurk later in the round.
All right, well, this is it. The first match of the day. We got a long one, folks, so I hope you're ready to go. Let's send it over to our casters. And we know what you guys want. You want yourself some Brand and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, either Brand and Sideshow or Skibbity Toilet. I haven't actually decided between the two yet, but wakey, wakey, rise and shine. An early start for the play-ins, Josh. Listen, Sentinels versus MIBR. It kicks off here, and really, this is the marathon. This is the endurance test for these teams. You think about Sentinels. They got off their second match yesterday. No time to really prepare. No time to really rest. They're jumping into it first thing today.
I think anything is possible in a format like this. Sentinels are coming in as the favorites. Everybody thought.
What's the time in LA? Must be morning for send that.
And got to the play-ins, they would be favored.
What is it, like 10 behind?
You should
Like 10 or something?
no way write off
12?
MIBR or G2. You look at the map pool. If MIBR are able to pull away
12?
a win on
Okay.
Split or Sunset, they've got a great
For
chance
gamers,
here.
maybe that is early.
I'm looking
Okay,
at the buy on the
Sentinels
pistol.
on
Mazine,
defense, MIBR on
double
attack,
flash, so this is
and
gonna
we
be a
are
fast
just
round,
straight
no
up
map control.
go in
All grouped up into B.
for a
They
B
are just
hit
contacting
with a
forwards.
late
Disrespect shown as two players from
smoke
Sen, Paranoia
towards heaven,
held by 10.
and
Gonna have to be a key piece of util. Now the explosion straight through into the side. It's a double satchel. Paranoia matters not. The close quarters fight.
man, Tens is in trouble. John QT might save him. Right, respect. Okay, nicely done. Yeah, that was big. Tens did really good just staying alive.
They may have played the last game yesterday, but they looked incredibly
Yeah,
prepared for
and
that
they were
pistol. Like I said,
fast
Mazine
with this
goes
rotate.
frenzy, double flash.
Fast
So
with this
they knew that
rotate,
was gonna
and
be a mini
Tens,
burst on the side
I
of
think he hit
MIBR.
like
They'd already
3
planned that.
with
But for
his
Sen,
flash.
They don't know exactly what pistol round's coming out, and yet they looked perfectly prepared to deal with it. Tens holding the Paranoia, and sure, the first wave of people ended up getting caught, but second is out through the smoke on top of rafters. John comes in from spawn, all supporting Tens, who tucks on site. Impeccably played from Sen on the pistol. And you look at my expectations
Double,
for this.
dude, they buy double Sheriff. Okay, so they looked into the fact that Sentinels just don't buy Outlaws. If they go double Sheriff, which means they have the light armor because they've got no plant.
And they're so happy to play retake, and they're winning. I think the stat
So
was
they might have
60%
looked into the fact that they don't buy Outlaw.
So they just have such a good idea in terms of what the protocols are, what areas of the map to fight over that are essential.
But that also means that if you're a fan of MIBR, if you're rooting for this Brazilian organization to have redemption here and make it through to our kickoff playoffs, then you should still hold hope, even if this first half doesn't work out too well for them. Yeah. Because they've also looked pretty solid on the defense side, running double duelist, which is a little unusual, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. They have the option to do it.
MIBR have found an opening. There are 3 Sen players walking down mid, dominating that area, and MIBR have walked all the way into A. Sen love playing A retake. Usually they'll have Cypher trips over there, so you'll know to some degree.
They at least
MIBR
had
are
some
in.
trips.
Sen could
They
easily
just
get
shot him.
caught out by FRZ or by Ardazine.
Have we seen as much stingers in EMEA? The only keeper, the only team that's buying like heavy stingers is Kickoff because of narrate. So it's the NA. It's the NA contribution.
He can't think there's too much of a chance. He's going to tuck himself into the off-angle cage, blocks off the retreat at least for the approach now. The Sentinels still being watched as well. Look at that awareness from John
Man.
QT, making sure he's got the
RGL
end
with a
in.
classic somehow has to get one. Poor guy.
The satchel through, RGL onto the side. All the pieces accounted for. The exception, Jesus A, but finally there it is. So 4 players survive.
Very well dealt with from Sentinels. That's the
Not bad as well. And the one gun that they lost gets picked up by the person that bought a ghost, so they have a very good bonus into this one.
Towards screens if somebody had been snoozing at the wheel and he caught somebody off guard. That's not the case. Sen are super disciplined. Even Tens throws out the Paranoia to clear out like hell, and he knows he's going to blind some of his team, but that's the piece of utility they've chosen to throw in that situation. Looks amusing, but it's part of the game plan. So now Sen have got themselves some of that like close range weaponry to work with here. That's going to require them to get a bit more aggressive. They could try a flood defense in this round rather than some big
Big buy rounds, and we have no one close to their ults, kind of anywhere. Been pretty even.
You think about a map like Split, very close quarters.
This is nice for Sentinels. They get A control and they get to put the Raze across here so they can heavier hold this mid.
Plays for the flash through and a pop. There is that connection. Spraying with Zekken, then a nade, and it's just a follow-up. And a follow-up through with Zelsis right there behind.
It's a nice trade. These are all the util. They get a good information though. Wait, 3-person rotate, so they have the bonus here. They take a bit of a risk with the 3-person, now 2-person rotate. And it's looking like MRBR might have owned this round in terms of calling.
He's playing inside B main, so they know that the 1-3-1 default, the player
They're going to go aggro towards middle, and the timing probably couldn't be worse. Yeah, MIBR are fully on this. They know it's a low buy, and they're expecting some kind of aggression.
MIBR, very slow approach to the round, but it looks like they're going to be able to get themselves in a great position to A split. Tens, Paranoia, and a Stinger, anchoring A from elbow. So much pressure about to come in.
Tens has
no more util for MIBR
one
really
smoke,
to use to try and clear him out of this
flash,
corner. Here we go. Straight in again.
and he kills one of the high HPs.
Whips out the ghost as well. No time for the reload. Smoke drop down.
And his reposition is unbelievable.
This site here's the footsteps, and John QT is right there behind him. Seconds dwindling, rattled down.
That's a spike.
They have to try and get this down with the spike, but already it's dropped down into the smoke. 1v1.
8 HP, 5 HP. Oh man, that one got real close. Yeah, he just tried to tap the spike, tried to catch him off guard. Tens did fantastic. John obviously did great to get this extra kill here, but
Stinger kill, finds the perfect time to peek elbow, throws out a smoke, which is really nice for him to play around.
yeah, Tens deserves a shout out for that as well. John did awesome.
To set up a little crossfire with John to be able to pick off another player. You look at that on the minimap, we are about to crunch 4 players into Tens. It doesn't look doable for him, and yet he still survives.
Really shouldn't have been.
This is one of the faster plays that teams are using when they have like a heavier mid holds. This dash across definitely works better with the double duelist when the Raze can back you up. Yeah, they nearly got a huge gun. So everyone's going to go meet their Sky and heal up.
In the meantime, Zekken's tucked into this corner. Fairly unexpected, you've got to imagine. FRZ's pressuring over towards A main. Didn't meet a trip necessarily, but I think saw the cam up in A heaven, which John is using just to make sure that nobody's taking space.
Here.
It's another round where MIBR are kind of getting really deep here. Starting their exit.
Looks like Sentinels
that suggests to me that they have a good read on how Sen are playing.
Good read, but it's more just the fact that they realize that A is going to be weaker. Oh, I tell you what, the 1-person fake over towards B, Dick drag Zelsis away, and he gets a good timing through the smoke and gets 2. The lovely smoke from Tens
even close to the default plan spot. Sassy
to allow this from John and Sassy. And nice. Really good smoke.
Sen are throwing in some different looks. This time hard.
Yeah, they are.
With John Cutie and Sassy. That's not something that we've seen them do too much.
Yeah, they're changing up as well, which is good. Their reactions, they really have this map down straight up.
JSA is just not ready for Zelsis to come into this smoke. It's such a risky decision from Zelsis to walk into it like that. And unfortunately, it was just as JSA was kind of backing off. There was such a serious chance there for Zelsis to lose that duel, drop a weapon, snowball into MRBR having an advantage.
Okay, so are we going to see some B aggression because they're 1 orb away? Kind of. See a one-way smoke, we see a flash that goes a little bit deeper.
The attack side is a very structured approach from MIBR.
Nice cam from John. Spots 2.
Not noticed this cam.
Rotate can come in.
The cam in heaven the whole time, and they just aren't even thinking
Spots
about
3 now.
No, there's 2 players over towards A with a contact. They're gonna play through this one. Snake bite, nade, or pushes the players out.
Man, the nade was so perfect. Forces them out into the open.
Based off the information that they have there, how does MIBR possibly get it?
Crispy guy. Absolute shots. And now we have a pretty weird round where over towards... I mean, they could take a lot of timing. Spike is down though, so that's the main thing. Tens clears a lot of info with this.
Maybe enough chaos strewn into the round for MIBR to stand that chance.
It's so difficult to retrieve the spike, and Tens is coming around behind.
Paranoia went gliding right over their heads. They hear the ropes. Yeah, he's just trying to fight them right behind. One for one. You know exactly where RGL is. I mean, made all the noise in the world.
That got close. 47 HP.
We saw RGL go crazy for MIBR in the game.
Problem is for MIBR, no buy on this one. Sorry, no plant on this one, so it's like really too much.
The cam in this round, giving them full info that there were players on A-Ram and allowed them to do a
close. They've actually had 2 close rounds, right? The 5 HP duel that came in, they had this duel 43 HP.
Yeah, like a flash.
The 1v1s have been a little bit unlucky for them, you'd say.
And they just completely cleared Mazine out of the position. And Mazine, unfortunately,
but it is also 1v1s, so they need to get it closer.
Slow 1-3-1 defaults for MIBR. Not only is he kind of getting outread by Sentinels, who are being very mobile on defense and changing up their setups, he's also got caught in that round, sat at the bottom of the scoreboard 0-5. This is going to be tough. It is going to be difficult for MIBR to come up with a game plan that works here.
Yeah, that's the trouble. You try and go explosive, increase that tempo off the rip as soon as the barriers go down. Senna perfectly happy to play retake. Supportive util is always there as well, just to make sure if there is a player anchoring, for example, out into elbow. Tens likes to play there, sometimes Sassy. It's usually going to be smokes to support them, or maybe even just really far back defensive trips. This is the real issue you run into, honestly, when you start playing against Sentinels on split. It's like a home field advantage. They put so much work into this one particular side of the map, alternating the setups, and they're so well drilled of how they play it.
They can buy this gun because they're going to have knives into the next round. If this one gets close, maybe they're going to pop some of these ults. We'll see.
You can't just sit at the goose egg, exactly. Double satchel up top here. Nade rebounded. That's going to be landing into vents. Late trip. Put down by John QT.
I like the late reactive trip.
And Gavin, exactly what I was saying prior.
They could definitely be tempted to use a Viper ult here if they have a good lineup for it.
Now this round though might get a little difficult because of the pit that FRZ's thrown.
Back is site one, my least favorite of all the Viper ults.
Speaking of that,
trying to re-clear him. Yeah, there's a smoke in his face. He hears him. So many.
Oh my goodness. What the? Two ults invested into this one. This is a big round for MIBR. They invested so many ults. Make that 3. Tell you what though, I don't like the ult, but after this, with the Astra ult, it's a little bit better. Yeah, nicely handled from Sentinels. And MIBR, did they really do a pause to say that they want to use 3 ults into the into the eco?
From MIBR's perspective, because that's an eco round, but they feel like it's winnable. They got in onto the plant, so they use the pit, they use the showstopper.
Still like the idea. Like, I get the idea, but in an ideal world, the Viper ult could have been the one over towards spawn, and then they could have heavy focused elsewhere.
The outplay there from Zekken.
The only thing that I would have changed if I was MIBR, if we were really using all of these ults into it, is someone needed to go close. Like, they had to go closer to the wall here.
FRZ out of the safe corner.
But I get why they're standing further back, because they want people to tank as much damage, but as soon as they get close, they're just going to start spamming using util.
The team play requires a little bit of individualism. Sen have got it. Unfortunately for MIBR, that is.
Look at the way they adjust the setups again. I mean, pit into mids, adjustments with the trips all over towards B. It funnels MIBR now in through B main. It's going to be putting
split. They have a their split is very good.
Emphasis onto John QT with his setups. And
look at that. Yeah, I mean, still nice from the double duelists.
What is going on?
Yeah, that is Valorant.
Just spraying whilst strafing from side to side there. Only 2 players surviving.
At least gets the plant off, but you got to think again. So damn hard.
Man, I still can't believe they used that many ults into a low buy.
MIBR, you got to take some risks in this situation, in this scenario. You can't just let them play for the retake optimally. There's one.
They basically all in and lost.
Labored in the process. Sassy with a defuse, sticking half already. The win conditions are just dwindling. Sentinels up to 7. Mazine is going to want to save this gun.
And Sentinels, they are the favorites in this play-in. And they have looked phenomenal on
Yeah,
the
look at
defense
that. How are you
side.
ever meant to? He did insane to get one. How are you
But I
ever meant
was
to kill both of those?
expecting there to be more moments than this for MIBR to be able to get some impact in these rounds. It's just looked
Okay,
clinical
another
for
buy
a
round.
second.
They would really like it if
One
they
of
had
the
these
fastest
ults that
matches
they
we've
used
seen
the
in
other
Americas. I don't know what that is, but
round.
we'll get
but-
our finest minds on the job, probably.
Notice how they've moved their defensive setup again. John Cutie was anchoring B in the previous round. This time moves his setup back over towards A. Yeah. Very difficult to get a read on exactly what's going on when your players on the outsides of the map play such kind of passive positions. I mean, look at the way that these players are positioned over here. It's very far away from the action. Generally speaking, MIBR, the people holding the outsides of the map are going to play really disciplined. But that also means you don't get a good read on who's anchoring where.
Any kind of okay, literally no. They get the info that one was trying to walk through, at least just find a trip, and they don't see
FRZ's
anything.
gonna try to make something happen with a slightly more aggressive lurk on A ramp.
And Zelsis loves playing like
His
this.
toes have been seen.
Spotted, betrayed.
Yeah, but he knows that's the same person that was trying to walk out A ramp.
That's just out of pocket. Okay. 45 seconds.
I mean, they know that FRZ is there. They're now using the Skydog to flush him out.
Balls made to try and commit over towards A. You can see the spikes making its move and ground over towards it, but Sentinels are not giving up this space.
Good luck on sight, Sassy here. Oh, that helps.
John QT is to set up an adjustment you can. Read this one, a gap into
The
the
hell
wall.
is this gap in the
Reveals
wall?
all. Wow, Sassy to get the one pick.
Kill
and now
trip still on sight as well. You could get another one for this. What a nightmare for MIBR. They are getting
Eventually we'll start to fade here. Players walking up onto
annihilated.
the sides, but look at it. Players don't know which way to look here. For MIBR, it's just impossible. There's no easy fight granted. And there's eventually going to be a triple phase with a satchel to set it all up.
The satchel on top.
8-0. It's clinical.
Man.
It's a
It really
masterclass.
It absolutely is. And you got to remember as well that MIBR are playing last year's meta. There was a lot of talk from the desk about how they didn't really like the solo Sky, but I think it goes even a little deeper than that because Sentinels are also playing solo Sky, right? In terms of the initiators they have online. But the fact that you know what MIBR are
Say,
gonna
hello, bro.
do,
Congrats, dude.
and you've seen it all.
Congrats,
all last
man.
year. There
Big
is
wins.
nothing new, really, that
One
MIBR
more.
can pull out on this side of the map.
It's a harder
Or
one,
the other
but
that
one
you
more.
haven't experienced. And Sen's comp is so good at being able to shut down what MIBR are going for. They need something huge here.
I don't know what that is, but
Mitch on the desk was asking Artesine to step up and be the big player. Or at least to have a better interaction with those first kill to first deaths.
Yeah.
We saw RGL, the Wrigglemeister. He was wriggling all over them in the Cloud9 game. But it just
Skydog.
haven't been any moments
Once they
where
start getting some kind of
individuals
info
can
over
shine
towards
in
A,
this
they want to
round so
check who's
far
around
for
here.
MIBR. Because the team
And
shutdown
the
has
dog
been
goes
so
towards Vents, but they have 3 people. Yeah, and as soon as they clear the dog, John just gets the info, calls them over. We've got a lot of people. They're going to fast. Oh, man. They went for the plant in heaven, and the pings come in, and they just spam it. Gotta go for a safer plant, and the safer plant's on top of a nade.
nades just popping off all over the place.
Oh, man.
Spam from heaven kills Artesine and then another nade coming through.
Paranoid to clear it out. Got a retreat here, close tuck to the corner. Second, this guy is on one right now. He knows what a player is. The bullet.
Oi, oi, oi. Lovely shot.
From Mazine, but he's just one man. What can
Yeah,
you do?
dude.
Not much, man.
They went to plant for heaven, and he went, to be fair, they went for the plant to the side of heaven,
9-0.
and then Zek just insta-spams, and then instantly throws the nade, knowing they're going to go for a safer plant. And then they went, oh man, it was literally on his head, I'm pretty sure, the raise nade. We'll get a good replay of it.
Because they were assuming Sentinels were playing off-site a lot.
Yeah.
But
Well, and there's all the timeouts done.
yeah, it's time for the tactical timeout. But even if MIBR
Hopefully they
get
don't use
3
all
on
of their
attack
ults on
side,
Nico again.
even with how good MIBR's
But
defenses
yeah,
look
this was
here,
nice from him.
on
Because
this
they
map,
realized they
where
spammed
play
enough bullets on the default plant, but everyone's been planting to the side of it, so he transfers over.
Looks unlikely. Everybody locked in. MIBR with a
That's just like
bit of a
them just
timeout.
watching and knowing and adapting.
Genuinely, I mean, we can see all the available options. We can see all the information when we're casting up here. And even I'm struggling to come up with options.
Yeah, I think there's got to be more in terms of trying to contact around the map just a little, because I think MIBR have got stuck in the last kind of 4 rounds of just pouncing on a site.
Trying to go all in.
And they don't really know who's anchoring. They don't really know where the trip setups are. And I think that when Sen are playing, because they do like to fall off sites fairly easily and play for the retake, there should be some space that opens up. You know, if the Cypher setup is over towards A and you have that ramp lurk that finds the camera, then maybe
Group of death stocks. Oh yeah, I mean that group was absolutely savage.
Trying to play for the aggressive lurks on either side of the map.
This is one of their best maps though. You gotta consider that. Like they've always looked outrageously good on this map.
It is desperation time for MIBR.
Even in the off season, this was like the map that they. It was like this bind and sunset that they really understood.
MIBR, time to get a little bit quirky with the timings perhaps, but it looks like this is again another all-in approach. Flash, big connection, and Tens is there to instantly respond. He drops him. JZZ unable to lead the initiative here for the rest of the team, and still they're going to follow through. Attempt to at least get a bit of that space, but another first kill does not go their way. Tens still here, bullets rattling. Jump spot.
Jump spot actually saw 2, I'm pretty sure.
What is the answer again for MIBR? Backing away. Minute 10 on the clock.
And because this round, they started 5 towards A ramp. As soon as they lose JZA, they have no options everywhere else.
No prior map control has been gained by a player lurking.
Yeah, they don't know. Zekken could have walked down mid. They, you know, the Sentinels players might be inside B main right now, ready for this. It's very difficult. Artazine could make something happen on an aggressive lurk towards A. They didn't see the Cypher.
What they're relying on, but
generally John and Tens are going to be on opposite sides of the map.
Skydog goes in, and does the Jet want to, or oh hello, or they're going to stick this free pass and they're going to stick with this free pass and stack, but that does mean that now MIBR will go over towards B.
That's quite incredible. That time.
Wait, how did he?
Couldn't have been more perfect for Zekken.
Is that off the cam?
I'm not 100%.
It must have been off the cam. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Oh, it's completely against them. 12 seconds. Going down to almost nothing.
There's no way you just randomly do that all after seeing the guy A heaven. And this is somehow their best chance of winning a round.
Relies heavily on these heaven players. This fight that's coming up, it's going to be critical. It's going to be vital. Flash. Very deep onto the
this
angle.
guy has to. Oh.
He's forwards. He's trying to pounce. Lovely movement. Isolates one.
Beast.
Isolates the next. And this is what they needed. That individuality. Camp broken. Leave it to John QT. But the round should be sealed. John, not too much you can do here.
All right, they're on the board.
So finally, MIBR, they get
they're on the board. It took a little bit of individual.
Let that be a lesson to you, Sentinels. Nobody takes 10 rounds in a row against MIBR. Artazine stepping up there. Massive performance from him, being able to hold off that retake of B heaven. Can they get 3? Can they get the pistol? Can they make this doable? It's important the Sentinels don't take their foot off the gas completely. Like we said, both of these teams should be better on the defense side. But any round has just been, I mean, so far away from coming for MIBR until that 3K.
Painstaking, and it just gets even worse off the rip. I mean, first kills.
Yeah, the tagging there was so savage.
And JCC there isn't even in a super committed position.
That's how they start their next buy round, to try and string 2 in a row.
Spam when the wall goes up, and Sassy's got a perfect angle.
What's the call again? Everybody still holding hands into the A main choke. They pause, grab the orb. Trailblazer broken, but full reinforcements arriving. The cavalry is here. The call is
Astra
made.
ult goes in. Look at the trades though. Everyone's swinging. Yeah, it just feels like as soon as you kill one, you're gonna get taken down. Everyone is just a unit with the swings.
There's just no world, is there? There's just no world.
It's tough in this position for MIBR because you want to still believe, but when you're down 9-1 and you're in a 1v4,
you know it's going to be 10-1,
and the rest of your teammates are sat there quietly.
You blink and everyone is there, yeah. It feels like they kind of have a bit of a read on them as well.
Maybe even
especially with how many like smoke kills and stuff, they maybe
even as well.
Got their number on this.
Tough. And this is a grueling play-ins that we've got coming up.
Oh yeah.
MIBR playing back-to-back matches after beating or
10
losing
seconds left.
to Sentinels. And they still have another one instantly afterwards.
It is that marathon, really. I mean,
it's a grueling gauntlet.
Test that endurance, test the form as well, coming into each of these matches. But for now, it's all Sentinels.
And I feel bad for MIBR too, because I can definitely say I underrated MIBR coming into this season. From what we've seen of them in Kickoff so far, they did such a great job at responding in that Cloud9 game. And maybe if they'd started defense on Split, maybe this could have been a little bit of a closer match. But at the moment, they are getting slammed.
Oh, they're getting absolutely slammed.
It's systematic
But
dismantling.
I'll tell you
really.
that round over towards site on the eco,
Adjustments. There's no
that
heavy read
was
for MIBR here. At
that
this
was
point, it's
it.
just relying on that
That was the
individuality.
difference between
Raw firepower.
maybe getting like 4
They carve out a path into
and
mid.
having 1 at this
Drop
point.
down. Celsius has to respect that one now. Backs away entirely to Molly.
What?
What? JC say it was comboed, I think, with a nade from the other side of the map. That was Zekin.
Oh, how is just the simplest of util combos finding the pick for them at the beginning of the round? JZZ's
Yeah, but they
first
just
death
committed
ratio
so
must
heavy.
be off the
And I think the
charts
nade was
right
thrown
now.
from so far back that they didn't get the sound cue until it popped.
It's the slightest of weaknesses, the potential for a kill, and they all just try and jump onto it. Leads to those openings.
And this guy on site now has a smoke to play with,
Remember, there's one
a
player
kill trip.
anchoring onto the site. This entire time, Celsius, he retreated, smoked here to divide the map.
Look at Zelsis, any
side,
flashes
Paranoia
behind
sent
him.
flying.
Man, look at Zelsis, they have any idea he's in the smoke.
Footsteps all around him. They just don't
Nice
know where
shot.
he is. Good. Instant response from FRC. He pretends he's lurking, contacting into the angle. Finds himself a 3-1.
Planted.
2 players left alive for MIBR in the final round of this half.
Yeah, and everyone's got their
Second is very carefully clearing. Sassy tried to do the same and got caught. FRZ on an interesting off angle. Taking down his former teammate from ancient times.
Second, he's not playing with 10s yet. Still worried, actually. There could be a player up into heaven. Pulse.
Nice,
That's
one back
spot
of screens.
2, not too sure, but the info may be there with the ping.
Oh, I tell you what, his
Kill.
reposition there
Massive
was
10s.
lovely
10s all
from the
in a
Zim.
1v2. It's too much
I like
for
the
him to
idea,
tackle.
and as soon as he
Even
got
with that
spotted, he
momentous lead,
insta
so a second
managed to
round
get
for
out and got a
MIBR.
good timing on
The
heaven.
question being, will it be enough?
A thin thread that MIBR's chances on Split are balancing by right now. Nice off angles played there by FRZ and by Mazine, who got caught by the Omen ultimate and then repositioned to catch second. What's the morale looking like even?
Yeah, I mean, that is just such a question. Well, Sentinels have had to fight their way into the play-ins, but Zelsis is
Who?
confident that their chances.
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely think that Sentinels is a favorite of playing. Like, you know, Loud, 100 Thieves, Lev, us, like, you know, outside of all things considered, every team in NA is really stacked and really good. Like, I think NA is like the best region, but outside of that, I do think our group was like the hardest group. So, you know, we're coming into play in full confidence. Obviously, we lost to Loud pretty closely. Like, if you look back the game, it was really close split, really close on Ascent, considering the rounds or whatever, the mistakes we made, stuff like that. No discredit to them. Like, Loud earned that game, they won it. But I think for us, like, we're still like, you know, it could swing either way in our group. But now that, you know, we made play in, I think we're the favorites for sure.
Yeah.
It is really important that Sentinels
True.
perform in matches that super matter, like this, like the play-ins that they're in currently. Because it's one thing to be the favorites and to feel really good about how you're performing, but you've also got to bring it in these massive moments and put down the competition and make sure that you don't get upset. And at the moment,
Smoking hard?
it's not like
Nah,
Sentinels came into this thinking
it
it's
was a
just
close
them
game,
IBR.
honestly.
And they have put on a masterclass
It was
performance
just
on
a,
this defense
it was
side.
just a Sadak diff
Pretty close
for
to closing
sure
it out on the first map.
on some of it.
Think about the Sentinels. I mean, they've got a
At
lot
least
of
if
good
at
shooters
least
this
if I was the
year,
coach of
expectations that get
Sentinels,
way
and obviously
previous
you always try and
years
twist
wasn't good
things
at
for you
all
to
in the
feel
side.
better
The
about the
same can be
game.
said for MIBR. These are two teams that
You would just go
they
double
are
pistol
trying to get that chance
Sadak
of
at
redemption. This is what
11-11, winning
2024
both
is all
rounds.
about for them. They don't want to end it early.
So I
You know,
get it
yes,
from their point of view.
bad outcome for this first match doesn't mean the end of the world for the play-ins, but it does make it significantly harder. And for Sentinels, they are in full control of the situation right now. It's 10-2.
MIBR, yeah, they need to. Well, they needed to. Multiple things. They needed to be more split up there in terms of like actual default, because Sentinels rotates like they just knew where they're going every single time.
New identities for themselves.
And then that ult rounds
But the
was
expectations
just
are still
criminal.
quite different.
Like 3 big
MIBR
ults to
being
win a round.
competitive
They all
is
used it into that
a
one
huge
round
step up
and lost that
for
one round.
Sentinels.
It is.
They're looking actually.
It's like a really bad error
to Madrid
in
to
my
make it
books.
out of the play-ins.
Like you can spread that out to win like
MIBR
5 rounds.
dominating B main control at the beginning, but there's double flash set up.
Insanity. Hey, anti-flash.
Yeah, he did great to get
just
here.
turns him into mincemeat.
What's man? Oh, I thought his mate was going to swing, but honestly, still kind of
Sick
fine.
setup.
They got a heal and a pistol? No.
Anticipated that reclear completely.
Yeah, he got to the OP
Knew what was coming.
angle really fast.
Things get difficult, but MIBR have also lost a lot of information. They've given up B site completely. They've given up mid. So there is still potential here for Tenz or John QD to just catch people on unexpected timings.
John on the lag.
MIBR are going to have to play tight together here.
Opting to just play side by side, side by side. The running and gunning will do
And
it.
this one.
Tap from Tenz, but 3 players to contend and tangle with smoke, dropped, plant. I'm gonna push this one back, Trailblazer. Be there. Avoided and dodged. Another smoke on top of it. In through the smoke. Wow, I mean, Mazin's is way ahead of the curve. Damage done. 1v1.
Oh man. Nice done from Martin in the end here, but he made that doable.
From Arzine, just
Good smokes from
barely.
him. Also the fact that the dog saw him going back and then he insta W queued back to get in the smoke.
At the end there for saving that round. But MIBR
This guy was so sure he was running back after that info.
So far ahead of everyone there. There was no follow-up of him just running.
This opening to the round though, beautiful from MIBR.
Oh yeah, I love that
You've gotta
pistol.
say that, to set them up in the player
They did the
advantage.
most perfect thing
And
for what
Mazin-
Sentinels wanted to do.
Oh, looking a little out of it, maybe a bit, you know, still mentally taxed from the first half. MIBR have got to focus up, make sure that they convert those rounds after setting up their game plan so well at the start in the first like 5 seconds. Here's another round where the same story has to happen, right? You have a massive advantage. You got to play tight to close it out. You can't allow Sentinels any edge into this. It's got to be so clean to pull off this comeback.
Cover going out.
Util combo. A through one side. Nice timing there from RGL.
Nice shutdown on middle as well. It kind of sends a message that maybe mid will be strong as well. So
Perfectly clean.
They didn't manage to load the kills into somebody with a huge ultimate.
yeah, they're pretty far away.
If they can get the Cosmic Divide online at some point soon, that'll be really useful for retake situations.
He went to shoot the dog and he gets the first kill.
Excellent timing, yeah. Excellent timing from RGL.
Now we're taking a look at Sentinels. Set up
Coffee?
to go for
Nah,
some
I'm not
kind
a
of
coffee
aim
drinker.
pressure.
I just don't like the taste.
To receive.
And trust me, I tried, man.
First time
I tried
see
to
the guns
enjoy
in
it.
the hands
I just
of
can't.
Sentinels on their attack sides. And that's a lovely one. Tenz falls almost immediately.
That is real early. Mazin uses the dog in the first 3 seconds of the round, and JZZ just swings instantly.
Eager to take these fights. Flex a bit of that muscle and firepower. That is a really interesting way to deal with it. The jiggle peek onto the corner is common enough. A wide face evens it out 4-4. Even baiting the dash out of Arzine, thinking there was going to be something else to it.
It's a difficult round to approach without Tenz on the board. The Omen smokes.
It's difficult for
Not having
both, to be
access
honest.
them
No
means
smokes.
You have so many different angles to worry about.
I think this is smart from MIBR because they still have the wall, so most likely they're going to try and take A heaven.
These players are close though.
So
Re-clearing,
far
the
up.
timing, indecisive from Sen.
Wait,
But now
that
they've
that
committed.
worked out pretty well. Do they expect them to be
Players now
this
leading the charge onto
close
the
behind?
side. They have given up
That's
control.
one kill.
Main
Oh,
right around
Zelsis, you
Zelsis.
beast.
Traded. In for the 1, 3 versus 3 here.
3 on
The
site,
box
no
positioning
map
is not
control.
good from Sentinels. Gonna have to take some
Someone's
magical
got a hero.
moments for them to try and bail themselves out of this one here. Containment by MIBR. Got every angle watched for. Every angle.
There's your
and
hero.
second.
Gets a nade as well,
Sprays
and the
through,
cam
30
spots
health to
him.
his name, and FRZ is left alone with the Spectre. Obtains the upgrade.
Ooh, the spacing was off there as well, and second just one pops him.
That is ludicrous. Sentinels were in such an uncomfortable position. 3 in elbow.
Damn.
They were looking to try to flash off cam contact and then realized that they were going to get pushed from screens. They're forced to accelerate, and then somehow
Pansy, what the hell? Why are you going in on me?
manages to spray down 2. Oh, right before he gets punished by FRZ peeking screens.
Just let me be.
Not too bad though for
Let me
MIBR.
be.
That
Am
was
I
their
not allowed to
bonus. They've
dislike
done
coffee?
Some damage to the Sentinels' economy.
Dude, I tried as well. It's not like I'm being stubborn. A lot of the time I'm stubborn. I wasn't even stubborn with it. I tried.
of every round lost. The gap slowly closes. It's a little bit more suffocating. Tens is just deep.
Try harder.
He's committed. The stun. The Trailblazer, he is lucky to be alive.
And if that forces people from Sentinels to back off, you have to be aware
Let's
of this off angle.
let's hype this round up a bit. Because honestly,
this line,
they get this round. I still don't believe they can win because of that one eco round where they used the Orcs. But
they're managing to avoid it, circumventing.
it can at least be a lot closer if they win this round.
RGL tucked into the smoke. Potential danger here for him. He needs a refresh into this mid angle here. He's in a lot of trouble. Here's the noise cues that are being made. FRZ now has to step up.
FRZ and RGL are so alone.
This angle, double drop down! Cleans him up! That's huge.
You gotta clear that one. It is a common. It is a common angle.
Just a solo play, tucking in the corner, taking a gamble pays off.
In EMEA, we got conditioned into checking that by 2 teams. Guild would always use double judge, and Roaster's old team, Summon FC, would always use like 4 buckies. So we're in EMEA, you'll see that corner always get checked proper.
RGL, does he expect the players across? Definitely.
We just had 2 teams that abused that angle for like a year.
Drops one, Spike hits the deck. Follow up from Zelsis is there, but they have to contend with Main. This position of Ardazine, he sees the barrel and nails the head. John QT.
Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, a little mistake on that one, costing him. And it cost them big, right? 2 people can buy. 2 people, not so much. You might see him get a Sheriff out.
Yeah, that's massively important for MIBR. And what wins it at the end of the day is not some kind of, fantastic set play on the defense, but it's a tiny little area uncleared by Sen as they did that double drop into Vayne.
Yeah, Echo, it's literally that.
FRZ just tucked right up against
Then
the
you
wall
just hear the right click.
You
You're like, yeah, okay.
The most likely angle for Sentinels to not clear.
This angle's a brutal one.
And they double drop down to
Please buff the Bucky into something usable. Marino, use the left click, bro. It's a broken gun.
No, I mean, sometimes it happens.
It's not usable. It is broken. Just left click. Stop right clicking.
That's why they get so much value, but in that case, it was a huge step up.
And with MIBR being so many rounds down, they're willing to take those kind of risks.
Yeah.
You saw the kind of 2 people covering mid, RGL and FRZ, were both taking those kind of risks. RGL was just ready to fight inside a smoke, and FRZ tucked himself in a corner.
What does the right click even do? It's meant to do more damage long range, but I think it's only like 20 meters plus it does more damage than a left click, so it is completely useless. Like that's one thing they eradicated from the game. That's actually what I'd like to see happen to Viper. You know what they did to the right click of the Bucky? I would love to see that with Viper.
Makes things very tough.
I don't know what the version of that would be. It would be like Molly's gone, your smoke is static and stays up for 2 seconds probably, because like the right click doesn't do anything. The wall, half the size, and no damage, no decay, no ultimate, and then that's pretty much the equivalent of that.
MIBR are also finding the first pick with much higher consistency than they were in the first.
The ult heals the enemies. Yeah, the ult hurts your team when you get in it and heals the enemies. And then that's kind of in line with what they did to the Bucky. That's what I want to see.
Attempt to punish across with the Trailblazer. Sassy set up, Paranoia gliding through. Molly at the feet though, try and stop them. What a no-scope! Oh my, pure reactions at play here from Ardazine. You could hear the sound cue of that one with the Santos gliding through the air, but the side is gathered and gained now for Sentinels.
It was such an awesome setup.
Yeah, we got a Astra ult and they quickly fast clear over towards ramp. Safe plant on site, they get info, but he TP'd away. Oh, okay, at least they see where he went to. Now what do they do? Because they could fast take A ramp with that information, as in A spawn.
Recall cleared.
Because you would imagine they have some kind of crossfire setup.
Ardazine hoping to just hold any sort of aggressive push.
Okay, I mean it's an eco, Tens goes for a sign.
Flash through from Sassy again.
Good anti-flash.
Lovely play by JZZ.
Yeah, bro, they're patient, by the way. Look how patient they are. Man, imagine they actually got some rounds on attack. This would have been a lot closer.
A bit too aggressive there from Tens, I think. He's not the Astra,
would have given himself a decent chance.
Or something like that, but just trying to take the 1v3 over towards ramp without Sassy to play off. Probably not the nicest way that you could have played that. But this shot to... Basically, the entirety of that round on the eco is designed for Zekken to fly in there, everybody to be looking towards ramp, and Zekken to be able to get a cheap kill. And Artesine shuts it down with, or both, to be honest, with a quick scope.
Here. Good news for them. No real ults committed for MIBR. They need to work with. Attempt now to rally.
Eats the fine on that.
Paranoia to set this one up. Links it with the satchel. So Zekken. All that spade tends with the TP. There's no way
Oh, I was going to say, imagine he stuck that, yeah. John just spammed someone through smoke at spawn, I think. And Zekken? Yeah, lovely flash. Oh my. It dismantled them.
Well, it didn't work last round, throwing Zekken into the heaven smoke, but
Yeah, tried it again.
And Sen get themselves up to map point.
Match point.
I mean, that was huge. Really explosive from Sen. I thought for a moment Tens was going to stick the TP, get punished by RGL.
Okay, 6 on this one.
Throughout heaven.
Look at that, though. What
That is
the?
just a ridiculous way to open up the round.
Dude, imagine he got it 3 screens with that double kill zone, the double shot.
Lovely player. I really enjoy how they've built this synergy now this year between Zekken and Sassy.
Amazing setup with the flash. Now,
Oh,
all
no.
they need is one.
Oh, he checks it. Yeah, just at the end, checks that one.
To take him out, but as a post-mortem kill
1 for
from
1,
Zekken,
you get
so
rid of the Viper.
4 versus 4. TP forwards. You're right behind him. What are you doing?
I don't think there's any need to go for that in the 4v4.
Well, you can tell this. You can tell they have 6
He's
chances.
assuming that there's not going to be anybody in vents because they already took down the Viper, but that's a large assumption after, like, 5 seconds already passed since you got the kill. Still possible for the win here. Committing big ultimates that they could have possibly saved for a better opportunity.
3 players just left alive here with the Viper's Pit. Does make it really
it's so hard to get the plant down here.
It is. That's attack, forcing a response from MIBR. That's what Sen were hoping for. Seekers used, pop through.
He's sent.
Even
Oh
to
my god,
avoid
everything's
the
going
attack
into
from
this
MIBR,
one.
but still no kills going away.
That kind of helps John. That means he can run up heaven.
Plant off over the top, dealt with, traded, instantaneous. Sassy, pit drop down, and he will be falling. John QT, last one left, 1v2. They don't know where he is. They don't know where he is. There's 28 seconds left. Up top of
That's it
Mazine.
done, yeah, and then just on top of it, he's lurking these days. 6 chances to 5, and the good news is that they reset the loss bonus. Bad news is they can get another buy, so that probably won't come into play until next round.
For John to be able to finish that out in the 1v2. I think generally speaking, you probably don't want to be taking those kind of risks, even though you're up 12-7.
The angel moment, dude, it's one of the funniest ones.
Massive ultimates. I mean, you think about it, Showstopper, Viper's Pit, Seekers, everything being used into that, and a round lost. It might be gonna be really pleased with that. That was just insane to begin.
I mean, I do enjoy the Redgar cosplay that Ten sometimes puts on. It's nice that even in Americas we can experience Angel and Redgar. Living vicariously through.
Very early trailblazer. That space taken up, vacuumed into B main. Group up from Sen as 4 players into mid. I have to make a call here to re-clear into B main. Zine with the forward angle. Good to break the dog.
Tens has a really nice paranoia line if he wants to use it for them to retake B main control.
As good as the beginning as you could hope for MIBR.
Wait, did they just smoke down dual middle? What the hell was that? They wanted to, so they wanted to 3-person, I think, was the original call, 3-person duel, and be ready for once the smoke stops. Like, so once the smoke goes down, for them to duel middle. Smoke went down. It was just one guy out in the open, and the other 2 were hiding in the smoke. They were not on the same page on this one, and it cost him potentially the rounds. Shout out to Tens with the TP here. Can he swing? Wait, nicely done. Oh no, but the rest of the team's running in. Oh man, they're not on the same page. They are not on the same page. I can't believe they lost like this. There was 2 moments in this round where just everyone did something completely different. Okay. I tell you what, chat. 2 mistakes really cost them.
But it doesn't
It
matter.
would have been a lot
Gets the
closer.
job done.
Still, nice from Sentinels. Pretty much doing everything right,
Looking
for
towards
sure.
Ascent and Sunset
They
coming
look,
up.
they look scary on this map.
This kind of format, every single map matters, every single round matters.
It's a great point. There is a chance that we get some
Oh, that last
crazy
round, I'm telling you.
draws.
Like,
We
the
have
Jet
to
did
look
good
back
to
to
get
the
out of there,
rounds
and then as soon as the Jet
thrown
dashes
away
out,
in
the rest of the
earlier
team
matches,
runs in,
but
and
I
then the
think
Jet
in
is just
general,
like, damn,
Sentinels will be very
now what?
happy.
Do I need to run back
The
in?
first half went
That
so
just following the
perfectly, and they were able to
miscommunication
put
at
away
mid, dropping the
MIBR.
smoke to Jewel as well.
We've talked a lot
That was
about
painful.
how unpredictable these kind of formats are.
Yeah.
Nothing is given, nothing is free.
Nothing is free. Well, we're going to be stepping away for just a bit, but GP in the analyst desk going to be breaking it all down for map number 1, so do not go anywhere.
Rachel, you okay?
No. I live with a broken phone. I can't trade in.
Okay, that's dramatic. Better plans Verizon. Everyone can trade in their old phone and get the new Samsung Galaxy
Okay,
S24
I'm gonna spam
Plus
some
with
ads.
AI on them.
Bowl Noodle 4. Do you think the Paper X weren't trying in the grand final?
I'm on
They were
Verizon.
trying.
Still get
They were
it?
just they're just a little bit
New and
predictable,
existing
at least on the
customers can trade in
Ascent.
any Samsung phone for a new
And Gen G
Galaxy
wanted it
S24
more,
Plus watch
in
and
my
tablet,
eyes.
all on us. That's up to $1,800
And they
in
also
value,
kind of got
only on Verizon.
out-aimed, if I'm fully honest. They lost a lot of jewels.
Red Bull gives you
Okay, chat, let me be right back.
jogador. Opa, olha só ele, Niang. Olha só ele, Niang.
Having a dodge and Juke play and rocket! Second! It's monstrous!
I'm here with Kaplan from Sentinels, an immaculate first half. Now, I have to ask you, yesterday you told me you were very confident going into map 2. You then lost map 2, and being forced to prepare for this incredibly brutal round-robin style. How confident are you going into map 2?
Always confident. There's no other way to play the game. There's no other way to coach the game. Feeling good. You know, we got to study their Ascent. It's a bit of a different Ascent, so I think strategically we feel pretty good going in because of how they're playing. And yeah, that's kind of the theme of the day. Like, you know, our confidence isn't based on how we're playing a map or how well we're doing. It needs to just be based on how we feel as a team compared to the other team. If we go in confident instead of reacting to how well we start, you know, maybe we can finally close the series out in 2. That would be really nice for the fans as well as for me and my hairline. And
You're looking great, though, so best of luck.
yeah, everything but skin sales. Obviously, skin sales better for 3 maps, but, you know, gotta look out for ourselves sometimes.
So buy the skins and best of luck.
Very much.
I love that. You got to look out for number 1. Buy the skins.
I'm just saying.
Buy the skins.
Buy the skins. He's looking out for number 1. What's he talking about, bro? Like, hello?
Yeah,
50% of the revenue gets shared by the teams. That's number 1 right there.
He did make a good point, though, about the team feeling confident as a unit, and I think this game definitely illustrated that. This was a team, Uber, that just came into this really with a very clear game plan on the defensive side, and they looked immaculate.
Just like on a philosophical level, why would you pin your attitude on how a map on a certain day goes and not the entire history of the team you have going together, right? You don't want to be so susceptible to the ups and downs, the wax and wane of Valorant. But what a hot start for this team on defense, right? Impossible to break. And these two guys were hard anchoring. Tens gets moved around a bit, but in positions where he's taken contact, he looked incredible.
I mean, they did a phenomenal job at holding down sites. That first half was completely dependent on how well they held down the sites because the rotations from the rest of their team came in so fast that it worked out so well. Tens and John QT almost every single time had a multi-frag when they hit their site. The smokes went down. Tens had such a good job of playing around his smokes as that Omen, and we talked a lot about Tens and his control role, and I think he played that absolutely phenomenally. I think in general, too, what they did was they just let MIBR take mid control.
You could see it so many times, round after round. They'd be like, oh, hey, we're going to go into the site. I kill you. All right, everyone, let's get out of here real fast.
At some point, they just start giving up mid. They're just like, whatever, we can just play sites. We can play retake. And they did. And it worked out phenomenally. That's why they strung those rounds together.
And the most important part of that strategy is Zekin in heaven. When you give up mid, he needs to be able to hold his ground, at least buy time, but quite often comes out with multi-kills. And on the other side, Zelsis drops down
what the hell is this
into
line?
heaven on A side and has to hold that down. So yes, you can give up mid, but you need to have a really good setup.
That's pretty sick.
On those extremities.
And they had it. They had it. But we also wanted to see if MIBR was going to try and wake up in that second half. And I think they did. And even though it was a little too late, you know, Athena, I do feel as if MIBR were really trying to go down swinging there. And that admirable at the very least.
Just off that pistol round, you can tell that they still were coming into it confident. You could see on their player cams just before this that they were still happy, smiling. They knew they had some sort of confidence going into this, and I think that they really proved that by the way that they're playing. They still weren't afraid to take their fights, and they still weren't afraid to kind of go for crazy kills. And I feel like kind of a little bit scary at times, but they definitely brought
Is
back
it possible for them to put in even worse music, or have you? My
friend,
you have not seen the Pacific stream. I see. Trust me, this is a blessing right now.
Sentinels are going to blunder into a site and find it. Zekin did the classic double satchel up mid into heaven. That has to work like once, and all of a sudden you've broken the enemy economy and you're in very good shape. There were some odd rounds where Sentinels like invest super heavily, like that B hit where they had like the Viper's Pit, all that stuff sort of thrown down. They really went for it. And I think one thing that's worth pointing out, the other side of the John QT coin is that he's so meticulous, he rarely gets picked off, but his lurk timings can be a little slow. A little slow. So he's not always able to help out on these like more protracted side hits and post plants. Sometimes
hey, I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying that
after his team gets cleaned up, and that's a big ask.
I'm just saying that when I watch Pacific, it feels like I'm kind of. It feels like it should be illegal to watch that.
100%. There's definitely something.
It feels like I've done something wrong and they're punishing me.
Maybe he he was just confident enough because the rest of the team were doing everything that they needed to do.
It's so
like,
brutal to
yeah, I
watch.
mean, John may not have gotten there on time, but
The same song
the rest of the team was there and they were
on
swinging.
repeat.
It was
Not even the
honestly very
same song,
impressive to watch
the same
Sentinels
free
control, that first half,
beat
and then they get ready for the
repeat.
second, and MIBR wakes up a little
Repeated.
bit, and you're really going to be leaning on the coaches here to guide this team going
Every
into
20
this map too.
seconds.
So let's go ahead and hear what Bazooka had to say to Elizabeth.
I'm here with Bazooka from MIBR, a kind of crushing first map, especially the first half. I talked to you earlier today, and just the prep going into this round robin style was taxing on you. It's brutal for the team. Is this a scary start for MIBR?
I don't think so. Split was their pick and it's one of their best map. I feel like in the second half we almost got back to the game if we have done more in the first as attack. But now it's our map choice, so we just need to show our game.
All right, well, show 'em how it's done. Good luck.
And that is an important thing to note. Yes, I think now we could give Sentinels their flowers on Split. They look like a great team on that map, and maybe other squads are going to have to, maybe try and avoid it. But Bazooka's right. Athena, they're going into Ascent. I want to see what this MIBR team got cooked up, because it could be exciting.
I genuinely feel like both these teams have been cooking. We just heard as well the Sentinels coach talk about how they've studied their Ascent, and I feel like for MIBR coming into the second map, they need to have some sort of change because we've seen their Split being played exactly the same way that we expected, the exact same comp
you ain't
that we
gonna get it.
expected, and they still have the same comp. So maybe nothing too crazy be cooked up, but maybe their playstyle changed.
The one other time we've seen Sentinels on Ascent at Kickoff was against Loud, right? It's the kind of match that you can't take too much away from if you're not playing the Loud comp. Sentinels, remember, like they're typing in chat, like this util is insane, this is crazy. I want to treat that map as an outlier when looking at this team because as you can see here, we have much more standard comps. It is a little interesting, I guess, to go away from the
recap.
Killjoys
Thanks
here
for saying
and
that,
pick
dude.
up the Cypher. That is, that is going to be relevant when it
Thank you
comes
very
to rounds when you would otherwise be able to play for the lockdown and maybe get into those sites or force dispersion from those sites especially. So that's the one point of difference here.
You
It's
see
worth
Zekon on
looking
the
at under
Phoenix?
Yeah, I feel like the biggest
We
thing
did-
too
we saw
that
way
you
more
spoke
Phoenix
about earlier
than I was
was
expecting,
Jett
and honestly, way more
versus
Phoenix like
Jett.
looking good as well.
And I feel like on the
Some of the
second
comps
half of that
teams
game,
came up
he was
with pretty
warming
cool.
up, so I'm actually kind of excited to see
He
if
was
goes crazy.
he kind of kept them in that last round and gave them 2 out of the gate
I
with
mean,
that
he
up.
did his job. It felt like the rest of the team around him couldn't
Might
really
have prevented a Phoenix buff coming in.
Yeah, he did not move until the sun went down.
Hey, there's a lot of stone structures here, so maybe a few more opportunities to be a gargoyle on Ascent. We'll see.
We'll see your rocks there. Love that.
We'll see what happens. But let's find out if this one can make it to Mat 3. We're going to send it right back over to your casters. Brennan Sideshow, check your bank account.
Let's get to it. I mean, listen, an important map for obvious reasons for both of these teams. Even in the long run of the play-ins, it might be even more important. But there's some, potential implications here. Sassy, a chance for him to get his first win on Sova.
Yes, in
ever.
VCT.
In VCT,
Absolutely.
which would be fantastic for him and for Sentinels as well to get that early lead. But MIBR could be fighting tooth
Just for
and nail,
fun.
I think, to try and stay into
Yeah, you
this
do
one.
it,
At
dude.
least they don't want to give up an
You
early
do
win
you.
so far in the play-ins.
It is very funny that Sassy is still yet to win a map on Sova for Sentinels in VCT when it's what he was known for.
The sign the other day, yeah, I
Back
saw
when
it.
he was playing with
The
FRZ
approved
and
one?
playing with
Yeah, it looks sick.
Bazooka and shutting down other players from
Sentinels
Brazil.
on defense.
Domestically,
MIBR on
he
attack.
was known as
We're at 1-1
Old
pistols.
God on Sova.
Smoke goes over towards middle to block vision, and we are using the old Fnatic wall on this one. And they used to play it back in, I don't know, 2021 maybe? 2022?
They're not actually playing with it.
No, 2021 I think.
People.
Nice bit of mid-rounding though. This alarm bot needs to be broken, dealt with.
And that's not the only piece of information that John is working with, right? He had the alarm bot for info in mid, but he's also got this turret that's giving constant info over here towards A as well. So this
Have I ever
Viper
met
isn't
Steele in
actually
person?
threatening
Bro, we
anything
went
until the
to...
turret goes down.
I went to UK LAN with him.
Explosive.
He used to live in UK for a little bit.
Anti-flash positions.
So yeah, like all the time.
None of that util
I've done events with him
connected.
also.
Nevada's in
We used to
down.
play a lot together
Put the
also.
wrench into the plans here for MIBR. Still door closed. We'll be able to get
Do they
plan
expect the
down.
Omen luck?
Risks will need to be taken. Lurk timing's RGL right behind, waiting for the right time to
Oh,
strike.
man.
Here he is all the way.
Oh man, he had so many go door, so he should go door, but this drone is tempting.
Alone, no one guarding the body, and he's going for it. It's a brutal one. Patience. It's a
Nicely done on this. And the distraction came in and they peeked from door.
Here of Sen.
Still not fully done, by the way.
Slightly, yet Sentinels answer back in kind. It's a 2 versus 2. Through main, still got to deal with FRZ players onto the point 10s. Deals with that smoke onto the spike. Zelsis able to stick this now.
Oh, you gotta push this.
Things.
Oh my gosh.
Barely enough.
That was close.
Big clutch there from FRZ.
Nice
MIBR
pings.
got the plant down
Shout out
and
to the
went for
pingers.
A really elaborate post-plant wraparound. Not only does RGL come around the behind, but also you have Mazine following RGL around. He ended up dying before RGL did. Really unusual. It felt like for a lot of that attack round on the pistol, they weren't quite sure of where Sentinels were and what the timing was going to be. FRZ comes up big towards the end there. With the 1v2 spamming inside of the smoke.
Back wall recon. Oh, must have missed that one. Is meant to bounce off this, go high, and hit this back wall.
Yeah, I think so, probably.
Point and click adventure right to the
Uh-oh.
traces. Nade. Hello. Damage.
He got out of there. Like, I don't even sure it took any damage from the nade.
So
Well, that didn't go to plan, but honestly, they did great damage.
These rounds have been so deadly. And I'm looking at Zekken over towards A here, too. You know, this is one of the areas where they're being explored, and he's hiding behind the box, ready to
Ooh,
try to pick up
like
the
this
fuzzy and
camera.
dash out
Can you not shoot?
if this lurk
You could
ends
shoot
up
that from
going
heaven.
aggressive.
standard position.
That's cool.
Sassy got his recon back online.
I wonder if we could get that lower and it can't be shot from there. Kind of sick.
She's the right choice. This is where MIBR's headed.
In his direction, all eyes on Zekken. He is crouched, tucked into the corner, still has the dash. Looking to take away a head or two. Tens gets that first initial bit of information. Updraft, up top, 2 shots fired. Tens, that is just
That is.
bad. I love it.
That is outrageous.
2 TPs utilized, still
Oh.
tucked
Spike planted.
into the angle.
Mazine would also die to one body shot from the Sheriff.
There's an Omen flash, but it's like, do you want to use that on an eco?
Bullets fired. Cover going. No target though, not for now. Paranoia used just to respond straight away for it. FRZ, lovely.
Yeah, nice cleanup on this one. They're close to arguably the worst ult you could have on attack.
2 Guardian players.
I mean, situational, I guess.
Lovely opener. Certainly could have gone badly for him. But
Tens.
he instantly spun around and got that.
Oh, on
head
defense,
shot.
one of the better runs to have a. It's one of the better maps to have an Omen
Here it
ult
is,
on
the
defense.
replay. I mean, look how close that was to going wrong.
Amar Vega 999 with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 4 months, bro. Appreciate you.
MIBR, so that's
Thank you for that.
lead here. It's their map pick.
Coming out here,
Odin.
showing what happens when they play their
Odin
game,
comes out,
in the words
and
of Bazooka, the coach.
we got all the light armors.
Skyflash off the rip at the beginning here as Tens tries to reposition. It's fairly pointless to use the one-way at the beginning of the round for Tens, because this Viper Wall just makes that.
Do they actually just do the?
Instead, he's tried to tuck into
Do they
wide.
actually just do
This
the
is the kind of gamble that in the late round might have some kind of
Fnatic
success.
wall every single round? They changed it up
Fuzzy's on the
slightly.
other side of the
This
map
wall,
now.
like it's not
Shot
as.
breaks the trip.
It's not as. It's a bit to the
Threatening
right, and I wonder if
Zekken
that's
could
a
be pushing out
set
with
plan for
Sassy.
this, and they try walk more towards site, or this little cubby here, or if they just missed their wall on this one or changed it up. Harry as well. Harry 959 with the Prime. 15 months as well, Harry, mate. Appreciate that.
To mid, but they might just be walking right into Zekken. Smokes there. Oh, pops
Oh,
up.
man.
At the right moment, he can hear it. A multitude of targets. Pick your poison. Zekken with the
Recon goes in. They got to wait a little bit for this one.
The damage might already be done for this one.
Mazin goes over towards middle, picks up his default smoke, dodges the knife. Nice. And whoa, wait, whoa, 20 guys, you don't have to go to this site.
Might have just saved and salvaged it. Sassy on the back of the side. They might seek to just avoid this entire area. This is territory. Spike. Also, they don't actually have this.
Nicely done. Kind of didn't pick up the spike though.
That's a massive problem. I mean,
Yeah, they don't have this.
Celsius is just going to spot the spike.
And they just see it, just like what the.
Northwest spamming onto the corner. Gives the ground up though.
Huge
Mazin gonna be able to
1v1.
get this plan down and
Can
out.
pop his smoke after this
Into a
though.
post plan 1v1 situation, but That one mistake might have just cost them. For Sentinels, it's everything they could have hoped for. A blessing now.
Oh, the reposition. And the knife wouldn't have hit here.
And Celsius left questioning. Where could he be? Could he have walked up?
Okay, now we left it for so long that the reposition could have happened anyway.
Pushing from these positions, and there's so much too clear. Oh, the angles in.
Oh.
There's the Phantom spray down.
Yeah, and it felt like Mazin had a chance for this one. Nice bonus, though. I mean, Artzin did absolute work.
Still, extremely good economical damage coming out from MIBR.
Pick up the
Odin.
Odin.
Red Bull clutch, but what does your economy look like to pull off this defense? Zekken finds an amazing timing, but Artazine goes one better. Making sure that he deals with Zekken and then swinging into CT. That does huge amounts of damage. It's going to keep the economy extremely honest. It's going to turn this into an eco swing round. And it pushes John Cutie onto only having a Guardian.
Fight for A main here.
Oh,
Paranoia
boy.
Setup is going to be a KO flash mainly. No, looks like the knife initially. Did they get the tag? Yes, they do. Players, anti-flash, good.
Yeah, and this is the problem with the Omen flash, is it's
baiting out.
You can't hit both sides of this wall.
Back, hopping up.
So you either have to accept the left wall doesn't get blind or the right wall doesn't get blind. Sentinels did a good job to just insta-stick to each side as well.
This one slow now, contacting hand.
Everyone reacted well.
Really dangerous, really risky. Tucks himself. Flash did not connect.
Oh.
Here's the players, and it's a half burst from RGL. Buying the time now to strike. Great
Nicely
shots
done.
from Mazin.
They ran over Sassy and
Man,
Zelsis.
Artzin as well, yeah. This guy's opening up
See
sights.
things through the eyes of Tens, but the House of Cards collapsed around him. And MLBR are in a 3v1. John Cutie, who only has a Guardian, cannot make that
Really
work.
nice. He's looking great.
Great round from MIBR there once they hit the site, actually.
And that resets
Love to see a replay of how
resets their recon. They're just
Celsius and Sassy just got
fully
so
done on
overwhelmed
this.
on site. Perhaps Tens waited for just a fraction of a second too long.
Flash seemed like it was good, and yeah, look at this. It's just okay.
Oh, because of the smoke being up there, he thought that he was going top site.
Sassy, who tried to come around Heaven as well.
Where'd it go?
Huge from MLBR. They did enough damage to Sentinels.
It's a nice replay.
This round has knocked
They
them
go
down.
aggro Zekken. I mean, he gets away with that.
Oh, Zekken. Get that Blaze Storm online with only a little bit of chip damage, trying to react in the opposite direction. They want no piece of it.
Yeah, good reaction for this though. And you imagine that you got to be watching the wall up the top here.
In through with the door closing. Spike should be planted. Chases A. What do you seek to do? Molly close to the corner. Hearing that one.
And the Viper in the after plant.
Guns available. All eyes on Zekken to do
And once you get the smoke there as well. Oh, and the molly. Wait, what? Celsius? Guys, looks like we timed that one a little bit wrong.
There's the real danger in the round. It's really just evaporated. Of an eye.
And a bit of miscommunication.
Oh man.
Celsius fragment grenade.
It's fine, it's an eco. If you're gonna mess up, the best time's on an eco.
But doesn't quite work with what Zekken was going for. And as you said, Brent, that should be all the danger in the round.
Yeah, the idea is the molly goes here, right? And it clears out the bottom of under.
Defense has been better on Ascent than the rest of their map. It is one that they do like to get rid of in the map pool fairly early on.
Miguel, yes I am.
Oh. Isn't actually going to hurt the economy to the extent that MIBR can't buy. That's not exactly what
It's not, yeah, I mean, they could have been better in terms of them going down to that.
You don't
Mathematics on broadcast, but yeah.
Never a good idea.
Luna, mate.
Never a good
Thank
idea,
you.
but it does look like they get the buy online. Still, would have liked to have had the guns. With Zelsis going down to JCZ, he does have his ult now for this round.
And remember, Sen lost a big rifle round because they tried to make an early round play with Zekken. A set defensive play that ended up walking into MIBR.
Nice spot.
Updraft as the barriers fall.
Yeah, and they spotted this guy. Smoke can come in once they get that information. This was a nice spot, especially once they knew that the op was going to be coming out money-wise. They go fast, and can he get this peek off? Yes, he can. They were close to getting the smoke up beforehand, but that was very nice from Zekken. Also really like this from MIBR. It's just a cool little thing to add in there when you know they're going to get the op out to try and get information.
John QT. Sassy's got this crossfire, and it's a flood of bullets. stopping them from passing and getting themselves into the site. But eventually, finally, they're starting to cross in. Flash didn't connect. Paranoia, it misses. It misses. John QT, massive chance, a massive opportunity.
Lovely flash, by the way, from Zelsis. Helps him get that kill.
But decent work there from John.
Does Zelsis want to pop his ult on this one?
Trying to set up.
With JZZ alive, and maybe the fact that they commed that they didn't... What?
What is that?
Wait, what?
What a shot from JZZ.
Was a 4v3, but now it's turned into a 3v3, potentially winnable for MIBR. No players off into B main, but it looks like Sen aren't aware of that one, still spamming it. Paranoia goes rapidly now.
Nice shots. Nice shots from Zelsis. Yeah, man.
Lovely flash, great ult, good
Still did some good damage, though. Yeah, if you're MIBR, you're still kind of looking at that thinking, good damage.
The rest of the team will have
Op gets
just
saved,
enough to
Odin gets
scramble
saved,
together the buy.
Sassy one away.
But their economy is still being kept very honest by MIBRs, who are doing fine. Most people, when they're looking at attack side on Ascent, they're thinking, yeah, I mean, if we get 4, 5, we're doing good. MIBR already up to that point. That timing is so precise for Zekken to get the opener right before Mazine's orb blooms.
Oh,
what a shot.
Ooh, that was nice as well, to
But
be
if
fair.
Zekken is going to keep this operator online on defense, I do agree with you, Brent. He's going to find it difficult against the double controller. He's going to have to be very tight with the timings.
This is nice. Their whole thing is to find out where this op is. Yeah, so they had the jet spotting last rounds with a little updraft, and then they have the camera spotting. They want to know where this op is every single time.
Flash through into the smoke, gives up a bit of ground, but he knows that they could have crossed. It's a flash!
Still, he's doing good to get kills. Anything to pop this guy?
Here with a classic Zekken, trying to go for this one, a bit of just peppering of damage. Take your breather into the round.
Wait, does he stick this back aside?
Oh. Here, TP into the back of the side. Gel spotted.
Nice as the Odin. What does Sassy do here?
There to a bit of spray and spam
Good
through,
reaction
and
from what's going on.
off the bloody charts. This
Yeah.
guy, aware that they could have pushed up
Just
straight
leaving
through
this guy on the back of sight.
onto B main.
Oh.
Plays right behind him, but this guy is tearing
Oh man, it was so good. He was in such a rough situation.
Look at how he pre-fires where he's expecting the trade to come from. Looking to try to tag them early through the wall, slow them down, set up the kill. That's an Odin main.
That's an Odin main.
All left to RGL. He ulted into back B site in the middle of the round.
That's why they know where he is. I mean, it's watchful eyes onto lane, to all the angles, even the op as well for the peek out from RGL, which Zekken, I mean, he should just clean this up.
Bit of smoke.
Everybody faces. No disaster in sight here for Sentinels. Third round.
Yeah, and this one was convincing. 4 people alive. Money is here.
Stay in school.
And this forces them to eco as well. So good chance to get us back to 4-4 and to get their money even better to buy for the rest of
At
this.
the start of the round to set up this first pick. But then Zelsis doesn't quite manage to get the cleanup onto Artazine. Sassy, though, fantastic individual ability to be able to mop all 3 of those kills up. And this has now turned the tide of the economy. Sens was being kept honest. Yeah, that spree of early rounds was great from MIBR, but they now, with mostly sheriffs to their name, got to see if they can replicate that success from early on. Now, I would say one of the big adjustments that Sen are making is that they are not looking for early round aggression necessarily. They're actually looking to re-clear and anchor.
Exit Fuse, thank you so much for the 5 months.
It's somewhat similar to what they were doing on split defense in the sense that
Of course, bro.
they're happy
Good
to
to see
give
you,
up
dude.
quite a bit of space. You know, they're not playing to fight mid with
So
Zekken,
just
they're not
a
playing to fight
slow
catwalk,
default on
they're
this
playing to
one, waiting for
re-clear.
some kind of aggression. Cam goes in and spots the turret. And Cypher
plays
takes
very
down the
nicely
turret,
to the
smoke,
strengths of Ascent as a
picked up
map.
for their default from
I am
middle,
big
goes a little
concerned
bit
about
further.
Taylor's positioning right here. If they do end in an A split.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
That creates question marks, yeah, and creates a lot of pressure. They take out all of the Killjoy util other than the mollies.
Flash, a dog to
Pretty
take
much
some
this
tree
at the
control.
moment from what they've done.
Zelsis is going to have to be real fast with
Drone
utility
goes
to
in,
help
clears
him.
the middle, question mark.
But it looks
Clears
like
some of
danger,
this. There could
yeah,
still be a
be
guy in
averted as
this
MIBR.
corner.
Instead of going for that A split, grouping up for B.
30 seconds left.
All eyes onto the site.
They've picked a good site here, but Sassy has his recon.
About 20 seconds here. It's going to be a bloodbath. Finally, with the smoke drop down. Mitz there with an Ana Swarm. Nobody can really
Oh, he
play
went
the
for the
swarm.
recon early.
Being lit up, and he
This
knows the precise angles.
Scram back. John has to stay alive. 10 seconds to plant. Oh my god. Yeah, no time to plant on this one.
Better from John, and no more time to get this plant down. As they say, doesn't survive into the end of the round, so Sentinels up to 4.
And you can see that because Sentinels are bunkering down on the sites a little more, MIBR are getting a bit lost
Still,
here in terms of
still
how
like
to
their
create
default though.
advantages before they hit a site. We'll see whether that translates to the rifle rounds as well, but a mad scramble with 15 seconds into B is not often going to work.
Part of the unusual nature, I think, of MIBR's comp. I mean, we've seen a lot of these rounds start out with them trying to take that mid control to break the alarm bot. So they don't have a Sova to do it. Normally, you'd have a shock dart lineup that just goes into the common positions and takes care of it, and it throws that misinformation into the middle of the round for the defending team. But Sentinels, they're not having to push and pull players away until like 30 seconds into the round.
Yeah.
Maybe 50.
And I actually think that even that approach of focusing on the alarm bot is a little bit off.
A lot of mid pressure from the Viper. Yeah, I really like the smoke down middle. Then you can pick it up and you can kind of just throw it anywhere else, especially deeper. I would like to actually see them, like they could benefit from stealing what T1 do, where T1 does that deeper smoke over towards mids to create question mark on market and spawn. I think that could benefit them. So T1 have 2 smokes, right, with their Viper. They do this one here, same thing, question mark, create either side. But I think the one thing that is like underrated is this one, where it blocks double vision and you can just lurk in as well. I think that added into their default would be really strong. I know that they put it a little bit further, but the double question mark would just create so much pressure that they could just be lurking everywhere once they kill this alarm bot. I feel like it's something that they could definitely add. But yeah, I like their Viper util. Went back for another. Yeah, I didn't see on the fast jump spot, I imagine. Knife goes in over towards B main, it hits Cypher, and they break the camera. Dude, this is the second time he gets Viper.
He's able to just get that repeat with the dash, and he's straight out of there. One small flash against the floors. Elsis.
Wait, that was kind of nice as well. Flash takes so long and it's kind of bouncing the open that he early turned it.
Zekin finds the same timing he did last time.
Kind of like the flash you do an overpass on over towards B. It kind of bounces this in the open, you can just swing and everyone's turning it.
Setup was so that they could play retake A with the lockdown. And now they've just got such a player advantage, they can do whatever they like.
Yeah, and a lot of this is on Tens just playing calm, not showing himself, holding A main the whole time.
Able to just clean them up quite easily,
and that fell apart. And Zekin's doing really good in terms of first kills as well. I think this is his third. He might have more.
Look at the timing there. It's again right as Mazin.
Man, it's a really nice flash. It goes behind the corner as well, so you can peek out.
Perfectly timed right after the dog. And then Azelf just throws that flash. Mazin's just admiring the pizza.
Is this the only game today? Nah, you got 2 more.
Gets shot in the back of the head.
Getting hungry. First match of the day, plenty more to play.
So this is slightly different from MIBR. They're looking to take a main control very early on. Tens has been
and they started to mix up their wall.
Almost a punish there.
Oh, they actually used the T1 smoke. They used the T1 smoke on short.
Him down to John QT. Avoiding the bullets into the wall.
And they pit.
Oh, they pit. Yeah, they pit so they can try and fight this.
Yeah, they want to try and take a fight straight to it. It's in that common enough position. FRZ, I mean, just
I would say that Zelsis did his nade too deep there. Like, Zelsis should have done his nade here.
The Studies players are scattered. Pit. Still up.
He just wanted to block off short, but I think with the molly they could have doubled this on up. This was a very nice reaction from MIBR though. The whole plan onto this was really sick. Dude, the lineup was there.
Potential chance for many more, but no instantaneous of the trade. Still, 4 players left. It's an impossibility. There's really no chance here.
No way.
So much time to delay. JZZ, despite the low
This was great. They had a great plan into this round.
It's a thrifty round conversion for MIBR.
And because they decided to commit to that, they've just donated weaponry. So now MIBR's
and they get so many upgrades.
Back to blooming, they're going to be able to buy for sure.
I think this team's going to be fun to watch. They're pretty smart.
So we're going to see rifle rounds to end out our first half of Ascent. Tens has been tucking into Wine a ton, and if they don't go and take A main control, it's fine. But you saw there how exposed he is if MLBR decide to group up. And the pit for the lockdown fight was gorgeous.
The EG? Ooh, EG, but this time they actually have a smoke and they TP behind it.
A lot of deep mid control.
If the recon dart had pinged there, Tens was going to try to follow up.
There's your timing.
Now
So
what?
Not expecting that or anticipating it, but his players right behind Tens' back. Does he get out?
Yeah, it is one of them, and it's literally like a now what? Now what do we actually do? Now he's
Don't
here.
have smokes for any potential retakes, so it does put the squeeze on Sen.
Positioning notified with a neural theft.
A couple of the Sentinels players from B running out of the site so that they got pinged in that location.
Yeah, I like their back. I think I prefer their backup.
Second.
I mean, honestly, their normal Viper Wall got him a good amount in terms of the Fnatic one. This backup one's cool.
You're going to be expecting them to use some util. It's the same play. Knows it. What
Lovely
an adjustment.
shot, man.
Nasty reaction.
Oh man, the great recon.
It's just perfection. Almost with the 3. But RGL, he survives.
Either recon or drone. I didn't fully see what it was.
Here. Bullets flying. Hunter's Fury. Used to try and clear these.
Keep an eye on this guy in short. Like this guy in short, he has an Odin. You should never count out an Odin. Oh, they know he's here now. What a nice knife.
Here for Sentinels. FRZ, what can you do? RGL, maybe chance. Attempt for it. Spraying and forwards. Flash. Was that connection dropping down, but it's being held by Celsius and Lovely.
The old Odin on Odin duel.
Job done by Sentinels.
Almost all of these rounds towards the second quarter have been lovely from Sen. The big question as we get closer to the halftime is, was the damage already done early by MLBR going 4-1 in the lead at the very beginning? Because since then, it's all been Sentinels the whole way. Their defensive setups were good, the operator's been finding so much impact.
Oh, it was a recon.
Second just frying.
He's finding these amazing timings against a double controller composition, even able to pick up one.
Yeah, he is actually doing, he's doing so good right now.
If MIBR can get another on the round, it will make the second half so much easier for them.
And they do the... Oh, and he waits it out this time. Yeah, this guy's too smart, man.
That early info, but a jump spot eventually reveals him. He wants to post himself up.
Get him out of here. Oh, get him out of here, man. He's too smart. I've seen enough.
It's raw instinct. That's what's at work here. Great first kill. Smoke propped up. Pushing into the position. Dash now to evade. Dodge and repositions now. Gotta expect that one. Doesn't dodge the flash. Sassy's still there though. Locking down the site with the Odin play. They know that mid is compromised, but only 3 players left standing for MIBR. They're going to be finding it tough to get through this one. Or drop down, a flash through, doesn't connect onto anyone, and they just
It's like the best gun to have in that situation when someone gets into that corner. Yeah, great recovery from Sentinels. Second 4 first kills, at least that I can remember. It might have been more, but once they got the op out on him, it changed a lot.
That's just in terms of the rounds gained, a very good attack side for MIBR. They just weren't able to put anything together once the economy straightened out for Sentinels. Zekken having a blinder of a defense. And Sassy as well, looking so strong in these rounds.
We'll see what ends up happening as well as we head into this one. GB and the desk standing by to break.
Yeah, I kind of like the Cypher.
Thank you so much, fellas. What a half we just saw. Great ideas from MIBR and a great closeout from Sentinels here. And I kind of want to touch on that first, Athena, because it felt as if MIBR...
I think people can get more aggro with some of the cams on the tank.
It was working.
Yeah, I mean, like, they had that Viper wall that just completely obliterated that A site, and it actually just allowed the way that
Hypothetically, if you were to break down EG's icebox, would I be interested in reading it? Yeah, I'm down.
He actually fakes
I'm down.
it and catches Zelsis off guard, and that wall just kind of put a wrench in everything. And after that, MIBR actually just started having so much success on that A site. They kept pushing, they kept getting it. The only round that they did not win was when Zekken was there to kind of save the day.
Yeah, again, Zekken tries to take contact on these site hits early. There's like a really small window that you have as a Jet operator to find a shot before you're forced out by flash util or your line of sight is blocked by these smokes. Whether it's in mid, Zekken finding these little timings, or at A, it's been working out. And it has to be A for MIBR in so many rounds because of this, right? Sarsi's set up. It's not an easy site to hit anyway when a Sova has full util and an Odin. And I've got to say, like, the funneling MIBR into mid, into market where Zelsis or Zekken are waiting for them has worked really well for Sen.
Yeah, it's impressive to see how this Sentinels lineup adjusted when they needed to so quickly.
Yeah, I feel like they completely changed the way that they're playing the game. They made it early round and mid round heavy. They wanted to deny MIBR entry into those sites. Because the second that MIBR had sites, their post plants were actually really good.
Yeah.
And so Sentinels was just like, yeah, we're just gonna push. We're gonna play a little bit more aggressive. We're gonna start setting up
attack
Zekken
cams,
and
maybe more
of
over
these
towards
aggressive
middle.
lines and just make sure that they
I would
get
have to
those.
play around a
Zekken
little bit
started
with it.
heating up toward the tail end of that first half. He's looking to bring that momentum forward, and hey, maybe Sasi picks up a coveted
You
win.
think
on
Cypher and
Sova.
Viper
We'll
overlaps
see.
a
Let's
little
send it
bit?
back to
What, just because
Brennan's
there's too
side
many smokes?
Plenty of storylines left to follow for this one. One of the ones rattling through my head, though, is it
I
going to
think
be
they
enough
combo
here with
well,
round
though.
turn for MIBR? You got to think with their composition. Attack side of Sen, historically, really difficult to try and work your way through. Pistol round. might
Okay,
be
what do we
deciding
got?
Quite a lot of the fate of this map.
Knife
Knife
goes
over,
in,
plays
doesn't hit anyone, so they don't need to use the flash. It's a little
Worried
bit of
about
a win.
RGL Meister playing in that position. But
We got
he's playing to flash off Ardezine's contact. This just looking like a standard A
got a
push.
cage at door as well.
Cutie can then lurk.
Yeah. Trip gets someone, but they don't get a kill off it. They still have a cam to get all the information. Chong QT luck comes in. And with that, do they go fast over towards site?
To be honest with you, smoke though drops down, flash through as well. There's many players playing inside the smoke. The call is made to just try and dominate these angles.
Oh my.
The right clicks eventually ringing true.
Yeah.
Ardezine last
And they
one
know
standing.
this guy's at least a little bit late.
The moment calls being made.
Cine, thanks so much for the prime, mate.
No easy
Thank you very much,
target.
dude.
Zekken bouncing around all over the place, crouching on the spot.
Thank
Quite
you
a
for the
simple
support,
round
mate.
there from Sen. Just deciding to go for the 4-1 execute, straight into A. Picking up RGL on the other side of the map is really useful.
In terms of pistols, 1-1 again, so 2-2 at the moment for pistols. Pretty equal.
When everybody else
They
accelerates,
pretty equal. Equal.
this forward pressure from Zelsis and
Verdace
Tens just
_a
carve
bid with the
through the
prime
retakes.
as well. Thank you so much for getting involved, mate. Appreciate the prime
Nice
usage.
idea, honestly,
Thank you.
As well from MIBR for the deep smoke and the flash through to see if they could find themselves a cheeky pick.
We
but
go fast on this one.
Sen
Wait,
just one step ahead. And yeah, that dart reveals all the
insta
Guardian.
dart. They get the Odin, and that's the only passing over towards this site.
And he just gets wrecked by
Well,
Sassy through
that
a wall
one
again.
fell apart a little bit here.
Playing with the Guardian, playing with the
Dazed
Odin.
Dream X as well with the prime. Thank you so much.
The Sova's
Another
dream
prime
to be able
user,
to get
mate.
those easy
Appreciate you.
tags off. So the plan down, Zelsis prioritizing the ult for him.
Yeah, and I think Zelsis can also, you know, swap things around, take the Sheriff, go hunt some kills, or take some friends with him, so that at least you don't donate the weaponry to MIBR.
And John is going hunting. Oh my.
Hello. Losing the fight out there versus the Classics, but they only handed over
Felt
to
like it
Sheriff.
was on the head. It's just tapped too fast.
Here it is, support from his team, close cut to the
Oh, the
corner.
bait.
Ardezine could really seek to punish, but he really just overplays his hand.
Uh-huh.
So it's Tens. Okay, Tens, now you're 3 away from your ult. Zelsis is like, I needed those.
Yeah, you
man.
mean Sentinels is like, let's load the kills into Zelsis. Tends to like, whoopsie daisy, whoopsie, sorry, I killed 3
I got
of
the
them.
eco kills. Well,
he's just accidentally too clean with it.
Yeah.
Localizando. This recon destroys JZZ.
Yeah.
Clean from Zen on the pistol and the follow-up.
Cap looks sleep deprived, bro. You could say that about every single coach in the game, and you'd be
On the attack
accurate.
sides, looked a little sloppy on split.
It
didn't look
they
that
just
amazing.
are. They just are,
Clean the
man.
map up, and they had
Tournament
much more of an
time,
advantage
games
than
so
this.
close together, they are.
Use the variety of that KO utility to take a deeper knife and a flash off the beginning this time. Clear out Artesine if he was trying to challenge A.
His test.
Okay,
MIBR.
big buy rounds. Bonus round is looking great.
Not really set up for any re-clearance. Bay main.
one way over towards B, and they are getting a little bit aggro over towards A here. Drone goes in, dog goes over towards A. Do they want to just swing off short? Looks like it.
Size timings here for second. It's taking all that space. It's actually taken out
Oh my
FRZ.
god. So he followed the drone up towards here. Dude, everyone. There were 3 duels. 1 A main, 1 top mid, and 1 on short. Pretty much all at the same time.
Once more for this team here. Sentinels should just be straight up to 10.
Yeah.
That's a great attack round. Barring RGL pulling something.
Yeah, and they basically just waited for the reaction. So that they go up mid, they're trying to make it look like a split. They get the kill. And then that prompts a reaction on short, and the guy at A main I don't think was ready for the swing. Yeah, and once we've kind of stabilized into a lot of these buy rounds, Sentinels do look very in control.
Second somehow gets a ridiculous entry kill with a Guardian over towards B, and that starts the reactions out of MIBR. Someone just walked into 10s in A main. Because they're like, right, well, it's definitely a mid to B if Zekan's fighting this team
broke the Trailblazer. So they knew he was there.
Yeah, and they just walked straight into him. The rest of the team from MIBR
nice.
trying to take the fight on Cat that didn't work out for them.
Good example round of delayed observing being the future. Very Brius.
Sublime opening. Bonus round conversion. Dart. The flash. Cut to the corner here. Hearing some form of sound cues for the reposition of Mazine, so gets himself to safety initially.
2 Stingers, 2 Sheriffs, and a Guardian. They kind of need to win the round as well, so they got a nice little setup. Camera spots, Omen flash, double swing. Over towards middle. This guy is giving himself a little cubby so he can avoid the recon.
To make his way out to market.
It had to be committed.
But you can see Zekan's just kind of running around the map with the util terrorizing people.
It's a call now for them. Poking into mid. Realizing there's no close trips for now Mazine. Gonna make a go at this one. Ult in his face. There's one. Flash.
Oh,
forward.
he did absolute work on this. There's some guns to pick up. Did they just go heavy middle to try to get the guns?
They're gonna fight this one. Out onto Cat. FRZ with a stinger. Maintaining.
There's one.
Kill. Upgrade.
Sassy's going back to defend the weapon.
Trying to release defend the body.
Wait, this guy's got the spike. They've actually just sacked off the B site to get him. Spams. Oh my god. Watson has to 1v3 into 1v2. Have they got enough time? Oh, it's actually really close. I don't think so.
6 seconds. 5, 4.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know.
Yeah.
They managed to do that.
That's insane.
Milliseconds to spare. It puts Ardazine into such a horrible situation. Doubled up, 1 player held. Zelsa's close to Jenny. All anticipating for the drop down from that position. The door's closed. The options are narrowing for Ardazine to make a play. Has 2 smokes. Potentially cut this one up. Drops down.
Oh, devastating. How on earth? Everything went right for him. The decision to go back and get them was crazy. And then the decision to go over towards short as well. That was sick. That was so close. All started with this, though.
And getting 2 of them into the flash. Nasty good attempt from Mazine, but this!
Yeah, that was...
To go and save Zelsis in mid, instead of having Tenza Sassy just play the round out with the 2vx.
The replay bar's in the wrong place. We can't see the time.
Of course, BCK is going to feel like that. Bazooka is going to feel like that round got robbed away from them after Mazine set them up for the win. Because there were, again, milliseconds left on the clock.
A replay, slow down. I mean, how many milliseconds?
Yeah,
was
I
that?
don't
Oh, yeah,
know.
we got time
last
for it.
time we had a situation
We got a
like that.
timeout? Oh, we
I
got
think
time for it.
Sentinels again on
Just
split.
run it
held
again.
His composure, held the corner, and there wasn't enough time.
No. I'm sure the desk will be grabbing that clip to have an analysis of it. My word. So, Sentinels actually being able to run away with this one a little bit. We were talking about their attack half maybe being the area where they might struggle a little bit. I think there were some signs of that on split. A lot of the first kills went the way of MIBR. But after they've got the pistol and then follow up on the bonus works,
Now Sen only need 2 more to close out this first game of play-ins and put MAR.
Okay, they go back to the retake wall over towards B. First time, right, that we see the op come out.
Backside op for Zekken. His counterpart's also got one. Trying to control up B main control, but Sen are just putting that.
Knife went short, and I'm pretty
spamming with
confident it hit the Cypher.
Deep down into that angle. Dart as well, doesn't see too much.
There was a little re-clear there from MIBR of A main. So
Flash went.
Gathered some A main information and got RGL.
I think the flash went in the smoke, to be honest with you, but
this cam is interesting too. Even if RGL loses info there, they can use the.
They might get good info at B here. Is this guy gonna skydog?
Still got players grouped up back in mid here. FRZ, I mean, really just hunting for any bit of information here. You'd think they would rotate players with B main control the operator angle, but here we go. Paranoia.
Wow.
Sent flying.
The good thing about the paranoia there is it stopped the initial dash, and now they have no dash to get over towards the site. And they do spam, yeah, they do ping someone, so that's the go.
Yes, the movement, dodging, juking, sidestepping it all. MIBR seeking to really just stop this one with a hard angle. A flood defense play. JCC might be ahead of everyone. This team's already fallen.
Yeah, they kind of just strolled out.
Grouped up into heaven. Sentinel setting themselves up now for the 12th round. Dog through into the smoke. Doesn't allow it to get it easily spammed. Stunned up. Sassy falls. Doubled up into hell. These players have to come up with more than the goods. They have to really come up with the win. Artisan.
Has to be a 1v2.
Now he's alone on an island. Knows what the last 2 players are, but how does he force this fight easily? How does he force the fight easily?
Whoa, that got a little bit scary.
John Cutie cleans up, and Sen get up to match point.
Okay.
That round, they went for the A exec without having a dash online, wondering if they were going into a bunch of trips. And I actually love the way that
Zekken just sent it in.
Tens went for the teleport in.
No, I think Zekken did good.
I'm just going to try and
He just went straight to door.
But the aggression
they just reverse rolls real
from
fast.
Zekken and Tens makes sure that they make space, no matter what, for the rest of the team.
Yeah. That's the open. I mean, they threw it to him earlier.
And that allows him to avoid getting tagged by that flash recon combo.
Safety there. It's flimsy at best, spamming into all the appropriate locations.
7 chances to close it out. 2-0.
Sentinels will have to give up the main control.
And 2-0 is big in this.
Protocols for this particular round. You've got to remember, they only need 1.
We saw FRZ in the previous round jump spotting over towards mid. Now he's got his setup there.
This angle is just disgusting, but RGL.
Oh, wow.
Nasty, nasty shot.
Incredible awareness of that unusual position on top of Hart.
Great first kill for them. It's about surviving. Batten down the hatches if you are MIBR.
Uh-oh.
Look at how good this setup is as well, because even if FRZ's trip gets broken, the cam probably won't. Or the other way around, right?
Tag and then Jet jumps on him.
Able to call
They would love a smoke middle. All that.
That's so good as well. Swinging
that was nice.
as Zekken tries to break cam. Lovely little setup there.
That was cool.
30 seconds left.
What will be revealed now with the ult offloaded? 3 players grouped up into mid now. Feel it, but they've got the coverage here. Look at this crossfire setup. Which direction do Sentinels choose to go into here with a paranoia facing them? Offloaded and used.
Wait, double up. Uh-oh. It's going to look a little bit weird. Look at the time again. Feel like we've been here again. There goes the spike. Okay, this time they're not planning it. Yeah, very, very nice. Nice run from them. Start counting down. 7-6. 6 chances left.
But it's not that that really matters, in my opinion. It's the fact that by dying, John Cutie and Sassy get their ults online. And now this becomes an extremely difficult round. Great shot. Ooh. Great shot, great awareness. You're not going to have your crosshair trained on that at the start on your swing. The adjustment's excellent. Like I said, though, Hunter's Fury, Lockdown, both online to start this round. And so MIBR upping the pace would be a great idea.
Crunch. Up top into the smoky place. Artisan dropping down.
Nice trade. The Odin is sending it.
And the follow-up onto RGL. The players are falling. Deleted. And it's in the blink of an eye. Over,
32 and 35 HP. It's so unlucky. It's recoverable.
Zekken and Sassy have to work with. And they don't have access to that lockdown, which would really make things easier. Zekken has taken just no pause in the action whatsoever.
Oh my god, there's no way.
Sassy won that duel with the Odin. 1 versus 3
Oh
from
man,
Mazine.
and you know the call for his HP came in as well.
The series here. Our opening match here of the play-ins. Of course, plenty more chances, even deeper, but what a beginning for Sentinels.
And I can promise you, Mazine is not going to save this one.
There's no chance. This positioning is just impossible. Sassy, it's checkmate. He's got the Hunter's Fury into mid. There's no possible way to win.
Right.
And Sentinels
Very impressive, especially considering they were 4-1 down. Now they get a little bit of a break. They get to watch the next game and wait for the D2 game.
Heading into the play-ins, that Group B that they were in looked diabolical. But to be honest with you, it was clean here.
Yeah. There's always chances of it being like, potentially a little bit messy. It's a tight turnaround from one match to the next. When you're playing here first thing in the morning, not much time to prepare, but I mean, they're firing all cylinders.
Yeah. After the first quarter where MIBR went up 4-1, after that it was all Sentinels all the way. Yeah. And Split, you know, a slight amount of sloppiness on the attack side, but generally, my big takeaway from Split is that defensive set is outrageously good. They're really paying off all of the work that they've done in the off-season. This team is looking like the real deal. I think G2 will struggle to stop them later on.
Yeah, but I think as well, Sentinels now are going to be taking it easy. One more match to play later on today, the third one of the day, but they do have time as well to observe their opponents, watch the match, pick apart. But the Sentinel City, they're going to be happy with this.
Extremely happy. You know, Sen, they're not even sure who they would face if they made it through the play-in either. The road to Madrid is still extremely difficult, but it had to include a win here in all likelihood. And I think they just showcased that, you know, they are on a bit of a different tier today to MIBR. MIBR have played great throughout this kickoff, way better than I expected them to be. I want to give them the props for that. They're still not out, of course. We could have some crazy one-to-one-to-one ties if MIBR are also able to beat G2 and then G2 beats Sen.
Plenty of possibilities for later on. That's
damn.
3 milliseconds.
Yeah, 3.
0-3. Yeah.
5 and then an extra tick.
Outrageous. Some great moments though. The chaos at times, but generally quite clean as Sen put away MIBR.
Yeah, really disciplined. I mean,
it's a long day though.
It is a long day.
They can't go home after that.
Yeah, you can. You got to stick around. You got to stay around for these teams, and I hope you stick around too, because we're going to be sending it down for the Verizon post-match interview. It's Liz who's standing by with TenZ. I love him.
But do you heckin' love him? Because I think we all heckin' love TenZ out here. Sen City is in the house, and TenZ is here with me. An incredible performance from you and your team. You are very loud, audience. Give it one more time. Does it ever get old, TenZ?
Not really, no. It's always exciting.
It's always exciting. Well, you have one more match to play today, but you have a little bit of a break. And we were talking in the back. Do you lose momentum? Do you lose being warm? Is it good so you can watch your opponents?
I think it's pretty good since we're going to be able to watch our opponents play and kind of make a game plan beforehand. So I think we kind of have an advantage there.
So you're not worried about losing like any like warmth in your like, aim or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Well, speaking of your opponents, you are facing G2.
For sure.
Any thoughts on G2 that you're going to face them? Or you're like, oh, it's a cakewalk? Or like, oh, they're going to be such a great match?
Should be easy.
Uh-oh.
Okay. I have to ask you about round 16. I don't know if obviously you didn't hear them. They called it a certified TenZ moment. Zealousys goes down in tiles. You smoke them off. You get the res, and then you just peek mid and get 2. And Sassy gets a plant with literally no time left. And you're laughing because that was insane. That was an insane round. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I mean, we just kind of made the plan to go revive Jordan, and I realized they're shooting at my boy, so I had to go help him out.
And now on to you. This is the renaissance of TenZ. This is you. Your Omen is now literally iconic. You can see that sign right there. TenZ, me go Omen, me smoke. Literally, it's so iconic. You talked about it before, but talk to Sen City in the audience about what it's like what it's like being on Omen and being on these different roles than you were used to in the beginning of your career.
Yeah, it's definitely really interesting since I never really played the role previously. I've been getting more comfortable on it. I've been adding my own flair to it, so I've been having fun.
All right, and last one. Sassy got his win on Sova finally. What? That was so. Give it up for Sassy. That was so. That was so. He did it. How does it feel to finally I feel like the more we see you play, the stronger and more cohesive you are. Is that what's going to take you to Madrid?
Yeah, I think we definitely put in a lot of hard work during the off season, so I think it's kind of paying off. I think our teamwork really shows, and it's all up from here.
It's all up from here because apparently G2 is going to be easy, says Tens. I'm an instigator. Thank you so much, Tens.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we give it up one more time for Tens? But we have a lot of Valorant to go through today, but we have a break, so grab some water, grab a snack, write you heckin' love Tens on a poster, and we'll see you back here soon.
Okay, for that, I'm actually gonna go get something to eat, so I will be doing that. Jungle spam, some ads. I might be a little bit longer into the next one, but I'll leave the stream up nice and loud. Okay, Lexi, appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Have a good sleep.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on
I saw this
Pearl.
one pretty early.
Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
um agora. O Benji tá muito machucado também. RGL.
Sem vida.
RGL. Vamos na tentativa. RGL.
Setup has been cooking for a long time. There's so many people there. Does he get away with the second? And how on earth has Leaf done that?
Welcome back to VCT America's Kickoff and our second match of the play-ins. MIBR back at it again with the run back. This time around, they're going to need to face off against G2 Esports. I'm Golden Boy, and now I'm joined once again by the Breakdown Buddies. We got Bala, we got Wyatt. We're going to talk about some video games. This is going to be a really fun time.
When it comes to the breaking down.
I mean,
we just break down.
You're breakdown buddies, okay?
We break down together.
Yes. You break down as humans together. Buddies.
It's the enemies to lovers arc. That's what I'm hoping for, GB.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to achieve this year with art.
You know what? I think that's an admirable objective and goal to chase for. Unfortunately, you're going to fail miserably. All right, so let's just jump into this. Talk about what we got cooking here, because we just saw MIBR on that stage, and they had to face off against a very game prepared and scary Sentinels lineup. And now you're going to have to do, Balla, the same thing again with a G2 that I think coming off of their game yesterday also were feeling themselves. This is a tall order for MIBR.
Yeah, this is a gauntlet. I mean, by all sense of the word, right? This is going to be really tough. I think for them, now they're warmed up. I think we always have that argument about who's better if you're warmed up, if you're coming cold. If you saw the game before, I think G2 has that advantage, obviously. But MIBR right now, they're playing to keep their fate in their hands, right? Because if they go down 0-2, they're out. They have no more chance. It's just G2 Sentinels, whoever wins that game going forward. So, yeah, they've got to, I mean, I honestly think they played pretty well in that game. But Sentinels, like you said, was hot.
Yeah, I totally agree. MIBR, listen, the new MIBR, I believe in their ability to not get mentally boomed.
Yeah.
Old MIBR, 23 MIBR, it would have been a wrap. But listen.
Well, for me, and honest, I don't even know if 23 MIBR would be in this position to begin with, playing in a play-in, right?
I mean, yeah,
I think this team has fundamentally proven that they are, further ahead than what that iteration was.
Totally.
But now we're just looking. Now they're going to need to dig deep.
Yeah. And I'm going to need them to relax. The mid game. Listen, we talk about the bananas, the potassium.
I saw them
nice
relaxing.
Hot teas.
They were like walking the hallway after the game, just like smiling, laughing, where they just lost.
I mean, what else are you going to do, right?
I mean, you kind of got to bounce back. You got to forget about it.
Yeah, because if you carry that weight with you into this game, especially against G2, this is going to not work out well for MIBR in the end. Now, I do understand, though, that you had a telestrator you wanted to break down. What is it?
I have a couple different examples here.
Ooh, okay.
Like really good team play, and the reason why I thought that they played well against Sentinels, while Sentinels was red hot in my opinion. So there's a first round here actually that kind of exemplifies this. Where's my pen? I got my pen. All right, so we'll start it up here, and it's a good way that they're handling both the comp that they're playing and just Sentinels being on fire. So we're gonna look at, especially inside of A main here, just these two players, TenZ as well, trying to go for a little trap play on them, a little flash and stuff like that, but they have the wall to kind of buffer against that. And what they do later on in the round is really, really well deal with this kind of aggression, instantly getting him down. Mazin was playing anti-flash all the way back here, right, so that nobody could deal with him, and that flash wasn't going to do anything.
That's a lot of spring film there.
And yeah, then TenZ comes up on Cat. He repositions deep into A main again, and they're just keeping good track of exactly where these players are, despite the fact that, yeah, they're hitting shots. This was all game for them. So TenZ right behind the smoke. He's been doing this quite a lot. He's isolated right now, but again, he's going to hit a nice shot. And what they do after is stick tight, really tight. Artson is making it very difficult to get traded. They're trying to execute on site right here. Mazin, quick to the trade. And look at JZZ coming back again to actually fight there. That's really, really nice team play. And then obviously this round is kind of wrapped up, but look at the discipline that they have here. These kind of examples for me are stuff that MIBR was lacking entirely in the prior iteration of it. Look, John QT is going to come for a swing, and they just got this high-low. It's very dynamic the way that they're setting this up. JZZ down low, Artson on top, just using the different elevation that he's coming down with. So stuff like that, being able to do that on the fly, I think is really, really good with MIBR. And a big reason why I think against Sentinels, again, they played really well. I think that they can come through this, and I think against G2 it's going to be really nice.
Yeah, you know, there is a lot of positives to take away, right? I think Athena really liked the way that they were implementing the Viper wall into some of those attacks, giving them different opportunities to really fake out the defenders on site. You could see that the ideas are certainly there, but the thing is that you need the execution now, and that's why it is going to be well, the thing that we need to figure out. Do they have it in them to be able to dig deep to pull this through?
Yeah, and I mean, I totally believe they do with this roster. And I think one of the cool things that you see a lot of times when a team goes from the vibes being off, the coordination being off, and then, you know, they retain some of those players. And some of the players you don't think necessarily that they're at a high level because they were on a team that was in chaos, right?
Yeah.
And then this year, you're looking at the MIBR team, and these guys that were there last season look better than ever.
Yeah, guys like
now.
FRZ.
Yeah, because the actual team play is just making them look good. FRZ, JZZ looked good last year, but he looks even better now.
You could say that for, I think, all of them, right? There was some individual flashes from RGL, but now he's getting the term Clutchmeister. Right? Like, he's getting some props, I think, that he wouldn't have gotten last year because he just never was in those opportunities in the first place.
Absolutely. Yeah, totally agree.
I would also have to say the addition of Fraud, obviously he's on paternity leave. Congrats, Fraud, on that. But it feels to me a lot like Loud last year, where there was a couple of players that you didn't really know what the quantities were going to be with them, but they just were insane right off the bat. And it was the fundamentals that brought Loud to that first couple of runs, the one at lock-in and then winning Americas. It was the fundamentals the entire time. And I think he brought that, and I think Bazooka completely trusted.
I mean, that's just an all-star. That's such a good coaching team. I mean it's two guys that have been with Loud.
The two guys that got brought together and then won a championship.
I mean, it's just, you can't.
It's absurd what they can bring to the table. We're also looking for this guy right here, FRZ, to be one of the, I guess, the linchpins for this squad, right? Someone to really bring this thing together. I was really hoping to see a little bit more out of him, but I think also for the Sentinels game in general, that was just a tough one simply because of the way that Sentinels were playing that.
Yes, and we're just firing on all cylinders, whatever, scrap it, move into the next one. And this is what I'm talking about with the overall team growing together. You can see the individuals at such a higher level. Like, no, you're not, you know, respectfully, we're not going into the season like, ooh, FRZ, he's going to tear things down.
But we're not doing that for MIBR at all.
Yeah, no. And he is, though. And he is. It's just, it's a testament to what the coaches have been able to do with the team, how they've gotten better as a unit. You can see people like him thrive.
Yeah, and I think with FRZ needing to step up here, this whole team needing to step up, it is going to be quite a challenging task for them. But I have no doubt that if there is a team, especially with the coaching staff that's behind them as well, with Fraud and Coach Bazooka, this could be, well, quite the run that they start to cook up here. But today, MIBR is going to be facing off against G2 Esports. This is our 11th team that was added into the VCT Americas region, and they've already made a statement. Yeah, they're living their best life.
Is this them just watching the game?
I too.
They're all looking at a little monitor.
But did you also notice that they all were wearing sunglasses indoors?
Well, they weren't all. I think it was just.
That's normal.
It was just Valid.
No, I saw like three of them. I'm pretty sure.
It was tough to see on the monitor. Chilling.
Yeah, they were just chilling.
That's the advantage of coming in late.
Yeah, I just can't trust people who wear sunglasses indoors, though.
Yeah,
that's like
he was having a crazy night.
We're gonna have to have a conversation, buddy. All right, well, let's go ahead though and dive further into the squad. It has not been that long for them to have to turn this thing over and to figure out how they tackle their first opponent, MIBR. But they do have that little bit of buffer time, and they saw MIBR take on Sentinels. But, man, I am excited to see guys like Leaf, guys like Net take to the stage yet again because they had such great games yesterday.
I really think that this gauntlet, again, that we're going to use that term for this play-ins, that they're going through is probably one of the toughest for a new team to have gone through, right? They're playing against, the EG, who they had no clue what they were going to look like, has a very distinct style. Crew, which is Kesnet and his friends just kind of doing stuff and looking a lot better. And now MIBR, who is going to be, again, not what you expected coming into this, a team that is drilled, a team that has the fundamentals, a team that is going to be hard to read. Yeah. It's not easy to
this isn't
through all these variations.
New team, though, right? I mean, yes, they're new to the VCT, but this squad, the core of this team, right? Net, Valen, Trent, Jonah P, like this squad has had a lot of success in the past. I think they have to be coming to this one a little confident. Wouldn't you say so, Wyatt?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm also confident in them after what we saw yesterday against Crew. I was a little worried that, a lot of times when you have the rematch thing in the same bracket, like they had a close win the first time, I was nervous that Crew might have been able to take it to them and actually win yesterday. But no, that not.
Wyatt's law
G2
proved to be a lie.
It's simply not a law. And they kind of got washed. G2 were great yesterday. So that has given me more than enough confidence to believe that right now they can beat MIBR.
Yeah, no, for sure. Let's dive into some more players here, right? We got Jonah P, a great example of an individual who, just steps up when you need him to step up. A great player who has also finally made his way to the stage, which we're all excited to see. And I think going into this matchup, I'm curious to see how that recon initiator really becomes online and helps his team find victory where they need to. Because this MIBR team, they like to group up. They like to play a little bit more of a hold-handsy type of game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think actually Jonah P is fantastic in moments like that, right? Where there is good team play. I think obviously all pro players at that point it's like what they thrive in when teams are coming together well. And Jonah P is that guy. I mean, all these aces that we're looking at, all these rounds that we're looking at, it's fantastic from him. He's been so clutch. He's been so good.
Heads up.
He's completely flipping the script from being an underrated guy to being that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I was going off about him yesterday at the end of the day, and with good reason. And
you're gonna go off again?
He really, to me, he has to be. I don't know how you rank this, and I can't think of anyone else, but I'm just going to say he's a top 3 most underrated player in.
What is that?
That is such a.
Can I name the other two? Can I name the other two? I don't know what it means.
This thing up.
I'm making it up to make a point.
To be fair, you have the horn, so I guess whatever you say is true.
Talking pillow.
A point.
Yeah.
Point being, since last year for me, he's always been good on the team. He was always earning his keep on the team, right, when they were the guard. Yeah. And then at the end of last year, when it got to the qualifying playoffs for Ascension, and then the Ascension tournament itself for this team to get into the VCT partnership, he was sick. When I started watching him again, I'm like, what happened to this guy?
Yeah.
Because he went from good to, this guy's the best player on the team in a lot of these games. And he's the best player for them in Kickoff so far. He's mad underrated. On all aspects of his game, he elevated so much. And yeah, when I'm looking at these preseason, people are doing weird point system rankings, and he's way lower than everyone else. It's crazy. He should not be at all.
Are you on the Jonah P train as well?
Well, yeah, absolutely. After these couple games, for sure. But I think he was somebody who had a lot of criticism levied at him back when the Guard were, trying to make another international tournament after they had made that run to Reykjavik in the first place. It was a lot of, we don't know what role to put him on. He's so flexible, but is he going to play the duelist instead of side? That sort of thing. He was constantly criticized. And yeah, I think he's grown from that. And he's actually, obviously the reputation now, the professor has actually preceded him. And he's living up to it. Absolutely.
Yeah. And you're just seeing the micro play from him, right? Even that one of the plays we saw there, right? Banking the recon bolt, just taking advantage of the fact that he knows that guy can't do anything. It's just those little tiny things. He knows how to play his utility, his kit so unbelievably well. It's just a question of whether or not they can put it together here and get that big win today. Because here, if they win now, this could very well set up a titanic clash for that that game 3, which would be awesome. But for now, though, it's time to get into the match, and let's send it over to Liz, who's on the stage.
Riot Games Arena. Let's bring out our 3rd team gunning for a playoff spot. Give it up for G2 Esports.
Chad, did I miss the maps or not? Oh, yeah. Cool. Check the message. Wait, how'd you know that's true? Did he come in here? Oh, it's Sapphire said that? That's so funny. Dude, as if Sapphire's just snitching on him as well. That's so sick. Now you feel bad? Nah, you need to. The problem is with Prius, right? He's been at the top for so long and observing, so you need to make sure that we're on top of him so he doesn't get lazy. You got to keep him in check, and that's what we're all here for. Good. We gotta keep on him, keep him on his toes. Here we go. Keep him in check. Time him out, keeper.
Fighting for their survival here at the Kickoff tournament, and G2 Esports can very well put the final nail in that coffin. Of course, they'll be doing it in style, because you can go ahead and pick up the capsules for both teams right now. Go and support your favorite squad. MIBR has got that dope blue and yellow color, so that actually might be one that I cop tonight. And then we have G2, so shout out to them. Support your favorite teams and support the esport. That being said, and then we have G2. And that's it. I love G2. And honestly, I don't need to really sell their skin because their skin's pretty base. So there we go. Now, as we get ready here, we got an MIBR team that's coming out to the stage a second time. And you know they're going to be feeling it here, Bala. This is stressful.
Oh, absolutely. And I think for G2, like, they come into this kind of knowing and forming a plan based off of the last series that they just watched. I mean, especially when it comes to like a map selection situation, right? They know exactly what they're going to go for, whereas MIBR kind of not thinking about it
split,
as hard.
breeze.
Obviously, they had time to prep the night before and so on, but yeah, this one's interesting. G2 again going for Sunset. That's like so many times.
MIBR pick split.
They played it in the off-season 48
I mean, honestly,
the G2 Sunset
I think that kind of speaks volumes of just to how good Sentinel split is.
Source, I made it up.
Source, trust me, bro.
48 matches for the entire Americas League.
Oh man, yeah, without a doubt. And I would make a comment, but that would be an eye problem for later.
Remove the overlay.
So
Yeah, that's
we'll
not
see, though,
that's not on him.
G2 Esports can, as I said, be that final nail in the coffin for MIBR, but I do believe that this team
like your
has some
optimism
signs
there.
of life. We'll see what they're going to be rolling with here on Sunset. And just to recap, it's Sunset, Split, and then the decider will be Breeze. Here goes the compositions. And
that's what we've been seeing. It's what we've been seeing.
Yep.
There we go. I mean, they did a great job yesterday shutting down crew. Kesnet was going crazy.
Yeah. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
So,
And double
every
controller.
single map I watch of that, like, I get more and more hype about
Double
Joker
controller.
every single time, right? His Sova on that map is fantastic at clearing little close angles and stuff like that that make it really difficult to play, honestly.
yeah, MIBR with a pretty standard comp as well. Only difference is they're opting for the Sky instead of the Sova.
Yeah, this is going to be an excellent matchup, and we're ready for map number 1. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. Actually, this is kind of awkward. It's Bala's ex and his new partner, and they're in a loving relationship.
I'm watching you.
Dude, we're starting with like the drama and the spice. It's getting to be a little bit too much for me in case the matches weren't enough, Trey.
Yeah, I mean, usually when things get personal, it's between the players, but now I feel like I intruded on something with you and Bala here.
We'll deal with it later. G2 and MIBR clashing with, again, play-ins on the line. If you're MIBR, you just have to kind of forget what happened, 30 minutes ago?
Baby dog is a car. Yeah, I
do
guess that is their nickname.
You gotta treat it as a warm-up scrim. That's what it is at the end of the day, right? Like, you're not out. You have to win this match, though, right? Because if you do not win, tournament hopes and dreams out of the way.
Yeah, they got to win
And we're gonna
2-0 for
start off here
MIBR.
on Sunset, and we've seen both these teams
Yeah,
play
I
this
think
map
that's-
already before.
I think that's bold.
Very, very similar.
But the
comps.
good
We
news
have
for
Sova on one
MIBR
side, we have a Sky on the
is
other
they're going to
side.
play full serious. They get a
for a
good
lot of
amount
pop
of
flash
footage
plays from
out there, and they
MIBR.
can improve and learn from some of the rounds that they have.
Explosiveness.
Which
And on the opposite
is
side, you're going to see G2 probably working the map.
really,
on their
and
attack,
honestly,
but
they have like some of the better
defense right now,
coaches to do that with. So,
And on defense, it looks like they want to try to work mid. You see two players tucked in the smoke.
oh,
Waiting on
this
the other team. We're
is
gonna push into each other. They're gonna
this is going to be savage. Yeah, I saw the 3 players waiting outside the smoke here, thinking, well, I like the cage, but that's going to go down
that cage
just before they turn the corner.
long enough, they're gonna
Oh
push the
wow,
paranoia
nice.
out as it
Yeah,
drops.
just a full 8 seconds on that.
Nobody on A here.
Wild timing window. Trent's there to greet. Leaf joins in. MIBR with a disaster that just took place in the previous series. Not the start they were looking for here.
Something I've already noticed is G2 ahead of that mid lurk, not letting that happen anymore.
Or the flash. Wow, that hits.
Swings into his death
I'm
as
pretty
Leaf
sure
gets
the
3 on
flash hit all
round.
4, but
An excellent start for G2.
Great
Nice
start,
round from
and it
Leaf.
seemed like they had the read. Already 2 people in that mid smoke, top mid, from the start of the round. Leaf obviously getting out of dodge, you know, when Jonah, the professor, got taken out.
Dude, and those moments like that, like pushing into a smoke, it's crazy because it just comes down to your shooters, right? Either you got it or you don't. It's a 50-50, and you just hope you're better than the other guy at the end of the day. That's a great start for G2.
Yeah,
That was a
and
shot.
Leaf, who like at first when we saw this G2 roster, right, we were like, oh, how is he gonna fit in?
Yeah, there
And
were a
he
lot
didn't
of
look-
questions.
He didn't look too hot in his first opening game, but honestly, even last night, he was looking like a monster in the server, looking really confident on the off, on this map especially.
It's continuing to ease into the role.
Yeah, and we'll keep an eye on Leaf in terms of just stacking up the
3-0
orbs
start
to this
for him
one.
already, a Phantom in the second round.
That's the play. That's the
Doesn't
plan.
look like he's going to be challenged, at least at this moment in the round.
And he has a Phantom. Phantom in light armor right now.
Wait, he's
Very
here so
confident in
early.
mid. And I like what they're doing here with this setup,
Hello?
G2. They're having the Raze and Sova play the middle of the map so they can fast
Wait, they
rotate in.
Omen flashed him. They let him
That's a
know.
huge camp.
And the
Yeah,
paranoia
I
to
mean, they
make
got the
sure
kill off it.
Nothing goes awry.
And this guy must be wondering, why the hell have I just been Omen flashed?
Already has its defenses.
It's a great nade onto the site as well.
What's the window that they're looking for here? Looks like they're going to be able to get the spike down without any
Plant is
contest,
good,
undisturbed.
and they have a satchel to get him another kill. That is it. All the util's done.
Very cautious play from G2. Allowing the bomb to get down, setting up the retake.
They're historically very disciplined.
Look at how slow
Showing
they're
a ton
taking
of
this.
respect to their opponents, and then they
Yeah,
strike
it's
when everything
methodical.
is perfect, and that's exactly what Leaf has done.
They should be aware.
Wow,
of
no one's
market.
overstepping.
There it
This is
Jonah.
impressive. That was
Cleaning
nice.
the round up. G2
Leaf as
clean.
well. Gets 3,
Anti-eco
gets the
round.
defuse, and there we go. We
And
have
Raze Rocket already online
Raze
for the
onto our
lead.
first round.
And that's why they're putting him
Absolutely savage going
in
into
this
the bonus, and their
mid-rotation spot,
guns
so
are
he's
looking
able
all right.
to be at the fight
Not
faster.
great, bit of all right.
Cleaning up all these kills.
The investment of the Phantom that we mentioned was perfect. You're right, 6-0 so far. He's got the ult online. Plenty to be happy about for Josh.
Yeah, he's writing that one down. That one worked. Another strat in the book. And look, looks like we're setting up for an early B fight here with the Raze Rocket. Oh, and I think they're going to show Ruba here on purpose, and he might lean very, very early here to that A side of the map.
This was cool. Boombot goes
Facing
in,
where the Raze
Recon
is
goes
already.
deep,
Let's see if
and then they use the one-way as well, so they create a lot of pressure. They actually kind of make it look like they're wanting to push over towards B main heavy,
and that is all
and
deliberate.
then they just leave it.
Rubaing, showing where he is early.
Yeah,
He's
this is
aware
really good.
that
This is
MIBR
so
knows he
smart.
has the
They're
Raze
just trying to
Rocket,
play off the
changing his
reactive
position.
play. Do they
But MIBR
fall for it?
Understanding that, potentially.
Cover going out. Or they're nothing if not
They're
stubborn.
pretty much just playing avoid
Paranoid
Raze on
shakes
this
for a
one.
dog.
Oh, but
Does he send it with the drone? He might send it. Got a
He
recon.
has 2 satchels.
No.
Discipline for now.
That's pretty wise because even though you get that info, there's so many corners that you have to
Oh
clear.
yeah, you would always
They
get
broke that
traded. It's
drone
no worth
pretty
doing.
early on there when it came out.
How many teams go through? Just one. 3 teams, 1 winner.
Choosing to hang on to the payload for the time being.
Recon goes
MIBR
mid. No
gonna
one
lean over
shoots it. We
towards
get to
A.
the 35-second mark.
G2 just super worried about any type
And-
of mid lurk. This time though,
I mean, they've got to respect.
Actually, they actually heard a good amount go and spawn here.
we saw how
Oh,
bad
he's
they
going
got
up and
punished
over.
in the previous series against EG.
Oh, it's one found.
It's
but
a 1-for-1,
traded.
but it's the spike.
Thought he was gonna be able to get
Dude,
away
look
with
at the
more.
trades. 2-on-2.
MIBR countering here. 2v2, spike in hand. It's just a tap. It's just a threat.
Time's running low here, Doug.
If they can stabilize, they should still be able to get the spike down.
Last player standing.
And just as I say that, FRZ flicks right in time.
Ned in a 1v2. Bulldog in hand, no armor.
Nicely done from FRZ here.
MIBR on the board.
Yeah, as soon as they kind of worked out where he was, he realized, man, if this guy goes down, it's a fully done. He was probably expecting to get traded out there, to be honest with you.
And it's small things like that that make a difference in these 2v1 scenarios and these 2v2s even.
Is Barla casting this season? Nah, I think he's just on the desk. I think he just wanted to go and do
to perform.
desk instead of casting.
Going 1-for-1 in that moment isn't that bad, honestly. It's still favoring the defense there. Trying to break through that post plant. And just so many Viper walls here at the A side of the map.
And the defensive one is super aggressive.
Yeah, that's so cool. That's a great shout because, again,
Camera? The camera that they didn't see earlier.
on this A side of the
Yeah,
map
and they
against
kind of
EG
worked out
was the
from the
A
round
fight
that they
kept happening,
went
yeah.
over towards here that
So
that's
you're
what
seeing
spotted
so many
him.
small adaptations being made,
Obviously,
but
he got
very
Omen flashed,
powerful
so
ones.
he gave him that heads up that he'd been
Match
spotted.
Viper walls.
MIBR with 3 mid, Jonah P's waiting just on the other side.
G2 doing the same smoke as what Vitality were doing today, but they changed to a different wall. Oh man, that peak is so nice. Damn, chat, that's ridiculous. They pushed through the smoke with 2 of them, and they managed to get 4.
Off of contact, 2 people pushing through the smoke, but
They
FRG
played it so well.
hasn't had enough.
Jonah P
Just
is...
yet.
No, I mean, there's still plenty more on the other side if he wants to go back for
Oh,
it.
of course, I mentioned his name.
He's gotten it down
Gets
to a
killed.
1v2. Notice health. It's not great. And they're just sitting on the spike. They don't have to move here.
Oh, I like this from FRZ. Throws the cage. Pops a little early, but
No, they know. Look, Leaf is already
Leaf
turning
is ahead
back.
of this.
Really nicely done, especially Jonah P. This double push from them was everything. They were not expecting to get this much.
As soon as he hears they're rotating through, strikes. That's a gorgeous setup.
Yeah, and normally when you're in that position, in that top mid smoke, if he's alone, he's not going to go through, but he had Leaf with him. And Leaf right now sitting at 8-1 gives you even more confidence to make plays like that.
Yeah, it certainly seems like the approach for G2 early on this defensive side is you're okay with giving up mid, knowing if you lose some of that space, you still have contain on either side.
Yeah, and as you say that, they're already changing the pace. Leaf looks like he's going to get a little bit aggressive here in the mid area. Might walk out. Ah, great job breaking early cam.
What have they got into this? Just 2 guns?
Utility or jump spot like they did.
Raze at least 1 away from his ult.
Not a great
Jonah
buy for the
P
attack.
with the play towards
Bulldog
middle
and Vandal.
gets his ult.
And look at this, MIBR
They go-
definitely watched that EG game because they have gone
They
mid.
go for the
What
exact
is this?
same play
Seven
towards
rounds?
middle.
Rounds?
Yeah.
Out of 4 so far.
But again,
Nicely done, man.
G2 are fine to give that space up.
Very,
Yeah,
very
they've
aware
been
now
punishing the mid
that this was a
push.
gap that was abused in previous series. Jonah P has the Soval.
I feel like
I don't think he'll invest it into this round, but if Bomb ends up being put down on A, you might see
weird
it.
wall. It's a nice wall,
I
honestly.
suspect that somebody could have slipped the net here and gotten it
Oh
in
man,
position. Trent
G2 are
flies
just
to it.
dominating middle.
Discipline one to get once again on
MIBR, the
display.
game plan at least at the beginning was to just go straight through middle. That's 2 rounds in a row where they've kind of tried to abuse
With like
it.
a day turnaround.
It's impressive.
It's very good. And that's what makes this G2 team so dangerous, right? Is that they are constantly adapting.
Paranoia got tagged a little bit. See some of the spits keeping him back. Remember, the buy wasn't great for them.
Yeah, and this is all just delay.
Comes good. When does
They're
this smoke
showing
go?
utility, acting like they're gonna
Doesn't
retake,
even
but
matter.
it's all to set up Leaf here on
Great
display.
nade as well.
And he's perfect.
And again, G2
Dude, their
striking
retakes
just
are
the right
so
time.
methodical though.
Man, it seems like they're being...
It is so methodical. It's
It
nice.
seems like they're being really patient with how they want to approach some of these retakes and stuff like that when they do get into post plants. But it's perfect every time. It's never rushed. It's never half a second late.
Nature, hello mate.
Yeah, and they're also waiting for the aggression from MIBR to see if they're trying to disrupt. They're ready for it, right?
Yep.
Not getting caught out by anything silly in this series so far.
How good is
has been
G2 Sunset? It's definitely good. Like it should. The G2 when we get G2 Sentinels, it should be really close.
That match of G2 versus EG, and G2 looked phenomenal in the beginning.
Yeah, they did.
Can they keep this up is the true question and the true test to how good this team can be.
Against an MIBR that comes in a little bit more worn, already having lost the series on the day, having to play another
That's
one
what I
back-to-back.
imagine is going to be the third map.
It's demanding and it's taxing on the mental.
If we get to see it, I guess. If it goes to
definitely
3.
is, and when you're in a spot like that where you've already lost the series previously and you don't have a great start like this, that could play factors into your head. You know, you might be doubting yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doubting, do I belong in Madrid?
Our team does not belong on this site. I mean, Trent just drops him.
Yeah, and they just play off the site now for the retake. We'll have to keep an eye on Leaf. He's about to go find it. Okay, hops over the trip with a satchel. Delay the plant as well. And so Leaf has another satchel for this other trip, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Almost gets RGL there.
And yeah, they delayed a lot of time for that. So let's have a look at Leaf. Yep, satchel's over. And he's gonna tell Jonah P to relax.
He has the timing right
Oh man, Jonah P broke it.
Jonah P destroys it. She does. You wouldn't expect this fast.
Oh man, if I'm Leaf here, I'm
Gets
furious.
him anyway.
Oh
He gets
bro,
them both.
I'm furious.
Heroics from Mazin.
FRZ playing up close. Numbers in favor of the attack side. Trent weak. Trent dead. Valen joins in on it.
Yeah, dude, I think that changes this round. I really do.
And just off of such a micro mistake.
Yay,
a
Kevin, with
timing
the 2
mistake
months.
from
Thanks so much for the
G2,
prime. Appreciate
Leaf
it.
was past that trip. MIBR had no idea. Jonah P breaking the trip a little bit too early there. Allows Mazin to be aware. And then Rocket, can we just agree that Rocket is a fake ult?
It's got to be.
What was that?
That's a sick dodge from
Looks like
him.
he blew him up, but clearly not. Regardless, MIBR take that round, but yeah, that was such a great timing that Leaf had. Nobody was in the satchel sound range, right? He would have cleaned up.
Yeah. And that wasn't the first time that Leaf goes on a late flank. This time G2 wanting to put the
Big
aggression
big
towards
buy
B
rounds.
main.
MIBR lost bonus if they lose this.
They're all there.
Flash
Leaf has a
goes in.
guardian
This is
on
a
this.
much
This is
better
gonna be
way
a
of
little bit
doing
tougher,
it than
but they push
how other
forward
people.
anyway.
Oh my Jesus.
Right at their feet. Oh my gosh. Valen with 2.
Yeah, this is a much better way of doing it than how other people are doing it.
Although the middle of the map has
Like
been
this, and then you can swing, and then if you have another pass, and you can just cover this. Instead of like this one where you're seeing like either side of it.
Snaps at just the right time. The third on the round for him. A weapon upgraded and full control for G2.
What a juicy nade from Leaf at the start of that round.
Oh yeah, it really was.
All of it. The call was great.
Also, the good thing about this flash is it gets people that are like at the back as well. Anyone trying to dodge it, most likely going to get hit.
They ulted here in a 3v1.
Yeah, they really.
They're very, very good.
Really don't
And
wanna
that's a
lose
reset.
any of these up number
They do get the
rounds.
plant, so there's at
They
least a
don't
little
want
bit
MIBR to
more.
even
But
think that they have a chance at having a clutch play.
And I think that's the compelling thing about this team is we've talked so much about they're disciplined, they're careful, they're methodical, they're drilled, they have all of those things which are good. Not sparing any expense in a 3v1, you know, things of that nature. But then they also do things like that opening play where they push full aggro, they send Leaf in with Valen and everything. Like, there's so much depth to this squad, and it only seems like they're getting better with time.
Yeah, and it's exactly, time is the main factor here, right? Because the team that we saw, the G2 that we saw in the beginning of this tournament, looked very, very timid. Didn't really do a lot of the things that got them into the league in the first place.
this is bold. They go for it though.
But now, you know, understanding who
Light
they
armor's
are.
out. They're gonna
We are that
Spectre,
team, you know,
Bulldog, 3 guns,
is
but
who
they
we are. We
have
play like
3
this.
ults.
And taking
So this
advantage
is a
of that.
really important round. So
Teams are scared of G2.
yeah, and it's a nice ult as well. Like he
They
has
should be.
so much room
From
to
what we
just stay in
continue
over
to see.
towards here. Little pocket over towards
Early pit
his
invested
left.
by Trent. Shutting down the western side of the map, and if that's not enough,
And this is really smart from G2 because most time when you have this right, most people go like at least a 3-1 or a 4-1 to try break, or at least make the Viper feel uncomfortable so you could potentially spam it.
Early info here.
And then we have just such a heavy setup.
A alert
Camera,
that causes Jonah
trip,
P
trip, cage,
to come back,
cage.
but
Like he has,
same
or
time,
cage and
MIBR is
smoke.
working
Sorry.
up into this market area.
So he has everything to
Look
play
at
off
this
of.
trap play.
Like Cypher has so much util to
There's
play
all
off
that
here.
util they're gonna have to get through, and it seems like it's really not their concern right
Yeah,
now.
they
Clearing
they
some of
break
it
the
out,
break
and
the
then
camera,
turning
but
their
they still have
attention
double
mid.
trip.
Trey,
And the
I
good
feel
thing with
like
the
we've
double
seen this
trip as
before.
well is the Cypher can
Absolutely.
Exact same setup previously.
early
Snap
rotate
but
if
it's
stuff
the same-
happens
it's the
over
same
towards
setup.
middle.
The spam comes through from Jonah
Oh
P.
man,
This time
what
the
a flash!
Shenanigans are gonna
No
help.
swing
They're
off
gonna
it.
push him back for just a little bit as net falls. Jonah P still spamming.
I have no
On the
idea
receiving end of a stray.
how G2 don't get some of these kills.
This time it works for MIBR.
21, 10.
What?
30 seconds left.
You just Kobe'd him.
Valen can still make a massive
Give
play
me
here.
Leaf on
And
site.
Leaf still has ult. 9
It's
HP.
really bold to ult on
Dancing
9
behind
HP
the
though.
walls, and he hears all of this. It's a Phantom he can spam and he wouldn't get punished, or he just waits, he buys his time, pops the ult.
Oh my!
13 seconds
Nicely
left.
done
It
on the
does
9
connect.
HP. 6
Is
as
there gonna be
well.
enough time for FRZ to do anything? 6 HP, 6 seconds left. He's got
Oh.
to commit.
Oh.
Holds his ground. Trent is so healthy.
Oh.
Molly misses by the tiniest of margins, but the second time does not.
That's so sick.
Wow, it was like a heat-seeking molly from Trent there. And honestly, it did not have to get that close. Valen, maybe a little bit too confident on the repeak. All he needed to do there was just jiggle the bomb.
Yeah, FRZ was also nice with it to get him to that point, but you're right.
What a comeback into the round from G2. And you pointed it out, that Omenal. That's what brought it
Still
back.
think that like the whole of how G2 played this was really cool.
The tiniest of timings.
Nice, let's go.
And that 2 HP being the difference maker.
Look at Leaf sitting at 12 and 4.
And the hot start for the duelist continues, man.
Yeah, that's the second showstopper of this match so far. We're only 8 rounds in, going into our 9th. That's insane, man. Jonah P already getting to another Sova ult as well. These two have just been a dynamic duo right now for the likes of G2.
If you're MIBR, what do you make of the exact same hit? Yes, I know the Seekers was there as well, but when you look at that, do you look at that and interpret that as like there's not a ton of depth to their protocols and they're kind of reaching towards the bottom, or they felt more confident because they had the Seekers? What are your thoughts on that?
I truly believe that MIBR's game plan going into this was to abuse mid, yeah? And they used Seekers that round to do it, and it worked out for them, but in reality, G2 has made strong adaptations in the control
Yeah, and they have to go for the backup now, so it's either these two that they're going to heavy focus on.
Playing aggressive
Because mid has been shut down just way too much. Even this round that they got close, like the recon, the Omen flash, like they were lucky to actually win up the duels.
Maybe I should test out the A main area of the map. Maybe I should test out more of B main, and then go mid late, perhaps. Because right now they're getting nothing.
At the beginning of the round, there were pings on the minimap in the defensive spawn from the attack side. RGL has his ult too. Maybe they scale up that way.
Look, just early mid aggro again from MIBR. Just really trying to force it.
Same smoke, same push.
Yeah, and they're going to try and fake the pressure off it. And this is pretty good. Camera spots 2.
One way, he's got a little bit
And
overwhelmed.
then we just play full retake over towards this.
Paranoia is not going to connect net.
The good news is for MIBR, they killed Valley, so they can play heavy B main if they get a good plant. Ult goes in. The problem with this ult is you can never be anywhere safe over towards B main other than in the doorway. So most likely you're going to get spammed out.
And it did push him back in a little bit. They're not going to be able to take that space because of where FRZ is.
I feel sorry for RGL here.
How do you dance around the pit long enough?
He has a nice smoke to play around.
With utility all at your feet, Trent pushes forward, foraging in, finding the most prioritized target he could. Almost drops him. But it's still in play. He has to take a step back. That's going to drop the pit. A 2v2. It's
Don't
just
have it half yet. There is a cage. He could tech it.
He's daring the swing, but they're disciplined. They don't look.
Yeah, they didn't get a half stun round.
Not convinced of what's on the other side. Trent's going to have to do it on his own, and he
Honestly,
cannot.
very nice from MIBR. They managed to stay alive, delay enough time. I think the Omen did great over towards back of site as well. Just made sure that like when they were getting spammed, they could only really spam from like this angle, and he held on to this area for long
The
enough.
subtle change from MIBR into this round.
Trent maybe had a chance to kill the Viper,
As
but
soon as they break that market trip, they're going.
Havicast, thank you so much for the 4 months. Appreciate the prime.
Fast in the market. So a small adaptation because they understand that G2, once that mid trip is broken, are rotating 2 people to cover that mid area of the map. That leaves a gap, right? If there was
yeah,
2
this
people
was
on B,
this
one
was a
of
good
the
change up
people
from
are gonna come
MIBR.
over, try to pick up
The
that
fact
top
that they
mid.
also kind of played on how they've been playing normally.
Leaf with the op for the first time. Trained across the middle of the map.
First time we get the op
They
out.
have contacted up here the last couple of rounds.
Wow.
But this time they dog. The op shot does not connect. Arts very quickly pushing.
No way.
Almost accidentally catches onto Leaf. The nade does push him off the angle though.
1 kill trap on site still, but this guy hears it.
For G2.
Break the cam also, 3 people.
Early Paranoia is gonna
Only
buy
one
a
needs the
little
Omen
bit of
flash.
time as Val
Oh, this fast retake of market is so good. 1 holding for the reaction in Boba as well.
Push forward though. They have not found enough space to commit to getting the spike down, and it doesn't seem like it's going to get any better. JZZ on his own. With a flash on the swing, buying some time,
Okay.
daring the challenge. The first one falls.
50 HP on
No
Leaf.
other utility.
Oh! Oh, what a god. That's a solid 1v3.
Heartbreaking for G2. It seemed like they did
Yeah, and they actually managed to get back to back, and it breaks their econ.
Killing everybody that peaked from default.
They actually have the eco
They
here.
close it out. And
Wait,
JZZ,
they can finish
who I was gonna call
strong.
out, at the start of this round had 1 kill. Gets a nice 1v3.
Look at them. Look at that. Couldn't have been any better.
And these are the moments that break this G2 team down. Is losing these up number situations because again, they know they should be winning these.
Instant timeout called.
There it is. And I like this. This is a great timeout from the likes of Josh for his team. Trying to keep them in the game. Don't lose focus. Yeah, it happened. It is what it is.
All good. Move on. Yep.
You're still sitting pretty nice here. 6 rounds on the defense. And we know G2 so deadly with Valens calling on attack. So this is a really great half they set up. And for the likes of MIBR, a great comeback. I don't want to jinx it, but I feel like we've seen this before somewhere.
It's really easy too. If you're MIBR again, they come into this series having lost one, and not just having lost it. I mean, they got destroyed.
Yeah, it wasn't even close.
Right?
Yeah.
For them to still have enough of a spark to keep this in competitive is impressive. They continue to show fight, and that's what keeps them down 2 rounds. And heroics certainly help.
A lot of success has been made so far for MIBR on this B side of the map. So I wouldn't be surprised if they think that G2 is going to read into that and change their setup. But G2
flash over
already ahead of
towards.
the curve
I like
in
this
that
flash
aspect.
that kind of goes like
Look at that.
here, so
They're
you can potentially check if
expecting
anyone's
MIBR
along
to
this
change
line
their
as well. Don't know if it goes low enough, but the option's there if you want it.
Better trap setup.
This is a lot of people here for
Trans
this.
contact, I believe.
What's the swing on
Oh,
this?
man.
I thought Valen had a paranoia set up. They're surrounded. There's the paranoia, but it's a little
Thank
late.
God
They punish
Mazin got
anyway.
2 there,
Net
because that would have been an
almost
absolute
dropping
sweep.
both. But space has been found. Jonah P's left alone. He might be able to upgrade a weapon, but they know where he is.
Okay, he chooses not to commit the so vault. I think that's pretty wise into this round. But he did break the trip, so MIBR should be aware.
Chooses not to upgrade the weapon. He just tries to take the swing
Not
towards
bad,
JCV,
right?
and
In
he
last
dropped.
buy rounds.
That 1v2 was going to be hard no matter what.
I like the idea from G2. Honestly, if Mazin just doesn't go huge there and gets both,
G2,
it's a different round.
It seem like the Omen Flash gets as much. It just doesn't get as much value from this right side, right? From this lane side. Yeah. I like how they're
Sane,
set
I'm
up,
excited to see
but
it.
A little too antsy. They
Let's
need
see
to
what
give
you
them more
got.
time. I think they expected a faster paced round from the likes of MIBR.
Now 3 rounds in a row for them as they continue to keep this competitive.
Flash in again
Seekers
towards
online
middle.
again
Smoke goes out.
for MIBR. On the flip side, you have Cypher ult, Omen ult, and Sova ult for G2.
FRZ holds on to his cam. Is he wanting to do the deep cam over towards B through the smoke?
Jonah's not really in a spot to use this ult, so just playing the first layer
Yeah,
of getting
this is
contact,
nice.
little crossfire setup here. 3-man mark.
Especially when your cam starts getting shot so much. Like, this is a good backup. And the good thing about this cam is I
showing
think
a
you
lot
can
of
see
respect,
some
aren't
over
they?
towards site. You could probably do it so you see the legs of people over
drone
towards
has
the
been
back of
confirmed.
this.
There's nothing
I
mid.
think this camera on attack has some real legs.
This is great IGL.
I would
from the likes
love,
of MIBR.
I would love to see it.
Understanding that they went towards A the last time with the main
I don't know how
path,
high the doorway is.
feinting it this time with the dog, and they're already towards B.
Keza, thank you so much for the 9 months. Appreciate you.
Zine, the late lurk,
Thank you for the
invested
prime,
too.
Keza.
They're going to invest the paranoia, drop it out towards B.
Big Viper duel over towards side as well. And the Omen wanted to go over towards A, but Mazin gets taken down by Trent. And they...
MIBR are thrown into disarray here. I
Oh.
don't think they know where they want to go anymore.
Yeah, they definitely wanted to go over
Second-guessing,
towards A
triple-guessing,
here, but
quadruple-guessing
as
themselves
we can
into this
see, B
round,
is
but
nice and
ultimately,
easy.
They still get the bomb down on the B
Balan's
side.
still here, so they have to kind of heavy
probably
play
gonna
over
happen at least
towards
20
site,
seconds
otherwise we're
ago,
going to see a bit of a
Trent
spam
has
fest.
pit. Valen
Oh, we're
has
going
his
to see a
ult too.
spam fest. Okay, a lot up to Valen and this smoke, really.
Patience from
Still
FRZ.
so doable with them playing off
Lands
site
the
like
shots onto
this.
Leaf.
He gets double
First season's
smoke,
so clean so far.
so he could
this
smoke.
map.
Wait,
What do they try to do? They just try to pit out and then
RGL
play
just
around
smoked
it?
them off.
I think your best.
Yeah, they want the spam.
I was gonna say I think the best bet is to Viper's
And then,
into the
and then he
PN
just
area.
spammed it back. Dude, that's so
Average
funny.
guys below.
Hey, Trent instantly got
Yeah,
spammed,
nicely done.
And Valen's gonna find the
Again,
same
good
result.
plant over towards hit. Definitely with the
6-6
stairs, you
half,
can
what's that, 4
you
rounds
can
in a row
spam a
for
lot
MIBR?
easier.
A great response.
And this one kind of honestly, I think this is probably the
letting it
only
slip
map
away again.
because the fact that you can get this plant where I actually think that as long as it's not like a 1v1, that
Still a
smoking
great
yourself
half.
off there might actually be worth. You stop them from smoking the spike and
such a
creating
big
pressure
kill
and killing you when you
from
spam,
Arts in there
and you
onto
just get a
net.
free
Had
spam
that
on
gone
this.
down, not gone down.
Yeah, I think I'm actually
Numbers were in
so
favor for G2.
so on board with that.
It's a little antsiness coming from the likes of G2, and in those
you
up
prevent
number
them.
situations.
Also, if they do a
6-6,
one-way, because there's like 2 smokes that they're going to do, right? They're either going to do the one-way on the little box, so you can't probably peek, or they're just going to smoke the spike itself and just duel in front of it. So smoking yourself off there, I wouldn't suggest it on like Haven or anything, but on this map, because the stairs are kind of longer as well, and you know that they only have a little bit to defuse, I actually think it's good. I like that. A military chest with the prime, thank you for the 4 months.
It was looking less than not good. It was looking very bad.
The plan is so much better for the spam, yeah. Who was it we were watching today that was spam? Was it Koi that was spamming wrong?
Doing a great job.
They kept them not planning on stairs.
That's what they were trying to exploit, and they took care of that. And then just a bit after that,
Dude, they would benefit so much from doing this.
Came up here. This little, we're about to see there's like a trap play on an eco round, and G2 converting that then into the next round. We're able to break their economy off that eco round win, and it ended with that silly play with the molly. But this string of rounds, it's like, okay, this is over. They break their economy, win that next round, and then their economy's booming, and MIBR bring it back.
Yeah. It's super interesting too, because I really think, especially after that timeout, after that eco that you're talking about, that MIBR ran out of ideas with that.
Yeah, you even heard Duggan Babyface say that.
Yeah, I was thinking literally the way that this is playing was a game plan difference right off the rip, because I think G2 was like, oh yeah, everybody walked up mid on us. They're going to do the same thing, and we're going to be ready for it. So we saw, what, 3 rounds where they tried to go up mid?
Why'd you get timed out when you're saying yay? Oh, bro, I think we just had it when it was the, when the bleed games were on. It was, bro, I thought the Sentinel games were bad, but that was,
I'm really curious how they managed to really recoup that, because again, after that
we had GE and bleeds, and it was just, it was so bad. I think we had like 4 mods in there working like full time. It was like crazy.
Not a bad position to start from here as you flip the sides.
Looking over, just every other comment's getting deleted. People are absolute savages.
On Sunset, still plenty of Valor to play though. G2 now on the attacking side. See that Viper wall towards A, right at the very beginning. Very similar, very reminiscent to what we saw in the previous half too.
Yeah, and MIBR with a very interesting wall here onto the B site. Very, very passive wall.
What a sick recovery from MIBR, by the way. The original game plan gets completely wrecked over towards middle, like they got annihilated. But the additional timeout and the change up was so good. G2 trying to do their own mid play on this one, getting shut down equally as much.
And with this Viper wall, nobody should be dying from the likes of MIBR before the rotate comes in. And as I say that, Valen almost gets a collapse.
41 HP, 37 HP, 1 cage.
That is still healthy on this.
Yeah, this is...
JZZ or not.
This is on.
Everybody one-shot headshot for him at this moment.
I mean, he's outnumbered, but it's winnable. Can Net pull it off?
Taking his time on this.
Such a big pistol. Given it the stakes in the tournament where we are, he's careful.
Oh, this would be a huge kill. I think JZZ spotted him on the jiggle there.
30 seconds I mean, if you're MIBR, you don't give him ones, right?
No, you
try to double, triple face him.
Net is aware that this
wall
cage
could be big.
Should be blocking him off, so he should be playing pushed up. And he just gets taken out by Mazi. Nice shots. Both teams running pistols in mid. Both teams ready for the pistols in mid. And that's a huge, huge round for MIBR.
I like the setup. I like what G2 were trying
What
to
cage
do
the cage he had on him. He didn't throw it out.
But again,
I thought he was going to throw it out to actually get out, or at least get info if they were going to push.
Yeah.
And in that situation, it was MIBR.
Exactly, and honestly, Leaf had the one up on first contact on I believe it was JZZ.
Who started?
Yeah, he chose not to fully commit to the fight. He second guessed his peak and tried spamming him through the wall.
We forced into this.
This is big from G2.
Oh boy.
If I'm MIBR, I'm not expecting this
The
whatsoever.
MIBR expect this.
How long can they
And they found the guy, the weakest gun.
Oh, here's the punish.
Info.
But there's a trip
That's nice
Barely
though.
survives.
They take a little bit of damage and they know that they bought into it. They'll go to trip
And you
here.
already see the rotations coming in.
And they get rid of the one-way cage.
stinger that's shot. So maybe they can still conceal this a little bit longer, but no, they've got to know that it's up now. And MIBR hold the line.
Wait, they messed up.
They do not relent.
I mean, nicely done here. That, like, the Viper molly was great.
And they just couldn't break the trip.
Yeah, they messed up. So,
That's where you see the
so Lee threw the satchel, and then he was trying to use it to break the trip and get into sight. But what he did was he didn't wait long enough for it to do damage. So then he ended up going into it. It didn't break, and he's just pinging around everywhere.
I felt like it.
You saw him throwing the satchels, but he just couldn't find it.
Yeah, he didn't wait long enough.
See if we can take a look at it
entire round.
Yeah.
From start to finish from that hit.
He didn't get to play the game.
And I'm really curious if it was the likes of MIBR that maybe shot the satchel before it could explode the trip. Because there is that 1 second timer that the new satchels have. That
They could have shot it, but I'm pretty sure the guy backside wasn't facing.
Crowd getting hyped for G2. Trying to give him some energy.
They've got a stinger to play with still. And then 4 sheriffs.
Net's going to get first contact here in market, but there's a crossfire here. Oh, trip was broken. Great job from Net there.
What do you mean, Pansy? It's no special treatment.
Oh, RGL definitely heard more than one footstep here.
Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about, Fio.
Sky's already
Stand your ground.
That seems like that's all it is for now. Ard's impatient, playing across the middle of the map with the Bulldog. Does that flash the queue?
Info gathered, but you don't know how many, right?
Oh,
That's the
no, two
difference
now.
between Sova and Sky. Sometimes you can hear multiple people trying to shoot the dart.
G2 have very quietly gotten really far up on this. They're ahead of the smoke. They know that there's somebody back there with the paranoia. The nades.
Oh, leave Bossman.
To keep him back. He's been able to hold the line. How much more can he do? A second found. Now control gained at least for a little bit.
Oh my gosh, Trent.
Play from Trent, but
They have no
Can he do it
HP.
again? Fallon is there. Trent will fall.
Oh, it's
Fallon on the counter. 13 seconds left.
maybe.
FRZ is on the dirtiest.
The safe plunks. He has no idea where he's coming from.
Fallon finding cover behind the Jenny.
Dude, you gotta smoke. Oh, he could move.
No real idea of where the opposition could be. As the
Oh,
spike ticks
man.
away, the steps
Maybe.
are taken forward. Fallon guessing.
This is all mind games, Doug.
Cam right at his feet, and there's the spam.
FRZ's so patient.
Standing on the smoke, he spotted a shoulder. He knows where he is.
Damn, that was a beat. Oh my, how have they won this? Dude, Trent, give me the Trent shots.
30 seconds left.
And I said it, right? It was all mind games. Fallon this time, stone cold confidence on that
another.
wide swing.
With a stinger.
Oh man,
And the stinger can be so deadly in this situation because it shoots so fast.
big round.
The time to kill on the gun is very strong if the headshots come through. And they did. That's a huge, huge round, Doug. MIBR looks so solid up until Trent.
That 2K was everything.
Massive.
There is an op in the hands of FRZ.
There.
Pansy, do you know which
Looks like
EMEA
Fallon's
game
about
you're
to
meant to
find
be
out.
casting?
Yep.
Wow.
Remember, MIBR were in this position just a few moments ago, and it was heroics, it was antics.
You're not telling me anything?
Got him back into the...
Well,
That just
dude, I'm
seems much
trying
more difficult this
to
time around.
arrange stuff. Don't take your anger.
MIBR just
Don't
getting
take the
first
anger
blood
of the
everywhere on
mods
the map
out on
this
me.
round.
Yeah, and this feels a little reminiscent to the approach
misplaced.
that G2 had in the previous round, right? They were very quiet, and yes, they were in bunches in the previous round, but the idea being similar,
Okay.
it feels like Dre.
Yeah, and that's exactly why you saw FRZ.
That's
pick
a
up the
nice
op,
reply back
which
though.
you don't really see Cyphers
from
doing.
MIBR.
But when you're going against a team
Yeah,
that loves the
They
contact,
get the
and
the
to be
alpha
fair,
out, the
contacting is a
cipher out.
great strategy, and G2 honestly, I feel like they really brought that playstyle into light. I know when I was playing professionally on FaZe,
30
we would
seconds
watch
left.
G2 and be like, wow, they just walk into all this space. And if the opposition isn't ready for it,
Nice
they're not
special
there.
dream.
You get so much free info. But
Yeah.
MIBR being wise to that,
Use
buying
it
it
against
off,
me, honestly.
holding the
Kinda
aggressive
sick.
walking angles that we saw earlier. FRZ just catching him off guard. Who ops on Cypher, man? When was the last time we saw this?
Well, what's interesting too, I'd love to get your thoughts on
10
this because
seconds
it
left.
seems like, or it feels like contact just seems to work a little bit more on Sunset. And I don't know if it's because it's a new map. I don't know if it's the design of the map, but this does seem to be more effective compared to other maps.
I think especially towards the A side of the map, when you have the Viper utility there, it's a lot easier to contact and try to take 50-50s. And 50-50s for attacking side, you always want that. Because if you're able to win that, it opens up the entire map. So maybe then the mid lurk can come through, right? Then you contact in the market. Bunch of different things you could do off of those plays.
I do like this out of G2, given the extended time that they had at the end of the round, talk things over, go straight into
and
the
the money
timeout.
that they have. They need to
Buy yourself
actually.
a little bit more time to discuss the situation. Down 2 rounds on attack.
They need to make sure that they win this if they force.
What are we going to do against this op? Because now you get to think, okay, is FRZ going to hold on to this? Are they going to give it to Artscene, who we've seen be very good with an op? And these are all things going through your mind. And when you're playing against an opping Cypher, it's almost like you don't want to shy away from it. You kind of want to find him, right? Because you can't escape.
No, you punish if you can.
Exactly. So maybe we're going to see another slow approach to this round from the likes of G2, trying to maybe find out where the op is, or potentially just going straight into a site hit, not even dealing with trying to find out where the op is at all, right?
And maybe you get lucky, you find out where it is, and you're able to punish and overwhelm.
Exactly.
Well, we'll see how things play out.
Nothing else on top.
Scrambling to get to their positions. Sometimes
I was going to say, because it looks
and
like.
it's that same wall that we saw on the pistol.
What is going on with this buy?
From FRZ, the mind game.
Okay, we're out here.
Position.
This is.
I'm really
this
curious.
is kind of an all-in.
Passive angle onto this elbow area.
Come into the unknown.
I wonder
get aggressive here.
Only the one shock.
If Artscene was going to satchel him up somewhere, but that wasn't the case this time.
That would have been
One way
so
goes
cool,
in.
though.
No one shoots the recon. And they put the smoke up, so they create a lot of pressure like they might be lurking in with it.
Aggressive
And that
Cypher.
question mark gets instantly shut down by FRZ with the
for
op.
most of the game. That allows MIBR to play this heavy and mid B setup.
This again. What? They tried to get a timing into the smoke, and it's disaster.
But you know what's crazy, Doug? They tried to get the timing, but MIBR pushed their own smoke first.
Yeah, like it's like both of them tried to just walk into the
taking
smoke.
the timing to them. So aggressive.
Scout destroyed.
Dog only spotting one, but I mean, you've seen plenty in the round to understand where the threat lies.
Oh my gosh.
Putting a bullet between the eyes of Valen. But nets are on the trade. The tough thing when you're down in numbers like this, Trey, is it feels like, okay, you've gotten in the middle of the map, you've gotten into the spawn, but now what? Right? You don't have a ton of space anywhere else.
Info gathered from
Yeah, is in place
G2.
as well.
But you're 100% correct, right? And
30 seconds
Does he want to do another?
look at what Artscene is doing right now. He's backing up all the way into A, so this is actually pretty favorable for G2. They want this.
That can late check his cam for the guy in B main if they do kill the guy in sight.
And they could be coming from anywhere. Spawn, B main, mid. They could be wrapping A.
Got 15
And they
seconds.
win these fights out. They're separated net. A 1v1
Really
on the
impressive
site
from
will not go
MIBR,
his
and
way.
they lose their
MIBR
all
gets
in.
a 10.
What is this?
And
2-4 loss bonus now?
Entire round is just formulated off of FRZ
Yeah, now they have to
getting that
eco.
deep A line with the op, denying
Make
any type
it
of
up to
alerts on A.
11.
He did not have to worry about lane the entire time.
I mean, he
because
never
had
moved.
a trip there.
Yeah, he never moved.
Yeah, and that allowed them to play this heavy mid B setup that just G2 just walked straight into. I mean, isn't that crazy though? They're holding the smoke, and MIBR are the ones that push in.
A step ahead.
And we're talking about shooters, man. MIBR woke up. Looks like a very similar setup as the last round. Not changing anything.
Well, I mean, they don't have to on the A side, right? They never saw anything.
The timing is insane. It's just as the cage has gone down as well.
Oh my god.
And once again, a slaughter across the middle of the map. Spike out of hand. The one benefit is Leaf has somehow snuck his way into the back of the site. Maybe a weapon upgraded because surely Mazine doesn't hear him.
Oh my gosh.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, Seekers to secure this one.
1v3 with the Seeker in his face.
Leaf,
Position given
if he
away.
gets a kill, he gets his ult.
Spike not in hand.
FRZ pushed all the way through A this round.
But
As
again,
he should.
Again, they still haven't seen that setup. They still haven't seen where the trips are, the cam. They don't know when op is on that side. So MIBR are able to continue to conceal this setup.
Yeah, I do think they, now, after this round, they should have an idea. You know, like, even Leaf right now, like, he's gone through mid twice now, right? They've gone through the market, they've walked through, and they haven't seen any of the trips, so they should know at this point that the Cypher is
Nicely
playing
done with this one.
towards that
Hey, look,
A-side.
yeah.
But now that happened,
It looks
maybe
really
change
hard
the
for them
setup
to get
from
around, to be honest with you.
So far this half have been very, very
I feel like they
unpredictable.
gotta do
And it's
more over
catching
towards
G2
A.
off guard, right? Pushing through a smoke dry. Now you're doing a pop flash through it.
With the paranoia too.
On the first layer of timing, yeah.
There were so many layers to that setup, and then the ult.
The problem at the moment is as well,
Catching G2 completely
like
off guard
they
with
feel like
these-
they're doing pressure over towards A,
honestly,
but
very
the
aggressive
Cypher is just getting
defensive
full info the whole time.
If memory serves me right, G2 have won 1 round since that 1v3. Just one. All the way back to that first half.
Something just happens with this G2 roster when they lose rounds they know they should have won. They have a hard time bringing it back.
I mean, they're about to have all 5 ults.
Although the window of opportunity continues to get smaller. JZZ on the swing, the paranoia again. And this time there's not kills.
You do
but
get
they
a
punish.
lot out of that though. Flash, flash, Omen flash, all the smokes are done.
Sky flash, Omen flash, off of contact, right? No value from it this round, but I mean, had G2 have been pushed up a little bit further, I mean, they're dead. So dangerous trap plays. But now G2 should have the confidence to hit this Omen site, understanding that he doesn't have that flash anymore.
Well,
that's not a factor.
I like this change up as well. With the camera over towards middle, and now they're trying to punish over towards market. Feels like they're just a step ahead every single time.
They're not breaking any of these trips.
Right. There's not enough to convince.
The setup was there, but G2 did great.
G2 walk
And
away.
now Mizin has to get out of there.
Zine's alone on his site, manages to find safe passage. Out, but
Oh,
he decides to take the
what
fight.
the?
I thought he was just going to wait for his teammates. An ill-advised challenge leaves MIBR down in numbers.
I think they're still going to go for this, Doug.
You've got the money. You've got the lead.
Viper ult as well. So much investment into this round from G2. And honestly, I'm not against it, Doug. Any type of round you can win. I don't care if it's 4v2. You got to commit your Viper ult to.
Yeah, you invest
At this point of the game, you just need a round win. You need some type of momentum going forward. And FRZ knows his job is just to get damage, but Net takes his head clean off.
It's 3 armor rebuys, and even though they use 1 ult into it, they still have 3. And there's like 3 that are good at getting them over towards the site.
We take a look at this again. It was the hold from Valen and Trent.
Yep.
In market that set things up.
And it's just like I said, G2 aware that they got that Sky Flash out and that Omen Flash out. So now the second time around when they take that contact, they don't have to worry as much. They actually get a fair gunfight.
Here.
Those 50-50s that I was talking about, and they come out on top.
The op no longer in play, and now G2 turning attention A. Satchel on the right,
But the Cypher Yuta is so nice over towards B.
So close.
So they could feel confident heavy sticking to this. Yeah, they over-rotate, but they also get so much info.
For RGL, if they actually commit.
Yeah, if G2 commit, it feels like they're wrecked.
He should be good for 1. Not a lot of people pre-aim this.
I like this from Valen, though. Cutting noise, freezing the round.
I think he might be worried that maybe the Omen TP behind. They don't know for sure, right? He could be anywhere.
Well, they have a trip covering on both sides. We'll see if that position that you mentioned comes into play. That's where they're headed. Oh, he spotted the bow! JCC's there on the punish. Can Lee find any value with the ult? He finds one, pays for it with his life.
This guy has an Omen flash.
But it doesn't matter. JCC killed Valen.
Guy can just Omen flash off the touch of the sound of the spike. Oh.
G2 have been separated. RGL not able to land the shots. They get across. But will the numbers be the difference maker? Trent left alone, a 1v4 flash in his face.
Wow, they want so many angels there.
And the barrel too.
I mean, JZZ taking things into his own hands, solo aggressing onto Jonah P, and then wrapping all the way around elbow, killing.
And there was just no pressure, and the Cypher just had so much info. And they, I mean, they did over-rotate, but they just didn't get punished for it.
I mean, he's a monster on Sunset, man. Like, I don't know what is in... I don't know what they feed this guy for him to perform like this on this map, but every time he's on Sky, he just seems to find immense value.
Yeah, he's insane.
Like, honestly, he basically solo won this round for them. I mean, Trent just had no idea, right? Like, he didn't see anything.
No, he had no shot.
Jai _999 with the prime. Thank you so much, bro.
G2 down 4.
Thank you very much, mate.
Again, the woes have continued since the first half.
They were about to heavy rotate, by the way, and there was a Sky Flash. So it's meant to be a fake over towards B, but a Sky Flash hit the 2 people lurking over towards A. And they don't know about numbers because it's a Sky Flash.
Oh, that's his head. Takes it right off.
And that stopped the whole original plan.
Again, JZZ
What is that trip?
into his own hands.
He's so insane.
This might be wraps on this. They've got the neural
Yeah, and they get the info.
advantage. G2 rotating away. Do they come back? They leave 1.
Maybe trying to fake the timing. But Satchel's allowing Artson to get there fast. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say Trent could find so much value. But
People
narrowly
team.
missing the window.
Yeah, you'd enjoy it here, Sapphire. There's a lot. There's a lot of.
Try to come back.
A lot of Prius lander.
So smart from FRC to take this aggro angle. He's already readjusting though. Repositioning. Smoke on the trip.
Seconds left.
And FRZ here.
I mean, this guy.
They've gotten around it.
16
That's a huge
HP.
kill from Net onto his counterpart.
No way.
Trent there to hold.
Oh man.
Second falls. Artine left alone.
Yeah, duh.
A relatively quiet map.
Just join in.
Out of the duelists so far.
Even if it is you, join in.
And the opportunity to put G2 away here, but it's a big ask. And it's not happening this time around.
Okay. I mean, that and
You
that.
said it right, Trent. In mid.
Like mentally, they're gonna feel like they should have won this one.
Keeps 2 people there.
They had all map, well, not all map control, but they had Cypher all. They realized that 3 were.
Back to B again.
Mr. Monster, thank you so much for the gifted. Thank you. Sapphire, welcome in.
Trent doesn't even have to get any kills there. Just the presence alone to keep 2 people there. Delay the rotations.
Okay, 4. Oh my goodness. 4 chances. Didn't realize it was big. 4 chances down to 3. And that's probably one of their better ones.
And I like the setup here from the MIBR. You've got the Pit B main.
Because
You've got the Trip
next
covering
round is
market.
an eco from them.
Because of that, they can really ignore that entire side of the map. Turn eyes towards mid.
Scout destroyed.
That's
They
a
know
lot
one
of
is
info
there.
gathered, Doug.
What the
That's
hell
a
is this
lot of
cage?
info
Did he
gathered.
miss
That
his
dog
mid-cage?
hit it a little bit too far for my liking.
Yeah, he did.
What does that cam see in mid? Is that a one-way? No, it's just in the open.
Thank you, observers.
And I think G2 are aware of this. I think they're deliberately hiding from that cam.
Oh.
Maybe they'll... Oh, my eyes are down. As I say that, Leaf. One taps it.
Keep an eye on these 2. Yeah, this is like
I think with that,
one of the
that
first
allows
time they've
G2
actually
a
made
little
like
bit more room
walking
to breathe
pressure
there.
over towards
There's
A.
no Trip covering it either.
And I think they're wanting to
Look how
get
far
close
back
and
RGL
listen
is.
for a trip as
Look how
well.
far back
Oh, what are these
FRZ
2
is
doing?
too.
Oh, no. An uncharacteristic.
Oh, and all 3 Seekers goes here. They realize that this guy's close over towards side.
Oh, Jonah P was
I tell you
ahead,
what
but
though,
the
with this guy
cabbage dropped
staying
to
here,
him.
it did make it look
So
like they
now
were
they know
up
where he
close
is.
trying to
I
hit
thought
the
for a
site.
moment.
And this call was actually pretty nice.
He's gotta
20
find the
seconds
timing, but
though.
not the case.
Leaf's
Leaf
probably dead.
is on a similar mission.
Got double kill trip on site. We have
With
two
it.
mollies.
Not
I mean, it should
flinching
be
at
done.
all.
They should be
13
able to
seconds
partner.
left, a 5v3. The spike just
10
now
seconds
making its
left.
way into the vicinity of the
Oh my
site.
god, this guy's
JZZ
waiting for him the whole
expecting
time.
Jonah P's antics. Leaving things in tatters and shambles for G2.
How's he got a plan?
Fallon has to go
Oh.
huge here. And this could be the
got
moment.
behind him, but he knew it. Still gets a kill. 6 bullets left. Surrounded. Net in a 1v3 with neural theft online. They're gonna try to swing him, and they do
Oh my. Oh yeah, tell you what, that was a good try. That was a good try at the end here. MIBR, map 1.
Controlling the entire pace of that defensive side. Taking the fight.
Yeah, this is impressive from them.
And And the MyBR fans
They had some
crazy right now.
they had some impactful timeouts.
G2 not yet out of it, but you can't help but feel like after watching that Sentinels game, where did it all go wrong?
Yeah.
Maybe underestimating how MIBR would be into this series. It's JZZ again. How many times I gotta say this?
Yeah,
Six first bloods.
He got
on
6
Sky.
again. 6 first bloods on Sky.
Right.
There's just something about people with Z at the end of their name. FRZ, JZZ.
He had 7 in the other game.
What's up with these guys?
For G2, you're right. You kind of wonder where it all went a little sideways.
It's gotta be that 3v1, Doug.
It has to.
These situations just break them down as a team.
Sunset was their map, split on the other side. We're gonna step away. When we come back, the desk will break it all down.
Cool. An everyday routine for someone to go pro. Problem is, I don't know like what real life responsibilities you have. So the main thing I would say is the main thing you'll benefit from, I imagine, because this is like common, is most people will play more than like actually watching, and I think aim routine also is important. So maybe as a general thing, I would say you'd probably benefit for some kind of aim routine and then just watching your own stuff, but I also have no idea about you as a person or as a player. Pretty generic. Let me be right back.
X1 agora, Benji tá muito machucado também, RGL. RGL, vamos na tentativa, RGL!
Setup has been cooking for a long time. There's so many people there. Doesn't get away with the second. And how on earth has Leaf done that?
Here with Bazooka from MIBR. Different from last time. Last time I talked to you after a map loss. We're here after a very convincing map win. What's changed from the Sentinels to G2? Is it the opponent or is it just the talk you had with the boys in between games?
I think it's a little both of them. I think the first match, Sentinels had a lot of good work that they did on the match. And also on this game, we were able to focus more on ourselves. And I think that's paying off.
Thank you so much. Best of luck.
Focusing on themselves got them the victory in map 1, and for the Sentinels, they are focused on what the result of this battle will be. Who are they going to be? Well, they know that they're going to be dealing with G2, but what the circumstances could be. MIBR coming out of the gate and honestly shocking us all. We thought that there could have been dejected. You know, that game against Sentinels was rough, but this was the MIBR that we know that is just so capable, and they proved it here.
I mean, it's still surprising to me that MIBR is doing what they're doing on this stage. They're just completely different from last year, and have to give so much props to them for being able to turn it around.
I'm going to throw in as well. It's not just that they lost to Sen, it was that they were down pretty bad at the beginning of this game, too.
Shellacked.
Again, it's what we talked about in halftime, but when they were down at 6-2 with their economy in a bad state and G2, Daddy Warbucks activity on all 5 players, they were extreme wealth. I thought it was going to be a wrap for them, to be honest. And then they bring it back in that half. And I think since after that point, I mean, how many rounds did they win? Well, at least, you know,
there was
enough to win because they won the game. So, but that was a sick turnaround. Anyway, good point. That's 11 rounds, and they won. Yeah,
no, for sure. And even then, right, you were also looking for people to step up here. We always talk about that with this MIBR team. Great players on the squad, but when you get those like big performances, JZZ comes to mind here. That guy just completely dominated that game, Wyatt. It was beautiful to see.
Yeah, at one point, my man was 1-9. That was on round 10. And from there went 22-15.
Wild.
That's crazy. I mean, if we want to bust out the calculator one more time, what is that? 21 and 6?
Or 6?
4.
5, 6. All right. God. Sorry. That is a caster math, dude.
That is a sick turnaround for JZ. Who was the guy last year to me that he was the standout of 2023 MIBR, that this guy has some potential. He could take it to the next level.
Yeah, he did. Well, you know, there's still so much more to talk about here, but for now, though, let's actually hear what Josh RT has to say as G2 gets ready for map 2.
Here with Josh RT, the coach of G2 Esports. Close map, but was your map heck? It did not go in your favor. Very simple question. You just talked to the boys back there. What did you say to them?
Time to refocus on the next. We ignored the last map and just win this BO1, and then once that happens, we'll just think about the next map. So one round at a time, really.
Round by round. Best of luck.
G2 is definitely going to need to dig deep in this one because a loss here could makes life very challenging for them because their next opponent will be Sentinels, and we saw what they did against the guys that they're playing right now.
Yeah, I mean, for them, they have to win both matches. It's kind of easy for that, but I mean, this also puts it in a situation where there could be a 3-way tie if they don't win this one or what that.
I kind of regret that read at the beginning.
Not going to get into it right now, but it could get complicated.
I mean, we can't do a basic math. We couldn't do 15 minus 9. We can't try to figure that out right now.
You guys were fine. I'm the one that messed up there. That's the New York public education system for you. But honestly, yes, you're not wrong in that this G2 team they know that they're going to need to go through the ringer here. And, well, they might potentially go through the ringer here on Split. We have to see if they have any unique ideas to maybe throw off this MIBR team.
I think for the maps that we've seen, right, for the maps that G2 have the chance to really do something against MIBR based off what we saw in the earlier game against Sentinels, it's this map right here, right? This is the map that we started the day on. I think it was, 9-0 for Sentinels against MIBR on that first half. And so there's a lot to think about there. But then again, if you're MIBR, you've already thought about your mistakes. You've already cleaned up a little bit, even in that game, even in that half. So there's definitely some confidence here, I think, for MIBR. I think with them being already on the stage for a couple hours now, I think they're very happy with the situation that they find themselves in, and that's why they picked them out.
Yeah, we saw G2 on this map yesterday against Crew. They picked up a nice win. MIBR are going to come in here with the double duels comp. I'm assuming that's what they played earlier the other day. G2, they have a pretty good comp to deal with it, in my opinion. I really like, this is my favorite comp on Split, actually, what G2 run. I love having that Cypher, Breach, Raze trio just offers up so much trap play on the defensive side that is incredibly effective. Just waiting for the Cypher cam to get a ping or the trip to go off, trip get broken, and then boom, Breach stun, Raze. Like just all those little plays on defense, I love. I'm so partial to that comp. And on the other side, I mean, we've talked about it before, this is just the 2023 comp.
I love the 2023 comp still, honestly, but you're right. I think the combination of what they're playing against and what the MIBR has is very interesting because there's a lot of contact plays that they can get trapped with.
Well, we'll see how this all pans out. This is do or die for G2 here in this series. We're ready for map 2, so let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters. I've decided to call them Dougie Bay.
Do you think it would be a good game if they removed the ult and credit information from the enemy team?
Can't be good at all. I will say this, we were talking about how G2, their backs were against the ropes, but again, it wasn't long ago that MIBR started on attack, on Split, and they got rolled. It was like 9 rounds in a row. I think it was a 10-2 half. It was bad.
Yeah, it's bad. But, at the same point of view, like, you look at that, you're like, yeah, it was a warm-up. You had such a great game previously.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Now is your time to shine, right? Like,
I'm not sure.
If you're MIBR right now, this is such a big moment for you to not only solidify making it further into this tournament, but also making a name for yourself in the
makes
entire
it a little
league,
bit more
making sure that you are
skillful.
no joke to everybody else. Which last year,
and ults, it's a lot to keep track of.
Honest,
they were.
So a win here would be huge.
I think maybe just Econ.
G2.
Just Econ would be cool.
Comp.
I think the ults, I like ults because then it's like more mind games.
Solo initiator breach.
I think I like the mind games of we're one away from this. Like I think planning ahead wise, the ults are important to see.
A passive A hold here from G2. And MIBR trying to see if there's any early aggression. Maybe
have I been counting pistols? It's 2-2. I think they got a pistol on each, right? Maybe I'm fully wrong. No, it's sorry, only 1-1. It's like 1-1, right?
Smokes, these lurk smokes.
Got ahead of myself on this one.
Spam the tag, the fault line comes out. Swing not following. There's no way for them to follow up behind it.
Satchel kill.
Dude, he got so much util dumped on him.
It's been a while.
Lovely smoke for them to creep rounds.
JZZ falls, RT 6 HP. They haven't been able to control the site.
That's insane. 8
was there for a
HP.
long time.
6 HP, sorry.
How many exchanges are we
I'm guessing the future, yeah.
within these smokes that go
Or
the way
not,
of MIBR?
probably not. No, me.
The paranoia hits both, and it's just enough to cause a delay. Another tap, another threat. Artsine up close. 6 HP, and he still gets away with one.
Mate, I'm surprised he got the first kill on 6
From up
HP.
top, dropping one.
The 2v4 though.
2v2, Valen patient with it, finding the right time to strike. He's just so calculated in everything he does. RGL has to do it on his own. Trent's weak. Takes a sidestep. No stars.
Yeah, and Trent's like he's an Astra, right? So he probably has a star.
That's so bold.
Nicely done.
And RGL with the
They got it close.
again.
Art's in again though. The fact that he managed to get this kill on site, he had pretty good timing with the smoke.
Between these two teams, like Jonah P in such a good spot in that smoke. Honestly, the entire setup for G2 was great. Fault line from elbow hit like 2-3
Like the idea from Trent. His additional run away and then instant jump back. Yeah.
Kill onto JZZ.
One enemy remaining.
But MIBR.
He named himself after Ola.
RGL, the clutch
I don't know.
Meister.
I think we are though. I think we are at that age.
He has reinvented himself
It would make
in
sense.
this tournament. He's looked so good.
And that's the benefit of running the Astra on this map. You could be lurking on this B side of the map. You could be lurking on mid. In that case, he's just an A main.
MIBR fast here. G2 not investing.
Yes, he has in your load. Damn.
And it's all just to raise a ruckus. And then flip the map, potentially, or at least cut some noise. Wisely, too. You take a look at the minimap. All of G2 is here.
And
Yeah,
look at RGL.
RGL's walking in, spots the camera, has to go back round, but does he decide to carry on going forwards?
Viper towards A.
Yes, he
allowing
does.
these lurk
He
timings,
is
and all he has
not
is
a
ghost.
believer that
He
anyone is
doesn't
here,
care
and
if
he's
he dies.
fully right.
Well, it's interesting too is the cam tag.
And he is allowed to
It
make the
spotted him.
risks
He was
because
able
he's
to
the
clear it out,
person
but I
with the
guess
ghost. So
G2 convinced that he is just the lurker and not really concerned about the fact that that's where the hit could be headed. They're gambling. And you kind of have to in situations like this, but unfortunately for G2, they're gambling incorrectly.
Safe plant.
And as this retake is going to come through, I just want to point out how smart of an anti-eco this was from MyBR. They take that A ramps control with a lot of utility early on.
I imagine
bait
this
that
guy
Viper
starts
wall up,
hunting.
not pushing past it so they don't get punished. They don't want to hit a stack, right? At the same time, you have RGL holding their back from mid in the beginning of the round, then going back to B main, clearing out the entire site because he's not scared to lose a ghost. If he had died but found out there was a stack, they commit to the A site.
Oh, there's a lot on the other side of that wall.
You would have loved a bit more. And they all kind of have those guns where, apart from this guy, where you're like, well, you can
Here. That fault line was
kind
set
of
up.
hunt for this a little bit. RGL especially can get involved.
I mean, G2 seemed like they're
What the-
considering so much of this. They were
He killed the
absolutely
guy
right
at
on
the
read.
back.
They'll die to the spike.
That's nice.
But you even saw
One gun
when
into this,
JZZ
this
was
guy can buy a
pushing
rifle, and
into
then
stairs
this guy
spawn,
probably gets a
Jonah P
gun
was
dropped or something in terms of
waiting
a
with the
ghost.
fault line in hand. They knew what they were going to try to do.
Yeah. G2 did want to just die to spike there, holding the pushes in case any orbs were trying to be gathered. And honestly, that was 3 kills.
Yeah,
for RGL. So only losing 1 investment into that round was MIBR. Like already clean fundamental gameplay using RGL as honestly a Skydog in that scenario, sniffing out the setup of G2.
Smoke goes in, bit of fake pressure,
Very slow play
and then
again
they even
across
have
board.
the smoke
This time a different type of look.
to pop up and then use the dog.
Mazin
So they're
showing
trying to create a lot of pressure over
towards that
towards
B
B
side of the map.
and middle
Playing
with
mind
one
games with
pass on
G2
them.
right
They
now,
do that,
making
and
them
that'll
think
definitely
that
keep 3
the
people
default
here.
towards the B
Means they
side
can
of
hit
the
over
map,
towards
and
the
that velocity
site.
to come through.
The lovely,
Early in these rounds,
the
you
lovely
often
trades,
find
really.
teams just kind of pushing. They have to find out where these trips are.
I like this idea into this
There it
bonus. I
goes.
think this is good.
Rising dash
RGL, if he
forward
gets a
instantly,
kill,
getting
gets
spammed, but
Astra
the
ult.
trade comes
He has
through.
stars, so he can definitely.
Net would have loved to just get 1
Their
there and get
afterplant's
out.
good. Do we have
Such a
lineups
fast
for
trade
this?
from MIBR. Now the classic outpost
Wait,
plan.
this guy
I
just has to
wonder
wait for
if
stun or
FRZ has
flash and he
molly
can
lineups
nade.
for this.
I don't know. Jonah P has his fault line though.
Oh, okay.
They're all going from spawn, Doug. What a timing. But it's Planet for Heaven.
There it is. The reposition.
Oh,
from
man.
JZZ.
Yeah, and then they just take
Keeps him back
spawn, and then
drops
they
to
change places. They go to heaven. We have
I mean, Spike
Astra
has been
suck,
going
and
for
there's
a
2
long
people
time
at
as well.
top. Like, this is done.
Trying to Jonah P. The dynamic duo trying to bring this round back. The suck at their feet. No real room to go. And it's a bonus for
And this
MIBR.
guy,
It's all
a little
falling
gun
apart
upgrade.
for G2 right now, Doug. They're
Spike
getting
takes down 1.
completely
Okay.
outplayed.
That
Just
was
not
a
even
really
close in these
nice.
rounds so far.
That was a really nice
And I
second
know
round.
it's the first
It's
3
like a
rounds,
little
but
bit
that
risky,
round
but
is
it's
so
actually
important.
not
It's your
too.
first gun
Like you're
round.
kind of just hedging your bets with it.
It feels so bad losing this, and no Heaven control at all from G2. I don't think they were aware that it was planted for Heaven. Even if they had cleanly gotten onto site, having to deal with Viper mollies, the Astra suck, all these things to delay the defusal of the bomb. It's so hard.
They've put the outlet in RGL's hands. Not in Artzine's or anything like that. No.
I feel like we've only seen like 1 player so far in the league actually use this gun to its full potential, and that has been Aspas. I think it's such an underrated gun. I'm surprised we don't see it more often.
Yeah, so am I. Oh,
Artzine
So
aggressively.
aggressive.
And how do you deal with that?
Wait,
You have
one
your
more on
jet up
site.
high, the raise down low. That's where you see the power and the strength of this double
we're
duelist
kind of
comp.
farming on this one.
Schmeeg,
Like really farming. We're getting orbs. We're throwing.
Anybody that's in sight.
We're
I'm
throwing
really
the spike
proud of
over
you
to the
for
pass, and they
going
got the
through
orb.
4
We're now 1
casts
away
without
from
using
Sky
your
ult, so we're gonna have a big
You
buy
made it
round
way
next, and then
longer than I thought.
potentially gonna have a Sky ult, Astra ult, and
See this
this
late
guy's gonna
lurk
get
from
2 more.
G2 spotted.
Oh,
It's a sheriff in the hands of Jonah P, and then a stinger for Valen.
And MIBR just looking unstoppable right now.
God. Okay, well this guy's farming up. He already had his ult though, so maybe someone else could have got them, but
A flawless round for MIBR.
at least they keep
Financially,
it
just continues
real
to get
clean.
better.
Yeah. And we have 2 people on light armor, Doug. This Outlaw could get crazy value into this round if
he takes the right fights.
Dude, what do you do there if you're Trent? If you're, I mean, Valen, if you're just standing there and again, Jet up top, Raze down low, satcheling, you're just kind of like, well, I'm dead.
I mean, they need to do what they do to me when I play against them.
And he
Tap me
upgrades.
in the head when I land on him, Doug.
Yeah, he wants to keep it
Alright.
going. The Astra op, 9-1.
Double op here.
Gets out
Leaf
the
has one.
gets out the
RGL is
real op.
upgraded.
JZZ and
That's not something
Mazin
you see
both
every day.
1 away.
I
Leaf
mean,
has his
they
ult
have a
and
ton
an
of
op.
money,
Viputo goes
so they
up
can
over
use
towards
something
A.
like that. It's not a huge deal to drop the outlaw and to buy the op because you still have
And they
FRT
take
with
mid control in
8,400
in the
credits.
first 20 seconds.
JZZ and RT have a
Against
ton
this
as well.
comp, that's hard to do.
Money trees really are the perfect place for shade.
Yeah, I think they were definitely
A lot of
expecting
space
more
in this vent area.
resistance here.
And now look, Doug, you see both extremities starting to creep up. Viper on one side, Astra on the other side, after they cut noise in mid. Trying to choke out the defense of G2.
Wow. Whoa.
And that's such a
And that's
huge
the op.
1v1 to win. That should make G2 lean
Oh.
towards A. And if it
Bro,
didn't before, now
guys,
it
just go
does.
back.
Surely.
Guys, don't go B. Just go back. He's literally got the whole of sight.
The surge and
Dog
scalpel
goes
in his
in.
MIBR
We still go into the
continues
stack.
to dissect the defenses of G2.
Oh, no.
It's not a map thing. They're doing it here as well.
30 seconds left.
They do have some of this utility though. Again, both duelists dashing forward, trying to take space. And Trent does not let him
Guys.
past.
Player standing.
Seekers to secure this
Gonna
one.
have to pull off a 1v2
Definitely
with
could have been
Seekers in his
cleaner.
face. Doesn't
Still
have the
not
spike,
done.
but he's going
15
aggressive. He has
seconds.
a teammate, but with only 13 seconds left.
Where
perhaps
is this
feeling
guy?
some of the pressure, feeling the time dwindle away, and Trent getting it
Oh
to
my.
one. But that's all it'll be.
Got close.
And you know what? Props for G2 on this round because
That's a nice round from FRZ.
single-handedly dismantled the entire defense and not budging. They understood. Okay, we're down 3v5. They're probably expecting us to rotate on the A now. Let's just hold our ground. Worst case scenario, we save. Yeah. They had a chance to actually bring this back. It was so close.
Restam 10 segundos.
But FRZ just on another level with that extremity lurk. Taking out the main duelist of G2. That's dangerous. Look at RGL sitting at 9-2. Still has the op in hand. What is going on? If you're Josh right now, you can't help but feel like, what is going on right now? It's all falling apart. It's not even strategy. It's coming down to just the raw aim, maybe nerves, pressure being felt from the likes of G2.
I do think they're currently sitting amidst an abundance of questions and a terrible lack of answers. MIBR up 5, and the snowball can be traced all the way back to Sunset. That thing started a long time ago, and it's a bloody avalanche now.
There's a lot of G2 fans in the crowd, and I'm sure your team needs your help right now. You guys have to hype them up if you want any type of chance of them winning this, because it looks grim right now.
Perhaps on the other side of this timeout, they'll be given a chance to cheer, a reason to cheer.
Do have a lot of ults online. There could be a potential thrifty in the works, and it's all going to be started in this mid area of the map. But if you look at MIBR, it seems like they just keep on making
G2 talk about how they got mid control for free, and then this guy goes straight over to ramp, and they're making so much pressure here.
Find out no one's on A here.
Yeah, there's a
Oh
ton of
man,
indication here
it's
too
so
with this
good
cosmic
right
divide.
now.
You don't really know where the hit is. It
Three-person
could
push
be
down
for B,
middle
it could
though.
be for A. The one benefit for G2 is they have a ton of space
Yeah,
mid.
and they're not believing,
quiet,
especially with this
Mazin won't
trip,
hear a thing.
and especially with
he starts
this.
shift walking at the perfect
This one's interesting. Do they start thinking we've got to give
How
me
aware
this?
is FRZ?
There's so much going on. Yeah, FRZ not aware on this one. JZZ has to do a lot.
Trying to get away.
Astra Smoke helps him out.
Finally, some utility to help. You also still have the late lurk from Ardeen. If they can buy enough time, there's a
Ooh.
shot at this, but there's the lurk. Huge from net. RGL not able to pull it off.
Dude, the bus in the crowd is going crazy on that. Nice read from G2, and this is a lot down to Leaf over towards A. He got so much info with it. They also had the kill trip.
We had a jet on
And
A
maybe
site at the
they
first
overfought
10
against an
seconds
eco,
of the round.
you could argue.
All of G2 walking down mid, hearing the rotation while we're hitting
When will I
B.
play Valo? Dude, I played last month. You missed your chance.
I think overcooking here for MIBR, and that could come back to bite them in the behind, Doug.
Probably won't be playing until
Later
like
in this half.
end of the
I've got to
year.
call him out again because I think his contain through spawn really secured the round. Trent has been nuts in the face of everything that's going on.
Good news for
He's
G2.
continued to
They got
answer the
three.
call.
They got 3 gun upgrades, 2 gun upgrades.
That's very, very high. This guy's
And
feeling it. He had
they
one
have
whip
so many ults to make
the
this one
entire map.
doable.
This is what it felt like. Now here we go.
Mid pit with the trip.
Yeah,
there,
man,
covering
my
the
favorite
spam.
trip on the map.
Once again.
That's a big kill from Artsy on the leaf into this vent area.
This is
Have I
big
ever
too,
tried?
because
Nah,
not only
but
does he
I
get
probably
the kill,
need
but he
aim
gets
labs,
through.
man.
He's gotten past the pit.
This is so awkward.
That has been the trend for this map so far.
That's a great call out because now that allowed Net to rotate over. Net will be getting Trent's back here, so he feels safer in the ult. But that leaves B site completely open.
He knows as soon as there's noise made A, the flank is going to have to be coming in from mid. They know it too. Trent,
huge.
Again.
That was really good util to flush him out.
MIBR left scattering as they try to figure out where they want to go. They've lost contain. They've lost a little bit of control across the middle of the map.
I mean, he's doing it all right now.
And there's still some work to be done, but he's healthy.
Not backing down from this A heaven area is MIBR.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, and they cut down a little bit, and that means that G2 players have to go back.
And you can see it on the map. G2 is so worried about T-spawn. CT spawn.
Oh my god, that guy hit the ceiling.
But he drops the ult, it hits both. Mazine flash, 13 seconds left.
Yeah, give me this
G2
guy on
played this
sight.
beautifully, but they've got
So
to
much
finish
going
it.
on.
They've
Guy
got
on
to convert.
sight.
Net will fall. You're expecting the
Nicely
second
done
flank.
from
Is it gonna
Valen, got the
matter?
most important kill.
We say this phrase a lot. That was a masterclass.
Yeah.
From G2.
Yeah. And it all starts from Trent and Net towards that mid and B side of the map. Net
Oh,
putting in a
dunk,
trip
dude. He
to
went
help
so high.
Trent out. Gives him a free kill here. And just full support. And this guy.
Yeah, that ult to flush him into
just
this was
so
really
many
cool.
things into this round. Gets a kill in mid. Controls it afterwards. Goes up the vent rope. Molly's off, delaying time for MIBR.
Yeah, Trent's value these last couple of rounds, again, going back to Sunset, has been invaluable.
Huge. And look at this mid setup. It doesn't matter because MIBR is all towards A, but you see the ideas that G2's trying to cook with here. Those trap plays that Des was talking about.
The paranoia is out. Leaf does have his ult. There's only one player up in heaven. Wow!
Oh my god, it's
Massive
like a
from
double
Valen.
fade.
It's crispy from JZZ.
Damn.
Still a lot of work to do, though. No armor for the duelist.
This is a very doable
Good Trent.
Yeah, he's gone exploring.
2v4.
So much info.
JZZ may have slipped the net.
Bomb isn't moving at all, though. It's like Mazine aware that Trent does like to get proactive in the mid round. But not in the right spot this time.
And maybe waiting for JZZ to confirm what's on the other side, and then that be the call to move. They've just cleared out spawn.
Look at how aware Trent is of this. He knows he's like,
Yeah, it's a lot up
miss
to
my
Trent,
timing
but
in
he's
mid.
just going to
It
stay
could be a
alive,
V
hold
heaven
on to
now.
the map control.
Let me just maintain this B main control.
They are going to get a plant here.
30 seconds
Everybody
left.
on A.
They could.
Just set.
They could.
This is the right
So the
spot
most common
be
thing
hidden
would be for this guy
for
to be playing
MIBR.
over towards here.
Yeah, but
So they
Trent's been
could
hidden
actually go
on the
close
other side.
flash,
Yeah.
get
And he's
info,
not
but
gonna
they
give them
probably
any
want to
fights
save
here.
the flash for some
He's
kind
just
of
gonna wait
play.
for his team to retake all this space.
Oh,
Get some trades and spawn.
he's ahead of it. This could be bad. Are they expecting him here? One
Nice-
falls, that's
nice
all
trade.
it is. Great trade. Mazine going aggressive
Yeah,
on
and
Trent.
Trent played this very,
Trent
very well.
Again, almost single-handedly keeping G2 in this fight.
Right on cue. And it's just so smart and aware to just hold passive B main space after noise is being cut.
Yeah.
Can someone tell you what happens if MIBR 2-0 here? Sentinels
MIBR has
get a map
significantly better
against
chances of winning
G2, they
the
go
round.
through if that happens.
And life again. It's been brought back into G2. And really, off of these trips that Net has been putting down. That's 2 rounds back to back. We've seen a trip kill.
Nice.
Fallon with a couple of really impactful kills there too. The second, the spam through the smoke, probably the most valuable of the bunch.
Yeah.
As now it's MIBR who's starting to feel some of the pressure as the pendulum swings back.
And I understand what MIBR has been trying to do, you know, like setting up lurks, trying to finesse the defense. Because G2's
Navi Heretics, yeah. But honestly, both of the EMEA games should be banging.
Yeah, there really is no like.
Really confident. I'm at the venue for it as well. That should be sick.
So MIBR with a great game plan going into this comp. But now they need to realize, okay, we're getting punished on these trips. Maybe I need to start using Ray's utility on the chokes, not for the actual site, right? Make sure my Jet can actually get out. Make sure my Rays can actually get out.
It becomes a guessing game.
Yeah,
right?
it's very good from G2 right now, how they've been maneuvering around the Cypher trips. And yeah, Net's only sitting at 3 kills, but 6 assists.
On the 29th, yeah, that sounds about right.
It earlier, what, at least a trip kill.
When am I flying out? Not sure.
2 rounds for sure. Could be more.
Not sure. I need to double check that.
On the other side of timeout, Balon has his ult, Leaf does too. MIBR fully invested towards A for now. FRZ with a pit online.
Just walk there.
And
yeah.
This is a new setup here from G2. Early rocket play.
Off of Paranoia.
Thinking they have a read, but the protocols are in place. Cypher chips all over.
Can this trip get any kill on site?
Imagine here, yeah,
Nicely done from there.
Try to take the fight to G2, they'll take it, but they can wait some of this out. Jonah P used his fault line at the beginning of the round, so you're
Okay,
going to want to use that for
Artson
the
can
retake.
definitely win the rounds.
They're going to have to get through this pit, though. And there's some of the patience I was expecting.
Oh, he got him as he went into the cam. We need to keep an eye on the Astra. Yeah, this is falling apart a little bit for G2.
Again, it seems.
Deep flash and a perfect swing from Trent.
This is so
Oh,
hard to
whoa,
retake.
relax yourself. You might as well just play in the ult now.
They have the util. They have the personnel. Jonah P just got his vault line back up.
Martin's rapping heaven.
Do you drop the pit here? To
You
help
got
him
one.
fight? Never mind. It doesn't matter.
Nicely done from Leaf here. Just lines him up. Dude, I'm telling you, this ult back of sight never wins. Never wins. Like when you do this ult, you just lose. It's just destined to lose. You get no map control. They all get close and they slowly like walk closer. And everyone's habit is to just cover, like just hold the back wall. Like it just doesn't. It's just not good. What ult would be better? Like map control, cover one. And then one person can cover this, and then everyone else can focus on the other parts. This other one gives them too much space and they just start creeping on
A lot of
you.
utility was used from the likes of G2, Rocket, all that. But they already have the protocols for if MIBR is going to speed up onto that A site.
Yeah.
Let's go, Nate. And Net there, holding it down. Again with value.
That was what, a 5v3 that they were able to pull back in the face of a pit, right back into the action. And again, it's pacey towards A.
Yeah, let's go fast again over towards the site. Got one kill trip on site. Omen TP's in to help his teammate.
Yeah, they're getting a read now that G2 has been playing retake A for these last, what, 3-4 rounds?
Remember here in the previous round, JZC
They're going to try wrapping to spawn after. I'm not sure these guys in heaven need to do anything.
Can he find success here?
They have really good positions right now.
I mean, on the other
JZC
side
gets a
of that
kill, he
orb,
gets his ult.
5 members. He's ahead of the wall, though. Wall down.
Oh, I like
Wait,
this.
what is this?
Oh, I like this.
Do you expect this 50? Yes, they do. He still gets one, gets away. Finally punished. Artzin's there to greet on the other side.
My gosh, FRZ's just a little lurking vent here.
I mean, they have so many layers.
Man,
to
he
this.
wanted to flame
He's
him.
got a lurking vent. Mazine
He
is
wanted
down
to
in
call him a
hell.
rat.
It's just Net now.
Wow.
Look
And a
at him.
game of cat and mouse. to
That was a
close
sick
out the
round from them. I like this a lot. Also, also respect doing the same strat back to back.
What an aggressive angle. And he got heart cleared, but that stinger is so strong. The aim punch on it is what ultimately gets the kill for him.
And honestly, they didn't have a ton in that buy. Like that position, even if he just gets his one there, that's huge.
Great read from MIBR, understanding the win con. Understanding G2 loves to play retake on A. This time taking way more aggressive space into heaven with not just one person. Multiple different layers, as you said. FRZ and Vent as security.
Yeah, and with this G2 are like, damn, we need to actually play over towards the site.
Now just
Pretty sure that's what MIBR
red
want,
wall.
because then now
from MIBR.
When they take mid control, it creates more pressure over towards A.
And do
So they can potentially get an extra
are they
rotate
aware?
off of
That's the
B.
question. Is MIBR aware that there is an op in play? I'm sure they saw the money is there, but
Dog, oh, they follow the dog up with the ult.
chance he's been able to have.
The dog paving the way. There it is.
Great trade from JZZ.
Trent falls. Oh no, he had to know, but it happened so fast.
Damn,
so no
opened it up.
Oh no.
Yeah, and he was just not aware of the angle. Wasn't confident that he was up so far.
Dude, that's so tough. You strike at
Up
the
so
exact
close.
same time. Leaf can't react to that.
Dude, they are wrecking this 7.
Oh my gosh, just the
It
explosiveness.
is double
of
duelist,
JZZ
so
catching
it's normally
3
like
members
a
off guard.
you expect them to get more than the normal
And
comp.
once again, silence settles
But
over the
7's a lot.
situation. Up and down the ropes they go.
Oh, you spawned.
They're trying to save.
Oh.
That's
It must
one
be
down.
like, wait, what? Were you not just there?
Fallon
Oh,
trying
you
to
got
punish
both
his
as
hand.
well.
Oh my gosh. That's disastrous. And if you're net there, you know, you're like, man, didn't you just come up from vent? What happened?
Yeah,
How's
how'd
this
you
guy
get over here? Yep.
That's a tilter. There's nobody looking at JZZ here, though.
Well, they dogged to clear him up there, and then he rocketed it out. It was just too much.
You saw it. Jonah P just a second too late to pick up Heaven.
Last round of the half. Because they weren't able to carry those 2 weapons over, you have a lighter by, a Guardian, a Stinger, a Judge.
Great first blood.
But the Vandal's the one that works.
They know there's another here, Doug.
He's got to get out. And they're going to funnel him in.
Oh
to
man,
the
Judge though.
Does he have a flash? They're going to contact. They're going to contact! It's just one found.
I think he jumped the gun a little too early.
Yeah,
there.
and he kind of. I'm telling you there, if he
It's a lot
doesn't,
like that
if he
on
doesn't
that.
jump, it's a double kill.
A little antsy, perhaps.
Potentially get 2, maybe even 3.
Jonah P's 1 away from having his ult online. He can convert it, get a kill all of a sudden.
This guy just jumped a trip on accident.
Equation changes.
Everything he's doing is right now.
They dropped the neural theft.
Omen flash,
4v3,
raised
but
nades.
MIBR
Jonah P,
sink
1
the
away
soil
from his
into the
ult.
sand. Mazine aware of the fact that there very well could be a lurk.
He might
But if
get a
he
good
got the
timing. How
right,
patient is he?
This could be huge.
Great flash.
Trying to conceal the dog, not going to happen. Mazine on the flash, and there it is. The timing's big.
Yeah,
and
now it
Net
all-
is still concealed.
now it
He's
all
gonna get
goes
them
well.
both. JZZ cannot convert.
Still though, I think
huge
7
response
is
from G2.
7 is absolutely huge.
Clean retake in life. Still in G2.
Big from them to keep this thing competitive.
Switching sides.
And honestly, this was him jumping the gun a little too early. That's kind of crazy, but clean retake. I honestly think this was actually a pretty decent half from G2.
Yeah, absolutely. Mind
Against
you,
double duelist, right?
it helped because you won
Nice.
a bunch of rounds at the end. You won your 5 rounds when you were down 0-7.
Yeah.
That's huge. But they've kept it competitive. They've stayed in this thing. A 7-5 half in favor of MIBR.
And they struggle on defense without a
And then you
Sentinel?
wonder
Yeah, a
here,
little
kind of
bit.
for G2, trend has been really
If they
big.
can get a
We'll see how
knockout
they do
early.
on the attack side. Ahead of play-ins, we spoke with G2's Leaf about MIBR and why he's taking this team very seriously.
I'm anticipating a lot of aggression. I think Brazil as a region just kind of has like very aggression-oriented like tactics and stuff like that. But they look a lot better than they did last year with their changes, and I also think that they're just a lot more confident too. They just came off their win, beating Cloud9 in the rematch. So I think it's just going to be a confidence game, and we didn't need to not make sure that we just get ran over. We need to just, you know, fight back ourselves.
Well, they fought back at the end of the half to keep it close, to get to 5, and to make the second half of this up for grabs. G2, if you win, I'll buy the bundle. They might hold you to that, whoever that was.
And being aware of the aggression is the name of the game here, especially on this attacking side. This double duelist comp, very hard to play on defense. You almost have to play aggressive with this comp because you don't have the utility that the other comps have. You don't have that Cypher as a Sentinel. You need to create the space and the plays to actually get a read on what's going on.
And that's what it's built for, really. Even on defense, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. But G2's comp against this, you know, they have that fault line to stop early aggression or punish it. Even, right?
MIBR is out
So I think
mathematically.
this is where you're going to see
Yeah, that makes sense.
G2 try to get a master
Many
class
rounds.
of IGLing and trying to not die early to this Jet and Raze. But how much value can they get manipulating your rotations without solidified info?
That's going to be difficult to deal with.
If I'm at my BR right now, I'm trying to abuse the solo Cypher because he's really the true only focal point of any type of visual info, right?
RGL tried going aggressive there. Caught by the fault line. Already starting to see some of those orbs funnel towards the Rolling Thunder for Jonah P.
Yeah, and they're able to make plays like that because of that fault line, because they're running the breach.
Yeah. It's free, really.
Yeah. And they even baited out an Astra smoke as well. That's huge. Only 1 star on B now.
And G2 cutting noise. There's a death ball that's creeping up in the middle.
Yeah,
of the map
I mean,
for
they're doing the
MIBR.
same pistol that
Of
G2
course
did.
Trent is ready.
It's the timing there.
He spotted one, but that was it.
They're still shifting it.
They've got to know that there's more, though. The first fall, Trent does it again! But Mazine on the counter, the flash in his face.
I thought he was around the corner.
Nowhere to go.
Gets stuck on the wall.
RGL and Artine, the two that remain on the round, and they're
Oh
separated.
man, he's
They're
not going to
divided.
expect this guy here.
And Classic will not do anything there.
Well, they go equal pistols.
Great round from G2. And an ever important one.
And Leaf said it. Being ready for the aggression. Punishing it.
I mean, between what Leaf was saying, what you were saying about how the comp is built for stuff like that.
Yeah.
Back to back of them.
Kind of manifested the
Very
round.
nice.
That is the blueprint.
A good amount of
beating this
people that
double
actually
duelist
get the
comp.
kills as well here.
Let's see if MIBR pick up on that though.
Trent.
Gone here.
That's probably the best 3, I would say.
And that second kill from Trent
is massive.
That's a game changer right there.
I mean, shoot, and Trent has been that
Right with the 2-2. Yeah, we lucked out a little bit.
in a big way.
Nice. He's trying to go to Hogwarts.
Together.
What?
Say Hogwarts?
Yeah, he was trying to take the train. He couldn't find it.
No buy from MIBR. Just pistols. And this time there wasn't an early fault line setup, so they decide to concede the orb, give it over to JZZ.
It's actually so sick. Because he was walking into the wall.
B-man aggression from MIBR allows Trent to find the gap in mid. Already creeping up in this vent area, but Artsine leaning already. Little gamble here on this A site.
There are 3 here. Make that 4. JZZ hot to trot.
And it's tough because how do you know that MIBR is gambling when you don't have info? All you have is the cam and the Roomba, right?
Yeah, you don't.
So you could just run into stacks just like this.
Depending on the timing, Artine is tucked in the tiniest and rattiest of pockets behind that wall. But it goes down and he has to reposition. The satchel out from Leaf. They didn't clear him. Artine does fall.
2 back sight.
2 more members back sight. Succumb to the pressure of the Vandal.
And who wants to get the plant here? Jonah P, 2 away from his ult.
This round is wraps. G2
Sorry,
is tied
3
us
away.
up.
Planted.
Yeah, Jonah P really wants
This
it.
one, 26 HP is all.
Okay,
it'll
Jonah
be.
P now 2 away from his ult.
All guns
Stick
saved
to that
into
one
this
too.
round.
Did I go to Hogwarts?
For
No.
G2. And honestly, MIBR had the right read, just not the right economy. Yeah, that's simple as that.
Yep.
And that's kind of scary going forward for the likes of G2 because, yeah, this worked very well. Had MIBR had invested into this round, like this could have been completely different, right?
And the bonus is looking.
But so the game
Looking
really
good.
begins. The half really begins. Guns on both sides.
Early B main control again.
There's that fault line. An attempt to get the orb.
1 away, so no matter what happens in this, he gets it for next round.
Aggression again.
Mid. Remember, they saw this last time, and you can see they're almost expecting it. No loss of short-term memory.
Now, does G2 use flash here?
What?
Doesn't need it.
Dude, those were the type of fights that MIBR was winning at the beginning of their half on attack.
Yeah.
And that bodes really well for G2 if they're able to continue to do that. What's the call from here?
Look at that. That one kill alone making the defenses of MIBR rotate towards that B. And they're not going to be here in time for this A hit.
Mazine is the only one here, and he is surrounded. Oh no. Oh, but they didn't check him. I thought they'd go up heaven. I thought they'd go up ramps. The Rolling Thunder's not going to connect. It doesn't hit anyone. They don't have heaven control.
Oh, Leaf can be so deadly in this heaven spot.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
Oh, that was nice. Smoked himself off and then flash pop.
What's the timing for Leaf to go? There it is.
He's in the Matrix.
And they're continuing to push forward the paranoia into spawn, but RGL, they're on the trade. Net's down in hell. Balin and Elbow. A 2v3 as the spike ticks away. Time is of the essence. Net finding a perfect time to strike. RGL once again having to clutch something
God's
out
play.
this time.
Oh my.
No antics will get him through that. G2
Yeah,
takes the lead.
there goes the bonus.
From Net. Taking the aggressive peek there. He knows that if he stays tucked, he's only good for one at least.
Yeah.
Taking his timing, understanding that somebody's pushing up close, has to worry about sight. Takes the 1v1 against JZZ and takes his head clean off. Oh, sorry, it wasn't JZZ. Mazen, the other Sky.
I think Leaf found a ton of value, and then Net getting that 2, and then the 3rd up in heaven to secure the round. Back into it we go.
That's a big confidence round for Net there, who hasn't really been too hot, you know, throughout this series. Getting a nice 3K. Really nice shots, too.
Oh, no. He got away with murder.
That is a gun. Do they insta-react
That's
over
big.
towards
That's an
B? It
upgraded
looks
weapon
like it.
for the
Viper
duelist.
has no mollies.
Not see him there.
Stinger? Hey, I'm worried
has
about
no
this
armor.
Stinger. I'm worried about this round in general.
Do you check RGL here? Oh, here you don't. Somebody else does, right? They've gotten out, but it was just
Yeah.
him. And now they're gonna walk into the grinder. RGL with massive
Lovely.
kills, and JZZ puts him away.
Lovely on
Thrifty
this.
round for MIBR.
Good
No.
good trigger discipline over towards
G2
him. This is
forced
RGL, right?
to commit to be there.
RGL's having a very good
Because of
series.
that death from Net.
Just in general. Both of them.
And I don't know what happened there. He tapped the cam. I guess Artscene found the most impeccable timing I've ever seen.
That's so tough, man. For as much as we've talked about how disciplined they are, G2 just not clearing RGL at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, the insta-react there.
2 big mistakes there. Not clearing RGL, not clearing Artscene.
The instant react there doesn't really make
Thrifties are
the
so
best
brutal.
sense
We're back
considering
on
where
like this.
and what
Leaf with
happened.
the ult. Off of the fault line, Mazine is dead.
That was a
They're
really
just trying to
nice
overwhelm.
progression.
He's gonna get ahead of the smoke. He's gonna land the shot with the arm, dashing
Gotta
towards
get another.
safety. Looking for another, and it will not be found.
Damn,
Just
what
wide
the?
left. But FRC
What
gifted
is
a kill
that
through
though?
the spam, through the smoke.
They got Astra. Oh. Net has
trades?
he can maybe.
Gets the spike
Yeah,
down.
okay, there's one
The
next to him.
neural theft is huge.
Plus it was Oppa.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna
Yeah,
force
and
things
that,
back.
that
MIBR
lets
adding
Leaf just take the
to
whole of
pause.
Heaven control. It
Leaf
isn't a good plant
opportunistic
for him
with the
though.
timing fills in on the space
But he
Heaven.
can at least swing off his
Not
teammate.
planted for Heaven though. If they can make it into this elbow area,
Oh.
Can they? They know where one
Oh.
is. They're peeking and ping-ponging at just the right time. They know they have to bully and isolate one of the fights. They have to do something about this one. But he was there. They
Whoa.
found out that he was there, but he doesn't get anything. Not left alone.
Oh, that is. Wait, that's costly.
a big mistake.
Big
He
mistake.
thought he killed him already. Oh no! Not like this. If you're G2.
2,400. They're setting it like 2,800,
They had it in the bag.
3,000.
Dude, and the fact that they didn't re-clear Leaf.
What is that kill from FRZ though?
Oh no, he's just aiming for the body.
He jumped the gun a little too early.
Did. And that tiniest of windows.
And small mistakes like that could be the difference in this series.
I think it very well may be. MIBR
Yeah,
is
that-
full
yeah,
guns.
it
They have a
actually
one-round
might be
lead.
as
G2
well.
broken. But again, we've seen Thrifties.
They're
We've seen a
close to
couple
their
of them this
ults.
series.
That's the issue with this
so
as well.
brutal to lose,
Wall goes
Doug.
up over towards
Look
A.
at the
Flash
ult
goes
economy
in.
for MIBR
Doesn't
because
spot
of
anyone.
that.
Info on this. They insta sight here, but we are
You
playing
can't dwell on
retake.
that.
Got any good ults for sight? No, not really.
And with that, G2 inject a little bit of
Gotta
pace
keep an
into
eye on the
round.
lurk
This
over
actually
towards
forward
middle.
from
It's a
Leeds
safe
Spike
plant, so they have to find
planted
sight.
from Valen, and they've gotten a lot done so far. I mean, they can just step into their post plants. You see the utility being dropped.
Good smoke.
Early Seekers here.
Valen gets out of there. Astra ult
That
doesn't
Cosmic
do
Eye
too much. It might speed the guy
be
towards
great.
middle up though.
Johnny P waiting on the other side.
Oh, they're full blind right now, Doug.
They can't see anything.
What is that? He still gets
Whoa.
one.
Another thrifty? Can they pull it off?
Yeah, they have no idea about the guy coming middle, so that's a kill.
It seems like they're gonna get it.
Nice.
Yes, they
That's an
will.
answer back,
We're
well.
tied again.
Blow for blow on this map. We're back. Trent again. How does he get one there? He was full blind for a while. I think the Seekers connected onto him.
I love the injected pace out of a blunder of a situation like that, allowing them to get into that position. JZZ with his ult, FRZ has his too.
Look at the buy now. It's like they changed sides.
A little bit more formidable for MIBR than what G2 had in the previous round, but you're right.
Just a lot into this.
The swing back and forth. Oh, Pid
Oh,
invested.
that's stun as well.
They're
He's been
threatening,
out
but
of this
it's
for
punished,
so
but
long.
There's nothing
But
behind
this
it.
is now a
It's
huge
still
question
so
mark
hard
that
to
they
punish
could have
the
got
Viper.
towards
It is.
vents.
Viper could be anywhere. It could have fell back in the vent, right?
Oh, and
Yeah,
you don't know if
and
anyone's helping cover.
Artzin
even
is
if
just
they've
about to
responded in
clear all
mail.
of this.
Exactly. Now, something that happened previously was RGL on that top spot. Oh no.
RGL boldly crossing, but they've got to know he's there. He's going to try to get away, and somehow
11
he does.
HP.
With 11 HP.
And are these
What are the
going to walk out of their
reactions
Viper's ult in middle?
They still have a lot of control across the middle of the map.
This is looking good for G2 right now.
Calling his team back.
We have a flash and a
That is
dog from
massive.
Zin. Hill comes in, that's perfect. And then
Great
he needs to
calling
try
right
to get
now.
info
Great
as fast as
mid-rounding
possible
from net.
so they can get the rotating. Yeah, there goes the dog.
Is he going to get away with this by himself? I mean, if he plays his cards right, he's patient with the timing. That could be the difference maker.
Free sight. Planet for heaven as well.
They
Does he
should
get
know
hard
that
clear
Net
here?
can be anywhere in heaven. Oh, okay.
Net with
Oh.
so much to do. Good job finding just the right time to get out. Now an
This is the
aggressive
better
hit.
Viper. This is
From
what I
Trent,
wanted
does he
to see
push it?
from MIBR. Just one that covers over towards spawn.
Nothing yet.
And then you can just hold one pause and everyone else can get
RGL is tucked into a corner.
their areas.
Maybe a dash over sight.
I feel like timings have been everything these last couple of rounds. Where's the challenge? Where's the dare? He's gotten behind him, but they know he's there. Leaf with a massive kill. And time is run out at this point.
Yeah, it's just so much better.
Save here.
Yeah, MIBR can't afford
You can
to
just
do it.
trade as well. Like you have one position locked in.
These rounds have
You
been
can trade.
so
You can trade in
tense.
on trying to come behind in terms of running out as well. It's just so good.
That was such a massive round. A
Yeah,
massive
that really
alert
was.
from
3
Net.
people saved their guns though, so 2-4 loss bonus. They can
that
get
there's
some
probably 2 in the
sheriffs.
pit.
Artzin maybe close to his
kill on
ult.
B.
Yeah, it does have his ult. And we have Ray's ult. Like
rotation
honestly, this one's still just as
He takes his
impactful.
timing.
Good news for G2 is they kept loads of people alive. So
It seems like they were trying to insert RGL, but it was just a little late.
And G2 right now have a hard read on MIBR's aggression.
That was
Honestly,
cold.
most of the
Yeah,
rounds that
I think they
MIBR
just
won
have
on this
the-
defense side has
I think they just have their
of just
instant
holding
reactions
their
down.
ground.
Yeah.
Playing these
Like if
cheeky
they
corners,
lose
right?
or they
RGL,
create a
previous time
question
he had
mark,
Stinger,
they try and
was holding behind
gain
that
map
box on the
control
left.
elsewhere.
This
Like this
time,
round
going
here, they
super wide
lost
into B main
vent control and they
with no
reactively
info.
pushed over towards B main.
That's very risky.
And the guy in vents didn't. I think
Kobe
we didn't
vibes
fully
out
see it,
of,
but I think the guy in
Josh
vents
there on that
didn't
replay.
clear like the top event, so I think the
Back
question mark was
in
still
the
there.
lead and job's not done. Job's not done. Not a smile, not a smirk, nothing.
Especially with these two teams, especially in this series.
Yeah.
And
It's
against
something that that was something that
MIBR,
Navi
like,
punished on that Liquid
they
game
just
as
never
well.
give up,
If
it
people
seems
watched
like.
that, whereas like we have this map control, and you just know the most common thing is to just take somewhere else on the map back, and they always just had someone waiting for it. And that was
On the
very
other
similar
side
to
of the
this round.
timeout, what do we have in store? The buy once again light for the defensive side. Artina's blades though. Talk about somebody who has been very, very impactful up until this map. It's been Artine. He's been quiet.
Yeah, he had that one really great moment with the op, but then proceeded to whiff on Jonah P on the reswing. Has to go up huge here for his team. But it's so tough as the Jet in this comp on this defense side to get value when teams are punishing aggression like this. So you kind of have to play these passive angles.
Yeah, and they go
try to
super,
finesse on the actual hit.
super chill. And this is nice, man. They get one flash out of them, and they get the dog out of them, and we're 20 seconds in. Zin's used pretty much all of his util. One extra flash. They do set one up, though.
They know. Yeah. And it's like I said,
And
when you're
with
running this
that,
double
they're
duelist,
confident
you
they've
have to
set
make
one
these
up,
plays, you know? It's
and that they've heavy shifted
too many gaps
over
on the
towards
map.
B. So the
You can't
call
hold
is, once the
everything at
camera
once
goes
on
down to
something like
group
this,
up
right?
and hit over towards A, because
And
we
that's
know
why the
max,
Cypher's so
there's going to be two
strong.
people. Could be one heaven, or there could be one close.
Mazine and
Well,
Artsine,
they're probably going to think like best case scenario is just
Flash
one.
getting
But as we can see
info.
too.
You see Trent getting ready.
But someone should be on like at least one of these angles. That's
I
why we
wonder.
flash heaven.
The paranoia out,
And the
he's
double
gotta get
satchel
out.
as well. Zin gets away with this.
Just running all over heaven right now.
Rotate comes in. They might have missed their opportunity.
Oh, that's a great Roomba.
They got breach over sight.
Another day, that rolling thunder again. Connecting a little
lovely.
bit and causing some disarray. RT not able to find any value with the blades. G2 find the perfect time to strike, and this might be
Razor
another
getting
day.
closer.
Finding themselves again.
They get 2-9 on top of this.
This is the G2 we know.
Yeah, and they save.
Not letting it slip away this time.
Yeah, what a response, man.
And we're saving a Spectre. That's
Good
tough.
to see you, Doma.
That's tough.
You're always on these days. Always watching.
Clean rounds from G2.
Yeah, I think the one X factor there
Tough run
from
from
Artsine with his
yeah,
blades,
tough run
but
for MIBR.
They were just
You gotta-
ready for it.
You got to say though, the G2 did everything
Can they
really
close
good.
it out, Doug? That is
Like
the
this
question
was
we've been asking
textbook.
ourselves in a lot of these matches
Camera
that G2
camera
play.
gets shot. You know
It seems
most
like
likely someone's holding
they're
either
always in the
like this
driver's wheel,
position or this
driver's seat.
position in terms of just
And
one.
it just slips away from them
Omen
somehow.
flash for here, double satchel, ready to trade this person, wall up as well.
They've gotten to 11.
They need to close this map out.
They might have even stunned this, I'm not entirely sure. And then breach short to hit over towards
Potentially
sight.
take us to Breeze. But much like Josh said, it's a best of one. Win the best of one, and then we'll solve what happens on the other side.
Exactly.
30 seconds left.
0-0.
Up for Artsine.
Leaf is having such a good game right now.
We've talked so much about Artsine, how he has to hold passive angles as the Jet, because the comp really kind of lends itself to that. He's got it online.
I will note something. We haven't really seen Artsine on that B side of the map whatsoever. I feel like Jet, especially with an op, can be so oppressive in holding that entire lane down. That in itself gives a
Bit
bunch
of
value,
info
but
over
similar
towards me. Dude,
to
I
FRZ,
feel like
in that
Mazin
elbow
uses
area on
a
the left
lot of
side,
his
allows you to
util
stack certain
early.
sites when you get lines.
When does he use Skydog?
MIBR have historically been incessant in controlling the middle of the
Omen
map. But this
flash.
time they're trying to punish.
Oh, timing
FRZ
was a
with
little
great
bit off
spit,
on
keep
that.
him back. And the orb
Yeah,
in the
and
face
this,
of the
now
paranoia
this is much
stays
better.
alive.
Skydog on the info. Does it see
Finally,
too?
You're expecting all
Didn't
this
see the
pressure.
Omen. 3 people now
Astro
here.
Stars going
Raze
down.
has raised nade and Razor.
Trying to draw a line in the sand and trying to keep them back. Mazine down low, Arumba, Net, both stay alive. JZZ gets another. MIBR dismantle G2 in this round.
Yeah,
A
this was
flawless
great
round.
from them. Really, really nice. G2 got, honestly, that team flash might have cost them a little bit. Because this guy ate the Omen flash. And if Leaf doesn't get blind there, it might have been a different round. They might have called him off, might have been overwhelmed over towards sight. So yeah, little margins on that.
And sometimes some of the most oppressive rounds are rounds like this where you had all the utility for the hit and you just get shut down.
He had the Omen smoke heaven, so I don't actually think it would have gone down like that, but we don't really know.
Oh, he wanted to be.
Oh,
coming out though.
He's still got the op.
they spotted him. Oh, this guy's so wrecked.
They're
Oh.
pinging, they know he's
Whoa.
there, and he still gets the shot on Leaf.
What a god.
Can he get a
Wait, wait, how? How did he make that look so...
Is this the moment that he takes over the game? No, it seems like for now G2 are rotating away, but the timing on the dog is great.
Yeah, they get info that, but it's
That's what I said. When you have that jet that controls that B line, it allows you to stack the other side of the map.
And the sixth
looked
sense
so
when we
easy.
see
Yeah,
the
it looked
timing of
incredibly
it
easy
before
for him.
this.
Constantly getting info here.
No more charges left.
Nice
Does the
little
guy
dribble.
Vents take a risk?
Oh no.
That's a lot of info.
Yes,
relayed
he
that way.
does, and he gets a
JCZ strikes
perfect
just
timing
right
off
time
it.
From the ropes. Dropping net. RGL backside. Mazine, no utility, but he's close by to help.
Great stun.
Playing back in
A
pillar,
lovely
and
1-2
the
on
cross
this.
is beautiful, but there's one more close. Do they know that he's there? Yes, they do.
5 people alive as well. Money is, I mean, money's good for everyone. We got full money to do this from both sides. There might be a few on G2 if they lose this and not have it.
G2 and opens up the ability to have site setups. And this was insane.
Bro, it's so fast. Why does it look like he's... Oh my. Sick.
I wouldn't want to re-hit on that guy either after hitting that crazy
He
shot.
dashed
You
so
rotate away
fast
from
after
that.
hitting the shot.
But even just the crossfire on site here, so
That was
beautiful.
pretty.
Such an intense moment on both sides. But momentum now in favor of MIBR. Back-to-back rounds with site holds. And honestly, barely losing numbers on both. Gives you a lot of confidence to close this out potentially.
And again, the questions about G2 and whether or not they can close out a map and put a team away when they need to.
Yeah.
It's tough. G2 calling their last time out.
And this is where you're seeing the solo initiated breach struggle.
Yeah.
Is if you don't pick the right spot, if you do not pick where the opera is,
Evan?
supreme value because you have no other ways of getting info besides showing your body. It feels
Omen
like.
flashes to go heaven. Pings on the floor to make sure it's good. And Viper.
Leaf has his ult. Net has
I mean,
his
they're
two.
going to get a lot of mid control. I
Only
want to
two
see what
really
this
in
guy... I
play
want to see how
potentially
this
for the
guy
rest of the
reacts
map.
over towards middle.
What an insane game.
Because it's going to be a late Omen flash
It's not done.
into this guy
Keep
going
satchelating
heaven.
forward off of
And then that pulls the
flash to
Viper
try to catch
away.
somebody playing ramps.
And mid becomes weak, so they reactively push B in return to losing A heaven.
Needs
They
to
said
get
the
out of there
op up
fast.
over towards B
Otherwise that
main.
rocket might
But
be
he's in a
deadly.
Viper smoke, so he needs to go further than maybe
So
he
far
likes.
Oh my god.
And there's no trip. There's no nothing.
Look at the info he has right now.
Ahead of everything. How patient is he?
I think Trent.
That's the
I'm not
question.
saying Trent
even
thinks
do
he's there,
anything
but I think
No,
Trent
he just holds.
is like
He's ahead of the work
aware
He just gets
that
so
they
much
have an
value.
op, and if the op
This is
pushed,
such
that
a-
he would be to
This
this
is such a
angle. Because
small
he
moment
did at
of
least do like a
anti-tracking that he has picked
deeper
up on, or
swing.
Somebody on his team told him, go past that Viper orb. Get that deep B line.
Flash
Disrespect
goes
it.
middle, doesn't hit anyone, and they know most
talked
likely
about
because
it
they took
before,
mid
like,
that
MIBR
the sorry, they
plays to
took A
win.
heaven that the Viper is either B
I think
heaven
they're also
or
starting
over
to
towards
key
A.
in on the fact that they try to play around Joan P's utility a lot. If it's not in the first
Guy
hit,
backside.
they wait until the fall line comes back up, and then they go. And Leaf
Leaf got
goes.
another.
JZZ trading him back, though satcheling
Oh,
away
and
from
a
the
nade
utility
still.
and staying
Oh, it's a
alive.
good nade.
Still has Nate too.
To buy so
Oh.
much time as JZZ takes over the round.
So sick, dude. So sick.
What a savage!
Trent with so much to do.
So little time.
10 seconds left.
Another nade.
The third of the round. Ace not found.
Wait.
Oh, time.
Swing time. I don't know that he does. Does he?
He does.
Does he? Oh my gosh. He's gotten it to one. Trent, can he do
Oh.
it again?
Oh my god, what is this game? What is this game?
He almost brought it back.
MIBR gets a series point.
Dude, JZZ. What was that?
And where did JZZ come from? Where did this
Oh
monster of a
my
player
god.
get the confidence to do this? It's such an important round, 11-11. So clutch.
And again, our team, the guy who we mentioned, has been quiet. Stepping up when his team needs him to the most. Yeah, bro, same. But remember, no timeouts. There's no time to think this
Yeah,
over. Talk
they
it
want to go
through.
fast heaven again with this one,
The
because it
action
does
continues. The paranoia
pull
as
them
Leaf
away
takes
from
space.
Vents. Their
And up in
reactions
the
to
hands of
push down
Mazine
middle, I mean,
and
they're so ready for this.
Artine. FRZ so close. He spotted the hand. The flash is there. He still gets one. Now neural theft invested.
Jesus, that shot was close.
Yes, it did. And you imagine that Cypher ult's gonna throw a break on things for just a moment. But Leaf not getting hit by the flash. He got ahead of the cage. I don't think they expect him here. Leaf's position.
No dash. Lunatic.
Our team would
Oh my god.
that was close too. Dude, Leaf's
Dude,
timing might win this
Leaf
round.
has great timing. They're not even looking heaven right now.
So much to
Oh
do
god, this
in
guy
the
under
element.
hell.
Surprise, but he didn't see him! No way! JZZ drops him!
You gonna go up top?
And he's still going! G2.
What the? Well, I guess he saw him.
RT down to 2 HP.
Dude, look at the over-rotate. RGL left A, and he doesn't want to take the risk of running back here, because they could have taken a timing, so they actually get over towards site for free.
30 seconds Again, the implications of this are massive. They've got to pull this off.
Oh, it's so doable.
If you're G2, I mean, if you're G2 and you lose this, you got to beat Sentinels.
On for heaven.
This is one that on paper they were supposed to win. They were supposed to get away with this one.
They're so far away.
But now all expectations are thrown aside. All that matters is this round.
Does he have another star? Or not? No, they have no vision block. Oh, so someone's got to hold heaven the whole time.
There's still so much utility on the side of MIBR, though. You see the stars littering across the site. Net alone, and he's gonna get overwhelmed. There are 3 on the other side. Can he hold? No.
Big Joel. I mean, they got heaven.
Our
No way
team,
we're sticking this.
our team has gotten it
Oh, he
to half.
misses?
That's a big job done. Can Mazine do it?
Enemy remaining.
Time
Big
running
1v1
very,
half.
very low. He's got to go. Can Trent be the hero again? He's gonna stick it. Oh my God, not like this!
Nicely done.
We're gonna play another round.
Nicely done. Yeah, a little bit of an over rotate there, and then didn't want to take the risk of trying to get back there.
Closing the half out. Couldn't do it previously.
I guess the numbers weren't properly called in terms of seeing them. I mean, they didn't commit over towards B main, to be fair.
This is such a crazy game.
Holy smokes.
So much on the line for G2 here.
That was uncomfortably close. But again, a stoic reaction from Trent. Boy, that kid's been good, man.
We have been blessed with such a banger of a map. Who would have thought Split would be so entertaining?
And
Why
the
not
show
Astra take the
continues.
risk? It's just like you don't want to lose, yeah. You don't want to lose your team the rounds by like running back, and there's either a guy here or here. You want to just try and play the numbers. It is kind of what you're meant to do, but the fact is that the over rotate happened in the first place.
This is nothing new from G2.
Like it wasn't too bad in terms of what it was holding.
I will say this. Remember what it was.
It was like the initial,
to find success on their attack path. It was the double
leaving it
duelists,
was probably the issue.
Dashes, it was the satchels, it was the uptraps, it was the overwhelming presence
Because
and
like
pressure.
going
that
back
they were
here
able
and trying to clear all
apply.
these angles on your own, you're gonna
drastic difference, 40
lose, and there's
seconds
no one
into
to
the
trade
round,
you.
Silence.
So you're just trying to play the numbers.
Sticking to this.
It was more just the initial decision to get out of there.
A couple rounds before.
Jonah PS fault line. Off of the contact. You're right, that trap mid could be the difference maker.
They've tried running this all game, really, and the opportunity never arose, but in OT moments like this is when these plays come to fruition.
There's the threat.
The stun.
There's the stun. There's the swing.
Wow.
They're gonna push over
Almost a
towards A
deadly
site.
exchange. But here
Extra
comes
trip.
the contact in A.
Oh,
Great
that's
IGLing
nice.
from Azim.
Smoke mid, site
And
clear.
I think a familiar set of
Do they
positioning
try and
for
go
those
for a
trips.
heaven
They need
plant?
to plant for heaven here.
They do. Does anyone spam?
For
There it
heaven?
comes.
No.
It
Good
is plant
plant.
for heaven.
I mean, there's so much of G2 up there at this point.
Is RGL gonna wrap all the way back around? Don't think he has the time to.
No, he's gonna have to go through ramps if he wants to do it that way.
These site kills are so important for G2. They have to
Hard
kill these
retake
players on
again.
site
Mazin, if he gets a
cleanly.
kill, he has his oh.
Continues to be an issue. G2
Oh. And
finding some
Trent
space.
right
And look at
now.
Trent. Now we have to consider the
Yeah,
reflank of
Astra
heaven.
Sub comes in. They can't get
Valor not able
half.
to get it to half.
So much on Trent here.
Imagine it was
Oh.
RGL's utility. Trent down. How much more do they
Spam.
have? FRZ up in heaven. Is he gonna hold it? No. FRZ.
Nicely done, man. Did FRZ win the kill on Heaven as well?
So close.
Match point.
None of that possible if FRZ doesn't
And G2 once again find themselves.
Yeah, everyone gets a new timeout in overtime.
And it's moments like these where Trent doesn't need to play that aggressive in that spot. He knows they're coming from heaven. He knows it's planted for there. He needs to just tuck for as long as he can, get free kills, shoot him in the back. But that's what pressure does in these situations. Lack of judgment. Such a small positioning error.
They didn't get half. The
MIBR control
Astra
all of
suck
heaven.
came in at a good time.
And now a timeout.
Like off the original tap.
Just to give you all at home and here in the arena a chance to catch your breaths. Whew. MIBR in a position that I think some may have expected, but many didn't.
Yeah, especially after the last series. I don't think anybody honestly thought they were going to win.
Yeah.
I think everybody here ruled them out, losing in such a brutal fashion. And now I want to see if MIBR makes an adaptation in this OT to deny a ramp control from Leaf, because he's been satcheling there for the last like 4 or 5 rounds.
Yeah, it was very free.
And I think they kind of already set up for it. Usually when you see the rays in the sky towards this heaven area, you do a re-clear. But G2 wise not to make that same mistake.
Or to just show a different look.
Yeah, show a different look, I should say.
And an op in the hands of Artzine.
No amount of prep.
No.
That's just instinct. Flow state.
FRZ tucked on the other side. RGL there to help. Remember, he got the over. Jonah P on the trade. RGL gets away, but they continue to trample towards B. Net's going to be on a late
AWP
lurk.
needs to move
They can
into
make some
heaven. He's going to get
misnoises.
shot on the
They may
side.
flip the map and go back.
Needs to
That's
move
what
into
they
B
do, but the
main.
rotations
Even.
are not coming out from MIBR. JZZ has not moved.
If Mazin makes noise here, it could be disastrous.
While all this was going on, by the way, they dogged over towards
smart.
A. Net hard it,
freeze in the
so he
round.
probably
A smoke to
knows that
suggest
someone's
they hit B
holding
in the
this
fault line.
close.
All fake.
But you're
Fake
right.
over towards
It's
B.
all the other way.
And
Jesus,
MIBR this
so
time
use
are
your
just like,
fork.
we are not over
Can he do it
rotating.
again?
They double up on
Trying to
site.
do
So hard to replicate
35
those
seconds on
moments.
this.
But he's going to have to, trying to dig his heels into
Guys
the
on site need to do a lot. They
See the
have
rumor
nade.
that's
He might
on
not feel
second
comfortable
smoke.
to use it.
They could go back here. There's not a ton of time, but
Sky
Jonah P's
flash
still up
also.
in B heaven.
Oh, they
They
fake and
are.
they go B.
They're going to go back.
Yeah,
look at
and
where
Jet's gonna
RGL
hear
is
this.
again.
Does he run into?
A G2 should be aware of this.
Oh, you're ahead of it. Oh, he's ahead of it. Jonah P falls.
Oh my
They've got to go now.
Does this guy try and hero play, or does
Remember, it
he
was RGL who
stay in
opened
B
the
main?
round. Getting the
Oh my
best
God.
of Trent.
Does he get him off bomb?
Oh no, okay. He's trying to make it sure. He's trying to make sure that it was more open though.
But I think his positioning is far more valuable right now.
Good info
Spotting
from
the
him.
first, giving the space
Dude,
up.
I mean, he
and
could
you're
have
right,
he could have
Net in a
actually done it
position
into
to
the
play
open. I don't
spoiler.
think he fully knew where the plant
Oh my
was.
gosh, this is so intense.
Artzine with the op. The tension builds.
So passive in this heaven, holding for the lurk.
The moment, massive, and Valen answers the call. RGL a 1v3.
Oh my god.
RGL gets one. How much more can he find? A satchel at his feet, 31 HP.
It's
You're
not
right,
planted
you're
for the
right.
guy heaven. His time is so low
There's
though.
the timing here if
It's
he
done.
can pull this off. And no, we
Oh,
go
this is
again.
another 4v3 retake.
Post-plant win.
Yeah, another one.
Oh my gosh, I can't handle this. I can't handle this right now.
I mean, come on.
That kill from Jonah P was so fortunate.
These teams are so well matched up. If you think about how the round just went down, it was kill traded each way. Back and forth.
Artzin
Nobody
being
with an
like, can
advantage
I
until
buy an
Valen
attack
shows
op?
up.
I think was that
And
potentially
so we
late
go
buy in
again.
this.
MIBR on attack. Not aggressive. Not
He
pacey.
wants to go for
At
it.
least not
Pick
yet.
here.
And now note where that SAR is up in mail. That's
Well, he
often
hears him jump
indicative
spotting.
of a satchel up and maybe
Unless
a
he's doing
stun
the
or something
silent.
like that, but not this time. Not yet.
No, I think he hears him. I think he's calling his team over. I think they know exactly where they are on B.
Usually when
Breach still has a stun,
start
maybe?
mail, you're leaning towards vent, right?
Race
Flashed into
not in a
early
position
round. You
yet
have
to
the
nade.
AWOL
They
there.
might be able to get over towards site. And this dog,
Everything they've shown has been towards A, but it's a B hit, and they pulls Trent out.
But it traded back?
Did he just breach see him off the
yeah,
ball?
he dude.
So.
He was skydogging. Wait, what? Wait, he's out in the open. How did he actually die from that?
JZZ creeping forward. RGL getting the spike down. Numbers towards
I think he did it where the skydog was, and he tried to jump out the way.
Everything.
Should be a hard clear from
Do they have anything to cover? You're right. Oh, and they get a second.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he had him skydogging. 1v4. He knew exactly where he was.
In a 1v4 though.
This is
He's
too
still
much.
healthy, and he's in a position. This is a one and done. If he pulls
Nicely done from that. Can't be trading that one.
G2 in the driver's seat
Yeah,
now.
big time.
Is that? No, it's not the first time all
So,
game.
so
but
he
it's
was
been a while
here,
since they've had the lead.
and I see the death here, but what I imagine is he did the damage like this, and then he tried to jump out of the way of it.
Switching sides. Match point.
Don't know if we're gonna get a replay. Oh, maybe.
To think things over.
I mean, getting that
MIBR
kill was huge.
Yeah. MIBR calling
God,
a timeout.
the kill in mid is
There.
huge.
You mentioned it. It had to be a hard clear, and that's exactly what it was. Valence just gone ballistic these last couple of rounds.
Wow. What is MIBR going to be cooking up? Because I have no idea. Maybe a faster retake this time. Maybe don't set up this time.
Long day, about to get longer.
And this is
Yeah,
where you really
I
see
mean,
a lot of the value of
nothing
the,
will
the
compare to
tandem that is
yesterday,
your
man.
IPL
Yesterday
and
was
your
really
coach.
long.
Because you've
Today
shown
I
a
feel
lot at
great
this
at the
point,
moment.
right? You've danced a couple of these rounds. There's
how deep can you go?
Exactly. How deep does that playbook go? You're absolutely right.
G2 has been a team for a very long time, so they have a very deep strat book for sure. They could even bring out something that they've done 2 years ago.
Yeah.
If they wanted to.
Do they buy an op?
I was wondering the same thing. He's wondering the same thing.
I think that's a big question, and
I
he
think
does.
He's been getting great value for it, so I.
Yeah, I think he wanted to buy it on attack. I
But
really
I've
do.
noticed he seems to only get one.
Yeah. And it's often a big one, but you're right. You want a little bit more value there.
He needs to try to chain these kills together.
He was
Maybe
there for
change
the
positioning after he takes the first shot.
aftershock.
Go
Cool.
to the other site. Be there
Nicely
for the
done from
actual
Jonah
hit
P.
when it actually comes through.
Can G2 weather this war of attrition and take us to Breeze?
Instant boom more over towards middle, instant cage over towards A, and then straight away a group up over towards B. Skydog goes in, only sees Trent, and Trent's been here. They made sure that it's always the person that they see, that they know this defaults over towards
And
B.
they have the info that Sky is here. And if I'm G2,
Keep an eye on
I'm
this
like,
mid
that's kinda
push. They get
fishy.
the op set up.
Why is Sky on B?
Oh, they might have done this. They get over towards the site. Yeah, they get the fast kill.
Leaf gets the best
Looking
of them.
really
There's
good.
A potential for a flank, but do you go?
Leaf
Do you
gets
go
the
with an
first
op?
kill, gets dropped the orb.
No, they rotate back. Decide
Drop
that
the
they wanna
orb,
take
gets
this
dropped the spike.
through heaven, or at least attempt to. Start to see some of the nades come through.
Leaf is feeling it.
Trent setting up some of that utility. Jonah P primed and ready for the flash. They have three sitting backside.
And no raise nade anymore. And Jonah P's alive on default. This is so good for G2.
Can they get it over the line, though? Net's timing could be everything. JZZ with two. There's the ult for Leaf. Oh, 5 HP.
Yeah, it's done.
I don't think FRC
Holy hell, we get to a third map. They had to fight. That's an absolute scrap for it.
What a comeback
What a sick map.
from G2. I had questions. Can they close it out? They do indeed close it out. What a crazy game. I cannot stress it enough. Both teams just going blow for blow. Shot for shot. Post plant for post plant, man.
I mean, everything.
It's so crazy.
I think we saw both of these teams tested in ways that I don't know that anyone really expected. And ultimately, as much as there have been conversations around can G2 close, I think you see some tenacity that only comes from grinding through Ascension, from being turned down in certain situations, from making an international debut and stumbling right out of the gates. Like, that's the kind of stuff that makes a team like the team we're seeing right now in G2. And then you inject Leaf and how he just continues to get more and more comfortable. It bodes really well for G2 and what's in the future. But we get to go to a break. We still have Breeze on the other side of this, and
There's another good Brazilian team now. Yeah, MIBR, I feel like the more time they have as well, the better they're going to get. I think they had chances to close this one out, I really do. But again, for them, it's a good learning curve. Okay, let me be right back. You think Kickoff has a chance against Fnatic? Oh, for sure, man. For sure, for sure. They play a little bit differently to other teams as well, so that might be hard, but I think the amount of demos out there and how good I know Boast and Mini are, at least for Anti, I think they should be right, but Kickoff have a lot of new stuff. They can change it up as well. Let me be right back.
X1 agora, o Benji tá muito machucado também, RGL!
Sem vida.
RGL! Vamos na tentativa, RGL!
Setup has been cooking for a long time. There's so many people there. Does he get away with the second? And how on earth has Leaf done that?
It took overtime to do it, but G2 manages to fight back, and we will be going to map 3 Breeze. Welcome back, Oldenburg here alongside with Ball and Wyatt as we break down that awesome game that we saw in Split. I gotta agree with Baby Bay. Man, Split's been a gift. That was a fun one.
I feel like we get so many overtimes on that map, but that was really good. I mean, it was great play all around. I mean, even throughout the first and second halves, like the overtime ended up just being clutch after clutch. And I mean, fantastic post plants all around too. The adjustments that were coming through from both sides was amazing. I mean, you heard Baby Bay talk about how Artson is moving around the map, how he's getting value out of the op, how it's dangerous for G2 to go into him. And then the final round is when they finally decide, let's just go B. And the thing that they realize is the slight change, right? Just the sky there, and that's how they win it. That's crazy.
On the G2 side, though, one thing I was a little bit worried about was the fact that it's great that they were getting so many first kills. They went 18 for 10, but on 6 of those, they didn't convert that first kill into a round win. That was one aspect of the game that MIBR were doing much better at. They were actually winning a decent amount of those 4v5s. Yeah. A lot of them were in those situations where they were able to set up really good crossfires and just shut down the hit when it came in. It was RGL in those situations, anchoring. I'm impressed that G2 brought it all the way back, or, all the way back. It's not like it was a massive deficit.
I thought it was over.
But no, genuinely, I thought it was over too. They were looking.
I'm sure some of the people in the chat were typing GG too.
Oh, for sure, man. I mean, I wouldn't blame them because it just looked like MIBR were cooking, you know?
It's fun to overreact.
And it is fun to overreact.
I have a great time overreacting.
That's right.
They lose one pistol, GG.
Yeah,
I'm in the chat with them saying
there's
GG.
one thing I love
Actually,
doing is being unreasonable about everything. That's how you live your life, honestly. Do it that way, kids. But you know what, though, you should do? You should probably get more thrifties. That's exactly what MIBR and G2 were doing because it was Thrifty City for them. They were pulling off some pretty great rounds that, again, it just goes to show it's like it was a boxing match, center of the ring, left hook, right hook. Amazing.
In that second half, I mean, it was crucial, these rounds that they came up with. First was MIBR, right? In a round that I was unforgivable for me from G2 to lose, but it ended up coming through. And then right after that, a couple rounds later, G2 does the same thing. The big difference, though, is MIBR end up losing a couple after that and saving and not really allowing themselves to stop the economy from snowballing. That's how G2 got back into it because it was constantly MIBR was coming up with a win, like what should have been a break, where they break the money from G2, but they constantly kept saving, no damage done. G2 had so many people alive at the end of the rounds that they weren't able to actually bring it back and stop the snowball in the first place.
Yeah, a lot of tools were available there toward the end. And then, of course, one player that, without saying, his impact felt immediately. You see him starting to really blend with this team. It's Lee from G2 Esports. He's finding his groove, and when Lee finds his groove, and let's not forget that we're going to be heading over to Breeze next, this is going to be quite fascinating to see what this guy can do on a jet.
Yeah, all of last year, Leaf was one of the top in the leaderboard in terms of first kills to first deaths. On this split that we just played, he was 7-4 there. Super solid, 7 of those 18 first kills that G2 got. And yeah, but we're heading over to Breeze. We haven't seen nearly as much Jet as we've seen of his Rays so far in Kickoff. Yeah. But overall, if you look at his entire history, he's played like about 1,500 rounds on both agents in pro play. And his Jet stats are better with first kill to first death. It's like 0.24 on Jet, 0.19 on Rays. Kills per round, 0.9 on Jet, 0.83 on Rays. His Rays is still great, but Jet, historically, that's where he's been able to go really crazy, take it up a notch, which is what we saw on C9. He was just aggro peeking on Jet and, boom, first kill, dash away on attack over and over. And, we're going to see that op online.
When I think of Leaf, I do think of Jet, right?
Yeah.
I think of Jet, maybe some mixed with last year's Lotus, the Neon, that sort of thing, but it was definitely all Jet. Yeah. He's getting compared with some people like Aspas coming back up with his reputation.
I just always think about Pearl, him pushing aggressively, creating space for just because he can.
The thing is, though,
so good.
I feel like, especially the games that you're talking about, we have seen a lot of Rays from him, but his Rays has gotten a lot better. And it feels like he's getting his movement down pat, where it feels like he's playing Jet in most of those cases. Now, my point being, though, is that because he's working a lot on the Rays in the offseason and letting that Jet kind of slide away, right? Is he practicing less and less of that aging? I don't know. What I do know is the guy's a beast on Breeze. And what I do know is I think, based on what we just saw from Split, the G2 players are starting to really fry in terms of their individual skill. And I think that is what ended up making the difference down the line. Strategically, I think MIBR, once again, was making right calls, right reads, and overall macro outgaming them. But Valen did make some good calls down the stretch. That combined with the individual level, I think on Breeze might pull them over the edge.
Yeah, it was so labored for them for most of Split, and you're right. Once they getting over the edge almost feels like breaking through that mental glass ceiling at some point. So it feels like G2 get to that point a lot.
It's not the
my
Jet,
God,
right?
never mind.
It's not the Jet.
Never mind on the Yoru.
Not the Jet.
All of our analysis out the window. During discussion about Jet, irrelevant.
Well, for Arsen, about almost everything irrelevant.
I'm a little stunned, shocked even.
I don't like it. Okay, I like it.
Really?
Oh, you like it? That was hard. Wow, you're so easily swayed.
I like Harvard. What can I say? No, I mean, MIBR play a standard comp here. They played it so far. They already played it against Furious, so I think this is a good third map to end for G2, and throwing a curveball at them because we haven't seen the breeze from G2, I think could work out very, very nicely. With that said, again, I think the individual level from G2 in that last game leads to me to think that a more standard thing probably would work maybe just as well or better than whatever they're planning right here, because they're cooking something.
Yeah, I'm trying to rack my brain if I've even seen Leaf play
What's
Yoru
the
in a
comp?
match.
Yes.
I'm trying to
Haba.
remember. It's just so. It's either very
Haba,
rare
Yoru.
or.
Yay, Cloud9.
Yeah, I like it.
I mean,
like around lock-in.
Yeah,
like at a Red Bull tournament last year.
Okay.
I'm serious. I'm not making this up.
Right. So point being, we just don't see it
against like Focus or something like that.
You are a nerd. How do you know that?
Can I check? Put it to him.
JB, let's go stuff him in the locker.
Yeah, I'm down. We have some lockers down the hall. Just get them in there. Oh, man. Well, this is it. Do or die for both of these teams. MIBR needs this win. G2, they have another opportunity, but boy, oh boy, would a victory be sweet
How much
here.
is too
Let's
long?
send it
Hold
over
up.
to your casters who can hear me this time. It's Baby Doug or Dougie Bay.
I think Baby Doug sounds a lot better than Dougie Bay.
I think they both.
Dougie Bay sounds
bad.
like a dance.
We can make it up.
Hit the Dougie
We can
Bay.
make it up. Listen, I want to get your thoughts on this. Yoru, Harbor, Viper. You
Oh,
were
that's
telling me
fine.
before they
You
cut
can- you
to
can-
us that
you
you
can
have
keep going
experience
if you
playing
wanna-
against, seeing
if
how
you're
it
scared if
plays
it's too
out. What are
long.
you expecting?
Yeah, I've scrimmed against this comp.
That's so
and,
fine, bro.
I just want to say one thing, and the
Trust me, you should see some of the stuff Bacon used to send
He
me.
is extremely comfortable from what I've seen in scrims on this Yoru pick.
Okay.
He was absolutely rolling the teams that I was playing for. And
You're
honestly,
only
this
3 rounds in?
Harbor,
Yeah,
they
that's
set
fine.
up so many weird
Dude,
things in A
when
main.
we
You're gonna see a lot
played,
of walls coming out from him, and pop
when we
flashes
played
through
against
from the likes of Leaf.
we played
So,
against C9
you're
at
not gonna see
the
this round 'cause Leaf
first.
is rocking the deagle, but
I
look
think
for
we
that in the
lost to
future.
them, and Imi came into our prac room,
MIBR
and then
on the attack
we
side.
had it was like 2 days after or something,
Starting to see
and
some of
Imi
the
was just like,
Harbor
oh,
utility already.
just talking about the
Sectioning off
game,
middle of the map.
and I decided to show him like our ante on his
still have all
team,
these trips.
just to
The knife
like
hit
just
one,
quickly
but it
show him
didn't
how
hit
many
the Cypher,
pages
so
we
the
had, and we had
trips
like
are still a problem.
32 pages or something. Like
Trinket's
Bacon's
the
a
best fire
monster
team.
of
They
it.
know he's there. JZZ's on the swing
We
to
had
punish.
so
A lot
much
of
in-depth
damage done,
stuff,
though.
and then they
JZZ
changed their
sitting on
comps,
26
so I might as
HP,
well just
Mazin
throw it in the bin.
60. Getting close to one-shot deagle
It
range.
was we wasted like
Just to the body.
weeks. We wasted
He's
weeks
on
on
the
it.
prowl.
Some late flank, but look at FRZ. He's so aware.
Are they expecting him?
Oh my
Seems
gosh,
like
he's
they
so
are.
aware. This is crazy.
Just
Lovely
sent
on
away
that.
into the wind.
What? And that was the win con.
Wasted.
Well,
I mean, they
still have
changed
some of the
their
utility to go with,
they
but
changed
the
their
spec has been
comp.
ticking
It was
for a long
wasted.
time. The
Ooh,
Cove is gonna suck
no
to
one's
get
kind of
through
here for a
because
little
they
bit.
only have classics. They
No
only have
one's-
pistols.
They're sticking it.
It takes forever. He's gotten it to half. And
Oh,
now
he
they
wasn't
can
the
draw a line
believer?
in the sand and try to hold
Oh
them
my
back.
god, dude!
freaking
Maybe if he believed him, he might have had this. I'm not entirely sure. It was
It's just
close.
the pistol.
Real close on this one. The Cove went down. It was a nice try from G2. Lovely from MIBR, especially to, yeah, seeing them pinging about it now. They're kind of like, dude, how did you go down on
I
this
think a
perfect
couple
flank?
things that I want to keep an eye on as the rest of the half plays out is you saw they were trying to find Ned with that knife. But
Trying
he
to
was
peek up
playing
the
mid
kill as
so that
well.
he doesn't
I
get
think
tagged
he-
with
I think
it, so
he might
his
have had
utilities
that.
sell up. I wonder if we're going to start to see some of the changes in where the knife placements goes to try to catch him. Because if you want to hit B, you have to get that stuff
Okay, yeah,
down.
so
Yeah, they do.
dude, I
have
really
some
like
of
this
shots that
G2
trips,
comp. I would at
which is
least
good.
try something
But you're
similar to
100%
this in
correct. Just knifing him and not
a
having to
prac,
use any
because
utility
I think
range.
this has a lot of legs.
Gosh. It's not going to work out, but that was a
Oh,
really
that guy
cool
was like
idea.
skating around.
And that's what I was talking about. Those re-clears with the wall towards A. Yeah,
And this is just the traditional,
really the best
standard,
investment to be
proven.
making that type of play now.
Proven
but
good.
Already conditioning these things early on, so the next time they're able to set it up, they're not actually there. And maybe Yoru's has a TP on B where he flashes A, TP's back to B. You're gonna see a lot of movement of those legs.
And I'm hoping we get to see that hit one more time because there was a dart, there was a harbor wall to block off
Just
any other help.
it's
there was
just
a
hard to
flash
move
out of
away
the
from
smoke.
Viper though. Cupid, that's the hard thing.
It's very drilled, and again, that's some of the stuff you were talking about. He's comfortable in that
It's
role.
just-
they have really cool
just
ideas.
so good.
Yeah. And what they like to play around with the most of G2, like they love playing with those timings of when they're gonna do that.
Yeah.
Sometimes they show it and they're not throwing a flash this time. Different types of utility, but still showing aggression on that side of the map.
Keep them guessing a little bit. You got an outlaw in the hands of RGL.
We said minus Harbor. Oh,
It's
okay,
actually
okay.
a huge buy going into this round, especially because
Bro,
G2
that's what I did for the Coach
people
Potato
in light
stuff.
armor. If he
Keep
picks
it.
the right
I
spots,
was in for
as
that when I
said,
first saw
in
it.
the last map,
Just I
could
liked
end up
Omen
being
on this
very
map. I still like
devastating
Omen on this map.
for G2. And
This Outlaw can do a lot of damage, by
I
the way.
really want to see way more
really
aggressive play
good.
when you have this type of gun. Allow
Where are
that
the
gun
two
to
heavy
create
armors?
the space for your team. Because
Both
even if you
anchors.
go up against somebody that has full armor, 140 is a lot of damage, especially when you have somebody behind you to get the trade.
Yeah.
I feel like people aren't using this Outlaw to its full potential. Oh, interesting dash.
Once again, feeling some pressure. He's lit up. They know he's there, but he can't really challenge. Dude, how have they kept him back?
Oh man, do they have any idea about this guy? This lock is so good. Cypher,
Trent is
wall
still
down.
alive, net falls.
Oh man, it
Artsy
doesn't even
finding
need to
a ton of value
activate.
with that Guardian. The heavy pen causing problems.
Spike planted.
Now Valen left on the other side of this trip. Has
There's some
dropped
gun
one,
upgrades for them as well here.
but this is a really big
And
start
now
for
what?
MIBR.
Do you
They
save
converted
and
this
give him all
bonus.
this money?
Leaf again on the flank. No trip to deal with this time.
And nobody watching window either.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to get a lot of space.
They're also aware. They're not peeking window. They're making sure they're playing a post plant that is not in window.
An overcook
I think
comp?
the best thing you can do here if you're G2 is just either save or maybe try to do damage.
I don't know. I
But
think
even
it.
then,
I
even
think
if
it has a
just
lot
play
of
Brexit,
potential.
They've got plenty of money.
And how does JZZ already have a Soval?
Round 3. Yeah. Yeah,
Like,
that's
this
wild.
guy can play every single character at a high level. That's so rare to find in a player.
Leaf is the only one who's going to keep a weapon.
And again, a very strong start from MIBR. If anything goes as it previously has been going, you're going to see a pause maybe in the next round from Josh if they don't get a thrifty here. And something so smart that I saw MIBR do in this round was getting the first blood on that kill onto the site and just freezing, not overextending,
Hero
giving
gun.
any 1v1s. Just
And it's on
playing
a Euro
together,
though, so they
really.
can definitely do a little bit. Shot
Same
goes in
wall
over
to
towards
section off
horse.
the middle of
No
the map,
trip there.
And the flash and the swing.
That's a clone.
We get
Or is it?
Arbor Wall.
You got to find out, right?
Arbor Wall to block off middle.
And so because of how the beginning of this round is played out,
And
G2
then
have a
now
lot
they're
of
going to
control
start to
across
walk
the middle
over
of the map.
towards elbow,
And what's
but
so cool about
camera's
that
going to spot him.
harbor wall that they throw is that
Camera's
yeah,
going to
they can
spot
be
one.
pushed
They
up
still
mid,
don't know
they
where
can
the
be pushed up
Yoru
walls, you know?
is.
So you have to worry about all these factors.
Yeah, this
That
was
sets
kind of
you
nice.
up for these
They did this.
mid-round lurks.
They pretty much like
think
bodied up the.
Leaf is gonna dodge this drone.
Yeah, dude, they have no idea Leaf is here. He's going to get this kill.
causes FRZ to
And
have
then
to
this
use the body
might
to clear it.
snowball into having
Leaf
guns.
taking the
This was
best
really
timing
smart, by the way.
possible, gets the
You know
kill
how
on
on some
FRZ.
people will like
That's a
shoot a
big
turret
first
so they don't know
blood.
the ops there? The similar
So
thing
it
here where
could
they
be
buddy up.
50.
They
We've
shoot
had
the
our fair share.
camera
Look at Halls.
with the
Oh my
sheriff,
gosh.
He only has a ghost.
and then they have no idea that the
And that's
opposite
all
the
because
rifle's
of the kill
here.
on FRZ.
And
Yeah.
then now
Jonah P
Net can
understands
pick up the
the
gun
gap. He's
with
only
really
trips
good
up.
timing from
He's gonna
Jonah
get the
P.
timing.
Oh my gosh. He has to
Pushing
go
through
huge here.
tube.
Spike
Like,
planted.
He
they've
has to go
cooked here.
absolutely huge.
The other thing is Ned is also on the flank. Even if you clear Jonah P, you're not expecting the second. Leaf with 3 on the round. And now you know there's pressure
They might
coming
do it
in from
without
main.
anyone dying.
They're going to thrifty this thing. 3 pistols still up.
No way.
They have to tuck and they have to try to find space further into the site.
Player standing.
Mazine left alone.
Oh man,
4K
this
for
was
Leaf.
a
Net
stroke
gets
of
the
genius.
last.
This
A
was
thrifty,
great.
Of course.
And I was saying it, Doug. Leaf is very
That was
comfortable
like
on Yoru on
really
this map.
smart. They walled
You're
this
gonna
off. Yeah, and
see
they're
him
talking about it
honestly
now.
just
They're
bounce
like,
the
how
play
Cypher?
down
How
from
did you go
Jet.
down to him? And
So
he's
when you-
talking,
when you
dude.
put the Yoru in, there's
They
even
literally
more
shot my
things that
camera
you
with
can
a
do.
sheriff.
More feints with where you're playing. Re-aggression. Use the clone. And that was a solo mission that he went on. Nothing really set him up in
Yeah,
that
let
round.
me ride this
He just
round
took all
down.
that
That
space in the
can be a
mid-round.
little YouTube breakdown. That was cool.
Oh, wow.
That was a sick shot.
I was really confused on what they were trying to show us at
Yeah,
first.
that was
I'm not going to lie.
sick. Thread the needle on him.
But
Round
the
5?
thrifties continue.
And Jonah P with the op. And this is something else I didn't want to leak for everybody yet, but
Oh, hang on. I
Oh,
hope this is a timeout. Nope. It's
Tech? Of
not.
course.
Tech pause. All good though, guys. I'm being told it's
All
an audio
good.
issue, so hopefully we're back into the action very soon. We'll keep you all posted. But yeah, you saw it prior to this minor delay. Haha.
Oh.
I'm told we're going back
Do
in.
I
It
read
really was a
YouTube
minor
comments?
delay.
Yeah, every so
There is an
often.
op online for Jonah P.
And I
got
want
lucky
to point
this
out
time.
as well, he can hit shots.
Well, that's fast.
Yes.
Man, like there was a scrim where this guy had like 20, 30 easy on me, and I was
Wait.
like, bro, he's not even.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Like, he's not
Guys?
even duelist, bro. Like, this guy's
Whoa,
up on
whoa, whoa.
destroying me.
Okay. People might not be in position for this
Don't
one, but
normally
here we
get
go.
to see him with that weapon. We'll see what value he can find with it.
Yep. Valin already has Harbor ult. Very good on the retake. This is
Jump
what I was
spot for
talking
this
about, already
one.
conditioning
Jonah P.
At Harbor.
Up
Cascade
in
on the
tube.
A main.
That's interesting too, because the first time we saw it, it was much deeper. Oftentimes, you put it further
This
up,
guy,
they
like,
leave
nope.
a pocket on the right side.
He's
it's
having
all
none of it.
deliberate.
Goes back to his jump peak on the rope.
Trying to set up Leaf for an easy kill.
The China play-ins, nah, I'm gonna be asleep for it, I'm
For
pretty
Z.
sure.
Who else would you want to have this Vandal right now?
Yeah, that's fair.
Um,
The tip of the spear for MIBR.
in
It's
between,
online for both squads, but
in between
one has bomb
the
right now,
end of
so
all
they're
of this
still
and
trying
Madrid,
to
I'll do some VOD reviews.
decide where they want to end.
That's the best
Yeah,
I can do.
it's actually really far away too.
I think Artson picked up that he TP'd back towards stairs.
How many does this
Look,
guy
he still
see?
has his ult online, gets the info again.
So much value. That's so much info.
That is a lot of info. And they already have 3 here, so they don't really need to lane. You know, you don't want to over-rotate.
It's still looking like a good round though.
What G2 thought was going to be an A hit, but
Yeah, and here goes the B head. We need to keep an eye on FRZ. He's
They're
made a
so
lot of
smart
presence.
from MIBR.
He
Is
is.
the knife up? It is up.
Yeah, he is
That's
up
down anyway.
close.
That's got to be a blunder.
And now Trent has to wreck
Trent's
everyone.
filling in behind it, but the flank gets flanked.
Wait, this is a spike.
Now
Why did the spike not go
up
sight?
close. I don't think they know where he is. 10 seconds
Oh.
left as the spike hits the ground.
Damn.
Is he gonna have enough time to reach?
Oh, that's
No,
the
he's
spike
not.
there as well. Jonah P kills him.
I don't think there's gonna be enough
Oh,
time.
they
The round
messed
is
up.
done.
Leaf wins the round right here. Oh, it's already done. Leaf doesn't even need to do anything, but he had that secured.
Yeah.
Had Artson try to plant. And
Leaf
gets the
gets
kill.
this kill as well.
And what did I say? Jonah
They
P,
messed up a
the
little
crucial
bit, and
kill.
it kind of went wrong because this guy
He secured
died, but
the
then he
round
didn't
with
call
that
that he
offshot.
got killed from middle. So I
Time was
think this
so
guy was
tight.
scared to
And now
cross, but he
MIBR.
was so fine.
They have to think.
I don't know how the
Where's
comms
the
were.
Sova going to be opping? Or maybe do we...
But where are they on site when
give
that
it
kill
back to
comes in?
Leaf, right? We can cycle it now.
Yeah, it becomes a guessing game.
Yoru off is great on this map because of the ability to reposition.
And it goes right into his hands, as
Look
you
at
were
that.
mentioning.
Look at the mind games. G2 setting things up for future rounds. Conditioning. Look, that wall out again. Now an up behind it. And if JCZ does anything bad here, he's going to get upped. He's
Okay,
gonna
and
be taken
they
out.
force into this one. One person
And he
takes a
calls
hit.
the
They have a
bluff
lot of
and
ults
peeks
though,
ahead of the cascade.
and they need to
Interesting
be careful in
positioning here
terms of
from
getting
Nat,
tagged
huh?
by the
Full
drone.
util on B with Viper playing off of it, and Sova, and he's solo halls.
I think he's so far away.
I don't know if
because
he's actually on cam either.
I'm not sure
There's
either.
no way he is because he has to hold this down.
They sneak up
so
door,
far away
and it's
because
literally just this
Messina's
guy
ult.
holding it. When does the drone come
So if
in?
it's a B hit, the knife becomes less of an issue. It becomes more
Drone
problem
now?
with the
Oh
ult, and there
man,
it
this
is. It's
this
you.
setup is done.
That was
With the
very
TP as well, waits for the TP and then
That
ults.
causes Sova ult to be invested. They have a chance into this round.
Oh, he's creeping
Oh
behind him.
man,
There's
what
no
a
way he'd
round from
expect him there.
MIBR on this.
So the op hits the ground.
Might
Mazzini
have
back sight.
fluffed the round before, but this one was great.
He just. Oh, that was a game of chicken.
Man,
Baby
I
Bay,
love
dude, Baby
how
Bay's doing really
confident
good. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Artson
It is
Oh,
nice.
that's a huge kill. Hold up.
JCC's on
Like
the flank.
X,
He might
well,
get
not
the
X
timing
players, but players.
across mid. First start cleared. Our team falls. But again, JCC's
They
the
just
one
talk,
you
they
have
just
to
talk
keep an
about
eye
the
on
right
here.
stuff, and honestly, he has like good
Trent
timing with
falling.
Doug.
RGL holding the line. Instantly traded back.
Net looks like he's aware though.
There's the timing. He's got to go fast now. Oh, but he gets knifed out to try to get a jump
19
ahead of
HP.
it. Pays for it with his life.
Nicely done from G2. That is a round that they should not have
We're
won.
tied again.
And that was a clean retake from G2.
Yeah,
And
they should
honestly,
not have won
when
this.
you're in those positions, especially against MIBR.
Back-to-back
who are
rounds where
post-plant fanatics,
MIBR are
right?
gonna
They
watch that
usually
and
play
be
the
like,
post-plants
mate,
to a
how on
T.
earth
Winning
are we
like
losing
that?
that?
That's got to give you confidence going into these future rounds. I mean, a 5v3. That's a rough round to be losing.
Yep.
Yeah, see?
And you can
The
see it on
perfect
Bazooka's
reaction.
face,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's tough. Don't want to lose like that when you're up two players.
Op still in the hands of Leaf.
Look at that wall.
Artson using Blade. Yeah, that wall.
All right,
Looks
cooking with that
miserable.
one, huh? Halls and a main aggro. Just fainting it though.
Is Leafs in a position? He's got a gate crash to Tipu away.
Yeah, that in this spot, it's so hard to clear.
Yeah, it is a really strong spot.
Yeah.
But TP's away for now.
Yeah, I don't think he needed to
See,
do that.
close mid is really good with the drone. Like this close mid drone is great. You can spot over towards door. You can spot like left side of heaven, and you can spot just like a little bit over towards kind of back of B tunnel and site as well.
And honestly, it's thinking like that wins you games.
They're going to rotate back towards A, and the harbor utility has already been refreshed.
I think FRZ right now is hearing both these players, or at least one, knows that the harbor threw the wall from stairs. So this should be an indicator that maybe site is free.
Trying to be with the dart as soon as the wall goes down. You see the cove to cover.
Yeah, that's a nice reaction.
The starts, the door is open.
Give him full sight though.
A few. And MIBR have gotten out onto the site. RGL
get a
committing
good
to the
plant.
plan.
No mollies on this
Just
one.
live for as long as he can here. And just
A
be a
clear
menace.
tube, and we gotta look at FRZ. Does he just want to trip himself off and just wait the whole time? Molly goes too deep.
And you can't ignore him, yeah. Because, well, I mean, while that's happening, the spike ticks away. Nets finding value on the other side, though. Jonah P investing the ult.
Huge kill.
They need this guy to go huge. Look at everyone else's HP. He somehow needs, he needs to kill like 2 more.
And they're so weak. 12 HP amongst the 2 of them.
I mean, look at this harbor.
They have to go aggressive.
Wait.
Bounds holding it. Is he going to be able to take it all the way? Yes!
Oh man.
Red Bull clutch from the
Oh man, this must be so painful for the MIBR coach. Honestly, though, they made this one like somehow doable. Like this is the round they actually should have lost. I know they did, but like these 2, they should have won them. This one should have. This is the one they should have lost. But somehow this one was the closest.
He used 3 walls that round. 1 pre-round that was crazy that blocked off halls and deep A main. The second one was to delay any type of hit, and then the third was for the retake. I mean, that's max value right there.
Timeout call.
Oh yeah, they got her.
Another
The
close affair in
afterpunts.
this third map.
So good from G2 to clear out FRZ and halls.
Could MIBR done differently on this round? Nah, they did
Knowing
like
that he can walk
this
up
round is the
safely
round they
because
should have
Leaf
lost.
is
They
there
did
posted with
like
the
they
AWP.
did good to get
And
the
while
first
that's
2
all
kills.
happening,
Straight
Jonah
up.
P ulted and actually got a collat hit. Didn't get kills with it, but
But he
ulted
tagged
for
both.
net.
Yeah.
And that allowed net to get free kills with Valen's utility. So many things going on at once on that retake. It's honestly hard to put, like to paint the picture for everybody, but it was beautiful. So many different protocols that they just did.
G2 hanging on to a 1-round lead. On the other side of this timeout, we'll see what differences there are for MIBR.
Here.
Jonah P is the op again. Dude, they're playing the shell game.
Yep.
You're just trying to guess where the op is and who has it. And they're doing such a good job, G2 are, of changing that every time.
Yeah, they're masking where the op is a lot of these rounds. Masking who even has the op. And I wonder now if Leaf is gonna show somewhere deliberately, maybe get hit by a KO knife.
Oh my, well.
He's dead now. Great opener.
Yeah,
from
maybe
RT.
not expecting this. They found the hero gun,
And you know what?
and that is now a gun to retrieve. We gotta question. Gotta question the. Wait, let's look at the money. Did they know they were eco sheriff, light armor?
Hearing the audio cues.
1,
allows him
2,
to be
3.
unaware. Now they know that
1-1.
the op isn't in his hands, so.
I mean, they knew they
would
were
try to
eco. They knew they were
compensate that
eco. I think
vandal
going
with my
aggro here was
teammate
too
if I
much.
could.
There is a potential gun down
It's a
for
fight
them
I'd
to
wanna
get.
take, especially on a thrift
And
group.
MIBR now
Well,
are probably
they found the
thinking that
op.
they're heavy
I
protecting
was
the
gonna
gun,
say,
but
even if
actually
they
they're
know it's
not.
not Leaf's hands, they don't know where Jonah P is, but
Look, instantly repositions. I'm telling you. This guy is actually sick with the op. He already thinks like an
Yeah,
operator.
they're so sure they're holding heavy with this gun. They have
Reposition and
no
rotate
idea
from
this is just a
MIBR towards A.
freebie.
Should be here for the hit.
and RGL hasn't used his wall.
Oh, he's thinking to B now. This is good for G2. But Viper Molly should delay this A hit.
Ooh, this is nice, yeah, and they know the ops in place, so they smoke themselves off. They go through. This is a great recon.
Coming out from the rest of his team, and now Valen playing on the other side of the wall. The Cove to think that that's where he is. Tried playing games. Ultimately,
That's
still
another
punished.
gun.
And that's just a risk that you don't need to take against bad guns, Doug.
Artzine continuing to push forward. 3 on the round for him. The Vandal still healthy. Dash, proc, Jonah P on the swing. It doesn't land, but the ace potentially on the cards. Jonah P with an up.
And surely, even if Jonah P kills Artzine here, Mazin should close the round out.
Most likely. There it is.
Does
Jonah
he
P.
hit the shot?
Is Jonah P.
Picks up a gun.
Mazin needs to just tuck behind this
Yeah,
box.
he's going to know his door with this, but he tucks in behind the box. Beast. Beast. He played this so well. Really well played. Damn, what the hell are G2 doing in this round?
It was close.
Oh my god, what are they doing in this round? It was a nightmare. Absolute nightmare to watch. Dude, they both overheated. Like, what the hell are they doing against an eco? Double risk against an eco? Like, they asked to lose this round.
Why give the fight? But regardless, beautiful kills from Artzine. I mean, he quick scoped Artzine. He could have.
Yeah, he could have.
He could have.
Yep.
I don't know what was worst, to be honest.
Like, oh, that's close.
The Euro push or that push.
And so we're
2 in 1
again,
round.
right back into the action. The Viper's Pit invested B with the trip to cover it.
Perfect off angle here.
And this time it's Leaf with the op.
And I think he's going to stay this time.
The shuffling continues. There's no gate crash for him to get out with.
And when you're in this spot as an opper,
shoulder.
Yep,
That's
exactly.
awesome.
That's exactly.
He's really
exactly
getting
what
maximum
happens.
value up in this corner.
Is what I was going to say. Now he's just able to reposition. Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is
just disrespecting it completely.
This is really aggressive.
But if I'm G2 and I've done my homework on this team, I've seen that MIBR loves to throw this little orb that splits the cam from B, right, and gets somebody in the nest. So I should be aware. And look, you have 2 people still holding on the nest right now.
Yeah,
from the likes of G2.
Leaf is staring at it with an op. You're right. Valen not too far off, understanding that that may be a spot of weakness, a gap in the armor. As the pit is traded on the opposite side of the map.
Look at this. They're going to hard clear it as well.
I mean, they have to.
This is all prep.
Can he hold the
I'm still nervous for them, though. They're lining up.
No, don't switch now.
Oh, double.
Artzine gets both. I don't know how he got him.
Oh, my.
And he's heating up this map, Doug.
Net in a 1v3 that has just gotten a little bit more favorable. Artzine with the blades gets the 4th.
He insted him, Doug.
Damn, sick round, sick round. Prius, yeah, we're good. The flame can come in there. For people that want to understand why, you got 2 obses, 1 and 2, and sometimes, a lot of the time, the 2 is the person that does overviews, and they're the person in charge of the button that chooses in between 1 and 2. So he had a shot, kind of didn't realize the action was going on, pressed 2 to show the plant, and we missed this. Just for people that are trying to work out what the hell is going on. So he focused, the person who's doing overview focused too much on their own stuff instead of the first person. In my opinion, the first person should always be the person that can cue in the other guy. But
a different wall now, and a much faster.
we don't need to see the plant. I fully agree with you on that one.
On back site, the wall, the flash to clear that space out. Valen is here.
I'm only explaining why it happened.
They know where he is.
And there's a trip behind him this time too. FRZ not dying early, so no flank should be able to come through. Wait.
Wait, how's he over the trip?
I don't know how that happened.
What a fast trade.
Oh.
Did they expect the second? What a blunder, but no! The CT guys are going too early!
And just when it looked like there was a window and an
Damn, I didn't even realize you can jump
to
that.
make something happen. He was the last one standing.
And just maybe miscommunication or something.
Yeah, I want to see how that happened.
If I'm net, I'm just screaming, no! Like, just wait. They don't expect a second. Just wait. But then you have a greater chance of the round. But honestly, RGL getting off the bomb that fast and flicking, that's no easy feat.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a fast trade, dude. For the bomb planner, come on.
Okay, full buy round for them now. And they have 3 ults. They need to try to get the
That
last
trip,
2. It is in my mind
provider
attack
makes me mad
sided,
again.
so they're still not like
FRZ is
in
gonna
a
fix that real
bad
fast.
position.
They should
But
know that is jumpable.
does that knife even
That could
do
have been
much?
crazy.
Lands on top of here would only
Massive B setup here.
would
This
only
should
get
be
like a
good for
little
the
bit of elbow.
See that cam out from net.
Oh, that's a nice
The
flash.
out back sight. Now you hear the
Oh,
Fury
everything's popping on this.
Our team managing to avoid some
Double.
of that tag.
Gets a tag on 2. They know this guy's on site. Oh.
And now the reckoning invested. There's only one up.
But they don't have to commit here.
Yeah, they really don't.
They knew the guy was on site. He broke
You've
the
got
cam.
the armor wall now that you can keep him back with. Again, the oppressive utility usage from Valen proves to be a problem.
They're leaving him here too, as far as he's staying. Maybe to call the team back or get a late lurk. But this whole
Man,
push,
G2 have had a bit of a nightmare in some of these rounds.
Yup. And Jonah
This
Peter as
push,
well.
however, is
The knife
unbelievable.
only tagging one, and you're right.
Ah, Valen's owned this round.
Spiral drops too. This is as fast
And
as
this
he
guy's
can go,
making loads of
Jimmy
sounds.
knows.
He gets one.
Oh
Not
boy.
able to
Okay,
convert
shout
on
out
the
to
second,
Jonah
but
P for swinging.
does.
Bailed him out.
30 seconds left.
And once again, they're thrown into disarray with 30 seconds left. There's really not a ton of time. I don't know that he can make it back B.
Now he can't make it back B.
If he wanted to, he would have had a knife out ASAP, but yeah, this should not go in favor for MIBR.
Spike down A. 10 seconds.
Could he have made it back B? 24 seconds?
We talked a lot about Valen and how his utility has been a problem, but you called that late lurk down halls. I mean, that
Maybe.
secured everything.
Actually, to be honest with you.
And that's been the story
Close.
of this half for G2 success.
20
Yes,
seconds?
Just walking down halls in the mid round.
Last round.
But
in
Big
the
map.
Success. I mean, we're talking about 5 rounds. But it's a pretty good half, right?
Yeah.
Art scene.
Get in the server.
16.
Someone get in the
Jockey
server,
actually on
man.
top for-
Someone get in the server. You have to do it in under 20 seconds, knife out, and
That was
hope
so
that no
well
one
played
pushes middle
by
to
the
kill you.
defensive side.
Because honestly, he has no idea
Yeah,
about
it's looking
middle.
pretty
That's the
crispy
thing
right
as
now.
well.
I gotta
He would
keep,
just be running the
keep
gauntlet,
mentioning that.
and this guy would probably kill him.
2 ults
It's.
from
I
the
actually
attack side.
genuinely
Last
think
round
it's
of the half.
close.
A judge.
Oh boy, tech pause at a
We
bad
switched
time.
to a shorty. What is he up to? Uh-oh.
Is there a pause?
Cypher was middle.
I'm
Okay, then I
assuming
don't
they'll
think
have
it would
a
have
judge and a
mattered.
Vandal, and maybe just finesse around with both. They have the economy to do so.
As soon as we figure out what's going on, we'll keep you all updated. Quick tech pause.
Yep. But we can talk about a little bit. We can talk a little bit about this round and what we might foresee. Right? You're
Yeah.
also seeing again KO ult and Sov ult. We saw what happened last time when we had this. It was an A hit, right?
The Sen game.
And on the opposite
Yeah,
side, G2.
this is
when they're playing against the
this is where on
KO
paper,
ult,
I mean
their
on paper
protocol
it
against
is
KO
it is
ult
better to have
trips
the
on
game
B,
gap
Sova
game,
sitting there
but
with a dart,
when the gap is this long, it
waiting
can,
for the
can
any
be a
audio
little bit
cue to
tired.
come out. He's gonna chuck it right away.
Right.
Same thing with Viper Molly, and then they're just gonna play off of trips together.
Yeah, because Cypher's nowhere near it.
But you also
As
have a
far away as
lot of
possible.
a lot of rounds
And,
to come up
also,
and work out how you're gonna play.
Net will be able to pop cages in
There's
the main
that.
choke so they can fight, you know, and not have to worry about 2-3 guys being in the back holding them. So,
What
simple
the hell is
protocol
this
here.
name?
We've seen this already in this half.
I love Sliggy. Thank you for making
Let's
the Twitch
if
account with
MIBR
that name, I
decide to run
guess.
into
Thank
this
you very
trap
much, mate. Appreciate the
setup.
prime.
Let's also see
Thank you, mate.
Leaf decides to get aggressive input with his ult again like he did last time.
You imagine he's going to want to use it here.
And look at this. As I was talking about the Halls pressure that G2 is putting on, this is the adaptation for MIBR.
It takes
Trying to
19 seconds. Oh,
get
dude,
aggressive
he
in
had
that
time. He
space.
had 24.
Probably tap the door and keep one here, I would assume.
But he would have got
Or
killed
tap
at
the
middle.
door and instead have Mazine pop his ult. And then
But good to know
hard
either way. Yeah, he would have had a second to spare.
Ult used, door opened.
Does Net take his timing?
Nah, yeah,
He's already
he
got
had
now.
24.
And they don't know.
Shout out to you though, going in the server and finding it out.
They hadn't seen
Big
each other.
Joel.
JCC falls, and there it is, finally. Net drops the duelist. But
Oh
they managed
my
to-
goodness,
Yeah, they
what
managed
the
to get
hell
the
is
spike
that
down.
flash?
The flash was gorgeous. There was nothing really behind it.
And they go, wait, where are these guys going?
MIBR
No
forced to
way.
take a step back.
It's going
RGL
for
with
the
two
round the
spits.
world.
Do
This
that
is
again.
big.
Trying to do
They're aware this time, I think.
Yeah, they're trying to do what Valen did, but
One of them's
keep
aware
an
and the
eye on
other's not.
FRZ.
Oh.
FRZ's also flanking behind them.
Wait, when do the mollies come in?
Apparently, Mollies need to come out now.
Yeah, they need to come out right now. Oh, they're too late.
They might just stick this.
There was the first
They're gonna
FRZ.
stick it.
He's not
Yeah,
gonna
he's
go
just
hard.
sticking it.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do to keep him back.
Oh no, man, it all went so wrong. Especially when this guy shot this guy over towards heaven in tube, and it's like, well, now we know that no one's here.
Oh my gosh. No time. So
Yeah,
smart from G2
no
to just
time on
stick
that one. They just
defuse.
landed too late. The molly did hit. It's just.
We'll take a look at it one more time.
What a crazy shot.
Yeah, there was so much pressure around door and around halls.
Wait, no, that was a round-winning shot. Doug, from net.
And potentially a game-winning one, potentially a series-winning one. We're going to throw it down to the desk to break down that first half.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And what a first half we were
22 seconds to go through spawn. Yeah, so thinking no matter what, he would have died then.
Details we were seeing there, because you guys were talking about the composition. I know that at first you weren't a fan of it, and then you saw the Harbor, and I think the Harbor has definitely paid off.
I mean, I think the comp with Yoru always is fine on Breeze. I actually think it's pretty good. We've seen it quite a lot in the offseason, people developing that. So it's not really the Harbor. I was just kind of kidding around with that. But what I am seeing in this half is just constant post plants, and that is because of the amount of util that they have on
many
G2
options
to retake with the Harbor wall and all that. I think they're doing a fantastic job actually reading the entire situation, but I mean,
did I hear the TMB's roast of the MIBR playing card? Wait, what? The 1.6 reference?
It's
what
absolutely
did he say?
Yeah, we're about
This
to
is a
see
sick
plan
card,
on every
man.
single round as the side swaps. I mean, G2's
They got the
comp
1.6
utility
reference
is
in
so
there
easy to get
from the
into
roots,
site, especially on
where the
Breeze.
orc
Get
came
the plant
from.
down in the cove, and then you have
Bro,
the
like,
molly shotgun
history in a
combos
card.
from the
It's
post
kinda
plant.
sick.
I really want to see MIBR play a proactive defensive game. You're not going to be able to give Artson an op and have him actually find picks. There's just walls everywhere, right? So I want to see Mazin and Artson proactive with that KO, sending flashes through walls, fighting wall. G2 are trying to get the spike down, having a recon coming in at the same time. Like, I want to see them force the issue when the spike is going down, because I just struggle to believe they're going to win in post plants when G2 begin to cycle
It's one of the
all
better
walls
cards
all
for
day
me.
util.
Yeah, I would say as well that Yoru is going to be really difficult to keep track of where Leaf is going on these hits.
Let's see how this pans out. This is it, folks. Do or die for G2 and MIBR. Let's send it back over to the casters.
A 6-6 score at halftime, and quite frankly, I wouldn't have it any other way. The series has been a banger from beginning to end, and it has all the makings of yet another classic finish.
Yeah, and I agree with the desk totally. This has been a 50-50 down to not even just post plants, down to fights, down to the maps. Like, it's so close.
And the rounds have come in bunches. You see it on the timeline. Now it's on G2.
Okay,
with this Yoru Harbor
where
Viper
are we?
comp. Yeah. To test their
Where are
mettle
we
on
going
the
with
attack
this?
side.
Raid boss.
And you know they've got silly stuff cooked up.
Yeah, 100%.
Raid boss.
What you're gonna see a lot from
Pre-wall
G2
is down, but you
using
can
this
do
Harbor
this with
utility to feint
Viper.
mid-aggression, block off
Pre-wall
the
is
info
down.
from the
Got
defenders.
Viper Harbor.
And it's all rechargeable.
So the Harbor means you can kind of do the wall. You don't have to be predictable. Knife. Oh,
Dart tagged on. You're right. Oh,
the hell was
tagging
that sound?
two.
What a whiff.
He stays alive, but that's some info.
No way.
How does he get away with that?
Stays in challenges. Window?
Leaf trying to punish. Look at how weak they are.
Oh, he tastes blood in the water. He knows two people are that low. That's
13,
some confidence that
5.
we haven't seen from the likes of Leaf yet, I don't think.
Keep an eye on the 2 over towards A. This is just a
Arsenal and
fake.
Mazin both
TP
so
comes in.
weak.
RGL's like, wait, why are they not planted if they have the whole of the site?
That's going to keep people
They
there.
push down middle.
yeah,
Do they
you're
get
right.
the good timing on this? Oh,
They've got a
lovely
trip here as
shot.
well. Valen falls on the opposite side of the map.
This is a very, very doable 3v5. There is no
so
way
much
he
space
ever
mid.
takes that.
I mean, 2 people are 1 HP. This would be huge.
Leaf getting onto the first.
This is very doable.
It's very, very doable. You're right. What's the cue for MIBR to go? See that dart landing on, not tagging anyone. Trent swinging out.
A whiff.
Spotting a little bit of something though, and buying time. There it is, the first, the second, Trent with all 3!
Oh my god, bro.
What a hold!
That's Trent.
That's impressive.
He's online, Doug.
Vintage Trent has been
Made
this
that one look
series for him.
easy.
I'm scared. I'm scared right now.
One enemy remaining. Poison's off.
The young superstar. All headshots.
Oh, he's feeling it now.
Yeah.
Remember
Gets out of the chair.
At the end of Split, it was stoic. No reaction at all.
That's like the biggest reaction we've had him have.
Outlaw back. This time in the hands of Jonah P. No force from MIBR.
He will put in work with his gun. Mark my words.
We have had our fair share of thrifties, but this time
Yeah, it
there's
makes
not
sense,
even, there's
Polo.
not even a sheriff invested. It's just classics.
And look at how slow G2 is playing this
Knife
map.
goes in. towards
All
Tube.
bases covered right now.
And the net's like, hold up.
Jiggling mid, holding
Maybe I
down
have the
push.
timing now.
Jonah P. Peeking into B a little bit here and there.
Rip up, call gets made to go over towards B, and we are looking good for the
This is
anti-eco.
very smart from MIBR to not do anything aggro, especially in an eco round. I think it's a little too obvious, right? Especially with the previous maps.
Yeah, they've known each other's tendencies. You're right.
Look, here comes the human clone, as I like to call it, or the human drone. I mean, and he's gonna find the.
He's gonna find loads.
Yeah, this is gonna be wild. Oh, down.
Dude, he insta-reloaded.
But he's double swung, but damage has been done.
Yeah, he did great, and it's like, well, at least they can get a ghost now, but they give full info that's a stack.
And I think that the best part about what we just saw is that Net can go on a solo mission. He just had a ghost, right? You're not giving up a rifle. You're not giving up any advantage.
Nice shot.
You mentioned it.
Yeah, this gun is so strong in the right hands, especially going into the gun round.
Yeah, if you can carry it through, it's massive.
And I honestly think that's why you see MIBR not investing anything into this round. I think they all want to have the full armor going into next. Oh.
Nicely
A
done.
couple warning shots after too, huh?
This can be a rifle, and
Ever the showman has
it's a
become
goodbye.
Trent.
Any light armors? Don't think so. Looks like they won.
Yeah, take a look at this timing one more time, man. 3 kills.
Oh, Trent is feeling it.
Yep.
He's actually feeling it right now.
All right, but now MIBR are able to punch back. Now they have guns, they have armor, they have util.
Yeah. Just a nice standard setup here from MIBR. And for G2, everyone leaning towards this B side of the map. Looking very much like Pistol when the hit actually came through.
It really is.
Same wall.
The gate crash back sight. He takes it. Trip to make sure there's nobody back there, and he takes some space on his own. But that trip, oh my gosh, the flash is still in it. The flash was great.
I was gonna say, how is this guy alive?
FRZ not around for much longer. G2 finds space on the side again. There is
Oh, that's a
one
nice molly.
thing that still has to be cleared, and that's JZZ. Patient
They
with
have
his
a retake
approach.
wall
Keep
on
an
this.
eye on that gate crash.
Yeah, and
It's
he
got
really wants to
behind
plant
enemy
because they're
lines.
holding over towards B main with the Cypher. So he wants to try to get the better plant on this one.
At that point, it's too far away. For
RGL tanks a bullet from Jonah.
Trent here. The attempt at a challenge backside from our team does not find success. And now a jump spot.
JZZ can maybe win this.
Dropping the first. Can he find the second? 42 HP on the outlaw, and it's not going to rattle
Yeah,
off another
honestly,
shot.
Net can kind of win this as well. No
Net to
vision block.
1v3. In a
Oh,
decent
I
position
lie.
for
They
it.
planted left side of the wall.
First couple of bullets go wide. The dink is not enough.
Okay.
Really
Okay.
cool. Do they molly here?
how the series
Do
is
they
going,
molly
we
over
shouldn't
towards this
expect
pos
any
to make
team
sure
to
that you
pull away.
plant
We should expect this to stay close.
the other side of the wall?
Net had the craziest kill
that's
from
actually
window
very cool.
onto the guy backside B. I don't know who it was.
Yeah,
I think it
so
was his
like
counterpunch
Molly
of
comes
the
down, you're
FRZ,
like, okay, sure, I'll just
potentially.
get the spike down. You
killed
don't
him with
really
a
think that the
bulldog
wall
from
is here. You
window.
don't
Look
wait
at
it out, and
Oh, I
then
didn't realize he
you
was
block the
tagged.
after
Still.
plant.
Shot.
Right place, right time, right? And something I want to say is MIBR,
And the wall's good for retaking as
instead
well,
of
as in like
taking
getting
their
over
time,
towards the site and segmenting it.
how they have been, right? Especially on split, how you saw them in the retake positions, spending so much time setting up the retake, they just go straight for it this time as soon as the bomb drops. So a change of pace on the retake, and that might be the deciding factor of
It's good. There's so much thought behind it, all their stuff. It's cool.
A lot of util here towards A, looking like an A hit from G2. But 3 people here, Dark gets broken.
Yeah, man. Gotta have the high sense to get that kill.
But they continue to trade. Mazine pushing into the pit. Pushing into Trent's crosshair.
This completely wrecks MIBR's money, by the way. Like, completely. Yeah. Gonna have to save this one.
Simple breeze A hit. Get Viper ult down on the left side. And, you know, it's actually funny. While Net is getting these exit kills, which looks like he's going to get both. Oh, JZZ too good.
Was that your first caster curse? I think that might have been your very first one.
But what I wanted to say was, I actually had a talk with Net after one of their off-season games where they were actually Viper ulting the right side of the A site.
Yeah.
And I DM'd him. I was like, yo, why are you guys investing this ult on the right side when if you do the left, the retake is so much harder for the enemy team? And it's nice. It's just nice seeing them make that adaptation here.
There you go.
When it truly matters.
And you saw how effortless it looked.
Yeah.
So G2 off of that clean hit, get a 2-round lead. They carry a couple of weapons into the next round. There's money for days.
Beautiful entry from Leaf here. And this is why this ult is so good. Give them that right side. Who cares? We could play the ball, we could play post plant.
He's the
Control
reason.
The angles where they can creep
He's
up
the reason
closer
they
to you,
won.
right? And potentially get an upset peak.
G2 up with 3 of the last
He's
4.
the third coach.
JZZ, the one with the hero rifle. Even though it's been Ardzine who's been playing the hot hand.
Yeah, it's a good knife.
Okay, G2 finds out that KO is playing towards the B site. That causes them to
That sounds like an army with all 3 of them running.
And cut noise.
They get into the corner. Dude, these shock darts,
You
though.
wonder here, too. They don't know who was on the other side of the cascade, but they heard 3 sets of footsteps because of the Yoru clone.
Gosh.
Fallon falls. How much attention do they pay to that?
Oh.
JCZ getting tagged.
And with some of these fights, like I feel like it should
I mean,
go
that's
the
the
way
only gun.
of G2, like Valen. I feel like he has the advantage there, but JZZ just so on point. Gets the insta headshot.
Oh, he just silent jumped
He silent
over
jumped
that.
it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, doesn't matter.
And the cam is cleared. Now they know that someone's up.
Oh, this poor guy in sight. He's doing great.
RGL having to dance around this drone, or dart, excuse me, and then drop a spit to protect himself.
JZZ only gunning this.
Remember, he's the only one who
Doing
had a
good.
rifle.
Got his ult.
And now it's a 4v3. Blades online for our team
Oh
as well.
man,
He's
is
gonna be
he
showing up a
might
little
use
bit
the
late.
ult here.
He has updraft.
Yeah, he's
Think
gonna
like
be able to
the
get over that
econ?
trip, You're right.
Oh yeah, he's using it.
30
Ned,
seconds left.
a dead man walking.
Joe needs to go huge.
Oh my god, he got the second
Can he do
person.
it? 70 HP.
Now they know he's
Trent
close.
joining in, but the clock
And they
is
have
ticking.
no
Walls
idea
are
about
closing
this.
in. You feel the pressure.
Bro,
As
chat,
our
there is
team
guns
strikes.
to pick up here.
Another
There is
50.
guns to pick up that completely
And 4
changes
on the round
everything.
for the guy who had the hero rifle.
This is not real.
Oh
Can we get a
man,
thrifty
what
count,
a
or
rounds,
can
by
we
the
get
way.
a
The
stat
money's
of this?
out of control.
Yeah, we've had a lot.
Can we get a stat of the thrifties this series? Like, this is nuts. And like, honestly, it just off of all JZZ.
It's
like,
over, yeah. JZZ
so
just is
gifted.
insane.
He wants to win so
Mate,
bad.
he's-
You
yeah,
see it in his
yeah, I was gonna say
gameplay.
he's playing so good.
He created all
His
the
stats
space,
right
all the
now are
plays for his
so
team there.
good. On Initiator, he's just putting up
Even getting
numbers.
utility kills. Sova all kill. There's been 5 thrifties in this series.
That's wild. It feels like there have been 500.
And it's not like, you know, it's not like the teams that are getting thrifted are trying to. They're actually trying their best not to get thrifted.
Yeah, they're not playing it arrogantly. You're right.
It's just the mechanical prowess of both these teams being able to have like star players just show up at the right time and not be afraid to take those timings.
G2 doesn't have money on 3, Desp? Oh, really? Wait, the impact of that round is just
insane. If MIBR starts stringing rounds back together again, dude, off of a thrifty, man.
Oh, and what's crazy is on this map alone, we've had 3 of them. No wonder it seems like there have been so many.
And this map, just the nature of it, there's a lot of places you can
they
lurk at. There's a
kinda.
lot of aim dueling.
I'm gonna blame you
it is
for
no
this one,
surprise
Des.
that there is
But
more
you're kind of
thrifties on a
right.
map like this than
At
others.
least 2.
Because of
We
how
go for a
open it is.
Guardian. I mean, this guy actually had nothing, but the fact is Jonah P died so early that he
A lot
used
of
no
long-range
util.
gunfights, a lot of close quarters combat as well. At the same time, when you get down to the sites.
And so the heat continues to rise on the situation.
Recon,
G2
is
with
this the one that goes
round
back
lead.
B?
We're getting
Yeah.
closer and closer to the end of
Yes,
the
it
series.
is. Does it scan this guy? Yeah.
And with it, the pressure only gets heavier. Yeah, I'd be worried too.
It's following him.
I'm waiting for the day we see somebody actually.
Dude, it's gonna
try
happen. It's gonna happen this year. It's gonna be so sick.
And I hope it ends in disaster for that person.
Nah, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna work.
Jonah P with the drone trying to get some info B. Meanwhile, they have a harbor wall that's gone A. And it looks like it's just noise. Drawing out any utility they may or draw out some rotations, but MIBR patient.
Cage triggered.
The Yoru ult confirming that's where the hit is headed. They've already gotten back.
Well, this
sight. That's all
overwhelm
info for
is.
him. He flashes, he stays. 85 HP, dealing with the fight back sight.
Nice round from
And Trent's there to
G2.
save the day.
Leaf gets an upgrade of the gun.
Huge here.
And
he does.
Yeah,
Boy,
you're
dude.
all in a team environment, too strong
Is
for
this
sure.
the moment where we finally get some separation in this series?
I think teams will,
Is this
will
when
start. You know
G2
how
can
teams
pull
have like
away?
anti-KO setups where like the Cypher goes to
G2's gonna
other
need to win this
sides.
next round or
I
even
think
hunt
teams
for
will
both
have to
these
start
guns
doing
because economy is
Euros
still looking decent
where
for
you're just
MIBR.
stacking a site.
Yeah, they should have
Like
a
I think
full
you
buy
just got to
going into
stack
this
a
next
site.
round, especially if
And you can
both
maybe
these
have
guns are
like
safe.
trips or like a
If not,
camera
though,
or something to retake.
FRZ
Or
will
just
be
some
stuck
kind of
with
setup
probably
because
a
you
Stinger and
gotta.
who knows how
I
many
think you
trips
gotta
or
just
classic, who
fall.
knows?
The tough thing is about hunting on
Not
this
even
map is that
4-1.
there's
I
so
think you
many
got a
places to keep an
5-person
eye.
stack sometimes, just for a little
Well, we
bit.
found where one of them is.
Uh-oh. He's gonna get taken out here.
Oh,
Or just push them before they push you. Yeah.
he's so close.
But then eventually, I mean,
hunting, but
eventually
they've
they're
got
gonna
together.
realize you're pushing, don't you?
Better
But
run, brother.
This is spam gonna land. Oh.
That's when they're weak.
dude, just jumping in the little cubby.
Margins keep our team with the op into the next round. This fight backside was insane.
All off of that
Just push
Yoru ult
again,
from Lee.
forever,
Yeah,
just stack
doesn't even
second on
have
him.
to shoot people, just his presence alone and the info
Okay,
that he
where are
gathers
we in terms of money?
gives
Because we've had some
Trent
weird
enough
rounds
time
going
to
in.
actually peek in the
One
spot,
on
make
each
sure
that
his
can't
back is clear
rebuy
before killing
next.
the people
And
on
then this would be
site.
1-9.
I think he did such a good job of instilling chaos with his flashes too.
Okay.
Exactly.
Just caused so many problems for our team with the op. Aggressive! Wow!
Through the
Lands on the
clone.
leaf.
To shoot both of them.
He's so known
Knife
for
goes
this
in
first
as well when
shot
they
that
hit the
he takes.
Sova.
He always hits that flick, it seems like.
And that causes
but
an
he always
over-rotate.
stays for too long.
Maybe not an over-rotate, but a rotate.
This time sticking around. Harbor Utility once again A.
I want to see him move. I want to see him rotate.
Drone
the
goes
stop,
into clear middle. We have a
Show
guy
another
that is now in
spot.
position to get a kill from it.
especially when we're droning
Yeah,
down
Nick
mid like
cleared
that. I would love to see
everything.
Artson
But
take that
Trent
mid
heard this
space.
as
He
well,
probably
so he
would've
now
caught
takes the
Trent right here.
timing.
Look, Trent just
We've got a
walking up for
smoke that
free.
would potentially block
Could've gotten
block
ahead
the
of the
camera
smoke
that is
potentially.
here, but as we can
And I
see,
think
no
they
one's
just
here.
heard
And he
Mazine
also
jump
just heard the
spotting.
guy jump.
Trent.
Oh, he's tucked. They know the op is still here, but I think the question is, did it rotate? Given how much time has elapsed, given how silent it's been, did it rotate?
They have the drone for it.
And the cove, patience.
Oh, this guy's now not looking at tube. Oh, Trent, you might just have this.
He's gotten ahead of it. There it is. Trent falls. Our team trying to dash around the pulses of the ult. Staying alive for now. Neural theft online. JCZ from up top. Does he drop? Oh my gosh. It's our team who does. He's still around them. He still hasn't given his position away. He's still trying to hold the site by himself.
It's just chaos everywhere.
It's chaos. How is this guy just still? Whoa.
JCZ is there. Net falls now.
Maybe.
Given away. A 1v2.
Keep an eye on the
13
time. They
seconds
gotta.
left. They've got to move
Oh boy.
forward. JCZ gets all three.
No, this guy's too good. This guy's too good.
Again.
What a superstar.
Yeah, he is.
Bailing
Oh
his
man,
team out
I say
time and
Trent
time
can
again.
own it. He gets hit by a knife, his wall goes down, and then he gets shot in the side.
It was pure chaos.
Oh wait, it was the KO wall, right?
It just seemed like
Either
G2
way,
had such a
whatever
control
util
of
it
the
was, wall
situation.
goes down, he gets
They
shot in the
understood the
side.
hop was still there. They cove to grab the harbor ult.
What a beast,
But
man!
amongst
What a
all the chaos,
1v3.
He's just free.
Oh, and that's cold. A wave across the stage.
I mean, that's basically a thrifty, you know? Come on, man.
Still a one-round lead for G2. The buy not great.
Wait, they hid into the right side here.
Dealing with some of the trips, the camp spotting a lot. The
It's
spam
a bold
not
call to
connecting.
hit the side again, and they just straight up
Little bit of
hit it.
damage
They
done,
get
but
a
that's all it is
full
for now.
plant, and it's a good plant this
the
time in
threat of
front of the
what could
wall,
potentially be on the
so
other
they can
side.
go heavier over towards B
touched
main.
earlier
3 of
on
them
how
go here.
MIBR was
2
speeding
person
up their
push short.
retakes. But this time, giving a little bit too much time, I think.
Oh, with this they're gonna
Net
fast
falls
flood
rifle.
site.
Are we due for another thrifty?
We've seen time and time again that when G2 has the setup for the post plant, they tend to win it.
Artine with the flash
Oh
peeking
man, it was so
backside and
nice. The
dropping
flash
2.
wasn't on, but gave them enough.
But they still have those 2 rifles. Never mind.
Gave
it
them the
just went
confidence
out
to
as the
jump
other one
up.
harmlessly hits the ground. To the surprise
4 of them
nobody,
surviving is really
we're
nice
tied
as well, by the way.
again.
Only 1 armor rebuy. Money's getting good. G2, enough money to buy on this one. 2-4 on top of that. 3-7's the
Both
lowest.
teams just giving it their all.
I mentioned this yesterday.
Fighting fire with fire.
I mentioned this yesterday. This tournament format demands excellence. And when you've got backs against the ropes, nothing is hidden, nothing is saved. And so the dance continues, a tit for tat these last couple of rounds. Just when we thought it was G2 who was going to create some separation, MIBR refusing to relent.
Knife didn't hit the Viper?
The next corner step in, Doug.
Fake B.
When is that timeout gonna come?
And no one is moving.
Perhaps this next round.
KO doesn't push though, right?
How it goes. Our team has the op.
Oh
Now,
no, KO's
there was
pushing
a dart
into this.
that tagged a little bit.
Oh.
A flash to swing out.
God, what a flash.
And Leaf was a little late to it. He tried TPing to help take the fight.
And they know one more's there. Whoa.
Leaf is still there. The second not connecting.
Close.
Cloudburst to provide some cover as he repositions.
That flick looked so close.
It really did, yeah. Not wrong.
That was almost right on target.
It was. Numbers MIBR. Ops still in the hands of the
Wait,
duelist.
no drone?
Still
Does
trained.
he push forward?
G2 knows.
Oh, I thought he was going to peek ahead of it. He doesn't have a dash or anything like that.
Alright, you
so
gotta
he
get
can't
out of
play it as
there.
aggressively as he would normally.
You gotta get out of there.
Tag just a bit.
Bomb will be going down here.
Spike planted.
Do they play their post? Trent has ult and a shock. If Trent can get away to safety, there's a shot at this.
Leaf on site, he can get a kill and he can TP back to B main.
So smart from FRZ, but I feel like again, maybe taking a little bit too much time. That shock dart is perfect.
Oh, that's
trying to create chaos for Leaf.
And he finds some
If
success.
RG
But there's the pace, there's the flank from FRZ.
Nicely done, yeah. 2-9 loss bonus on this.
What a change of pace from MIBR on this round, deciding to go aggro at the
3-3.
A. This is what we saw.
Lowest
on
being
Sunset. That's why
3-2.
they took
Do they buy?
the game away.
They have a timeout.
From G2's hands.
They've used all their timeouts, right?
Speaking of corners, looks like
timeout called.
Oh,
Timeout
okay.
has been called.
Yeah, because they got to work out what the hell they're doing.
Gosh, that shot on Trent was gross.
So
Almost hits
close.
the second too.
That was so close, man.
And I think they did a really good job of, like you were saying, trying to instill chaos and trying to create some disruption for Leaf to move, but just wasn't enough. That late lurk from FRZ proved to be the difference maker.
Too tough of an ask in that 3v4. Oh, man.
Now this is
It's a rough spot to be in. I think they force.
So we'll see how the rest of the half plays out.
And maybe they get like
But a
Guardians out.
one-round lead for MIBR.
I think only two of them have the
Definitely feel
Guardian.
like G2
Everyone else
is
can fall
aware
by.
that art scene has not really been that mobile with the operator. Where he shows is where he stays in the round.
That's true.
And I like that they are trying to hit his site because you can overwhelm an opper very well, but he's been doing a really good job of just staying alive and creating his own little chaos with his jet smokes and even just pop shots that he's been shooting here and there.
He still has that op. Blades is backup if need be.
Okay, they go with it. They must be missing util then.
See how
I mean,
things pan out.
really, look at this.
RGL with the pit.
Missing one shock. We got
staring at
no
a
harbor
deficit.
util apart from the normal. Wait. Okay, goes for a bulldog. Yeah, they're like, guys. They're like, dude, I need some. We need some util here. Goes for the bulldog, gets some util. The only thing they're missing is a clone and a shock. It's not too bad.
He's too far back.
Instead of aggressive,
This is an absolute.
Oh my gosh!
Are you kidding?
I tell you what.
That wasn't off the dart.
And who was it against? It was against
G2
Trent,
were
who's
ready
been
for
so
this.
crucial
They
for
even
G2.
double swing into it and he hits it.
That's cold.
That was such a sick shot. Oh my god, that was such a sick shot.
Advantage MIBR. You got a cascade that's headed towards A to try to throw in a little
They were
misdirection.
even ready for
But
it.
the spike and everyone that's left on
And they
G2
tried
is
to
turning their
punish it,
attention
and he's
towards
just
B.
completely styled on him.
Exactly. The problem is that cascade still shows that everyone's leaning towards the B side of the map, and I think that's why now you see G2 bringing it back. They understand they need to at least sell the A pressure a little bit more to keep 3 people here.
I think the one benefit is they did get the drone out from JZC. He had to use it to clear out halls.
Yeah, but they don't know that. That's the one problem, right? G2 not
Two
didn't
pass
have
and
anybody in that
fake,
vicinity. They don't know
and
that
then
he
they
doesn't have
go
drone.
back
They're
to
not aware
B, but they don't
that he
have
cleared
the
halls.
wall
And it
to
looks like
get
it's
into
fake.
B.
Just a little bit
Guys,
more.
I'm not sure about this one.
It will keep
I'm not
people
sure about
here.
this one for your big
Look at
rounds.
The dart clears out everything.
And
They
so
understand.
Guys,
Cascade and the fake TP. They don't bite
don't
on
have,
it. Artsy
you
getting
don't have
another
the
with
wall. We're
blades.
going back. We're at 20 seconds. They got to go through door.
And G2 again, they've been thrown into the
Viper?
wind.
Viper
having
has
to
one
reposition,
molly.
Having to dig deeper. Plan
This guy's
B,
going to
plan
hear him.
C.
He has a nade.
And with 13 seconds
Nade,
left,
molly.
there's really no time to reconsider now.
Combos.
They've got to get out onto
Aim.
the side and RGL
Aim.
holds
Just
the
aim them.
lead
Just pop their
again.
heads. Two chances to take this.
Match point. With some crazy shots from Artisan. Look at this.
Oh my god, bro.
This is unbelievable.
And he dashes away. They actually would have traded him if he doesn't dash that, I'm pretty sure.
2 1-taps with the jet knives.
10 seconds left.
We've been waiting for this. We've been waiting for a performance like this from Artisan. Finally delivering.
Maybe
We've seen
Cupid.
how aggressive he can be, but always getting punished.
Just because
after
Sova
getting 1 or
peaked
2.
fast. Either way, he hits it. They get
He's
info.
so dialed in, he almost off the jump spot, Doug.
And so, I've just been told that regardless of how this shakes out, because of tiebreaker rules, MIBR is done with their tournament run.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Regardless of how things shake out.
Wait.
Oh, what a turn of events.
Yeah, because it goes down to maps. But G2 can still go through.
The round differential is just so great that it doesn't matter. You can't imagine that they know that in this situation they're going to continue to fight their damnedest, try to continue to pop off.
Exactly where you are.
And it unfortunately will not be a victor's cheer at the end of this.
30 seconds left.
What a tragic end to an otherwise ridiculous series.
They played so well.
But it was just too little too late.
I mean,
And so G2
dude, this is a big win
will
for
walk
me
away
if
with
I'm them
this.
still. Like, they played sick.
In a drastic turn of events. Again, the tiebreaker rules proved to be the difference maker. The round differential was just too great. And even with MIBR winning this series,
Yeah, those were so nice from them,
out of
though.
the game.
So sick. It was a great game.
What a series.
Okay, the G2 have to win 2-0 and round difference has to be crazy, basically.
Barely.
I guess.
But they should,
It goes
they
to.
should hang their heads up high, Doug. Because they played phenomenal Valorant
Wait, maybe it
today.
can go 2-1.
And G2 need to go back to the board.
Stomp.
Regain their mental, bro.
I mean, they'll tell us, man.
Well,
I'm
think
not
once
doing the
they
maths.
find out that all is good,
yeah,
I don't think it's gonna matter. I'm not keeping a buck with you. I can't help but wonder if MIBR know.
I think
There's
no.
no way they could have been told in that moment.
They would have known. They would have known going in how they achieve it.
Handshake and fist bumps come through.
The great Valorant being played from MIBR.
Oh yeah, phenomenal performance.
A lot to look forward to in the season.
Yeah, my stocks in this team.
Yeah, they're not
mate,
going to be making Madrid, but I think they won over a lot of fans from
way
this series.
way better than I thought they would look coming into this event.
A lot of respect has been won.
Plenty of cheers from the MIBR faithful.
Great game. Clutch plays all around. And if Artisan can maintain that level of superstardom, they might be a force to be reckoned with
One enemy.
in future tournaments.
Stand Clutch.
Now G2.
I mean,
Kind of getting bailed out, man.
oh, what a dramatic turn of events.
Look at this guy, man. He had such a map.
I mean, he snapped, but again, it was because of how bad they got walloped in their first series that we find ourselves in this position. And so again, even though they walk away with the win, we're gonna have to say goodbye to MIBR.
So weird. Such a weird circumstance, but that's how it goes, man. Unforgiving has been the theme of this play-in.
I mean, the
bracket.
the format is brutal, and once again, the format takes another. So again, even though MIBR walk away with the win,
just taking souls,
they're out of the tournament. We have to say goodbye to MIBR.
Should have carried the logs, Doug.
They had plenty of highlight moments. They had plenty of awesome opportunities. You mentioned it. They won over a lot of fans.
Yeah.
They had some outrageous performances. Artzine's the truth. RGL is insane. That whole roster has a lot to look forward to.
Stole the words out of my mouth, Doug.
It just wasn't enough. It wasn't enough against Sentinels. Unbelievable. So, even though G2 loses, it's actually Elizabeth who's standing by with Trent for the
Wait, they're doing it like a weird loser
I
interview?
don't know. Elizabeth, take it away.
That's so weird.
Thank you so much. We're here for the Verizon post-match interview with Trent. Now, you might be confused. And again, I want to reiterate, while MIBR did win, they have been eliminated. So, Trent, you can still make it to Madrid. You still have a chance to do it. I know you want to be with your team, so very quickly. Tens did say it'd be pretty easy to face you both. Thoughts?
Hey, we'll see right now. We're about to play.
All right.
That's all I can say.
Oh,
But
okay,
but they knew
Let the
before the
game
map
talk.
started.
Well, to be fair, Sentinels smell blood in the water. You have a very
It was weird to announce it at the end.
far climb, uphill battle to make it to even just qualify to Madrid.
Like,
Is that
isn't
scary?
they knew
Is
before
that
the
like
last
a
map
heck yeah,
started?
bring it on?
I think we've been through this before, and we just got to stick to our roots and, you know, play how we play, and that's it.
Doug said during the cast that this tournament demands excellence. Every single mistake is punished. Every single great moment could get you so far. Talk to me about right now. Right now, you have to be perfect, Trent, in order to win and make it to Madrid, or even just to qualify to Madrid. Can you do it?
I think we can.
All right. Well, Trent can be perfect. Can G2 be perfect? I don't know. We'll see. But G2 and Sentinels are next. Thank you so much, Trent. Give it up for Trent. Amazing performance. And also give it up for MIBR for an incredible, incredible run. And
Man,
now
I think they should have just interviewed
we're going to throw to a break.
MIBR.
everyone. So stay right there.
So
Grab
chat,
some
correct me
water
if I'm
after
wrong,
Saxon,
right?
because we have G2 and
But basically,
Sentinels,
it goes
and it's
head
gonna
to
be hard,
head,
so stay
right? So
there,
if someone wins like 2-1, 2-1, etc., then they go through. Then when it doesn't go to that, it goes to how many maps were won. So MIBR only ever had 2, so no matter what, even with the 1 that G2 got, and obviously Sentinels as well playing, like someone has to be at 3 at one point, so they win because of maps, right? 3. So we knew ages ago. And then when it goes to 3 maps and they all draw the same, then go to head-to-head, or does it go to round difference? I guess it just goes to round difference, right? It probably won't, well... If G2 win, then I guess it matters. There is no head-to-head? Okay, so then if this happens... If this happens, they all draw on maps, right? Okay, so it's 3-3 maps, and then it goes to round difference, is what you're saying. Okay, so 1-2. So if G2 get a 2-1 or a 2-0, then it goes to round difference. And they probably need to 2-0 if it's round difference. So sure, let's see what happens. They have to 2-0. It's map differential. It's maps or just map differential? Oh, okay, yeah, I get you, because they would have 0. Yeah, that makes sense. I get you. I get what you're saying. 2-0 or 2-1. Okay, sure. Okay, dude, why are we doing this? How long have we been streaming? Why are we doing this at a 13-hour stream? Okay, to summarize, if Sentinels win 2-0 or 2-1, obviously they're through. If G2 win 2-0, then they're through. If we get a 2-1, it goes to round difference. And there's still a world that Sentinels win even though they lost 2-1. Done. No? Don't say no. Yes, that's it. Yeah. There we go. Correct. Everyone else who's saying no, shut up. You've had more sleep than me. Less hours of doing stuff, and you still got it wrong. But I also got it wrong for about... Also took me, how long was this break? Literally the whole 3 hours to get my head there, so... let me run 1 minute of ads. Let me fill up my water, etc. Be right back. Actually, maybe these guys are going to explain it. I won't run ads.
Damage. Shot connects though. Great out of lead. Can he get another? Absolutely.
Welcome back to day 8 of VCT America's Kickoff, and the last match of the play-ins, it's Sentinels versus G2 Esports. And I'm Geek Heavy back at it again with my boys right here, Balla and Wyatt. How y'all doing? I'm surprised I didn't scare y'all away yesterday with all those ridiculous puns I was making.
We had to come back for more, for me personally.
Yeah. No, it's honestly, it was like GB never left. It really did. It was basically the exact same joke, exact same puns.
You know, GB,
I mean, we're used to that.
GH, I mean, you know.
Basically.
Yeah, and now we got G2. We're going to be seeing G2. You know, let's just jump right into it, shall we? Because it's going to be an amazing matchup. Let's talk about what we've seen from these two teams so far today. Sentinels scored a
But people are saying that it's not map
win over
differential,
MIBR,
it's just
only giving
maps.
up 13 rounds total. Yeah, now Tins and Zek, and they performed in game 1, Ball. I think the question I got to ask you is, what the Zek is up with Zek, and do we need to call some
It is map differential? Oh,
to
man,
kind
I
of
can't.
examine
I can't. I give up.
what we're seeing from him?
Yeah, this guy was a monster. He was insane. Both you and Zeki.
What a crap format, man.
He was crazy good.
What a crap format. Get me out of here.
In the first place, right? It was this series, and Sentinels was firing on all cylinders. This is the level you expect when everybody says they're a tier above everybody in the play-ins, when they're meant to be with that playoff squad that's up there, Loud, NRG, EG, all those teams that are up there right now. It's this type of performance that we need to see. And
okay, well
honestly,
then,
we were kind of expecting throughout the group of death. They
then
lasted
the 2-0
so well
owns it.
against those teams.
And in this MIBR game, they went up against an MIBR that was tactically making good decisions. They were playing well, but
and they still did that.
Yeah, and Sun were doing that, but also, I mean, when you have Tens and Zekin going this crazy, it's a wrap. They go toe-to-toe with any of the best pairing in the world, right? When they're doing that. So if they just keep this up going in against G2 that just played this grueling match coming down to the wire and then losing when you have to play that many rounds is just your mind palace collapses.
So it's all down to the one map. Okay, easy.
Just come
Oh
off
man,
chilling for the last
and then if they win the
couple
map,
hours
we're
and
gonna do
just
that
going
thing
with
where we
the
just
same
play the
type of
third
gameplay.
map for no reason.
Yeah.
Or the second map for no reason.
Now, did you see what I just did there? I did it again. I'm not gonna stop.
This is out of control. Day two, he's coming with this out of control.
Anyways, you know what? Let's talk about the opposite side of the fence here with G2. What do G2 need to do here? I think it's safe to say they need to step up, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I thought they were going to win again that freeze map, and it just doesn't come through. I think the second half was a travesty from them.
They overcooked it so hard.
Yeah, pretty much. And the thing is, again, all individually,
I have no idea,
these
Keeper. We
players
did it in
are
EMEA
stepping
today
up
where
in
they just
moments.
played
I
like a
think that split game in
victory
particular,
map.
Once again,
And it was just like, well,
and
what are we
it's
all
things
doing
like
here?
Trent, who we haven't really been talking about that much recently. He's a monster, and you can see it in the server, but he's just not quite carrying it over the edge, and in some moments having crucial errors that causes his team to end up losing. It's people like that need to step up and match Tens and Zek.
Yeah, you got to look at him. He was the guy for this team forever when they first broke out 2 years ago.
I thought he was going to get poached, bro.
Yeah, and he stuck around with this team. You got to be looking at him to step up. It's been 24/7 Jonah Leaf discussion.
Wasn't the rumor last year when we headed into partnership that Trent was going to be on Sentinels? Like, that was a real thing. That was a real rumor.
I forget.
Would it be allowed for the other team to forfeit the other map? I'm not sure.
I don't know. You might have made it up.
Honestly,
but
not sure.
Regardless, I guess.
Yeah. Do y'all remember what
doubt
Tim
it.
said during that interview earlier today?
No. What did he say?
He said that it's going to be easy to go up against G2.
Yeah, I feel like that's a trap, bro. Like, you can't be thinking like that. I know you're Tens and everything like that, but Tens is a humble guy, man. How do you get all this confidence going?
I was blown away when he said that. I was because like G2 really have just been phenomenal. But let's dial things back. We definitely need to kind of reverse things a little bit. Let's go back and look at the round from the Sentinels MIBR match that I think it had everyone in the arena screaming. It had us breaking furniture in here. It it was insane. Like it was pretty much a buzzer beater. Like Saucy, he hit that race, Planet Spike, 2v1 for Artisan.
There was less than a millisecond on that timer.
How did he get that?
It's just absurd. And like I'm thinking back to like the John QT round 2 yesterday, where he like just stuck it when the other team was trying to plant, and they got the fortune of the plant not going through. Like moments like that, I feel like there's magic for Sentinels
mediocre
right now,
bot with the 5 months in the prime.
Madrid,
Thank you so much.
At least the playoffs right here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the worst analysis possible, but Sentinels feels like there's a lot of magic. G2, not a lot of magic. The magic has been stripped from their bland world. They're just...
I love it.
They don't have this. This is the worst analysis. Take it away.
Well,
I was about to say something even worse. I was about to give this like ESPN horrible psychological take.
Take it away.
Take it away. Thank you. I will accept it. But I can't believe what you're saying about G2. What do you mean? There's no magic there? I think there's some magic there, right?
Where's the magic?
Did you see what they did to the crewman show? They said good night to them.
That was oh my God. Listen, honestly, we're bringing a higher level of puns than I'm used to.
Yeah.
No, if I'm being real, I mean, he's on top of the pun game.
I'm sorry,
Undisputed.
it's just the way my brain works.
Vancilli and GB, old news. They're out. They're out of here. And I don't even know what the hell.
Talking about magic with.
Oh yeah, the magic. There's no magic. There's no magic.
There's no magic.
We just watched the series.
We've been talking all weekend about how they're winning, but they're losing.
That was
And I feel like it's the same thing. I feel like they just lost, so it's the same thing actually.
And even when they were winning in this game against MIBR, and it's not a knock. MIBR are great. It's not a knock on either team.
Honestly,
their winning was so labored. It was every round they won. They were clawing for it. There was never a point in any of these maps where it felt easy.
I will say, Akeem, I think there was magic in that last game. I think there was. I think MIBR was actually just better than the rest of the teams that you actually saw G2 play. And so for that, I'm kind of knocking it back. I'm really reevaluating the relative strength between all the different teams. And I don't think it's there right now for G2. They have to step up huge. I mean, this is not even a situation where, the stakes are as high as possible for them.
100%, yeah. And I like being one of the newest new to the league, I feel like they definitely have a lot to prove. And they've really been pushing the teams that they've gone up against to the limits. Like we saw double overtime with EG. We saw that earlier today as well. We saw another overtime from them. So I don't know. I feel like they definitely are hungry. But let's switch gears. Let's talk about the IGLs, because the pressure is on for both of the IGLs today, because it's been a long time since their respective teams have qualified for a global event. Like, Paula, how many days has it been since their last qualification game? Break this down for us.
I mean, it's been a while, right?
Yeah.
For Sentinels, it's all the way back to that old roster, the legendary one back in 2021. For Champions, for G2, it's similar, right? I mean, it's insane. I think it was Masters Reykjavik 2022, so it's been a long time. And that's the thing, too. When you talk about how this team, G2 in particular, is new to the league, that's true. But I was just thinking to myself, that's not what they're thinking about, because for them, they've made it to international tournaments before. They made it to Reykjavik. That's where they ended up getting knocked down and really punched, and they had that amazing run as rookies, but now it's kind of like they're back in that same position, and it feels like they're failing right now, and I think that pressure might be slightly getting to them, or at least creeping into their head.
It's funny to say failing. It's just because our expectations for them are so high. And even when it doesn't feel like we live in a magical world, it's still that consistent base they have is still keeping them so competitive with these teams that we're really getting a lot of respect for, like MIBR, right? And that's just the base. That is what the foundation they've built over, the last 700 days since that qualification. So.
Yeah, well, you know what? Today, we've got a great head-to-head matchup. The veteran Saucy versus Jonah P, who's been playing just freaking out of his mind. But I think he had to have been in his mind, because, he was pretty laser-focused at times, right? What would you say?
I mean, Jonah has still been the best player for me for G2 in this tournament. I mean, you could argue lead back and forth. It's one of the other. They've both been fantastic, but big respect to Jonah. And on the other side, listen, it really tells the tale of how crazy Sen were earlier, that they finally broke the Saucy never wins on Sova curse. It finally happened. That's how good they were today. Saucy has been great this tournament, too.
Yeah,
there was always some criticism towards this guy, but
I feel like it's been a resurgence for him, honestly.
For sure.
I think every time they play Ascent, they finally got that win today. I feel like he's been stomping with that Odin. I think he's been really holding it down in the anchor position. And I think matching up against Jonah P here, I rate the tech for Jonah P, especially on like Sunset or something like that.
Yeah.
But I rate the firepower for Saucy. This guy is always like, I don't know, man. He's one of those guys that you watch him play and you look at the aim and stuff like that, and you're like, what the heck? How? It doesn't look that he doesn't look that good, but then he has like 30 kills. You know what I mean? That's Saucy in a nutshell for me, and he is at that level or higher than the 2022 like loud type of thing. He's at least equal to that, and that is fantastic. That's what they needed all last year, to be honest. But it's the role stuff that went through. It's all the changes that really held
Sabina,
him down, I think,
for the whole year
so
as well.
now,
Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you for
we're
the
pitting
year of
these two
support.
against each other. Look at them; they're huge. Now I got to ask you both: who do you
Think
got?
Heretics
right?
can beat Na'Vi? Yeah, I think
do
so.
we think Saucy's going to be saucing
They look kind of scary.
all over the competition in this match, or do we think?
I'm really
Jonah P
high
is
up on
gonna-
Na'Vi at the moment, though, so I will be going for Na'Vi, but they can definitely win.
What? I didn't even.
I don't know. The fact that you paused yourself, I'm just trying to save you. It's day 2. I gotta go with Saucy. Okay. Jonah's sick, but.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with Saucy as well. This guy is a beast. Jonah P is somebody who's also a beast, but Saucy is like a little bit more consistent.
Want to live in a world where
I
Kickoff
think
and
just
Heretics
round
win?
by
Dude, it
round,
would be
he's getting
sick.
value. I think
I'm not
for
gonna lie,
me,
it would be
if
sick.
I'm IGLing
It'd
against
be
Saucy,
so
that guy
fun.
is. I'm never going to his site, honestly. That's the
But,
type of thing I'm doing. Whereas Jonah
I mean,
P, I'm
maybe.
like kind of
It's only
working
one
around
best of 3.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely have to
One
wait
best
and
of
see.
3.
Now, G2's core
There's not too
have
much
played
footage out
together
there.
for years. Earlier, we sat down with Leaf to talk about what it's like to join such a tight-knit squad.
It's always going to be different to join a new team with new people that you're not really familiar with. Just knowing like the little things about them and the little things about them as a player and how they are as teammates, basically. It's just about finding your place in the team.
A lot of players about to be meeting each other. It's all Leaf in the feed, fills up with red.
So fitting in Leaf into the team was a bit of a slow process, I would say. Some of his tendencies or game style was a bit different from ours.
You live in this
He was
world, dude.
just more
Let me see it,
aggressive
man.
player,
Let me
took
see
more
it, bro.
risks, and
I'm telling you, I'm
maybe
in
slight
for it.
overpeaks here and
I'm
there.
in for it.
Maybe on his previous rosters, he had to do more, be kind of like that X factor. And so we're trying to keep that aggressive, confident style in him, but also integrate it into our like very structured system. What made us so good in Challengers was that we kind of fit like a glove. Everyone trusted each other to just get the job done as a team and not individually. And so for Nate to come and fit in, I would say he had to understand like our process and our vision on the game and how he doesn't need to make like some of these big plays or he doesn't need to take the extra peek or whatever and just trust that we're gonna win together.
Push together, push together.
50 health. Dark double face.
Let's go, Nate.
Pull that one from the brink.
So far, I have nothing but great things to say about him. I think he's an incredible player, incredible teammate. I don't think he gets enough credit for how skilled and how great he is.
I think under the structure of G2, under everyone's support, you're gonna see that this guy could easily be the best player in the world.
Tomorrow's a break. Yeah, pretty much 2-day break if you don't follow Chinese Valorant.
What are our thoughts here at the desk on Leaf?
Yeah, I mean, best player in the world is a tall thing, but I think he was up there last year in the conversation. I think absolutely throughout the Cloud9 run with Americas, he was insane, and people were putting him with Aspas. Like literally, that was the 2 people I think we were talking about throughout the regular season.
Yeah, they were the 2 best statistically duelists, basically, all of last season.
Until like Demon 1 entered the conversation during playoffs in Tokyo and so on and so forth.
And the fact that Cloud9 just got, they got knocked out barely by NRG at the end of the season, not going to the international events. You didn't get to see that actual Leaf versus international teams that are really good, so you could give them that spot.
I mean, to be fair, we have seen in the past, though, right? I mean, the guy has gone to Champions events in the past, and he's been an absolute beast, carrying in some instances. That's like what I remember the most from him at these international runs. So, yeah, I think Valen's praise matches up very well. I think he's fitting great.
Yeah. Not only that, but I mean, his team, Valen's team, has given him a lot of praise as well. I mean, Net, we sat down with Net yesterday, and he called him possibly one of the best IGLs in Americas. Yeah. And I don't know if he threw, so he might have thrown a little shade on Sadak. I don't know.
He actually was, it was actually respect.
The internet's been talking, the streets been talking, so.
Because he said Valen was the best IGL in Americas, and then he was like, well, actually, Sodhawk's really good too.
Okay.
So it was respect to Sodhawk. Well deserved respect.
Yes, I think, well, then we need to clear that up on the streets then, because the streets, they speaking ill on my man's Net. But anyways, you know what? Let's talk about what's at stake for Sentinels here. Now, it doesn't get more clear-cut. Now, if they win only one map, now they're in the playoffs.
Popcorn?
Just
It's
like that.
alright, bro.
Now, there's,
Like, it's fine.
18 round
I'm not going mad
differential
for
in
it.
favor of
I'll eat it
Sentinels.
if it's
The
there.
Sentinels are, but they're two in. They're
Fine.
two maps. There's a 2-map differential.
Dude, don't ask me
G2
about food. You're gonna be disappointed.
I'm
Like I don't.
trying to understand this.
I just don't. I'm
because
not
the situation
passionate about
is-
food,
provide
man.
some context.
I'm
The
just not
situation
passionate
is
about it.
Sentinels win one map and they're through.
Sushi,
And that's because
don't
of
like
tiebreaker
sushi.
rules in a three-way tie.
Right.
Because MIBR just won. Like they're still in that tiebreaker, but they can't win because of the map differential. That's basically how it goes down to it. But if
Pizza,
G2
yeah,
win
I mean, I
2-0,
like
they
pizza.
also could be through. So there's definitely some things that are you know, that needed to be clarified, and I think the players
Yeah,
need to know, and I think
dude, I'm
we
telling you.
understand now exactly how this is going to go
I've said
down.
this before.
Basically, I mean,
If
Sentinels
I
needs to
if
win
I
one
could
map, and so it's
have a
easier for
pill
them.
and I
think
don't
when
have
you
to
think
eat,
about that
I would do
conversation
it.
between them, oh, they
But
just
I
took a
would like
big
to go up
break,
to
they got
Mills
the
every
loss
so
of the game,
often,
blah, blah,
maybe
blah,
like
blah,
once
blah,
a week.
knowing that it
But
only
other
takes
than
one
that,
map, I
man,
mean,
I would
that's
like
just
to have a
good
pill
prep
and I
on
just
that,
save
for
time.
example. So that could be exactly what they put all their time and energy in. And so, like,
It's a
map
waste of
detail,
time,
something
man.
like that could really
It's a
change it.
waste of time.
And I
Sit down,
think
enjoy,
G2
like, oh, cool,
I
man.
think G2
Nah.
needs to take a bigger
Not in,
mental
not room
reset
for
than
it.
MIBR had to.
Gotta
I have to say.
cook
'Cause
it,
It's almost easier to
do
like,
washing
you
up.
kind of just get smoked, and it's like, all right, well, they.
But
their
I like
best
going
players
out
are
to
just-
Mills,
they're having
like
one of
sometimes,
those
and like a
days.
steak
You
is
can
cool,
pre-
man.
you
Like
can
I
reset
like
them.
I
You
like
can
I
stop and
enjoy
really
the
laugh
taste
and
of it
whatever. But when you're
every
playing
so
a
often.
grueling game,
But
you
to save
barely
time,
lose.
man,
There's
I would
all those
take it all
little
day.
moments you're like, oh my god, if
Just
I
a quick
hit that one shot in that one situation,
one and done.
those type things,
Yeah, it's
you know,
incredible.
That can be the mental difference maker where it's tough to come back from.
Yeah, like I gotta say that coming off of that, I mean, I
You
guess
felt
it
the same when you
wasn't
visited
lost,
the
but how do you
UK.
kind of like reset mentally then?
Yeah,
when you're in a
man.
situation
Maybe
like
that's
that?
what it is.
I mean,
Maybe that's what it
you've
is.
been in this situations.
But
in
I mean,
terms of fighting
I've been
against other
abroad
teams
and
like
like
this
I've
before.
I've
You
been in
have
America
experience
for a long
against big
time.
teams like
I'm
Sentinels,
still
you
just
have
the same.
experience actually qualifying. So this is a big game now. This is
Mango
that
Freeze,
moment
thank you
where,
for the
like, it
gifted.
doesn't
Thank
really
you,
matter
thank you.
strategically what
Welcome
you're
in,
doing, as long
Zay.
as you're
Welcome in.
being, like, going head to head with
Hopefully
the
it's-
calls
hopefully
of
it's
the other
lucky.
IGL. It's all about individual performance in these big games, and that's what this is.
Yeah,
Get a
I
knife,
mean, you were
intro.
talking about that net quote, talking about Valen's IGLing, and I think, listen, that is a common sentiment that he's definitely one of the best IGLs in Americas. If this team didn't end up here, I mean, you better know good and goddamn well a lot of teams wanted to sign Valen to be their IGL for VCT. But I will say, at the end of that Breeze game, I think G2 should have won that. I think they hard overcooked their attack side. They were trying to do way too much. So I need to see Valen reel it back a little bit, get his head back in the game, and I think that could be the key factor for them.
Now, quick predictions. Who do we think is going to take this one?
I'm with Sentinels here.
Sentinels?
I agree with you about the end of the map last time. I think G2 has been kind of weak in some instances, and Sentinels just looks fantastic. So I'm with Sentinels.
Okay. All right. Wyatt?
Sentinels.
Well, that makes 3 of us that say Sentinels. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Sentinels as well.
It's an easy pick, I think, but also I think the right pick.
Yeah, but I love the underdogs. But anyways, you know, I think it's time. It is almost time. We're ready to get into our final match. So
Reprovise,
let's
thank
send
you
it
for the
down to
gifted.
the stage
Chicken and
14
rice for
walkouts.
life. Honestly, yeah. Dude, just easy meals, man. Give me those easy meals.
Play-ins. Let me hear you make some noise for your Ascension champions, G2!
Alright, keep it. Night, bro. That is a hot take, unorthodox. That is not a popular take.
And let's bring out their opponents. Make some noise for Sentinels!
Bro, the crowd go absolutely crazy.
All right, well, let's check out the map pool. This is exciting stuff. Again, like we all said that we all voted for Sentinels to win.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, the map
I did when I saw it, Prodigy.
Wow, Sunset in G2. I'm shocked.
That's crazy.
Oh, whoa, that's crazy, you guys. Oh my god.
Sunset Breeze. We get it back to back.
Because it's
Split. Oh man. Okay. I tell you what though, Split could be a banger, but
priority is here for them.
do you just think that Sentinels would take that no matter what?
I think in the MIBR series they had a lot more, right? But here against Sentinels has been pretty flawless throughout the entire tournament, especially that last series that they had. So there's not a place where there's a major weakness for Sentinels to go for right off rip. But for Sentinels, I think they are going for a weakness. I think that Breeze pick right away
Split won't
is
matter.
exactly,
Yeah, that's why it sucks a little bit.
what Kaplan I think is starting to get known for me is good map vetoes.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, he crushed it yesterday against Lev, doing it again right here. I mean, two solid first maps. Sen have been loving Sunset as well. This Sunset has looked really good. Yeah, it is worrying. Perhaps the biggest detractor from G2 right now is that their map pool really does seem pretty limited. I mean, they are just going back to the same 3 or so over and over and over.
Yeah, and I mean, they're sort of using the same comps as well. Like, we're not necessarily expecting to see anything out of the ordinary with these maps.
No, yeah, I mean, this is stuff that they've been practicing for quite a while. Yeah. It's not enough time to change anything unless they somehow came up with like a counter to what Sent does, but I don't think they're a team like that, so I don't expect it at all. One thing that I think is interesting here is I actually think that G2, tell me if you disagree, but I think G2 is a pretty emotional team when it comes to momentum, when it comes to trying to, bring comebacks back into play. And I think games like this tend to that. So, my Sent prediction aside, I think that a team like G2 right here, right now, it doesn't really matter what has happened before. If they can really get into the game, get fired up, Net in particular, somebody who I think
Gecko?
is, we
Who's
talked
on
about
Gecko?
it yesterday about being pretty emotional. Valen as well, I think when
Changed
he's
their
feeling
comp?
the game, it comes to him. So that momentum could ride on them just getting really hyped, really into the fact that they could actually still make it here.
Yeah, so you mean tend to that in regards to
yeah.
like, if they come out the gate hot and start winning early rounds?
Not necessarily, but just like somebody gets, I mean, the stakes are enough to sometimes spark that as well.
They go for the
And look at what we got. Look at the
they go
agent
for what
selection.
Paper X were using in the off season.
Saucy Gecko?
Yeah, this is crazy, actually. This is what they've been playing at all recently. This is insane that they're able to switch it up. And actually something that I think I was talking to Kaplan recently about not having enough time to change things away from the sky. Looks like they finally have enough time here, but on play-in day is crazy. That's a big gamble, but I love it when they only need that one map. That is crazy.
It is. This is the map too where Tens gets really silly. This is the one where he gets so silly on the
dude, I could already see it. The Dizzy Flash flying, the TP
Yeah, so
going
I
through.
imagine
absolutely.
they would have just stolen a lot of their stuff. Maybe they have some new stuff. Again, the KO Flash and Dizzy combo is ridiculous overwhelm.
Riot Games Arena, make some noise. It's Mimi and Ender.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have an interesting one on our hands. Here's the situation. Sen City, you win, you're in. That's it. But there's more. If they win any one of these maps by a +9 differential, there's no way G2 can make it. They're playing for the 2-0 today.
And for G2, the only guarantee is a 2-0.
Plus
you do
9?
not want to leave it
That's,
up to
I mean,
the
that's a
rounds.
slaughter.
They are down 18 rounds coming into this series, the difference between them and Sentinels.
This is the rivalry that has never really happened. These orgs always talk back and
But I
forth
thought
to each other. But the last
but I
time
thought it
these
didn't
two
matter.
teams played, Shroud was on Sentinels, Shazam
I'm
was
so
on
confused.
Sentinels,
So you
G2
lot were
was the
lying
guard.
again.
It's been a while, and this match matters. Only one last slot in the playoffs.
Yeah, that was back in 2022, but this
Stop thinking.
is what it
Sure,
all
let's-
comes down
let's
to.
do
Sentinels
this.
trying to break their way into
Let's just
being
get involved.
really early on. And you can see the utility
Just
forcing
enjoy the
G2
game. I'm
out
sure
of
they'll
that
tell us
space,
when someone
denying them
qualifies.
control.
Would be nice. Would be nice to
This
know, but
Gecko KO comp
here we
is
are.
surprised that G2 is going to have to contend with in a game where they have to win every single map to keep their hopes alive.
Check out that camera placed in mid by John QT as well. A lot of control going to be around there for him. The Sentinels work their way back into B main.
Sen site hits are really strong with these double flash combinations.
Oh, this is
And with 4 players primed in main, B
So
will
off
be
the spot from the
destination.
back of sight,
G2
they
got a
shock
lot of
dart
friends here
close,
ready to
and
go.
in a pistol
Paranoia
round,
ready
stuff
to
like
go
this
as well.
is
Balance position back in sight.
very strong. Okay, they get to the angle in a sec. Shot comes in. How much damage did it do? Nothing. Second takes a dink or something as well.
The cage is up, but still a second wave utility ready to go from Celsius.
Now already, Net on the move, taking some space back into mid. I believe the market door is closed on him, so with 40 seconds left, do Sentinels go in or do they choose to pivot?
With that cam in mid, they do still have opportunities to head back. The issue is this player stuck in mid net.
30 seconds
How much
left.
can he achieve? He hears so many players on the other side of that wall, and they're walking straight past it.
No!
Net! He's lost the opportunity. Now stuck out, flashed up by Celsius, but he's still
Recovery was strong. Celsius,
All good. Now Sentinels moving into the side.
we won't talk about it.
Bring it down. Wingman falls, but Jonah P can't get the job done. G2 aren't done yet
he
from
did,
backside.
he
We've
did
already
flash
coming around the
himself,
corner,
yeah.
looking for the planter, and he takes down
I mean, that's
Saucy.
it. Plant's
huge
done.
kill out of him. 2v3 now. And Nat activated for the
Yeah,
second
that's
player
it.
of this one. Around the corner he comes, and down they go. G2
Oh my god, what the hell was
went
this
out in the
pistol?
chaos.
Look, Mimi, that was about as shaky as it gets. Net misses
Hello,
a shot,
Jay.
but
Thank you for the
recovers,
raid,
finishes
mate.
off at the end as well.
Thank you,
But
thank
it's
you.
important to remind you, every single round G2 get here matters to the differential at the end.
It absolutely does. And that's just how they
Guys,
want
they're
to start
talking about
this game
round
off.
differential a lot.
Net
Are
has
you,
been so
how
good
confident are you guys? Because
throughout
this is
and
the
thus
main
far in
broadcast.
plans here
We're
already
talking
today,
about it
showing
a
some big
lot.
moments.
The way he's locked down the side, the way he's played in the clutch off of his teammates, fantastic. Cool little play there from Valen. He was doing it all earlier today where he's throwing a temporary one-way smoke, putting that Omen orb up in the sky.
Chat, remember the beginning of the stream? And they had like the 3 things. Someone give me a screenshot of that, surely.
Stuck. Maybe not gonna get it back in this round, but generally that will be the idea.
Yeah, that guy's supposed to land behind the sign. I think it went all the way over to the left.
Back over towards A goes Sentinels.
Yeah, ideally they have a ton of ability to counter out all the stall G2 have because they are going for the KO. That knife, that ultimate gonna be so effective. So Trent's actually getting in front of his utility. Wanted to take that fight, stall them out. Sentinels really stalled out in the last round and it cost them. Now, again, Lee stepping on forward for the kill. That is easy for him. Running out of bullets, though, is good for the second, but we'll go for the chip damage before he falls.
And then it stalls, and there's just no way they can get that gun picked up. But now, one player has vacated from G2, forced to back away. So that Spectre is somewhat recoverable if they could get past that one way. No, instead, back through elbow into A.
Yeah, but I mean, the smokes here are non-stop. Jonah P's ready to cast that dart the second people try to come out from the smoke. Just give a line for Trent to shoot off of. Shock dart down. We're down to absolutely no time.
Guys, they need to die.
Someone who repeated that first round. They come down to the clock.
Oh my
Again,
god,
Jonah
what?
does not win that over second, but Trent, the insurance policy on this site looks like
Man, they got so many kills here.
keep this one under control. Still, an
Go on, go for the
absurd
bomb.
amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, outrageous damage on this one.
Not losing rifles, probably having to take a full bonus into this next one without much of a chance to fight back. Although it does show you, again, the major strength of G2's comp. I mean, the orb stall that they're able to put down in that choke from Trent, the way they put the one-way over on the other side here on top of that box too. Paranoia is on front as well. So Sentinels are going to have to pick up the pace and try to maybe attack with these KO knives. They need to spot out that Viper who's always playing back slant. Trent has been pretty readable.
Yeah,
on that
dude.
line, so you can
I love how
against
this
that
no
wall
one
should do
knows.
the trick to
They're
turn
even
off the door.
confused on the broadcast.
Same util sequence to clear out B main. And into mid. Second
Twin
goes quite
boy
quickly. He's actually
Mold.
gonna attempt to fake up
Thank you
through
so
mid
much for the
flash on
prime.
one side, and
Thank
he
you very much,
sneaks
dude.
through.
Dude,
That is a
he
cheeky
is
smoke for
all the
Sad.
way through. Bro, this is a really bold first buy round, by the way.
Sentinels getting all the kills they could need. Jonah P has
Wait,
done
that's a
some
spike.
crazy things this tournament, though.
And it's a good angle.
He's got everything he needs to make a meal of this one. 3 kills.
Can't believe this is close.
That might have been enough. Second now pushing towards spawn. One of
Okay,
his
nice cleanup on this one. Do they get the plant as well? Yes, they do. Extra bit of money.
You've got to remember, it has been a long day for Sentinels. They came in, what, 5 hours ago? Won their first series 2-0, no problem. And then they have to sit through an OT, a 3-map series, waiting for this game and get themselves warm again.
There's a trade-off, though. You get to watch your opponent's VOD, you get to go against an opponent who hasn't had that time to cool down, but also G2's in a position where they can kind of keep some momentum they may have had from that first series, despite the loss.
I think the main win here is, well, actually check that out, following the ult all the way in.
Trip actually stops this one. Yeah, and they get over towards market, and this is the big buy rounds. And does actually mean a hell of a lot.
It sets them up for another hit into B. These defenders just keep getting overwhelmed.
And they gotta leave this site. Take down Leaf. Drone goes over towards middle. Flash goes in. Fast market. He just peeked. Just peeked before.
Thrash following on top of it. Sentinels in firm control, and coming around the corner is Zekin.
I love the way they're ping-ponging.
Man, I love how Sentinels are kind of playing over towards B as well, just heavy map control, and then just getting aggro over towards site. Like, they do not want to play passive.
It's clear that Sentinels have put a lot of time into the ideas behind this comp.
Yeah, and especially coming into G2, if Sentinels continue this very high-paced style of gameplay, you know, where they can burn through some of that stalling utility early, they can force the rotates to come in, it will really punish G2. G2 want to play slow rounds.
Did Sen change the sunset comp? Yeah.
Walk out into you in mid and look for a fight there, but it's very hard for G2 to have very aggressive set pieces on defense. Their only blind is a paranoia.
Now we start to see another one of the strengths of this comp. They just used Thrash.
Bro, they changed their comp. They showed a lot of it on in the off season.
You have a lot more ultimates that just get you free space on site
compared
to the comp G2 runs.
Yeah, and unlike a lot of the other
they
comps
combo as well, honestly.
where you're working on like a 40-second timer for your hits, with the Gecko, you throw out your Dizzy, you pick it up, 10 seconds later you're throwing it again. You can really move in quickly. They take market and are instantly moving into the next space. G2 going for a big B stack on this eco.
B has been the destination pretty much every round thus far for Sentinels.
And G2 in all their ecos earlier today were also going for these B trap plays. Got a paranoia ready to go on this fight.
Second is down, and Leaf converts onto a second there. Showstopper up.
Huge.
That is 10's taken care of.
Hold on, look at this. They've got Spike in main as well. That is brutal. All of a sudden, up mid, JungQT is going to have to try and find a lurk.
Okay.
And, well, Zelsis
not
deals
sure.
with the Cypher on the opposite end.
Net needed to go there,
There was a
but
camera there that didn't see the Cypher. And he's found a timing. He's going to be back in Boba so quickly.
Trent has to police this. If he loses his life back sight, then suddenly these players holding Spike are pinched from two angles and it gets dangerous. John!
hey, this is a nice round for them to win,
So
especially money-wise.
Placed in a 1v3.
And the stall there is permanent. Yeah, I can force him off.
Oh my, good flash.
Flash over the top.
Wait, and they are not playing together.
He can get this Spike now.
There's a decent amount of time as well. Check this out. G2, assuming
I like this from Trent though. And this guy's gonna hear in middle. Ooh, yeah, heard him.
And they saw Trent back behind
Yeah,
pillar, so if
and
he
Zelsis
slips
is gonna
an
have
elbow
no idea
before
that Trent is here.
Zelsis gets here, that'll never be expected.
Trent hears the footsteps.
Yeah, Trent played well.
He knows Zelsis is coming. Is Zelsis ready for this? Does he have any idea Trent's just on the other side? How has he done that? Zelsis! Now down to the 1v1, but he's getting flanked. Is he aware?
What?
It's unbelievable!
What? That might be one of the better ones. It might be one of the better ones. What?
That was
Wow.
an unwinnable round. Zelsis somehow with the Red Bull clutch. I mean, the flash there, finding Leaf on his own in main. That
There's
kill's
no
simply
way he should
absurd.
be beating Trent there. And he's 1 HP for the last fight.
Unbelievable.
Oh
We're straight
my
back into it though.
God.
Sentinels again putting a priority on taking control in mid, setting up for a beast, but it's fast. Rocket invested. Second in his face is Leaf, but down.
Oh, what is this game?
He's lined him up. 3 kills already. He's blind, but he wants more. 10's on the other side, taken care of. And Jonah falls, but is he done enough? 3v2, Zelsis on the floor. Saucy's in trouble.
One enemy
Oh no. Saucy's been revealed. They know completely. Here it comes.
Oh my goodness, by the way. What the hell? Look at the HPs on that.
An important equalizing round there, because look, Sentinels
So
win that
yeah,
ridiculous round,
they
and
win
they
that
come
crazy
out of
round.
the
Money
gates
gets
with the
reset. So
showstopper.
like they're low, but they got a
One
lot of
more.
money,
If the
especially
G2 lose that,
Zekken
you're
at
hitting
the
the timeout
moment.
button immediately. You have to reset. The fact they win it is critical.
I can't believe that won't be free.
But this comp for Sentinels, they lose that round, investing 2 big ults. Thrash is back. They have so much staying power on that attacking side with this ult economy being so strong.
Yeah, they have 3 big old site clearing ults. You have got to respect. And I love Sentinel's read so far. Pretty much every round, it's just been putting this early camera into mid. Full information there because they know G2 never play this angle. The only way G2 actually play mid is like an op holding from there in the hands of Leaf. And then maybe walking out with a drone deep in the mid round, but that camera gives them such effective information.
This knife has also been getting so much value. 2 players revealed in market. Saucy sends Thrash in, and they know site is completely
Yeah,
clear, even
and
bringing
they
it
are
all
just
the way back
stealing.
around
Like
for
they are
recovery.
just straight up
Use the ult to teleport
doing
over.
everything that
wanting to pick up the pace on this a
Paper
bit.
X did in
Heavy
the off
playthrough
season,
market on the
even
rebound.
down to the set ult rounds.
The smoke, but he is taken care of. Tens
Not a
to
good
trade
plan for
that
the B
back,
main.
so it stays
Oh,
even in
it's
this
not a good
post
plan
fight.
for B main.
Hunter's Fury, that's Jonah P.
Like this could easily
tag on Saucy as his teammates
go wrong.
start to enter the site. Cage up for Tens. He needs to make something.
Good news
of this
is Valen
position, and
is
his teammates
Valen's
all
dead.
come
You've
to
got no
assist.
vision block on this.
Oh, but in May,
Tens?
down. Now
Keep
Tens
an eye on
has to
Zelsis
activate.
around the world.
It really comes down to this man, but he couldn't spin around.
Good
in
plan for him.
time, and
Recon
now Zelsis
clears.
is late. Could
Was
he
it shot
do
down?
it again? The 1v3, Jonah holding the spray, whiffing, but Trent off the spike. Flash around the corner. It's halfway. Can Zelsis isolate a fight? Can he take down Leaf? No! They stick it through. And G2
2-4,
take the lead of this one again.
3-1. I mean, they force it
I
still.
feel like we all need a big breather here. You can see how tense the moment is, I think, for the players when these fights are going down, full committing to sprays. They know
ZNDR,
so
thank you
much
so
is
much.
riding on these individual rounds. And you only have 30 seconds in between.
That's not a
to
hot
take that
take,
quick
my
little
friend.
pause.
That is not a hot take.
Tens getting his on the site was absolutely massive, but a little bit tough with that position. 2 players alive for Zelsis. Not gonna happen when they're already halfway on the spike. We're quick in A though.
We always are. Not a break in this one. Zekken up to Elba. This is the first real time that Sentinels have straight up tested an A hit.
Knife hit Valen, no paranoia, but it's already back up. The hit isn't coming in quick enough for Sentinels. They're all blind.
Oh man, the Omen
How is
flash.
he doing this? Sen is completely cut off from the rest of their team. Saucy
Dude, it's so
gonna
fast
try
right
and
now,
save
by the
this
way.
one. Molly doesn't affect Valen at all. He can just keep on fighting.
Clean, 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 clean.
Shut down. G2.
No money. Too much money. Chad, it's so fast.
So good,
There's no
especially
timeout.
The KO shutting off
Insane.
the Cypher Trips, the Viper Gas, all of that, the paranoia. But they weren't able to go in quickly enough. The fact the paranoia came online.
Pajama
and
Sam,
they didn't
thank
push
you so
forward
much,
in
man.
that 8-second window they had, that cost them the round. Tens is teleporting in fully nearsighted. Same thing for Zekken. And that's the perfect hold G2 are known for. Their A side is
There we
rock
go.
solid.
Oh,
So Kaplan hits the pause button now.
Everybody chill out, take a deep breath. We got a lot of game left to go.
And Sentinels, they don't have to worry about the rounds. They don't have to worry about any funny business in this. They just have to win the series.
Yeah,
It's a
literally
normal game.
the simplest thing for both these teams is Sentinels just win, G2 win by 2, or win 2-0, and the rounds don't matter. We don't have to bust out the calculators. I don't want to have to bust out the calculators. I want a clean win from one of these teams.
So how does Sentinels turn this attack half back in their
See,
favor?
Chad, I would bring it up again, but they're kind of saying that if it's a 1-2,
to
it's...
the mid control just a little bit, and also a little bit more awareness when they are hitting the sites. The last round, I'm scratching. They just needed to speed up off of the knife.
Yeah, how are you so
but all
confident?
things considered, one of the other
The
great benefits
official
of the wingman
broadcasting are this
against
confident?
G2 style of play is G2 love to play offsite and
They're
force
making
flood
me
retake into
unconfident
you.
in
Wingman
you.
planting the spike means you can keep 5 guns.
You read
at
the
ready to
rulebook?
fight G2 as they come in.
Respect.
I think this game and this map is very much just about the post plants between these two teams on this half of the game.
And in these post lines,
Okay,
I'm gonna
flashbang coming
continue
in.
look at
I need
these
to check
two
this.
Initiators. Can Zelsis and Saucy put down the right nades in the right places and keep their guns
Hold
up
up.
to delay these floods?
My God, chat, where are we?
Love Zekken.
That's my bad,
once
that's my bad,
again,
that's my
that is a
bad.
beautiful
Sorry.
flash for him to follow, but it's only 1 for 1.
Fantastic. Again, the knife shut down. Tens getting silly. It's a sheriff in his hand.
I know exactly where you are.
Does he just wait for this to come down? Oh no. Cypher revealing G2.
The man refuses to move. When does he take his time and paranoia up?
Oh, this pause.
Tense moment, baby. He doesn't miss those.
What a flash.
3v2 though. G2 still have a shot
Oh.
at this. Net. Oh, he's
My
stuck
God, he
out
missed the
and
trip.
Open catches the trip. John Cutie takes him down, and Trent's tag too.
John is so
Yeah, it was
sick for dropping that trip in the post
actually a sick play from
ruining
Tens.
G2's day.
The flash was everything.
What can he do? Everyone's isolated here, but no one's giving him an angle. It's planted for all three of them.
Nicely done on this, and they get some gun upgrades as well. Huge round from
Sentinels,
Tens.
what a reply. That flash play into elbow was beautiful to start the round.
It wouldn't be a Sentinels game without at least 5, 6, 7 thrifty rounds.
Yeah.
Both ways. Sentinels always keeping it interesting here. That was, of course, a great paranoia, playing off his own teammates that had wrapped through elbow. But really, the hero, you called it out, was that early flash. I think that's a Zelsis flash going through the window all the way over here that hits those players. You don't play against KO every day.
I don't think Zekin has had a round where he doesn't start by double satcheling. This one's not going to be
another
different.
one.
He's already into
He's
market.
under the
Paranoia
door.
off it. It catches Net, but he gets away.
Oh, there was an Omen ult. Tens went all the way back there. It got canceled out the last
Big
moment. We're
Jewel
still off
coming in at the
board.
top of heaven here.
It's
Boba.
There's a one-way
Wait,
over
second.
that Balance staring into.
Second?
This is a wild round.
What?
He's in a
Oh
crossfire,
my
but
God, he
he still
gets
finds a kill.
aimbot out there.
What have I just witnessed?
Sentinels came in and they said, we are going to run down G2. They're down multiple rounds and they're still doing a double satchel every round. The Omen ult dive. G2 have had the luxury, I think, of playing against a lot of teams that like to chill out on Sunset. That is not the Sentinels' motto.
I mean, they were just playing crew on this map. Maybe the slowest attack side you could play against. What a difference.
Sentinels use those bods and they use them to find the gaps. G2 gonna walk straight into that tripwire. Flank is revealed and was that a showstopper?
It was, and it is gone. 1-for-1 trade. And G2 now working on this retake. Tens in position on the site, and John QT a 1v1 towards spawn.
This fight is everything. Whether or not John can come out on top. Trent is low and he sees the foot just jiggling it. Look at the movement on Trent.
Oh my God.
It's beautiful, but John still
Molly
has
is
a chance. Molly
so
at his feet. He
nice.
needs to
Oh
work it
my
quickly.
God. Trent.
He's taken
Trent
care
and
of.
Viper right now.
Up to Tens. First shot is
Oh.
beautiful, and he'll teleport away. Find a new position, a new angle. Jonas low! And Trent has to hold this one to half. Tens has such little ammo. He's sticking the reload. Trent is on the spot. Can Tens get him off?
Oh my God.
Trent holds his nerve.
That's insane that he does that. That is insane.
What are these rounds?
It's ridiculous.
Every single one a nail biter. Can we talk about Trent for just a second, though? He was playing with his food.
I mean, can we talk about the beginning of that round?
No, too many things happened. I've already forgotten.
Okay, Sentinels. What's the approach this time? Back to this B main default. This time, second not investing into mid.
Early A control. Are they going to push all the way through and Tens is in this smoke? Oh boy. The round they decide to go. Wait, they're pinging him.
Getting mighty close to the
Leaf's
man.
pinging him.
Smoke fades and Leaf was ready for it.
Yeah, Leaf was not fooled at all. That
Yeah,
was
he was
bad.
so on
Sentinels,
top of that.
Luckily for them, they have some kind of a presence in B main, but they still have to burst out into the site somehow. One of the rare rounds Zekin didn't use the paint shells, and that's because we got the rocket to zoom on into market, taken down by Net all the way back in spawn.
John QT in mid. Taken care of as well. Leaf has found 2 massive kills in this round. Comes to desperation. Sassy. What can the world champ get done? Already finds
Dude,
1
another
kill.
2v4.
Now into the 2 versus 4. And
Man, they got a
Celsius,
lot of rounds,
another
by the way, in
tough
defense.
Spot. 1v3. Trent close. Swinging him dinked. That's damage, not a kill. He needs something now. Trent taken care of. But there will be no more funny business from Zelsis. G2 clean up the retake.
Leaf finding Tens up in the sky there, just crazy. Completely read him. Let's look at that. Yeah, it wasn't even a flick, just fully prepared. There was also a paranoia coming out on the ground in case he was playing down there, so Leaf was never going to be in trouble.
Seven 4 up now for G2.
I'm afraid for their voices. This could be a 6-game day for G2.
Yeah. The energy's still high for them.
Even after the loss, 2 nail biters up against MIBR.
And honestly, after looking not in their best form in that last map, so many mistakes made on Breeze to let that game slip away. But they're back here and looking much stronger on Sunset against
We
Sentinels.
got
Again, very
Silver
common
ult,
look from G2. We've got
Zelsa's ult to counter it as well. This is like the first time. I like what G2 do here though. They push aggro over towards A the round before, and then they go back and play really far passive.
With Valen to counter it out.
Celsius has null command.
That's the most important thing. That's why Cypher doesn't want to be anywhere near his utility.
If they contact all the way up elbow, he might actually be close enough to get caught.
And that's the read though. Like G2, they're almost always either playing aggressive up A main or giving it completely.
Here's 2 ults committed into the A tape. Gonna peek. We'll try and counter from the other side, but just not finding connections. What happened to Zelsis? Maybe just killing himself to try and get HP back?
Not quite sure. I think Valen might have had the high angle back from spawn here. But regardless, Zelsis gets picked up, no problem.
Flash towards spawn, Saucy.
It's gonna be a weird, it's gonna be a weird 5v5 retake on this one.
But has his teammate up
There's some
above the
solid
A.
afterplant
That's
positions.
This duo is good for it.
That's a huge one.
Second, close corner, Stinger spraying. It's Saucy to pick him up instead. He finds 2 kills. Jonah back into the side. They come. Leaf for 1, 2 versus 2. John QT's position revealed. Celsius takes down Jonah, and the time, it's almost gone. Leaf. There should be no way he doesn't stick it.
Oh my god, some of these rounds.
It comes down to
Don't
the
think he has
wire.
it.
Does he have it? Yes!
That is crazy close. What are some of these rounds?
0-9 to finish out the half.
And after a strong start for Sentinels, that is an 8-4 finish up for G2.
The Red Bull clutch from Leaf at the end, tracking John QT behind the box. You could not have asked for a better start.
I do think that, chat, don't want to go back to it, but I do think that post that you guys are looking at is
Still a
wrong.
lot of time left here
Because
on Sunset as we have
it
a
says
game in the
map
analyst test standing
differential,
by.
right? So that means it goes to plus or minuses.
Oh my
Sentinels
goodness.
+2.
This was insane.
D2.
I
Oh no,
mean,
they're
the
-1. Yeah, you
vibes
guys are
ramp
right.
up
Okay,
to
you're right. You're
a
right.
strong
I'm
play
in for you.
from
I'm there.
G2.
I'm there.
I feel like we
They're
have it wrong,
-1.
though? I mean,
Okay, I
a
gotcha.
little bit. I mean, like we all were banking on Sentinels. It's not over yet, of course.
I just wanted to double check, man. The fact that the broadcaster's doing it, I'm like, they
Look,
can't
I
be
feel
this
like-
wrong.
Well, I thought the cardinal sin, the primary cardinal sin you could commit is
Yeah. I'm on board
the same
now.
comp that you've chosen prior on Sunset. Sentinels, they came out with, two new agents that we haven't seen them use with their comp, but I don't know.
13 hours in.
They've been just like,
Dude, it's the broadcaster that's sending me into.
It's been big
The
moment
broadcaster
after big moment
making
after
me
big
question
moment.
it.
And this is what I was talking about. Net, like for example, getting the hype, talking trash.
Yeah, at the end, you saw the camera. He was standing up, talking, screaming the trash talk.
Absolutely.
And that's what they needed. I mean, it was what you were saying.
They've had a long day too.
mental.
That's
Getting
true.
back into
That's
it in that
also
way.
Momentum,
And they did.
being able to be hype. I think this team is an emotional team. I don't think that they've had reason yet to feel that pressure enough. Right now, it's all there. They have to be flawless against Sentinels here.
Professional
And so every single
misinformation
big
spread is
moment
that's
that
actually
they're winning
the
is just powering them, and you can see everybody's getting hype about this. I think too, one thing that you're thinking about when you're thinking about that whole storyline, right? That aspect of G2 is
So it doesn't matter if G2 and 2 on that.
constantly putting themselves
TLDR
in
is they're on
situations-
-1
situations
maps.
where it's 2v2,
Sentinels are on
2v1, whatever,
+2.
giving opportunities to Zelsis
So
to clutch,
even if
and
this
that
is
allowing them
-1
to
and
get
this is
so
+1,
Yeah, I mean, that was a nasty clutch
it's
from
still
Leaf at
1-0.
the end. But it's not just that. It's been the whole half.
We got there.
He had a beat on 10s.
We
That
got
one
there.
round where he took him out early.
He's
and then-
always TPing in the same spot.
I know. Yeah, they were reading him so hard, taking him out. They couldn't hit sights. So, yes, look good.
Well, let's get the second half underway. Back to our casters, Mimi and then Ender.
Thank you very much. The first half, very much defined by chaos, but for both teams, this is their chance to reset the energy and close this one out.
Okay, massive pistol. Knife goes in, hits 4, hits 3.
It is loud in here.
Recon goes over to the side, doesn't hit anyone. 3-person push ready to happen in the middle. They want to just punish the smoke. Smoke goes off and then they're ready to flash
You see
duel.
some of the tricks
Here we
Sen
go.
has in the
Hopefully.
playbook.
Smoke's about
Double
to
flash out into mid,
fade
full
and then they
re-clear of
do
that
it.
space, and this Dizzy will be
And they have a
recovered.
free sight here. They have information if anyone goes side, they can get a really good plant. And they do a straight up open plant.
Over an elbow, though. It might mean that the Sentinels cannot worry about that position in the post plant.
Good news about this one as well is they plant like in front of the wall, so if they pop the wall they can see it from side and people won't be able to see them back unless they're on site itself.
Yep, Zelsa's gonna get crazy with those.
Valen has a flash for when they oh, there goes Valen's flash.
That they are. And that wingman can help in these chaotic post plants. Second on the tap. Already found one. Frag G2 just trying to spam a way to take care of this one. Sassy, he's
Wingman.
holding it down now. Jonah doesn't have enough HP to fight. It leaves it all on net.
Oh,
He's
the
already
dinks
dinked.
come in. Okay, nice round.
Closes the
Nice,
deal.
nice round from Zekken as well. Halfway to his ult. We'll keep an eye on it.
That's a big one for Sentinels. And G2 already, I'm seeing that they're going to need to make some quick pivots. They played full off-site. And while, yeah, enemy team has those flash combos, it's brutal. The fact is, G2 don't really have many ways to get themselves back through if they ever get smoked off. So if TenZ is alive in a post plant, G2 need to get active, need to seek out early space. And that is really the limitation of their comp, especially when they're committing the paranoia to the hits.
B main fight from both squads.
Oh.
And 4 suppressed on that knife.
Yeah, and they're going to back away from this, you would imagine, because if they go in, they're so wrecked.
Orban will reset.
This guy knows about him over towards middle for sure. That's why the
Back
pings
towards
are
mid.
coming out, so they might.
Looks like Saucy worked his way all the way up through aim.
Yeah, they really want to get this
Picked
kill.
up the orb, but
Oh my god, the nade's great.
early is so big.
Yeah, nicely done from the camera over towards middle. But while they do that, they realize that they might have left sight here.
Just looking for any kind of lurk, so as they walk on into the smokes, Sentinel's gonna make quick work of G2.
Yeah, great control in the backside here. On QT, actually loses out to Valen, but the trade is there.
Two guns lost.
Sentinels get the defuse.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
My biggest concern for G2 looking here as they will have the buy is how do they burst through? Okay, what are we looking at here? Camera on the opposite. Oh no! Oh no!
The poor guy just watched it happen to him.
Bro's just like your classic little film guy trying to take a pretty picture in mid, and then a grenade comes out of the corner.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday! Shout out this guy. I prefer him to that guy.
Great take.
Okay, low buy is in. Second, 2 away, so he at least wants to try and get an orb, you would
First
imagine.
round of this half for them.
Knife goes in deep, does
And
hit a
as
few,
expected,
so
are
they could have pushed
starting
past
really
this.
slow, trying to feel out any aggression that this double flash comp will bring.
TenZ is going to be ready on a paranoia on that line. The second contact is made here. But G2, really, the way you categorize their attack is mainly through walking into mid
And with
looking
that,
for a pick.
might
And,
feel
a
like
lot
we
of
can get a
elbow
free orb
walks, try
here.
and pinch into that
Second
A
to
site,
securing it with
led
the
by
boom bot,
Silverdrone,
gets his
more
orb.
often than
No
not,
matter
backing up
what,
into
with a
market.
death,
Surprising,
he
but
has his
this
ult
camera
for the
here
big buy run
will be
next.
broken and spots out Leaf.
They also got
have to be really
information of that, and they
cautious
could
of
heavier
anything pops
rotate.
through
We are
mid.
just
Leaf
playing full
loves
retake
kind of
on
pathing through,
B in
similar
terms
to
of
what we saw from
Sentinels.
Zekken in that first half.
That'll be a big deal for them. Fortunately for Sentinels, all playing off-site right now. No
They
kill
go
trips or anything
fast.
like that to work with. Just the
And
one
let's see.
right next
Ooh.
to John QT to make
Knife
sure
goes
no
in
one
towards
comes up on his
market.
grill.
This
Paranoia to re-clear market.
Uh-oh.
John QT.
This has. Oh my god, the same trip.
One trip, 2 kills.
No
Down to 3
way.
for G2. Can they keep this round in their control? Second has the ult. He is fully cleared out sight. But can the rocket find a connection? No. Misses in main. Just a stinger for him to work with, but Trent is blind.
Still no one's
and he's
sticking
knocked
this?
off to one side. Finds his kill.
They get it
Ten's
half.
up above the reflank, finally coming in, but Saucy's found it down to half. It's only Trent. And on the other side of the smoke, a stinger is waiting.
Nicely done, dude. They get the double upgrade as well. I can't make that trick was everything. They decided to go aggro over towards Boba once they realized they were taking market, and they get both killed by the trip. It was a nice setup though, the trip in the cage, to make sure that they couldn't trade as well.
That and a sheriff, and it got him 2 kills.
Ridiculous. Even besides that trip, it really comes down to the retakes with this comp, because that's the whole reason that trip is even there. Stop them from getting into sight, and then you can flood with double flashes.
And that smoke that goes onto the sign in main there, so annoying. You can see because the center of it is raised. There was no way to walk out of it without getting shot.
Okay, they force into
That
this.
Gecko being able to cycle that Dizzy in A main. You have a lot of info with this comp.
Yeah, check your watch. 10 seconds later.
They force.
Dizzy
We get
back ready
one
to go
bulldog.
again. So
We're
you can cycle
missing.
that into main.
We're
Although
missing
it
a
leaves
trip.
those
That's about
windows
it.
where
It's not
G2
too
can
bad.
creep up, just like they have here. Orb goes down on the leaf.
But a lot harder to
One
time
trip
than
can hit
something
2 people
a
with like
Silver Dart or a
refreshes
Breach
now.
Stun that has a full 45 seconds on the recharge.
And honestly, the amount of information Sentinels have to play with on this defense is insane. If this camera remains
Gets blocked.
Sentinels will have free reign because Dizzy can cycle
Info
over
and
the
kill
A side.
trip
KO
over
is gonna have his knife
towards
every 40 seconds.
market
Waiting
here.
around, you just hold on to that. And if G2 ever try to
There's
exit,
one trip
you
down.
just throw that up against the wall in a main, and they're never bursting out of the choke.
So where did G2
I do like
land
KO
this
playing
round?
over here. There's a pretty good
They'll
flash
move
you can
back
do
towards
that's like
A.
off the roof to enable a peek as well.
And likely just
I don't know if
continue the
they
theme of
have that,
these
but
slow contact
probably,
plays.
I imagine.
Sentinels are playing
Picking the right
passive
site.
here.
Where the hell does that one go? Is this one that goes here?
Everything. That's a fun little dart going on.
Ooh.
In.
Goes bottom of sight. And then with the wall,
Spam not
it
gonna
would
connect
kind of
through
clear
Saucy.
all of this.
But again, this comp is about retakes. Another 5v5 post plant.
Valen scouting out towards spawn there, doesn't see anyone, so maybe
Okay, we're gonna have to see a retake again.
They've got a camera that should
And we got everything for it. Nades.
one.
I mean, they literally have everything for it. They got every bit of util you could imagine.
ready to choke out Sentinels when they come through.
This is what this comp is made for, by the way.
Util
Just
coming in
leaving
for
a site and
Sentinels.
retaking.
The flash is over the top, second into the site. Leaf is so blind, but Trent has a cheeky angle. Only goes for one. Satsi activates, finds
Yeah,
two.
look at
Kills
it.
This retake is so clean. The finish
It's
is
so
fine.
good. 4 of them. Just the
Didn't even
util's
need it.
incredible.
Beauty from Sentinels.
What it's made for, and this one looked beautiful. And G2 have got to call a timeout after that. After seeing that round, how badly that one went down, you got to call a timeout. Or, hopefully, if you're the coach, the IGL's talking about the fact that they need to take some map control here, or have a lurk, or anything.
Their first showing here.
It looks like they cannot play side with that.
A very different look, a very different read, comboing the KO and the Gecko. Kaplan been in the labs cooking this one up, and it's fantastic to see now.
Josh RT gonna hit the timeout here. G2 very quickly running out of chances.
They have not won a round yet on this half. And I genuinely think their comp is outmatched in the post plants. What do? If you play off site, you are going to get smoked out and you don't have flashes to get back in. That's not looking good. If you play on site, you're getting flash comboed, paranoia, everything's unloaded on you. It's not realistically possible. Maybe you can play around your wall, your Viper wall, your cage is something, but even pushing towards the enemy spawn is hard because again, you don't have many flashes.
Yeah, you
just
kind of
have
got to
the
do
paranoia.
like
So everything
a double
revolves
lark,
around them taking relatively
and
even
just
or,
you got to
gunfights
push when
because
they push
can't
or
help
exec
support
on
each
them,
other.
basically.
They have to do it through their mechanics and their fundamentals and their spacing, and that's tough at the highest level.
It is really difficult. If you give
What's
Sentinels
their
the time
comp?
to
The
set up
problem
to
is
play
their
these
comp
set
is hard
retakes,
to like
it is bound for
push
failure.
through, right?
They
If they have like a
absolutely
KO
need to
or a
disrupt
flash,
them.
you can kind
Break
of
this
exec on them once they're about
this
to do a
round,
perfect retake.
how really
With this
hard to
comp,
do so.
can't really do too
There's some
much.
stingers
You have to
invested.
kind of dry send it.
Obligatory
This is
shout
one
out
of
to
the
Jonah P
disadvantages
on the
with a
Sheriff.
flash as well,
It's
without a
not
flash
quite
even.
the Guardian, but that's about the only hope I give them here. Good scouting early on from Sentinels, spots out both the Sova and the Cypher.
And I mean, you're even just seeing on these anti-egos what's so impressive about this comp. Before it even gets to the retakes, they have utility they can invest to fight into either main to really heavily get information on their on the side their Cypher isn't at, and then they have recharges by the time they're retaking.
There is exactly
I mean, they're picking the right
1v1
side.
they're giving on the map, and that's the
And
only.
then now what on
Three
this?
players over in market, and Cypher's just playing off of his tricks.
Tens gets a kill on top of the box. Yeah, and Leaf goes all the way down. Oh my god. They're out here crawling, looking for the trips.
Tough to win that.
Just taking damage. And they didn't see the camera as well. Oh my god, look at it.
Combo is
Look at it.
disgusting. 2 flashes in at the same time. Jonah overwhelmed. Sentinels take the lead.
Obviously, G2 hoping to win this map, but it's time to talk the worst case scenario for
Hit the
G2.
panic button.
Hit the panic button. If G2 lose out from here,
Yeah, they gotta
it's
hit the
still
panic button. They got some
underneath
ults
the
though.
round
Money
differential,
is
right? 8
completely
to 13
opposite.
finish would only be 5 separating them. And if they got some 13-0s and some 13-1s, it keeps them in the picture.
So you mean to tell me, if they lost out from here, they would only have 3 rounds to lose in the next 2 maps?
Yes.
They have to win.
Bad.
They have
It
to
is
win.
bad.
And that means this round is critical. Big ults
This round
online.
though,
Showstopper.
they kind of want them to go.
Second
Yeah,
into mid, he's
like
taken
this is a
down.
bold call from
That is the
Sentinels.
first advantage
They've just
G2
been
has
winning
had in a
all
long time, but there's another fight coming.
retakes, like
That's
every
how
time they
he's
let
gonna
them
get up
farm,
around here,
and then we
teleport out.
actually see a round,
Showstopper.
and they go
Connection
aggro. How the
through.
hell has 10's got to kill?
And Sassy's just gunning them down in main. Only 2 left alive. And look how aware Sassy is. He's ready for the
Oh
fire
my
mid.
god, they
Jonas
actually
taken
owned
care
it.
of, and Trent
Tens
is
did
again
insane to get a
alone.
kill, first of all, and then Sassy's a god.
1v3, an ult in
So
his
nice,
face.
it's just everything is
There not a
working.
chance in hell.
And that's another buy round.
That was
Yeah,
the round.
and it's looking like teams have kind of got this one sus, because they're playing very much like K-Corp did as well earlier today, and K-Corp looked strong on this map.
The opening was perfect, right?
This is the whole Gecko thing, where you can just retake a site so easy, especially if it has like an open roof.
Like an absolute madman. Who does that? His teammate dies. He's already on the ground. He's cold. And Saucy's going back in for 2.
Walk through mid for G2. Does Zekin get flashed through the smoke? Celsius is ready for it, but they're gonna come to him instead. It's a
Yeah,
1-for-1
and then they're like,
trade-off.
let's try punish over towards middle, because they're just owning us, but they just got pure numbers over towards middle.
It's because they have so much information. They're playing like it's unfair. It's 5v2. It's 5v2. Every single fight is a numbers advantage because they just know exactly what's happening on the map.
And rewind that round. To start off, they're cycling a Dizzy A. They know that A main is clear. They have trips up on B, so they're fully understanding that this is likely to be a play through mid and are ready to punish that.
And look, G2, they actually got into the smoke. They almost had the narrowest margin to actually get in there.
On.
But it
That was
doesn't
a
matter.
chance. And it's now gone.
Sassy gets this as well. Gets his ult for the next round, potentially to
Brutal.
secure this round.
Sentinels, you can see Thrash available, Null Command available. Next round
30
looking
seconds
even
left.
tougher. And that'll be the buy again for G2.
I love the way Sen is playing this defense. When they're in this man-up situation, they're fully condensing this map. No one is in any position where they're giving a disadvantageous fight, even an even fight.
Kaplan with a full offseason to work with this team and bring them under the Kaplan spell, the magic of him. He has put together the most well-drilled Sentinel squad I have ever seen.
Great Thrash will detain Net. He should have no way to escape this one. And his poor teammate Fallon only has 14 HP to work with. John's holding the line. It was only a matter of time. 11 to
They have
8
one
now.
more timeout, right? And
Sentinels.
the problem is, it's like where's
Intolerable
the
defense.
weakness? They definitely should just.
And I don't know, you can't help but
I
get
think
a
you
little
got
bit
to straight
excited
hit a
about
side
Sentinels.
still.
Every single
Then
fight, very
gotta
high
have
percentage
Lux.
that they're taking and looking good in it.
Remember, this is just kickoff. This is the beginning for this team, and they're already showing us new creative comps. This is not the Sentinels of last season that was always playing from behind.
This is also a Sentinels that was in the absolute.
But imagine
death,
playing against.
right? Like, it couldn't
Imagine
get
right
harder.
now. Dude, I'm telling you, if G2 had, if they had watched like K-Corp, I'm pretty sure they would know what to call. If this is your first time seeing this, I don't think you'd know what to do.
Even just those two were the top two teams people
I'm
were saying
pretty sure.
that are going to be the best in the league.
And honestly, I thought 100 Thieves was playing fantastic Valorant. Like,
But so right now, in terms of what their timeout, what they tried earlier was the fact of actually like pushing middle and getting kills. But now they kind of realize that mid's like 3-person heavy. What do Kickoff do? Pretty much just what you're seeing here. They have a slightly different comp. The KO is Sky.
We're approaching last
What is the
chances
KO?
here
The
for
KO is
G2
something else.
on this first map.
Is it the KO a Viper? Or a Fade?
I feel like this music is a
I
little
can't
bit
even
too
remember what
chill
it
for
is
what's
now.
happening.
It's a similar style, basically. It's a similar style of like the fact that your retake's unreal. Viper? Yeah, that's it.
All the way down. You know, it's starting to slip.
Remember, they
No
just
one
gave up a
remembers.
heartbreaking loss
Yeah, it is
against
Viper.
MIBR. It is very rare that in Tier 1,
So your
you
retake's
have
just
to play
outrageously
back-to-back
good.
matches.
Yeah, they have a
never
Euro
happened
instead of the
with VCT.
Raze.
It's
For the
also,
flash.
they won in OT. They came back in that split map. They almost didn't even have
But
a
yeah,
shot here.
for
It
sure
was
they
almost
need to try
MIBR with a
plant,
chance.
because they get free plants on the site, right? This right here is a free plant. You got to find the Cypher trips, get close. Wherever there's pressure, you just go the opposite way. Oh man, they go aggro. Oh, it's such a perfect call, man. They're too busy working out how to beat the comp and they go aggro. They're all just focusing on the new game plan, just trying to work it all out, and they just exec on them. It is textbook.
G2's pause. They haven't slowed down for an iota of time.
It's so textbook, man.
5v1 for Trent.
And you always need that one guy in the team.
This is just so
Especially when you're
from
like
what we've seen
struggling
before
on your
from
attack to
Sentinels.
go, guys,
G2 are looking
they're
shell
probably
shocked,
gonna
and
go
you cannot
aggro
look
here.
at two teams with a
And
different
everyone's
view
tunnel
on the
vision
map.
so
G2
much in the
play slow
moment
stall,
that this
and
is just
Sentinels came in,
it just
go,
always
go,
works. It's
Not a
insane.
moment to breathe.
You need that one guy who's
Timeout,
like
the only
not
respite.
two tunnel visions to just be like, guys, they're probably gonna do something aggro. 4 chances and this has been
It seems
outrageous.
like half of this defensive side has been rounds just like that.
The fans certainly know what's happening.
Okay, 1 chance.
8 in a row.
4 chances, but like
G2 had
one
a great
one chance
first
to
half,
actually
8
just
rounds
fully
themselves.
finish this.
Now they've got a battle back. Jonah P, the legendary Guardian in his hands.
And then we're gonna map
Once
it,
again,
it doesn't
Sentinels
matter.
Heavy stack over towards B. They are ready to fight around this area if G2 decide to commit in.
Wait, they really change it up from Sentinels now as well. They go aggro fast earlier, and now they've changed it up where they're actually fighting where the trips are. Whereas before, it was pretty much obvious which side they actually weren't playing on. So now they might get caught out. Yeah, they might get caught actually trying to get onto the site here.
40 seconds now gone on the round, and the
Keep an eye on
information
these
still
two.
stands.
They're definitely not committing to a site yet.
Only now broken from them, but Celsius has the null command ready for the pre-take. They're not going to let G2 plant the spike. G2 need to activate these 2 players in A. They have got to do something because right now they have been stuck here, getting hit by info cycle after info cycle. Sentinel's ready to pounce on them.
G2 start to hit. When is
How the hell did
flood
that not
going
break
to
the
come?
trip?
It's only a matter of time. For Sentinels send their wave back.
They're going to A with a spike. They're going to A with a spike. Those 2 players there.
Isn't
they
gonna
heard
work, right?
Sentinels
How much util
rotate
do they
out,
use?
but they're still hanging around.
Oh,
10
it might
finds his
work.
first, and there's still
They killed the
Saucy back in
smoker, it
spawn.
might work.
Saucy. He's got
Spike down, keep an eye on the Raze lock. There's 15 seconds, so they're probably just gonna flood the site. So overall, I mean, they're definitely gonna flood the site now. My god, he's aiming in the air. Someone ping for him.
The spike goes down. There's a camera that will see these 2 players. G2 need to get out in front of this fight. Sentinels are already on the defuse. Net finds 3.
And they just insta-stick it. Holy hell, that's it. They've done it.
Sentinels 13 to 8. What a performance. They debut a new comp on Sunset, a new style.
That's
of
huge.
play,
Oh man,
completely
what a
different read than
defense
their
half this was.
opponent.
And G2 just didn't know what to do. Too busy prepping for the other games today. Not a chance to watch the whole Kickoff play it. No idea what's going on. They tried their best in terms of like, I mean, honestly, the adjustments weren't too bad. They tried over towards middle. They tried to fake. Look at little bro, man.
Simply ridiculous. An incredible map. I mean, the first half, every round so close.
Everyone has a 10. So.
You rode the wave on defense. They didn't give G2 a moment to breathe.
They absolutely did not. Sentinels looked excellent in that one. And G2, I mean, that entire first half, so many moments where it looked possible, where they looked good, up 8-4 to start, and then it slipped away.
Sentinels.
Did they play the rest of the game out? Yeah.
Not surprising with
We had it in EMEA as well. It's weird. They just play a game that doesn't matter.
That they did, and we've received word that that's done enough, that the round differential has gotten them to the point where Sentinels has qualified into the playoffs. But it's not done yet. We still have a rest of the series. We're still playing it out for fun. Map 2 after this.
The round differential, chat. They got me with it heavy. They heavily got me with it. The misinformation was too much. Right, let me spam some ads.
Double done, dodging a juke, Sassy! Time is not on their side!
Damage. Shot connects though. Great out of lead. Can he get another? Absolutely.
Welcome back to VCT America's Kickoff Play-In. Sentinels won the first map over G2 and have officially qualified for this weekend's playoffs, which was freaking amazing. Like it was so crazy seeing G2 in the first half, which they showed a lot of promise, but what happened in that second half?
They had me in the first half. Not gonna lie.
That was insane.
You thought they had a little bit of magic at first.
That was the first time I saw
half.
G2 magic today. No, genuinely, in the first half, what Leaf was doing, Jonah had one of those sick moments, the Leaf clutch at the very end. But Sen on the second half, I mean, their overarching game plan, their setups were so damn good. G2 got 7 plants off on attack, won none of those rounds, which is a testament
Have you
to
ever been in the
both
exact
how good
situation that
Zen's
you're
retakes
talking
were,
about
but
now
also
of not being able
most
to
of those
figure it out
situations,
what
if
to
not,
do?
like, the majority of them, they were getting the plant down at a disadvantage. Like Sen was finding picks while they were getting into the site.
Not really.
Man advantage
Wait,
situations
there's been like
left and right.
miscommunication
There
in
were
our
so many
team
good
that
things
has kind of
about
led to that
composition
stuff.
Actually on defense,
Yeah, I think that's
wasn't a
like
big fan
where
of it on
I'm.
attack. I didn't quite feel
That is
like
where I'd
Saucy
say like
had
I'm
all
at my
the tools at
strongest
his
in terms
disposal or
of
was using them effectively. But then when they
comp
went to defense, it
is
was
doing
a completely
something
different story,
and it has a
right? Being able to
weakness.
refresh
That is
the
like
flash,
my
being
one
able to
thing where
use
I'm
KO
like,
and
I
the
think
Gecko at the
that's
same
what I
time, play
excel at.
aggressively on 2 different peaks. I mean that strat that they
I
kept
don't
doing
think so.
with
Not that I
Zekin
can
would
remember.
showstopper down mid with his ult.
Plus, people
and
relatively safe in
sometimes
the
he
EMEA.
died, but then they'd get B main control anyway.
Like only really
that was
Na'Vi would try
so
mad
good.
stuff.
And because they have the 2 initiators to be able to set that up, it's very, very nicely planned by Kaplan.
Yeah, John QT, I don't know, he really set some traps for G2.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the defense setups.
It was insane. I'm kind of curious, where do we even think that G2 went wrong, though? Like in the second half?
I mean, I don't know, man.
Well, this is one aspect where they definitely went wrong. They could not figure out John's setups. They were not properly clearing out these trips at all.
And honestly, that type of thing, especially what you just saw in that, like.
If you're sitting here, do you show stress for the next map or just run it down? I run it down.
Trips, right? But
I run it down. I
he
do.
runs into it and
I don't care, man. I don't care what they do.
I
I would literally say to them, you guys do whatever
still,
you want.
Nobody shoots the trip. It's like
just play like ranked.
Like 2 months ago. The trip stays up, but even still, that's the type of thing that like will make your teammates mad, will make your teammates angry, will tilt you. Obviously, you as a teammate, as somebody who cares about performance.
I know in EMEA they played it proper, and like they actually used like some of the same strats. For sure, like Kickoff used, like Kickoff on Bind were using like their
even though
same Raze
Sentinels
ults
won,
and stuff
they're
like that, but they can
moving
kind of play off
still
that,
gonna
I
play
think,
for
as well.
fun.
I think they could do like
what
long-term plans with some of the stuff that they
This is a
showed.
video game, all right? Valorant is a video game, people, so we're still going to play for fun.
Only Na'Vi, you don't know.
Within the essence of
K-Cook is cooking now.
Valorant.
No, I'm talking like I'm talking when I coached, which was like 2 years ago. Everyone was like the safest back then. No one would try anything.
If G2 lose the map, then they'll be
It was
tied
only
with
Na'Vi now, which was FPX.
Actually, I don't even care anymore about that.
Duck, thank you so much for the 16. Thank you so much for the 16 months.
I know that Sentinels is through. I'm good, and they did. So let's see how the rest of it plays out. And does it matter? Maybe.
So what are we expecting to see on Breeze? Do you think we'll see some different comps?
I don't know. It really depends. I mean, like, does G2 go crazy? They don't need it anymore. Do they go crazy?
That's the thing. They can, right?
I have no expectations.
Podcast, yeah, it might be.
I don't know what.
These are the games.
It's a weird one for the casters.
These are the games that we you just like don't know what's gonna happen anymore.
No. No. I mean,
it's gonna be a deadlock. Like that's the sort of thing. Cloud9 deadlock type of beat. Like
10 duels. So it'll probably be a thing where.
Do we want to? I mean, kick off rather.
I know the G2. I'm pretty sure G2 will play it proper.
Honestly.
Because G2 has 5 weeks to change stuff up. If you're Sentinels, I wouldn't be playing this too.
It's true too, because like Sentinels
too
is
properly.
the team to do it. Once they realize it doesn't matter anymore for them,
you think they're just gonna bust it out?
Absolutely. And there's reason for them, right? They're moving forward to playoffs, right? There's reason for them to hide stuff now.
Yeah, no, genuinely, they've already made it. Like, just don't give anything away. It's all good.
So since we already know Sentinels is moving forward, so do we think that they're just going to be kind of just wacky, crazy?
Yeah, it's going to be a good
on Breeze.
It is genuinely.
You watch a seeding match. It's a seeding match.
Especially with Zolcis here, man, I think they might go a little bit crazy.
All reliable.
There's a good chance that we see a third map because of this.
But this is the thing though with these two teams, because we kind of.
Man, I hope we don't ever see this format again.
Bring this back. There was some
we had broadcast not understanding, like the broadcast didn't even know about the results because it's too confusing. We have games in EMEA that didn't matter. We now have a game in Americas that doesn't matter. Not great.
By Sentinels again here, and it's going to be like, okay.
It only took 900 days, but they're the team to beat again, if you can believe it, based on whatever stat that was we saw earlier.
Yeah. Now, Ball, you were mentioning earlier how emotional this team is as well. G2, yeah. So, where do you think their mentality is now? That they just got that L, that big fat L.
Obviously, they're gonna be
11
disappointed,
teams,
right?
yeah,
but I think this is
I
their
don't know,
first time
man.
stepping
They
on
had
the
multiple
stage,
options to
for
avoid
America's
this.
League, right? They get to feel that same
Wait, did I just see a
level
Reina?
that they've been there before. But
They're
this
going
is
for a normal
different, right?
comp.
This is
Maybe a
partnership.
Yori.
They've accomplished something by making it here in the first place, and now it's all about being able to rehash and retain that mentality that they had to make the grinds here in the first place, right? And I think they're going to come back in a second split or in split one, and
They're
gonna
using
be
their normal
scary.
comp, it looks
I
like.
think there's a lot to learn from this run in particular, but they made it deep, right? And so it's going to be really fun to watch this team develop now, because we've seen them before go on this arc, right? We've seen them go from not necessarily like barely making it to all of a sudden like grinding, working hard, and then making it to whatever it might be. So I think could be contenders for another international event, be it Shanghai, be it champs.
Yeah, listen, we've got a solid month ahead of us of wild speculation based on ranking teams with most of them not playing each other due to the format with the groups. And listen.
But look at this.
Yeah, we got
our agent select.
Yeah, we got the same thing here from G2 that we just saw not long ago. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Like G2, they've clearly proven that they're going to be in that mid-table. Yeah. And Leaf has really shown up for them. Been doing better and better. I mean, listen, there's a lot to be hoping for the team. Like they have solid expectations. I think they can surpass them in a month's time, right?
Yeah. Now, looking at Sentinel's agent comp.
I wonder when they do the draw.
You think this is
In the EMEA, they did the draw
And
instantly.
if they're trying anything different or want to do anything different, I mean, this is the perfect time to just throw the standard thing in, get a win.
Absolutely. Well, we're still going to play out this series and head on to map 2. So let's send things back over to our casters. Here's Mimi and Ender.
Thank you very much.
Of who plays who?
This game, what does it mean?
Everything.
Really?
No.
No. G2 cannot make it to playoffs. But it's silly goose time, because we are still playing the map. And Sen, I heard Rob in the halftime, Rob Moore, owner of Sentinels, he said they're not allowed to lose to G2.
Yeah, look, I saw TenZ hovering Yoru, and I've never seen a person stopped so quickly. It instantly flipped back to the KO. No, they're here to win. They're here to take everything from G2.
Match of the century, people. Let's see what they've got cooked up. It's Breeze.
Is it too late to get Shroud up there?
Let's work on that if it goes to map 3.
Someone ring him up. Maybe at halftime we can hot swap him in. No one will notice.
Trying to go for the right. Dude, everyone with the Yoru at the moment loves this play. Like, this is how you know that this is just one of the strongest swords at the moment.
So fun.
Like, we saw Forsaken trying to have 5 ults, and then was it Ardis that had 4 ults in the EMEA?
So that we can do silly little lurks.
On the attack side with Yoru.
Yeah,
Like the most common
Cypher, you're usually in
common play
jail.
at the moment
No.
for this
Now
comp.
he gets to get active.
Just
He gets to
stack the
walk.
orbs.
And he gets to do
Let the Yoru
the
farm.
funny and kill Saucy. Maybe.
Saucy also hauls. And Zekin in mid. Sentinels, a retake. We've seen this show before. How does it differ? Here on Breeze.
This guy in Tube hits so much. He hits absolutely everyone. And here he goes. Hello.
Yeah, everyone's quite passive. He's up holes, fight holes.
Damn. Honestly, Sassy does good to close the door there so no one else can go down.
To lock him away. As this retake will continue, net active. Hall-taters sobbing in this moment because their post plant is clean.
Oh man, this is gonna be one of those things that goes. It's just gonna be one of those things where like
G2
we end up going to a third map or something, and it's like, why are we all here?
Of Sunset.
What's that?
Win a round.
Don't bring that up.
I mean, it's impressive. The turnaround now that the pressure is off Mimi, they are looking new, they're looking refreshed, they're looking revamped.
It's a scrim.
It's a scrim. If you ever wanted to see what a scrim looked like, this is your chance. Pull back the veil. Saucy called in reinforcements this time. Look at that Viper wall. The defensive wall.
If I'm G2, so if I'm G2, I play proper because 5 weeks. you want to have
shots out
stuff
of
that you
Jonah
can look
P.
back on and be like, do we need to change this?
guy's
Do we
been
need
good
to
this
like, what
tournament.
do we need to change basically?
Yes,
What are
he
our
has.
weaknesses? Sometimes you don't realize it.
Nobody better with the Guardian in hand.
Sentinels,
stringing
it's
them
like,
together.
man, we want to get this done as fast as possible and
ride
try
the
not
bike.
to show too much.
So Sentinels now, they got some rifles. I want to see 10s. Freed.
Free. What does 10's freed mean to you?
I want to see 10s when he's allowed to run around the map.
Is he in handcuffs up there?
No,
Like what's
no,
happening?
no. It's not a situation like that. It's just that he's been trained, let's say.
Yeah,
To
he has
be
to
a
like.
part of the unit.
Yeah.
John QT, Kaplan, the old ball and chain.
Yeah, Tens has to flash for his teammates. It's a very boring life for him.
He's actually said he likes it and prefers this role over Duelist, but we'll ignore that for the narrative. As everyone's in halts this round, including the clone. They'll push up, wall through. You can do some cool stuff with this one, like this little fake. Thought
All
we
right,
were running
Celsius.
halls? Nope.
What you got? Celsius on his own.
Man, he's
Celsius
so
on a
wrecked
player.
here.
That's a lot of people.
Okay.
But he takes care of the first flash a little too late to help out Jonah P. Leaf. Bounding up and down, taken care of by
Hey,
Sassy.
respect.
Shock darts coming in.
Oh.
And that deal damage onto Trent. No, he stays safe in his current
Oh.
position. And the dart into backside. Well clear there. 2 players. Not a part of this just yet.
Also, Zekin hopped over the trip with his updraft and is all the way around on the flank. He's going to be in
They
window
haven't even
quick.
planted yet.
No.
Finally, Trent will get that down.
They're
Yeah,
not ready.
Zekin has at
Elbow
least
Hamilton
one.
checked Zekin up in the window.
Wait.
Dash procced. First player spotted. Does he hear net? No.
What the hell is
it's
this?
weird. But Zekin
That's
just
so
wins
funny.
those. New Jersey's last hope successful again, but Trent now in the clutch. Finds one already.
Land sounds? Yeah, it's
Play for the
insane,
clip.
isn't it?
Find another
It's
two.
so mad.
That's all that's left.
There's always certain
Spike
moments
to
where you're
low.
like, damn, it
Trent
really is
to
that
find
bad,
another
huh?
head. And Tens
Oh,
is
that's
in
a
trouble.
nice-
Molly at his feet.
Wait.
He'll have to try and hold on to this one, but Trent.
Nicely done from
he's
Trent.
got it in the
Yeah, we
bag.
might be here for a while. The broadcast revealed the brackets? No, that's kind of what I'm waiting for. I'm not gonna lie.
G2 kind of owning.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact. The side hit wasn't super simple, but the Red Bull clutch for Trent there in the 1v2. Very nicely done. Tens was trying to go for the half stick. Trent wasn't going to let it happen.
He's standing up.
There was a lot of standing up in the last series. I've never seen so many players out of their seats yelling at each other. That's a good one.
Stand.
Oh yeah, last map was actually incredible though, to
Playing
be
a
fair.
dangerous game there.
I still think
Bobbing
that
and weaving out of
Zelsis
main,
clutch
go
is
back away,
one.
calls fight again.
I mean,
Seen
it's
this
the
one
best so
before,
far this
Sassy.
year.
They just connects it with
Unless
the
anyone
back there,
can
but
think
can't
of something
find a
else
kill.
that tops
Net
that.
decided he just wanted to duel for this game. I'm going to walk calls every round. They're going to swing me, and I'm going to win.
Fun fact, he's actually playing ISO. You'd be surprised by that.
Yeah, Halls is actually just ISO ult, but with
Texture?
click any buttons.
Which one?
I'm gonna talk about
That's
playing
insane.
around the wall like that. Love it. They were going for that shallow wall all throughout their game earlier today.
Okay.
Had some difficulties fighting through it, I think.
Can't get 1v4. The Ascent one?
He can play in right there was real nice. And he actually took an aggressive TP. He didn't take a single aggressive TP in the map earlier.
That
today.
1v3 is more impressive than that in my eyes.
No. The one time he does, he's punished. I hope he pretends to be a clone.
That would be ridiculous.
Why not? Nothing to lose.
30 seconds left.
Oh. Sassy gonna try and
Spike planted.
bite off another head here with his Marshall.
Is that what the Marshall does?
Sometimes. In the right hands.
That it does. Is Saucy the right hand or the left? Left-handed. Left-handed player.
That's kind of mean to
It's
look.
not the right
Well,
hand,
EMEA
sorry.
brackets drawn? Yeah, EMEA brackets were drawn straight away after the map though.
All right, 4-0 start for
So
G2.
I think this is different.
What if they went 13-0?
Honestly, if there was to be teams for a
Kinda.
at this point, it's basically a
Honestly,
show match.
if they probably told us the brackets, maybe I would have gone bed.
They literally
But
had
they
the
haven't,
G2
so.
versus Sen show match, Mimi.
We're doing it again.
They've actually got us locked in.
What was the record from that?
I believe that was a 2-1. They played twice against each other in the offseason.
Pull that up.
I'm scrolling.
No G-Sen? Oh man, could you
Yeah, it's a
imagine?
2-1 for Sentinels.
I'll talk about the round when we get this. Your wall into A. This comp's kind of sick. You can throw out these harbor walls, can scale off of that.
I mean, it's a 50-50 chance, basically.
Towards B instead.
We're going B. And Sentinels don't really have much space on this site, although they can look for the spam. Jump QT, really not finding the mark on that one. But the spam got a lot of damage down.
Only the team that wins kickoff? Yeah, they're the only one that gets champ points.
Spike planted.
Only the team that wins kickoff gets champ points. Only the team that wins Masters gets champ points.
Shock dart's good from Sassy. Soval delaying time in this post plant for G2. Sentinels flooding back in. Deep inside, Leaf has an angle behind his teammates High Tide. When will it fall? When will he be forced to fight these moments now? But it's only one. Sen trading back through even, and they win it out. The Sentinels are on the board.
Yeah, Sentinels show us a very nice B retake there. Starting it off with Saucy's shock darts right on the planter.
We don't know, Gamos.
Talk to me
50-50.
about this Viper wall.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that.
If you play ranked, you never see that Viper wall. Why is it good? Why is this team
Well,
relevant?
first of all, I am going back in time to the last time these teams, or the core of these teams, faced each other. 2022 LCQ. It was Sentinels versus then the Guard with the core of G2 on that team then, and it was Shroud on the Viper for Sentinels. And he was the first guy that placed this sort of half-sight retake while he was tossing.
Do we find out the matchups tonight? Yeah. Well, I imagine so. That's what's been happening in the other regions.
And I don't have my protractor out here. But yeah, he was the first one that really did, and it allows you to sort of chop up the side in the retake, not give a ton of space when they're actually trying to hit into you.
It's really good in those situations.
Man, look at them though. They don't want to show too much. They're just out here chilling in the middle, bottom middle.
Tens is going to get overwhelmed. G2 contend with that one beautifully.
Saucy is looking for Leaf, and he's out of there. No problem. That A side
In before, Sentinels lose 1-2, and people actually like refer to this as a thing.
And Valen can dip into that ult to clear the site. You won't see any of the rumbling on the ground, so you can get in with not too many problems.
I can see it now. I can see the chatters now be like, yeah, but G2 did 2-1 Sen.
And his teleport is right next
to him. I can actually see
it's
it.
a very shallow one, but he sort of slipped on in here. No camera on the site to spot him out. He's wrapped all the way around John QT.
The Leaf World Tour starts. Oh no.
It's been canceled. Canceled before the first show. Tickets non-refundable.
But now they're gonna go all the way back through me. The B. There's a fight in mid. Trent takes down Saucy.
G2 are calling a crazy round. They're back in top mid. They're down in bot mid. Sentinels keep walking in to try and fight them.
That started as a fight in mid, and then faking towards one side, and then Leaf walking up the other, and then another fake back to meet up with Leaf. Crazy mid-rounding.
All according to plan. They drew that one up in the Valor plant. Just as expected.
Turn on the darkness. Thank you so much for the prime, bro. Appreciate you.
I promise you. Leaf got a little wild with it. And honestly, I kind of like seeing G2 play a little bit looser on their attacking sides. I think a lot of times they ended up getting stalled out, especially back on Sunset, of course. So seeing a Leaf go do things on his own, which you totally can on the
series,
board,
yeah, it doesn't.
the TP to get out,
When a series doesn't mean anything, it kind of
get real crazy with it up through mid.
loses a lot of value.
This match, silly business, but there is serious stuff left.
Okay, hit me.
Post-show today, the draw for the playoffs.
Big.
There are some big names in that playoff. 4 teams, you play 1 match, you either make it to Madrid or you're eliminated. High stakes. And that draw is going to be really important, so do make sure you stick around to the post-show to see which matches we're going to get next weekend.
Oh yeah.
Whose idea was this? Yeah, it's savage.
For sure.
Just wait until someone wins both Masters and then doesn't make it to Champs. That's when we can really kick off. That's a possibility as well.
I'm sure they do. After the series is over and they see the draw, they'll instantly be watching VODs, naturally.
G2 actually gigabraining here. They're trying to stop Sentinels from having that hour-and-a-half of prep time.
What am I saying in this time out? I'm saying run it down, bro. This one does not matter. Run it down.
Out of contention. Still win the match.
Although, to be fair, MIBR, I don't think actually knew they were fully out in that third game. G2, I believe, are aware.
Should be. Otherwise, it would be some crazy dramatic irony.
Oh boy. Here we go. That shallow harbor wall again to sort of chop up the site, clear that close corner, get in, deal with any sort of cypher trips, and then you push forward. But again, John QT can't quite find the mark.
He did.
Yeah.
The mark is when you spray 25 bullets with the Vandal and then
Yes.
pick half a mag with the Classic to get a kill.
It's about sending a message.
I've never golfed, but I'm pretty sure that's par.
25 par.
Okay.
Oh no.
Nice flank out of net. 2 big kills picked up.
See what can happen when you don't walk halls?
It's beautiful, really.
VCT NA confirm the draw after this game? After this game or after this map? Nah, I'm not sure I can stay up for 2 hours to see the draw. They're trying to own us by making us watching it all.
Yeah, they nerfed Bastion all right.
Not after map, after the whole game.
Off the site in that one. Why are you looking at me like that, Mimi? Why are you looking at me?
I don't know.
End of the series? Oh man, chat, I might call it, man.
It was a
I don't want to wait 2 hours for it.
perfect joke. I did
2 hours of scrims. I've watched too many scrims in my life.
Let's look at that one more time. That's just rude.
I'm gonna raid someone.
To be fair, he'd already used
Who's
like
still
15
streaming? Is
bullets.
FNS still streaming?
We were clowning on him. Didn't deserve to be clowned.
Undeserved.
Undeserved clownage.
FNS? I'll send you to FNS, man.
I think as long as you get the kill.
Is it Go FNS or
the play's
FNS Go?
Unimpeachable.
Yeah.
You can't critique it.
You can type worth in all chat. It's all good.
Pause for G2.
Alright. Chat, sorry. But it's just like, it's just meaningless, man. I can't do it to myself. Alright, appreciate you all as always. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the game, though. And I'll wake up and see the draw. Alright, peace. Thank you so much, everyone. Take it easy.
Okay, we are setting this up that this match doesn't really mean much. But for G2, you can kind of... I don't think you ever want to have an opportunity to play